Under the cloak of night, the streets surrounding Tianxin Academy were shrouded in a soft, amber glow cast by the streetlights. A weary young man, having just concluded a long evening of tutoring, disembarked from the bus, his footsteps heavy with fatigue. Gu Chen sighed deeply, dragging his feet towards the dormitory while muttering complaints under his breath. Damn, earning a living is truly arduous. I attend classes by day and tutor the foolish son of a landlord by night. When will this relentless cycle come to an end? Oh, heaven, grant me the fortune of a grand prize. At that moment, Gu Chen had already guided 3 children through their lessons, enduring not only physical exhaustion, but also mental strain. He wiped the sheen of sweat from his forehead with a piece of paper, shaking his head in resignation. In truth, Gu Chen was a pitiable orphan. Ever since he gained admission to university, despite receiving some government aid, the meager funds were far from sufficient to cover his daily expenses. To sustain himself, he was compelled to navigate the busy corridors of classrooms and private tutoring sessions, laboriously earning every penny. Yet, fate seemed to revel in its cruel tricks. Not long ago, he had entered into a romance with the enchanting campus belle. Those moments felt like a beautiful dream to him. In his eagerness to win her affection, he squandered all his hard-earned savings. He had anticipated that this relationship would flourish, allowing them to walk hand in hand down the long road of life. But who could have foreseen that on a cold, rainy night, everything would change, as the rain relentlessly pounded the ground, forming puddles around him. The campus beauty stood before Gu Chen, her gaze cold and composed, as if he had lost all significance in her eyes. She spoke softly. Gu Chen, you cannot provide me with the life I desire. It is best we part ways. With that, she turned and stepped into a luxurious Maybach, which soon roared to life and vanished into the darkness. Gu Chen stood there, dazed and drenched by the rain, watching the direction in which she had departed, unable to gather his thoughts. In that moment, it felt as though the downpour had soaked through his very soul, leaving him in an unbearable chill. Who among us has not experienced such a moment? Every rogue may have once been a good boy at heart. After enduring the passage of time, Gu Chen finally emerged from the shadow. He began to yearn for life anew, vowing not to succumb to despair any longer. Tutoring was merely a temporary measure. In truth, he possessed a sharp business acumen, and with ample startup capital, he could guarantee his ascent to prominence. Reflecting on this, Gu Chen felt a sense of helplessness. Yet he believed it essential to envision a grand future, for such dreams would fuel his motivation to persist. With newfound clarity, he continued his trek towards the dormitory. It was now 2 in the morning, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, with scarcely a soul in sight. Suddenly, a unique light captured Gu Chen's attention, drawing his full focus in an instant. He instinctively lifted his gaze towards the profound and mysterious night sky. The sight before him astonished him greatly, yet deep within, he simultaneously felt an indescribable sense of healing. The once lofty and resplendent moon now radiated an unprecedented brilliance, resembling a colossal lantern illuminating the entire night. Under the shimmering silver moonlight, several vibrant rainbows quietly emerged, enchanting and dreamlike in their beauty. Such an extraordinary phenomenon could only be described as a rare marvel of nature. Is this a moonbow? To think I could witness such a spectacle. Gu Chen widened his eyes, murmuring in disbelief. At that moment, he hastily retrieved his phone from his pocket, eager to capture this breathtaking scene. However, when he glanced back at the sky, his eyes became vacant, devoid of expression, as if a force were extracting his very soul. In the next instant, Gu Chen lost consciousness. Boy, my story unfolds because of you. I learned to endure for you, and I changed for your bad habits. A jarring alarm suddenly pierced the tranquility of the morning, like a sword shattering the peaceful dawn. Abruptly awakening the slumbering Gu Chen, he instinctively extended his hand, still nestled in the warmth of his blanket, appearing somewhat delicate as he fumbled in the air like a blind person, attempting to locate the culprit of his disrupted dreams, his phone. Yet today, it seemed as though the phone was deliberately evading him, not resting in its usual spot. No matter how fervently Gu Chen reached out, that familiar sensation eluded his fingertips. After a futile search, he reluctantly conceded defeat. Frowning and mumbling indistinct complaints, he slowly sat up, struggling to pry open his eyelids, which felt as if they were glued shut, and began to scan the unfamiliar room for his phone. When Gu Chen finally managed to open his eyes fully, he was greeted by a stark, unfamiliar room, furnished with only a few sparse items. Momentarily, he was taken aback, confusion and bewilderment reflected in his gaze as he muttered, "Where am I?" Suddenly, as if confronted by something terrifying, he clutched his head in a panic, screaming hysterically. Yet, as his hands grasped tightly around his head, he unexpectedly realized that his previously short hair had inexplicably grown long. This astonishing revelation sent his emotions spiraling into turmoil, an indescribable panic surging within him. After a considerable time, Gu Chen gradually regained his composure, taking deep breaths to calm his restless heart. However, an odd sensation soon crept in, an overwhelming itch in his mind. As if it were expanding, memories began to flood in, and he slowly regained his bearings. He had somehow traversed into a world where women held power and men were subordinate, destined to become a pampered husband to those formidable women. The original owner, known as Gu Chen, was an exemplary student both academically and morally. This revelation was utterly overwhelming, leaving Gu Chen momentarily unable to process the information. Just as he continued to grapple with these revelations, a series of knocks echoed through the room. "Knock, knock, knock. Are you not getting up, little man? If you can't pay the rent, then you might as well keep your sister company." A somewhat alluring voice drifted in from beyond the door. Chapter 2. The debt-collecting landlady. At this moment, Gu Chen's mind was in disarray, but there was no time for contemplation. He hastily leapt from the bed, barely managing to slip on his shoes before flinging open the door. After all, what was there for a grown man to fear? As the door swung open, Gu Chen remained oblivious to the fact that he was clad in nothing but a thin, short-sleeved shirt. Before him stood a woman dressed in denim, her long hair cascading elegantly, with captivating large eyes that sparkled like stars. My goodness, what a stunning beauty! Am I still dreaming? Gu Chen gaped at the enchanting figure before him, his mouth agape in astonishment. A quick recollection flooded his mind, revealing that this radiant woman was none other than his 24-year-old landlady. Thinking it prudent to handle the situation delicately, Gu Chen decided to engage her in conversation. After all, it was rather inappropriate for a man and a woman to stand there in silence. The early morning was already brimming with unexpected excitement. Who could withstand such a shock? "Sister Kunling, could you perhaps grant me a few more days? I assure you, I will settle the rent," he implored, tilting his head to gaze up at her, his voice imbued with sincerity. Kunling stood there, her left hand gracefully holding a lit cigarette, and her right arm casually draped over her own, her gaze fixed intently on Gu Chen's bare arms. "Is this how you choose to test my resolve so early in the day? I must admit, it's a bit overwhelming," she teased. Before he could respond, Kunling took a step forward, pressing him against the wall in a classic wall-push gesture. Her elongated, enchanting eyes shimmered with a beguiling light, locking onto Gu Chen's with unwavering intensity. It must be said that not only was Kunling's figure extraordinarily alluring, but her beauty was also strikingly captivating. Yet, it was perplexing that among all her tenants, only Gu Chen required her personal presence for rent collection. Alas, in this world, a man in a short-sleeved shirt was akin to a woman exposing her thighs in the previous realm. What a shocking introduction to this new reality. Gu Chen's mind was flooded with discontent, yet gazing at Kunling, he found it difficult to perceive anything negative in the situation. Kunling leaned in closer, her alluring visage mere inches from Gu Chen's face. As the distance between them diminished, her warm breath became distinctly audible, a gentle breeze that caressed Gu Chen's ear. Finally, her lips nearly brushed against his ear as she whispered softly, "Be my man. If you agree, I shall cover all expenses for you and your sister from this day forth." Her words detonated like a bomb, creating tumultuous waves in the already turbulent lake of Gu Chen's heart. For him and his sister, such an offer was undeniably tempting. Abandoned in their youth and beset by misfortune, they had never encountered a kind soul willing to adopt them. Over the years, it was Gu Chen's unwavering determination and resilience that had painstakingly nurtured his sister to adulthood. Despite being merely a high school senior, Gu Chen has become remarkably independent due to the trials and tribulations of life, balancing his studies while caring for his younger sister and earning a living. He excels academically through his remarkable intellect. As a fellow orphan, Gu Chen deeply empathizes with the hardships they face. In a different world, men would wholeheartedly declare him a true man. Just as Gu Chen wavered, contemplating whether to accept this unwelcome dependence, Gu Qingxue emerged from the restroom, freshly washed. The cup she held slipped from her grasp and shattered on the floor, producing a sharp, resonant sound. Sister Cumling, I will repay the money I owe you soon. Please, do not make things difficult for my brother. Gu Qingxue pleaded with wide, fearful eyes, tears brimming as her voice trembled. She hurriedly ran to Gu Chen's side. Cumling, witnessing this scene, recognized the inappropriateness of further discussion at that moment. With a meaningful smile, she addressed Gu Qingxue, you owe me 800 yuan. It must be settled in 3 days. Otherwise, her words trailed off as she turned away, leaving without a backward glance. Once Kunling's graceful figure vanished from Gu Qingxue's sight, she quickly approached her brother to offer comfort. Brother, I will return home a bit later. You need not worry about the money. Rest assured, I have grown up and can help you. Gu Chen gazed at his resolute 8-year-old sister and found himself momentarily lost in thought. Through her youthful, innocent visage, he glimpsed his own younger self, who was just as stubborn and determined to support the residents of the orphanage. Indeed, how could I have entertained the thought of relying on others? I must become a true man in this matriarchal world. No, rather a true woman. Gu Chen silently vowed to himself. Before long, he glanced at the time and noticed it was nearly 8 o'clock. All right, let's head to school. I will figure out a way to address the money issue, he said with a smile, affectionately ruffling Gu Qingxue's hair. He then donned his backpack and set off towards the school, guided by the memories of the past. Meanwhile, Gu Qingxue clenched her fists, resolutely vowing not to let Gu Chen bear the financial burden alone. Before long, Gu Chen arrived at the grand entrance of Jinghai No. 1 high school. In years past, he had secured a place in this prestigious institution due to his outstanding middle school performance, which not only guaranteed his admission but also exempted him from tuition fees and awarded him an additional grant of 10,000 yuan. In truth, given Gu Chen's current circumstances, he should have been able to successfully apply for a student aid program for those in need. Yet, unbeknownst to him, a shadowy figure conspired behind the scenes, surreptitiously seizing both the funds that rightfully belonged to him and that invaluable opportunity. Lacking familial support, he found himself compelled to endure this inequitable treatment, silently swallowing the bitter pill of injustice. After all, for him, the chance to receive an education free of charge was a rare and precious gift. Moreover, Gu Chen dared not gamble his promising future on the hope that the local government would intervene on his behalf to rectify this wrong. For he was acutely aware that reality often proves far more ruthless than one's imagination. As he journeyed towards school, Gu Chen tirelessly processed the information regarding this matriarchal society. Here, women were tasked with earning a living, while men were relegated to the role of ornamental figures at home. Such a life seemed utterly delightful. Perhaps it would be better to marry early. This thought prompted an involuntary sigh of admiration from Gu Chen. Compared to his previous world, this society was undoubtedly more favorable to men. Here, women faced considerable challenges in seeking marriage, while men continuously sought out increasingly exceptional partners. Upon arriving in class and taking his seat, a neatly packaged box was placed before Gu Chen. Here, breakfast for you. Chapter 3. The breakfast delivered by the overbearing CEO, Gu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment as he followed the movement of the elegantly wrapped box, ultimately resting his gaze upon the individual delivering the breakfast. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, he was captivated by the unique aura radiating from the other person. It was not the external opulence derived from expensive luxury items, but rather an innate elegance that seemed almost inherent. This quality was ineffable. A mere glance was sufficient to convey that this person was indeed extraordinary. The newcomer possessed cascading silver blue hair that flowed down to her shoulders, shimmering with an enchanting luster. Her features were stunningly beautiful, each delicate contour reminiscent of a master sculptor's meticulous handiwork. Particularly striking were her yellow pupils, deep and mysterious, evoking a sense of unease in those who dared to gaze too long, while simultaneously exuding an air of aloofness that kept others at bay. At that moment, a piece of information about the person before him flashed through Gu Chen's mind. Zhao Ying, president of the student council, consistently ranking second in her class, and rumored to be a wealthy heiress. This girl possessed an exceedingly strong personality, allowing no one to surpass her unless that individual happened to be her man. Since Gu Chen consistently ranked first, she had included him in her list of potential marriage candidates. Wait, a beauty like her is delivering breakfast to me? This can't be a trap, can it? In an attempt to soothe his conscience, Gu Chen instinctively suggested, "How about I give you some money?" As he reached into his pocket, he quickly pulled out the scant amount of cash remaining and placed it in front of Zhao Ying. However, at that moment, the gentle smile that had graced Zhao Ying's face abruptly transformed into a chilling expression. Her exquisite visage seemed to be shrouded by an icy frost. Suddenly, she extended a delicate hand and swiftly pinched Gu Chen's cheek. Her gesture was swift and resolute, devoid of hesitation or pity. Coldly, she uttered, "Are you questioning my financial capability?" Her voice was as biting as the winter wind, piercing to the bone. As Gu Chen felt her grip, his mind went blank, as if all his thoughts had been siphoned away in an instant. No way could she possibly have a complex typical of overbearing CEOs? Is this really happening? As a proper man, how could he endure being so casually treated by a woman? Yet, he couldn't help but notice how tall the women were around here. With that thought, Gu Chen decisively pushed Zhao Ying away. He glared at her with evident displeasure and declared, "If you have issues, go resolve them elsewhere. Don't take it out on me, or you might find yourself on the receiving end of a reprimand." To his surprise, Zhao Ying did not take offense. Instead, she smiled slightly. She gracefully raised her hand to adjust her hair, the corners of her mouth curling up into a smile that could make countless young men weak in the knees. She then tossed out, "Playing hard yet? I'm quite fond of that tactic. Now hurry and eat, or it might get cold soon." With a graceful turn, she departed, leaving Gu Chen with nothing but her receding silhouette. Wow! Everyone, look at our president's face. It's simply stunning. Indeed, especially when the president smiles. Oh my heart nearly leaps from my chest. I wonder what tricks that fellow Gu Chen employed to captivate the president so completely. He's nothing but a cunning little fox. In an instant, the classroom buzzed with a cacophony of envy, jealousy, and curiosity. However, Gu Chen remained unfazed by the chatter, seated calmly in his place, needing a moment to collect himself. What on earth just happened? Was I just teased? Do I have no dignity? I'm a grown man. Truth be told, that guy isn't bad-looking either. Perhaps I should. No, I must maintain my composure. Beautiful women are all trouble. While Gu Chen was lost in his thoughts, amidst the murmurs of the boys, one stood out distinctly. He gripped his pen tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the pressure, his eyes shimmering with anger and frustration. "Hey, Li, don't take it to heart. Zhao Ying is just infatuated with that little scoundrel for the moment. Soon enough, she'll grow tired of him." Two boys whispered softly to comfort him. "Exactly, Li. Just think about it. How could Zhao Ying possibly date a poor boy like him? Even if she wanted to, her family would never allow it." One of the boys gently patted Shangwan Li's hand, attempting to ease his agitation. Hearing his friend's reassurances, Shangwan Li took a deep breath, striving to calm himself. "Yes, I know. I'm not even going to bother with him." As he spoke, his clenched fists gradually relaxed. "Gu Chen," Shangwan Li thought resolutely, "Zhao Ying has been my childhood sweetheart. No matter what tricks you employ, you shall not take her from me." With such thoughts, Shangwan Li became increasingly determined to show Gu Chen a thing or two, making him reconsider his pursuit. As he plotted in his mind, his gaze darkened as it fixated on Gu Chen, his eyes gleaming with resentment. Yet, Gu Chen was entirely oblivious to Shangwan Li's turmoil, lost in his own memories. It turned out he had a part-time job to attend to that night, working as a bartender. By the way, Gu Chen had just turned 18 this year. To earn more money and improve his financial situation, he had thoughtfully decided to take up this position. Initially, when the bar owner beheld Gu Chen's handsome and striking features, His first reaction was sheer delight. After all, a young man like Gu Chen, boasting exceptional looks and charisma, was an exceedingly rare find as a bartender. However, the bar owner was somewhat taken aback when, faced with such enticing conditions, Gu Chen unhesitatingly declined, clearly stating that he merely wished to apply for the position of front desk attendant. Although a twinge of disappointment lingered in his heart, the bar owner soon reconsidered, believing that with Gu Chen's remarkable appearance, even if he temporarily occupied the front desk role, he might eventually be requested by patrons to accompany them for drinks. It would be more advantageous to retain him as a figurehead. As anticipated, the expected unfolded. Once he stood there, he seemed to radiate an aura, instantly captivating the attention of numerous customers eager to indulge. Consequently, the bar's business thrived, with revenues soaring. Witnessing this scene, the bar owner was naturally overjoyed and expressed considerable satisfaction with Gu Chen's performance. Without hesitation, he proactively raised Gu Chen's nightly wage to 300 yuan, explicitly stating that he need not accompany patrons for drinks. Thus, Gu Chen secured a job that could support his two siblings. Midnight Bar? Have you heard of it? You haven't? That front desk young man is indeed a rare gem. It is said that many affluent patrons have offered exorbitant prices for just a night of revelry. Is this man truly so captivating? Then we must pay a visit. With that, several ruffians strolled into the bar. Chapter 4. Nighttime part-time job at Midnight Bar. Boy, my story unfolds because of you. I have learned to endure for you and to amend my bad habits for you. As the school bell rang, Gu Chen hurried to the Midnight Bar. Upon entering, he swiftly made his way to the changing room, adeptly shedding his school uniform and donning a simple white short-sleeved shirt from a hanger. He then slipped on a pair of snug black arm sleeves. In this world, such attire, which would seem quite ordinary elsewhere, was akin to seduction. This style was reminiscent of women in the previous world, clad in black stockings that accentuated their long, beautiful legs, exuding magnetic allure. While Gu Chen fiddled with the arm sleeves, he muttered to himself, "Is this considered enticing? It's merely a short sleeve. Why do these women gaze at me as though I'm dressed provocatively?" Just as he pondered this, a sudden commotion erupted. A woman with deep purple hair, exquisitely made up and notably robust, strode towards him, flanked by several equally formidable women. She wore ripped black stockings and high heels, her strides exuding confidence and an undeniable aura of dominance. The women at the front desk, who had been attempting to flirt with Gu Chen, paled at the sight and hastily vacated the area. Unaware of the unfolding drama, Gu Chen continued to write orders. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt a sudden tightening at his waist, followed by being swept into a strong embrace. Startled, he looked up to meet a pair of eyes filled with mirth. The purple-haired woman leaned slightly closer, gazing at him intently, and gently asked, "How have you been these past few days? Has anyone dared to bully you?" Upon hearing that familiar voice, Gu Chen instantly recognized the visitor, his boss, Yin Li. "Sister Yin, rest assured, with you protecting me, who would dare to bully me?" He promptly replied, mimicking the tone of the original owner. Yin Li nodded slightly, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. "Now that's more like it. Remember, you're the face of my bar. If anyone dares to lay a finger on you, they're disrespecting me." With a casual wave of her hand, she signaled the surrounding bouncers to disperse. "All right, I have matters to attend to today. Just ensure you perform well, and you shall surely reap the rewards," Yin Li added, raising an eyebrow at Gu Chen before turning to leave. He nodded eagerly, watching her depart. Truly, in the realm of the black market, the boss was a figure of strength. Once he regained his composure and surveyed the surroundings, the scene before him filled him with an urge to end his own existence. Men, heavily made up, writhed provocatively, while several others donned maid outfits, navigating through the crowd with drinks in hand. On stage, a group of men, dressed as bunny girls, danced around a steel pole. Witnessing such spectacles, Gu Chen felt as though his eyes had been sullied. What on earth? Compared to them, this short-sleeved shirt seems remarkably ordinary. I truly admire your ability to resist the temptation to indulge in their vices. Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a sense of respect for the original owner. I can hardly bear it. My eyes cannot withstand such an affront. After all, it's merely a matter of keeping accounts and searching for some funds. Once I manage to save a little, I shall pursue other endeavors. As Gu Chen pondered this, a few young ruffians sauntered in. Truly, this internet celebrity bar exudes a certain class. Look over there. So many handsome men. By my father, they really are. The others chimed in, their gazes instantly captivated. Just then, one of the ruffians suddenly jabbed his finger forcefully at the others, who were engrossed in their observations. Hey, what are you doing, second? Stop poking around. Chen Xiao shouted in displeasure, turning her face in annoyance. Big sister, don't be angry. Quickly take a look. That one seems to be the much talked about face of the establishment. The young ruffian explained hurriedly, pointing in a certain direction. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao, the leader, couldn't help but become intrigued. She followed the direction indicated by her companion and, with a single glance, beheld the much-rumored front desk attendant. Wow, he is truly stunning. He is on an entirely different level compared to the average man. Chen Xiao exclaimed in awe, her eyes reflecting a newfound admiration. The others nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiments. Thus, they chattered excitedly as they made their way toward the front desk. From a distance, Gu Chen noticed their approach and mused whether these individuals intended to engage in some sort of flirtation with a respectable man. However, none of this mattered. While the original owner may have lacked combat skills, Gu Chen was different, having endured countless brawls throughout his life, often finding himself bullied by groups. He had learned to rely solely on his own strength to retaliate time and again. Over time, he had acquired the ability to take on 10 adversaries at once. Therefore, he regarded these young ruffians with a dismissive attitude. Moreover, this place was certainly not one where a group of seemingly naive young girls could act recklessly. Yet, as his gaze swept across their faces, Gu Chen realized these girls undoubtedly sought to engage him in conversation. The expressions on their faces were strikingly reminiscent of the enamored gazes he had observed in his past when encountering beautiful women. Indeed, they were identical. As anticipated, upon reaching Gu Chen, Chen Xiao addressed him. Hey there, could you please reserve us a VIP booth? Without hesitation, she produced a stack of vibrant red 100 yuan bills from her purse and tossed them before Gu Chen, all while striking a pose that exuded an air of haughty confidence. As if to proclaim her wealth, the other young ladies standing beside her were unfazed by the display. It was well known that their leader often spent lavishly when it came to charming men. Gu Chen was aware that this was merely a tactic to deceive naive young men. He was not swayed by such antics. He promptly pocketed the money and remarked, "Thank you for your patronage. Please come in," observing Gu Chen's unwavering demeanor. Chen Zhao's curiosity intensified. Hey, young man, what are the rates for the accompanying gentleman here? Chapter 5. A disturbance? Flirting with Gu Chen. Gu Chen promptly produced a delicately crafted menu, slender yet replete with an array of services and their corresponding prices. With a warm smile, he gently presented the menu to Chen Xiao. She received it with indifference, casually glancing over its contents before closing it with a flick of her wrist. Raising her gaze, she fixed her eyes on Gu Chen and, with a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone, remarked, "To be honest, I find these offerings rather uninteresting." Upon hearing her words, Gu Chen's brows arched slightly, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. He regarded Chen Xiao with a teasing smile and quipped, "Oh, if that is the case, what kind of gentleman does this young lady desire to accompany her?" Chen Xiao did not respond immediately. Instead, she extended her index finger and began to rhythmically tap on the wooden table before her, as if deep in thought. After a considerable pause, she lifted her head, her bright eyes sparkling as she inquired, "Might I ask how your charges are structured, sir?" However, Gu Chen simply shook his head, maintaining a serious demeanor as he replied, "I'm afraid I do not engage in such activities." With that, he slowly rose to his feet, his presence intensifying. Noticing this shift, Chen Xiao quickly interjected, retrieving her phone from her bag with a beaming smile. "Haha, I was merely jesting. Please do not take offense. How about we become friends? We could hang out together in the future, and I'll cover all expenses." As she spoke, she opened her phone's QR code interface, gesturing for Gu Chen to add her as a contact. Unfortunately, as a man of stature, Gu Chen was well aware of her little ploy. He stood tall and responded, "What if I say no? What will you do then?" As the saying goes, the kind-hearted are often taken advantage of in such moments. Mere compliance and refusal would only invite further audacity. Moreover, Gu Chen possessed the strength to stand his ground without fear. At this juncture, Chun Zhao's younger sister could no longer contain her emotions, pointing an accusatory finger at Gu Chen, exclaiming, "You insolent brat! Our elder sister is making the effort to add you. Do not be so ungrateful." Another sister chimed in, "Indeed, do you have any idea who our elder sister is? Go ask around. Her reputation precedes her." At their words, Gu Chen felt a surge of anger ignite within him, ready to retort. Yet just then, Chen Xiao sprang into action. She swiftly unleashed 2 punches, striking the faces of her younger sisters. The dull thuds echoed, and the 2 girls immediately clasped their cheeks. Looking at Chen Xiao with a mix of grievance and pity, softly calling elder sister. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao paid them no heed. Instead, she turned back to Gu Chen, adopting a gentle smile as she said, "I apologize, sir. My younger sisters are a bit too impetuous. How about we exchange contact information first? I'll make amends later." With that, she once again extended her phone towards Gu Chen. What is the end of these fellows? Now I can truly comprehend the troubles those women from my past encountered with such relentless suitors. Gu Chen, while incessantly critiquing inwardly, swiftly contemplated his next course of action. Meanwhile, the thugs surrounding them seemed to sense the unusual atmosphere. They began to stir, cautiously advancing, rendering the environment distinctly silent. At that moment, a voice broke the tension. "Hey, little man, why not add me?" Unbeknownst to anyone, a figure had suddenly appeared at the front desk. It was a girl with silvery blue hair, standing quietly, having silently observed the unfolding drama. Only then did Gu Chen notice her presence. Upon focusing his gaze, he was taken aback to realize it was their school's student council president, Zhao Ying. At this instant, Chen Xiao also recognized Zhao Ying's presence. She furrowed her brow and, without hesitation, directed her ire towards the uninvited guest. "Hey, sister, don't you understand the principle of first come, first served?" However, Zhao Ying appeared oblivious to Chen Zhao's inquiry, her full attention solely on Gu Chen. Her bright eyes fixed intently on him, dismissing Chen Xiao entirely. She then, without a second glance at Chen Xiao, languidly retorted, "Can't you tell he's uninterested in you? Since I'm in a good mood, you should leave promptly." Though Zhao Ying's tone seemed somewhat dismissive, the authority embedded within it was impossible to overlook. Chen Xiao stared intensely at Zhao Ying, a wave of unease and vigilance surging within her. The aura emanating from Zhao Ying instilled in her a sense of impending confrontation. Undoubtedly, Zhao Ying was not an ordinary adversary. Nevertheless, Chen Xiao harbored no intentions of retreating. After all, her own background was formidable. Conceding easily would be a blow to her pride. Moreover, standing before her was the undeniably handsome Gu Chen, further igniting her competitive spirit to attempt once more. Just as she resolved to speak again, a few girls beside her suddenly began tugging at her sleeve incessantly. Chen Xiao frowned, irritation flashing across her face as she turned to scold them. "What are you pulling for? Don't you see I'm busy?" The girls, sensing her displeasure, hurriedly pointed towards their surroundings, signaling desperately to her. Confused, Chen Xiao followed their gaze. To her astonishment, she gasped as she noticed a cluster of women in black suits and sunglasses had encircled them. Each exuded a cold demeanor, their expressions void of emotion, sending chills down her spine. Alarm bells rang in Chen Zhao's mind, and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. She slowly turned back to Zhao Ying, who remained unfazed, as if the commotion around her bore no significance at all. She parted her crimson lips and coldly uttered a single word: "Leave." Adhering to the principle that a wise woman does not suffer immediate losses, Chen Xiao reluctantly waved her hand, indignantly exclaiming, "Let us go." Thus, the group could only retreat in dismay. Meanwhile, Gu Chen stood by like a detached observer, leisurely leaning against the wall, witnessing this extraordinary scene unfold before him. What drama was this? Was a fantastical television series being enacted in reality? Gu Chen felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, wishing to escape the situation. After Chen Xiao and her companions departed, Zhao Ying gently waved her hand, signaling the bodyguards to withdraw for the time being. She then slowly rose to her feet, extended a hand, and gently grasped Gu Chen's face, gazing deeply into his eyes as she solemnly inquired, "How do you intend to express your gratitude to me?" Express gratitude to you? Chapter 6. You are my little man. What are you thanking me for? Gu Chen furrowed his brows, exerting force with his hands in an attempt to push Zhao Ying away. To his astonishment, no matter how hard he tried, Zhao Ying remained steadfast, as if rooted to the ground. A sense of perplexity arose within Gu Chen. Could it be that he hadn't exerted himself to the fullest? With this thought, he took a deep breath, tensed his arm muscles, and pushed once more with renewed vigor. Yet the outcome was unchanged. Zhao Ying stood like an immovable mountain, unwavering and resolute. At that moment, Zhao Ying, witnessing Gu Chen's futile struggle, allowed a sly smile to grace her lips. Subsequently, she took a step forward, extending her arms to envelop Gu Chen tightly in her embrace. He felt an overwhelming force drawing him closer to her, and despite his frantic attempts to escape, he found himself utterly ensnared, unable to budge even an inch. Zhao Ying held him quietly, her gaze reminiscent of a hunter fixated upon her prey, imbued with mischief and amusement. After a brief pause, she softly inquired, "Little man, have you had your fun? Have you figured out how to express your gratitude?" For Gu Chen, a man of stature, it was the first time he found himself so helplessly caught in the embrace of a woman, with no means to extricate himself. The sensation was disconcerting, yet oddly delightful, especially considering her beauty. However, he lamented the inadequacy of his current physique. If only it were his former self, he would have effortlessly executed a graceful maneuver to show this silly girl his prowess. As Gu Chen struggled, he muttered under his breath. Zhao Ying noticed his lips moving, as if he were murmuring something, but the proximity and surrounding clamor rendered her unable to discern his words. Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought, continuing to hold him tightly, and then asked, "Is this where you usually earn your living? Let me go, you silly bird. There are so many people watching." Gu Chen found himself at a loss, reluctantly lowering his head in submission, forcing a sheepish expression onto his face. The onlookers had turned their attention to the two of them, their gazes akin to spotlights shining upon Gu Chen, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. Meanwhile, faint whispers drifted to his ears. Though they were soft, their clarity pierced through the noise. "Wow, so he is into this kind of thing, huh? I should try it next time." One girl excitedly remarked in a hushed tone, "Are you foolish? Did you not see the commotion earlier? With all those bodyguard around? This is not something a girl like you can imitate." Another girl retorted with a hint of disdain. "Just imagine. I should go home tonight and dream of something more sophisticated." The first girl pouted in discontent. "Oh, when will I be as fortunate as him? Pursued by such a wealthy young lady? It's simply enviable. I truly cannot comprehend what he is being so reserved about. If it were me, I would seize the opportunity without hesitation." A boy beside him chimed in, "Humph, with such a mindset, which affluent young lady would even glance your way? She would undoubtedly prefer a boy of good character." Another retorted without mercy. "Ha ha, precisely." Observing Gu Chen, who had always been so resolute, unexpectedly softened in this moment, Zhao Ying found herself momentarily taken aback. This man, who never exhibited weakness, now revealed a vulnerable side in her embrace. Even Zhao Ying, typically exhibiting a domineering demeanor, felt compelled to heed Gu Chen's words and gradually loosened her tight hold around him. Once Zhao Ying released him, she coughed gently a couple of times to disguise her slight fluster, swiftly averting her gaze to avoid meeting Gu Chen's eyes. "Is this how easily one can let go? Could it be that my charm is simply overwhelming?" Gu Chen was taken aback, entirely oblivious to the potent allure he possessed in the hearts of others. "The remuneration here is considerably generous, if I were to venture elsewhere." Gu Chen reminisced about the original owner's past experiences, filled with deep emotion. The fragments of memory seemed strikingly similar to his own past, as both had endeavored to live diligently. At this point, Gu Chen's voice grew somber, nearly choked with emotion. "The money earned elsewhere might scarcely suffice for my sister and my meals." As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chen abruptly lifted his head, revealing a radiant smile brimming with confidence toward Zhao Ying. Yet, he was acutely aware that this smile was a tribute to the original owner, In his eyes, the original owner deserved such a confident and sunny disposition, for he was indeed a true man. Zhao Ying had already conducted a private investigation into Gu Chen and was well aware of his circumstances. However, hearing it firsthand was still unsettling. Just as Zhao Ying contemplated continuing her thoughts, a loud shout suddenly interrupted her words. "Oh, Zhao miss, have you become so entranced by our store's facade that you can't move? How dare you stand me up?" The voice belonged to Yun Li, who had been waiting impatiently in the private room. In response to Yun Li's inquiry, Zhao Ying remained remarkably composed, betraying no hint of panic. She smiled slightly and replied leisurely, "It's about time. Some circumstances did arise, but fortunately, it's not too late now. Mr. Yun, let us proceed inside and discuss further at our leisure." Her calm demeanor suggested that she had anticipated everything that was unfolding. Upon hearing Zhao Ying's tranquil response, Yun Li was initially taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. She took a puff from the cigarette in her hand, exhaling a plume of smoke before turning to Gu Chen and inquiring, "Chen, this evening, Miss Zhao and I need to discuss some matters. Would you care to join us? Surely, you two must be acquainted." Before Gu Chen could respond, Zhao Ying proudly wrapped her arm around him and softly declared, "He is my little man." Huh, huh, huh. Gu Chen, utterly bewildered, found himself at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend the situation. "Me? Your little man?" Faced with such a situation, Gu Chen could hardly be oblivious to the underlying intentions. It was quite evident that they wished for his presence at the negotiation. In response, Gu Chen merely cast a fleeting glance at his phone before gently shaking it a few times. "Sister Yun, my work hours have concluded." With that declaration, he paid no heed to their potential objections and turned to leave. As he walked away, he muttered to himself, "I've always adhered to my schedule. No one can expect me to toil like a beast of burden. Even if Jesus himself were to intervene today, he would not deter me. Mark my words." Observing Gu Chen's resolute departure, Yun Li could only helplessly raise her hands in resignation, offering a wry smile to Zhao Ying beside her. "There is truly no remedy for this. Miss Zhao, I hope you won't take offense." However, Zhao Ying displayed no ire. Instead, she smiled with intrigue, secretly contemplating, "Truly, he is the charming man I have set my eyes upon. Such a distinctive personality." She then gently waved her hand, signaling to the two bodyguards behind her to discreetly follow and ensure his safe return home. Unbeknownst to Gu Chen, he remained focused solely on completing his workday, yearning to return home for a refreshing sip of cold cola, followed by a comforting slumber. As the clock silently inched toward the late hours of the night, Gu Chen mused to himself, "At this hour, my sister Gu Qingxiu must surely be fast asleep." Having arrived in this world without fully savoring its nuances, he lamented the necessity of earning a living. What a hellish beginning. Dragging his weary frame onto the last bus, he soon reached the bus stop, arriving in front of their modest rental unit. With utmost care, he turned the key, striving to keep the door lock as quiet as possible to avoid disturbing his sister's slumber within. As the door creaked open, a wave of familiarity washed over him. The cramped space consisted merely of a single bedroom and a bathroom, furnished simply with a bed, a table, and a few scattered personal belongings. Nothing superfluous. Despite their challenging living conditions, the bond between the siblings allowed them to scrape by. Gu Chen tiptoed into the room, his gaze instinctively drawn to the narrow bed where his sister Gu Qingxiu lay peacefully. A tender smile graced his face at the sight, and he gently closed the door behind him. Returning to the table, he switched on a small desk lamp. The warm glow illuminated the entire surface, revealing an unsealed envelope resting atop it. Curiosity piqued, Gu Chen reached out to open it. By the dim light, he discovered neatly folded 50 yuan bills inside, accompanied by a handwritten note. The script appeared somewhat crooked and distorted, interspersed with pinyin, yet it remained surprisingly tidy overall. The note read, "Brother, you've worked hard. These days, I've collected many bottles. The old man at the recycling station is quite kind. He always gives me a little extra. When I grow up, I will certainly send a great deal of money for my brother to spend. Now I shall go to sleep. Forever love you, Qingxiu." Even a man like Gu Chen, who has weathered countless storms and tasted various joys and sorrows, steadfast and unyielding, has never shed a tear easily. Yet upon seeing this note, his eyes unconsciously welled with moisture. Is this the feeling of having family? Such a thoughtful little sister. Gu Chen murmured, his gaze drifting toward the slumbering Gu Qingxiu, his heart filled with emotion and solace. After a brief pause, he let out a long sigh, as if to bolster his own spirit. Soon, as long as I endure a little longer, I will find the time to make money. After tidying up for a moment, Gu Chen climbed into bed, gently pulling his sister into his embrace. Feeling her warm body, his weary heart began to settle into tranquility. In truth, this is quite wonderful. At least I now have a genuine family. There is nothing in the old world worth clinging to, devoid of family or even a friend. With a blink, morning arrived. Goodness, did I even sleep? How is it that with a mere blink, it is already dawn? At this moment, Gu Qingxiu was already dressed, holding a burlap sack, preparing to venture out. Upon noticing Gu Chen awake, her face instantly blossomed with a smile as she joyfully exclaimed, "Good morning, brother." Gu Chen gently ruffled Gu Qingxiu's hair and softly inquired, "It's the weekend. Why are you up so early?" His gaze fell upon the burlap sack in Gu Qingxiu's hands. In response, Gu Qingxiu tilted her head, her large, glistening eyes blinking rapidly. "Hee brother. I'm going out to earn some money. We still owe Sister Kunling $800 for rent, so if I wake up early, I can earn a bit more." After saying this, she playfully stuck out her tongue, looking utterly adorable. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen immediately understood. This little girl must be planning to rise early to collect bottles. Consequently, Gu Chen pulled out the 50 yuan he had from yesterday and handed it to Gu Qingxiu. "Here, you just focus on being healthy and happy every day, and your brother will be satisfied. As for the money, you need not worry while I am here." Before Gu Qingxiu could respond, he added, "If I find out you are sneaking off to collect bottles behind my back, I will be angry, and when I am angry, I want to speak to you." As he said this, he feigned a stern expression, but his eyes were filled with affection and tenderness for his sister. In truth, how could that possibly work? Despite being merely a first grader, Gu Qingxiu was quite perceptive, fully aware of her brother's daily struggles. Thus, she always behaved well and was considerate, never causing trouble, and eagerly anticipated growing up quickly to help alleviate some of his burdens. "All right, stop dawdling. Let's go. I shall take you to dine." Gu Chen swiftly tidied himself and pulled Gu Qingxiu out the door. Beneath Gu Chen's apartment, a woman clad in traditional attire sat in a vehicle, observing the two siblings. Upon catching sight of Gu Chen, she froze momentarily and exclaimed in a delicate voice, "Chen, I have returned." Chapter 8. The Arrogant Classmate Brother. Is this really okay? Rent is due the day after tomorrow. A trace of concern flickered across Gu Qingxiu's face as her large, expressive eyes gazed at Gu Chen. Gu Chen, however, appeared unfazed, casually waving his hand while reassuring her with a smile. Why should the queen fret when the eunuchs are anxious? If need be, I shall seek out Sister Kunling for companionship. Who knows, if she is in high spirits, she might even waive our rent for the entire year. With that, he proudly flexed his arm. Upon hearing this, Gu Qingxiu couldn't help but tease. "Well then, brother, you must perform well. Spend more time with Sister Kunling, and we shall never have to pay rent again." Hee. Gu Chen, intrigued by her words, began to mimic the way Gu Qingxiu had once shielded him, vividly recounting, "Oh, last time, who was it that cried like a baby when they saw Sister Kunling approach me, repeatedly shouting, 'Sister Kunling, don't touch my brother'?" The expression was simply priceless. At this point, Gu Chen erupted into hearty laughter. Gu Qingxiu's face flushed crimson from his remarks. She stamped her foot in protest. "I never did that. Brother, you are exaggerating." Yet before she could finish, she too succumbed to laughter, doubling over and eventually covering her belly with her hands as tears of joy threatened to spill. Seeing his sister in such high spirits, Gu Chen continued to tease. "But you did." Gu Qingxiu immediately retorted, "I did not." Thus, the siblings exchanged playful banter, their laughter echoing through the air. They soon arrived at a more upscale dim sum restaurant. The establishment was exquisitely decorated, exuding an air of sophistication and grandeur upon entry. Naturally, such elegance came with a correspondingly high price tag. Gu Qingxiu tugged at her brother Gu Chen's sleeve and timidly inquired, Brother, are we really eating here? It seems quite expensive. Do we have enough money? Her clear, innocent eyes reflected a hint of worry. Gu Chen smiled gently, reassuring her with a touch on her hand. Do not fret. Indulging in a fine meal occasionally is perfectly acceptable. With that, he took her hand and led her inside, finding a suitable spot to sit. At that moment, several male servers in the restaurant took notice of the siblings, who appeared somewhat modestly dressed and somewhat shabby. They began to whisper among themselves. Look at these two. They look so impoverished. One of the male servers scoffed. Another chimed in, indeed, daring to enter our upscale dim sum restaurant. They probably can't even afford a tip. A third added, they're about to place an order. Who will go? I certainly don't want to. The group of male servers unanimously shook their heads, expressing their unwillingness to approach. Just as Gu Chen was about to wave over a server to place an order, he noticed that none of the male servers had made an effort to approach them. In stark contrast, however, the female servers in the restaurant became notably enthusiastic upon spotting the handsome Gu Chen. They were eager to abandon their current tasks and rush over to take the order for the pair of siblings. Ultimately, a relatively attractive waitress hastened to their side and politely said, I apologize for the wait. The restaurant is quite busy today. What would you like to order? Oh, it's all right. Qingxue, what would you like to have? Gu Chen extended the menu towards Gu Qingxue. She took the menu in hand, her gaze falling upon dishes priced several times higher than what she was accustomed to, causing her heart to tighten. The prices of these dishes were indeed exorbitant for someone as frugal as her, evoking a pang of discomfort. Just then, a shrill voice pierced the air. Oh, isn't this Gu Qingxue? Aren't you supposed to be out collecting trash today? Upon hearing the voice, Gu Qingxue lowered the menu and looked in the direction of the sound, spotting a girl of similar age standing nearby, adorned with a mocking smile. This girl was Chun Yin, Gu Qingxue's classmate. Chun Yin, what are you doing here? Gu Qingxue frowned slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. She had not expected to encounter this classmate, with whom she had always been at odds, in such a place. Should I be the one asking you that? Aren't you perpetually broke? How could you possibly afford breakfast here? Don't you need to go pick up bottles today? Chun Yin crossed her arms and advanced step by step, unleashing a barrage of sharp and caustic remarks upon Gu Qingxue. Faced with such aggressive questioning, Gu Qingxue found herself momentarily at a loss. Her face flushed crimson, her lips trembling slightly as she longed to retort but found herself at a loss for words. The surge of shame compelled her to instinctively desire to rise and flee from this mortifying scene. However, it was evident that Chun Yin had no intention of letting her off easily, continuing her mockery relentlessly. My sister brought me out today. If you bark like a dog, I might, in a moment of generosity, treat you both to breakfast. What do you say? With that, Chun Yin smugly produced several 100 yuan bills from her pocket, waving them in the air as if to flaunt her wealth. The sister she mentioned soon appeared before Gu Chen and Gu Qingxue. It was none other than Chen Xiao, the ruffian who had previously tried to flirt with Gu Chen at the bar. Around them, the waitstaff and patrons turned their gazes toward the unfolding scene, none willing to stand up for Gu Qingxue. Some even whispered disparaging remarks about the siblings. Perhaps this was the harsh reality of life. Gu Chen's eyes were fixed intently on the scene before him, a wave of intense familiarity washing over him. This moment mirrored the instances of bullying he had endured in his childhood, as if time had reversed itself. The feelings of helplessness and loneliness were palpable. Only children bereft of parental protection could truly comprehend such emotions. Yet, the present was different. Gu Qingxue had him, her brother, as her sole pillar of support in this world. Therefore, he knew he must step forward, no matter the cost. Just then, Chen Xiao caught sight of Gu Chen, a jolt of fear flickering in her eyes. She swiftly scanned her surroundings, anxiously searching for Zhao Ying's figure, but to no avail. Chen Xiao let out a significant sigh of relief, secretly grateful. It appeared that the fellow had also encountered misfortune and was left empty-handed. In light of this, as Gu Chen seemed on the verge of fury, Chen Xiao abruptly lunged forward, raising his hand to deliver a resounding slap across Chun Yan's face. The sharp sound echoed, leaving everyone present in a state of shock. With anger etched on his face, Chen Xiao admonished, How have I taught you? How dare you mock a classmate? What worth do you possess? Chen Yin was momentarily stunned by the unexpected blow, taking several seconds to regain her composure. Soon after, the searing pain on her cheek compelled her to burst into tears, her sobs pouring forth like a torrential flood. Observing this, Chen Xiao hurriedly turned to Gu Qingxue, his expression filled with remorse as he repeatedly apologized. I sincerely apologize. Young one, my sister is sorely lacking in discipline. How about this? To express my regret, let me treat you to this meal today. Who asked you to treat us? Chapter 9. Shedding the disguise? No more pretenses? Gu Chen abruptly rose from his seat, locking eyes with Chen Xiao. Despite his slight disadvantage in height, the aura he exuded was undeniably formidable. What a farce. Even with an extravagant breakfast, the cost would barely exceed 200 yuan. Did he think he could trample on my dignity for a mere 200? Am I a fool? Moreover, if he truly intended to treat, why would he feel the need to announce it so ostentatiously? A person with genuine intentions would discreetly settle the bill rather than flaunt their generosity. As the saying goes, the gentle are often taken advantage of, and the meek are frequently ridden upon. A person's character, if excessively pliable, makes them an easy target for bullying. Thus, at this moment, Gu Chen could not afford to hesitate or falter. Chen Xiao appeared to have anticipated this turn of events. He swiftly altered his expression, transforming his previously amiable demeanor into a scowl, and advanced menacingly towards Gu Chen, his tone laced with hostility. You little brat, don't you dare overstep your bounds. However, times had changed. The Gu Chen of today was no longer the trouble-averse individual he once was. If it came to a contest of strength, the outcome was uncertain. Unfazed by Chen Zhao's threats, Gu Chen straightened his posture, responding defiantly, "This is who I am. What are you going to do about it? If you dare, come and hit me." Gu Chen was prepared for the worst. If it came to it, he would engage in a fierce brawl with Chen Xiao. After all, when someone dared to act with impunity, should one greet them with a smile and offer insincere flattery, saying, "Oh, your audacity is truly impressive." Clearly, Gu Chen had no inclination towards masochism. What could he possibly achieve by confronting a man like Chen Xiao? It would merely soil his hands. At this moment, Chen Xiao had abandoned all pretense. Her brazen and willful nature surfaced without restraint. With a furious shout, she commanded, "What are you all waiting for? Quickly summon your manager." It was worth noting that Chen Xiao was a regular patron of this establishment, a distinguished VIP client. The staff were all too familiar with her presence. Upon hearing her command, they dared not delay, with one rushing off to inform the manager. Meanwhile, onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, eager for the unfolding drama. This was bound to be entertaining. The man was surely in for a rough time for daring to provoke Miss Chen. Had he no sense of self-preservation? The amount she spent in this establishment in a year could probably purchase a lavish villa. How could a penniless youth possibly stand against her? Truly delusional. A fashionably dressed woman shook her head in disappointment, lamenting, "I was hoping to get to know that handsome guy, but look at him. He dares to challenge Chen Xiao. It seems I've lost my chance." Gu Qingxue stood unwaveringly beside Gu Chen, undeterred by the escalating situation. To her, nothing instills fear within her, except perhaps the injury of her own brother. Typically, she refrains from provoking conflict, not out of an intrinsic timidity, but rather out of concern for not burdening her brother with unnecessary troubles. However, should adversity truly arise, she would exhibit no fear. A glimmer of lethal intent gradually emerged in her eyes as she fixed her gaze unwaveringly upon Chen Xiao. Upon encountering Gu Qingxue's fierce and menacing stare, Chen Zhao's anger surged to new heights. She scolded Gu Qingxue sharply, "You little brat, what do you mean by that look? How dare you glare at me?" Before her words had fully left her lips, she suddenly raised her right leg and delivered a swift kick aimed at Gu Qingxue. Observing this, Gu Chen shed his pretense and retaliated with a kick of his own, effectively thwarting her attack. Throughout the exchange, Gu Qingxue remained unblinking, astonished by the valor displayed by her brother. And it was not only Gu Qingxue who was taken aback. Chen Xiao and the onlookers shared in her astonishment. Before anyone could react, Gu Chen followed up with a spinning kick that landed squarely on Chen Zhao's face, sending her flying. "Sister, are you all right?" Chen Yin rushed forward to assist her. Wait, brother, when did you become so formidable? I had no idea. Gu Qingshue's eyes widened in disbelief and admiration. Gu Chen's lips curled into a sly smile. This is what they call playing the fool to catch the tiger. To deceive the enemy, one must first deceive one's own. As he spoke, he playfully raised his eyebrows at Gu Qingxue. Yet, the recently struck Chen Xiao showed no signs of retreat. With a forceful shove, she pushed Chen Yin aside and quickly wiped away a trickle of blood from the corner of her mouth. With a fierce glare directed at Gu Chen, she gritted her teeth and declared, I thought you were merely a pretty face, but it seems you're quite the martial artist. With that, she unhesitatingly rose to her feet, adopting a serious fighting stance. In response, Gu Chen, sensing the gravity of the situation, abandoned his playful demeanor and assumed a serious expression. In this world, where men's strength is often overshadowed by women's, victory necessitated skill and strategy. At this moment, the tension between them reached a fever pitch. The atmosphere thick with anticipation, as if the very air had solidified. They stood in opposition, the air charged with a palpable intensity, poised for an explosive confrontation. Just as the situation threatened to erupt, the manager of the tea shop interjected loudly. Hey, if you dare to strike again, I will call the police. He pointed at Gu Chen while waving his phone as a threat. Then, turning to Qin Xiao, he spoke in a conciliatory tone. Miss Chen, are you all right? The onlookers, witnessing the manager's blatant bias, felt a sense of injustice. This is too obvious. Even as a boy, I cannot stand by. Indeed, the establishment was failing miserably. Everyone, quickly take out your phones and record a video. Look, a group of women has banded together to bully a young man. Do they not have any sense of dignity? Who would disagree? That group, just now, was indeed a collection of snobs, relying on their numbers to recklessly intimidate others. As the situation descended further into a lack of decency, some customers who had merely been bystanders could no longer contain themselves and began to whip out their phones to document the scene. However, in the face of the crowd's accusations and recordings, the rotund, oily manager appeared utterly unfazed. Her gaze remained fixated on Chen Xiao, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile as she incessantly uttered flattering words. In her eyes, the worth of Chen Xiao far surpassed that of the so-called impoverished customers present. Miss Chen is a VIP client at our establishment. If you do not leave now, shall I call for someone to escort you out? The manager glared at Gu Chen, who still stood there, cursing under his breath, ready to summon help to expel the siblings. At that moment, a woman slowly entered through the door. She possessed a cascade of black hair that shimmered with a faint luster. Upon closer inspection, her face bore a pair of vividly burning red eyes set against a complexion as pale as snow, radiating an enchanting glow. At this instant, this extraordinary beauty delicately covered her cherry-red lips with a fan, emitting a cascade of laughter that rang like silver bells. All eyes were drawn to the sound of her laughter. Chapter 10. The young lady returns from studying abroad, Chen Shun. It has been over 2 years since we last met, and you have remarkably honed your martial skills. Accompanied by a series of crisp footsteps, a lady clad in traditional attire gracefully entered through the doorway. She gently waved her folding fan, producing a sharp crack as she effortlessly closed it, a subtle smile curving her lips. Upon seeing this woman, Gu Chen's heart trembled as a flood of familiar memories surged forth. Vivid images from the past flashed through his mind, as clear as if they had transpired yesterday. Once upon a time, there was a girl who clutched Gu Chen's hand tightly, her eyes brimming with desperation, nearly on the verge of tears. In an earnest tone, she implored, Chen Chen, please accompany me to study abroad. I will cover all your expenses. I beg you to come with me. Faced with the girl's heartfelt pleas, Gu Chen steeled himself, forcefully shaking off her hand and turning away without a backward glance. He left her with a final declaration. From this day forth, we are no longer good friends. Let us sever our ties. The poor girl stood rooted in place, tears welling in her eyes. Initially, she could not fathom why the Gu Chen, who had always been amicable, had turned so cold that day. She found it impossible to accept this sudden change, her heart filled with confusion and anguish. It was not until much later that she discovered her mother had secretly given Gu Chen a substantial sum, intending to separate him from her daughter. Upon learning the truth, the girl felt as if her heart had been cleaved, filled with rage towards her mother's actions, while simultaneously regretting her own inability to perceive the situation sooner. For Gu Chen, however, he had always regarded her merely as a close friend. Upon realizing that the girl's parents disapproved of their friendship, he felt there was no longer a need to continue. After all, a forced friendship bears no sweetness, and thus, the first genuine bond he had formed in his life came to an end. Nevertheless, in order to preserve the purity of their once cherished friendship and honor the sincerity they had both invested, Gu Chen resolutely refused to accept the money. With unwavering determination, he declared, "She and I have always been nothing more than pure friends. Since you, Auntie, do not wish for us to continue our relationship, I shall take my leave." In the end, the girl excelled in her studies and returned home triumphant. As her influence grew, she uncovered the truth behind that incident from years ago. Thus, without hesitation, she rushed to Gu Chen's residence upon learning the revelation. When she saw Gu Chen, whom she had not encountered in years, a sense of timelessness enveloped her, and she followed him to a dim sum restaurant. Gu Chen stared in astonishment at the familiar figure before him, exclaiming, "Haughty?" Upon hearing Gu Chen had not forgotten her, Haughty's smile froze instantly. He had not forgotten her. In that moment, Haughty shed her usual facade, disregarding her current circumstances as she swiftly embraced Gu Chen. "Chen, I have returned. No one can bully you again." She had witnessed the scene unfold before her eyes, and without a doubt, she comprehended the hardships Gu Chen had endured over the years. However, after a fleeting moment of contemplation, Gu Chen pushed Haughty away. "No, we mustn't be so familiar. Propriety dictates distance between men and women." Gu Chen reverted to her previous icy demeanor. "No, you are not without connections. Countless wealthy young ladies are captivated by you. You are, in fact, the most formidable one here. Yet, such reasoning does hold merit. Relying on oneself is far superior to depending on others, as one is the most trustworthy ally." Haughty? Why does that name resonate so deeply? Chen Xiao thought. Could she possibly be the eldest daughter of the Hua family? A flurry of information regarding the Hua family raced through Chen Xiao's mind, drawing a cold sweat upon her brow. It is crucial to recognize that the Hua and Zhao families are not merely renowned in Jinghai City. They are illustrious families recognized throughout the entire nation. Recalling her encounter after leaving the bar, when she discovered that the woman vying for her man was none other than Zhao Ying, the eldest daughter of the Zhao family, she dared not linger in her presence for even a second. Chen Xiao was so frightened by this revelation that she spent 3 sleepless nights, consumed by anxiety over the precariousness of her life. At that moment, seeing Haughty's complete focus on Gu Chen, Chen Xiao felt a surge of hope. "Fortune favors me." Without hesitation, she grasped Chun Yan's hand and began to retreat, her mind fixated on a singular thought. "Escape. What are you lot still doing? Hurry and throw them out. Do I need to take matters into my own hands?" The female manager, witnessing the two lost in their own world, feared inciting Chun Zhao's displeasure. She quickly raised her voice and shouted at the nearby waitstaff, "This damned fool is trying to get me killed." Upon hearing the manager's words, Chen Xiao felt a chill run down her spine, engulfed by a wave of despair. In that moment, she wished for nothing more than to find a crevice to hide in, never to face the horrifying situation before her again. Haughty understood that the feelings between her and Gu Chen required time to mend. After all, she had returned, and everything seemed poised for restoration. However, the most pressing matter at hand was to deal with those who dared to bully Gu Chen. With a face as stern as water, Haughty strode purposefully towards the female manager. In the blink of an eye, the exquisite folding fan in her hand swung out like lightning, striking the manager's forehead with precision. The manager barely had time to react before she toppled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. In an instant, blood gushed from her forehead, staining the floor beneath her. "Chen Xiao, is it?" Haughty's eyes narrowed slightly, a chilling coldness emanating from her gaze. The once gentle and graceful countenance now bore the imperious demeanor she usually maintained. At this moment, Chun Xiao was engulfed in a profound sense of fear and regret. She had never anticipated that the seemingly unremarkable Gu Chen possessed such an immense and formidable backing. Hua Ting, with but a casual remark, could likely bring the entire Chun family to ruin. Faced with such a terrifying presence, how could she dare to harbor even the slightest inclination to resist? Almost instinctively, Chun Zhao's legs weakened, and with a thud, she collapsed before Hua Ting. She repeatedly bowed her head, the dull thuds resonating as her forehead struck the ground, while her lips incessantly murmured, "I am truly sorry, Sister Ting. I had no idea Gu Chen was under your wing. Had I known earlier, even if I had 100 lives, I would never have dared to oppose him." Chapter 11. Sister Ting. Before Chun Xiao could continue speaking, Hua Ting swiftly executed a fierce whip kick that sliced through the air with remarkable speed and force. The impact resonated with a dull thud as Chun Xiao was sent sprawling backward. She crashed heavily to the ground, blood streaming from her wounds. Astonishingly, in the very moment of her fall, disregarding her injuries, she sprang back to her feet and, without hesitation, knelt once more. Despite her body trembling slightly, she repeatedly uttered apologies, her voice tinged with a hint of sobbing and fear. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, were struck with astonishment, as if they had encountered a ghost. Who on earth is this person, daring to strike Chun Xiao with such severity? And despite being so brutally attacked, she still does not retaliate. No way. Sister, you've never heard of the Huazun Group? What is the Huazun Group? Are they really formidable? The Huazun Group is a titan in the business realm. Their strength ranks among the top in the nation, reportedly nearing the top 3. A small family like the Chun family, even when combined with thousands, pales in comparison to just a single finger of theirs. The crowd gasped collectively, their gazes towards Chun Xiao filled with sympathy and pity. Meanwhile, Chun Xiao remained kneeling, trembling as if the apocalypse were upon her. In contrast to the shock of others, Gu Chen felt a sense of admiration for the original owner of this body, who remained unyielding to the lure of wealth, even as she pushed him away to preserve her dignity. However, at this moment, Gu Chen could only think, "Buddy, why would you not accept the patronage of such a powerful, wealthy woman? You're driving me crazy." Hua Ting once again approached Chun Xiao, extending her right hand to grasp Chun Zhao's hair firmly. Her expression was as dark as a storm cloud, instilling fear in all who beheld her. "He is mine. If you dare to provoke him again," Hua Ting admonished sharply, her tone laden with warning and menace. Chun Xiao, terrified, trembled uncontrollably. She dared not show any sign of hesitation, nodding her head fervently, as if in a desperate attempt to avoid inciting Hua Ting's wrath further. Observing Chun Xiao's fearful demeanor, Hua Ting finally nodded in satisfaction. In a swift transformation, her expression softened, resembling a gentle breeze, as she turned to approach Gu Qingxue. Upon reaching Gu Qingxue, Hua Ting slowly crouched down and tenderly stroked her head, saying, "Qingxue, it has been a long time. You still remember to protect your brother. That's wonderful. Sister Ting, it's been a while." In the presence of this warm and amiable sister, Gu Qingxue felt her heart swell with warmth. Hua Ting often brought her various snacks in the past, leaving her with a delightful impression. At that moment, Gu Qingxue inadvertently uttered the term sister-in-law. Although it was but a fleeting moment, Hua Ting's keen senses caught it immediately. Her heart surged with joy, clearly indicating that her efforts in nurturing the bond during childhood had not been in vain. Thus, Hua Ting seized the moment and immediately smiled, saying, "Since that is the case, sister-in-law, let's indulge in some delicious food today, shall we?" As she spoke, she enthusiastically extended her hand towards Gu Qingxue. However, Gu Qingxue's gaze remained fixed upon Gu Chen, as if she were awaiting his approval. Hua Ting had anticipated that Gu Chen would undoubtedly rise to refute her. Yet he remained silent, his expression devoid of emotion. He did not even spare a glance at the others present, and strode purposefully towards the exit. "Brother, wait for me." Seeing Gu Chen turn away, Gu Qingxue hurriedly called out, hastily trailing closely behind him. Meanwhile, Hua Ting gazed at the retreating figures of Gu Chen and Gu Qingxue, letting out a deep, resigned sigh. "Oh well, at least I now have control over my time. One day, I shall bring you back to my side. With that, she slowly turned and left without looking back. The shop was in disarray, littered with shattered items and disheveled tables and chairs. Such chaos was, of course, left for Chun Xiao to handle. Standing nearby, her sister Chun Yan's eyes widened as she witnessed the entire ordeal unfold. She could hardly believe that her usually arrogant and domineering sister had suffered such a humiliating defeat today. This thought instilled a sense of dread towards Gu Qingxue within Chun Yan. After the trio departed, Chun Xiao erupted with emotion. She sprang up from the floor and, without hesitation, grasped the female manager by the arms, shaking her vigorously. "This is all your fault. You have brought me such embarrassment." The manager, clearly unaccustomed to such an onslaught, stood there in shock. She attempted to defend herself, but Chun Xiao, completely consumed by rage, offered her no opportunity to speak. With wide eyes, Chun Xiao glared fiercely at the manager and continued to yell, "No more explanations. It's useless. Starting tomorrow, you need not come to work. You are fired." With that, she forcefully shoved the manager aside. Upon exiting the shop, Gu Qingxue cautiously turned to Gu Chun and asked, "Brother, what is wrong with you? Wasn't Sister Ting happy to come back?" Gu Chun first glanced around warily to ensure no one was following them before he responded. "Happy? What a joke. Soon her parents will surely come looking for me, spouting nonsense about keeping away from their precious daughter." He continued, "Sister, remember this. In this world, only oneself can be relied upon. Others, no matter how wealthy, have no bearing on our lives." Gu Qingxue nodded obediently in agreement, understanding the truth in her brother's words. Thus, the siblings quietly returned to their modest rented apartment and began to prepare instant noodles. Come, let us add a sausage." Eating instant noodles without a sausage diminishes half of its flavor. "Ha ha ha, brother, you certainly know how to enjoy food." "Indeed, where else could one find a perfect gentleman like me, who is not only handsome, but also self-reliant and caring?" "Absolutely. Whoever is fortunate enough to marry my brother will have accumulated blessings for 3 lifetimes. Boy, my story unfolds because of you." Just as Gu Chun and his sister were joyfully savoring their noodles, Gu Chen's phone began to ring. Chapter 12. An Unexpected Encounter. Shengwanli. Gu Chun picked up his phone, his eyes narrowing upon seeing the name Sister Yin displayed on the screen. This piqued his curiosity, as Yinli typically resorted to texting him when she needed to communicate, making a direct phone call a rarity. With a hint of skepticism, Gu Chun swiped to answer, bringing the device closer to his ear. After a brief beep, he initiated the conversation. "Hello, Sister Yin. What is going on?" On the other end, Yin Li's voice resonated. "Little brother, you've received a raise." Taken aback by this revelation, Gu Chun instinctively replied, "Huh? A raise? All right, thank you, Sister Yin. Goodbye." After hanging up, Gu Chun slowly lowered his phone, letting out a heavy sigh. Yet, in an instant, a thought seemed to strike him, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It must be that Zhao Ying successfully acquired a significant portion of the shares in the Midnight Bar last time. At this moment, Gu Chun mused to himself, well, being supported does seem rather pleasant. Although such thoughts flickered through his mind, he quickly regained his focus, realizing that earning the rent should be his utmost priority. In a lavish office, Zhao Ying sat elegantly in her opulent chair, receiving a call from Yun Li to report on the situation. After listening to the account, a satisfied smile graced her features. She murmured softly, "You are my little man. How could I bear to let you suffer?" Just as Zhao Ying basked in this sweet moment, a crisp knock echoed through the room. Knock, knock, knock. Zhao Ying snapped back to reality, responding, "Come in." A tall woman clad in a sleek black suit entered the room, respectfully reporting to Zhao Ying, "Miss, there is something I need to inform you about." In her current state of delight, Zhao Ying smiled as she lifted a fragrant cup of coffee from her desk, savoring a sip. Then, with a gentle tone, she inquired, "Oh, what is it?" However, as the subordinate began to speak, she hesitated, her words becoming stammered. Mississippi. Mississippi." Noting her subordinate's faltering speech, Zhao Ying furrowed her brow slightly, setting down her coffee cup as her expression darkened. She commanded sharply, "Speak. Don't dawdle." Under Zhao Ying's stern gaze, the subordinate quickly straightened, took a deep breath, and continued, "This morning, An incident occurred at the tea house. She then recounted the entire morning's events in vivid detail to Zhao Ying. Upon finishing the account, Zhao Ying's countenance darkened drastically, and with a resounding crash, she slammed her palm onto the desk, causing the documents to flutter. That Chen Xiao, daring to pursue my man repeatedly, truly has a death wish. But what is the situation with Hua Ting? The subordinate promptly replied, Miss, it is said that Hua Ting is the eldest daughter of the Hua family, who has been studying abroad for several years. However, it is unclear why she has suddenly returned home ahead of schedule. This revelation stirred an ominous premonition within Zhao Ying, who clenched her fists tightly. After a moment of contemplation, she swiftly issued a command. Investigate the nature of the past interactions between Hua Ting and Gu Chen. I must know everything within 5 minutes. The woman turned and hurried off to gather information, and soon thereafter, news arrived. What is the outcome? Zhao Ying inquired. Miss, we couldn't find anything. It seems the Hua family has meticulously erased all traces of those events. Zhao Ying sighed deeply, waving her hand to dismiss the subordinate. What on earth does this person intend to achieve? As night quickly descended, Gu Chen, as per his usual routine, arrived punctually at the midnight bar. Upon entering the staff lounge, he adeptly changed into his work attire and proceeded to the front desk. The evening's business appeared to be as bustling as ever, with a multitude of patrons. While Gu Chen was engrossed in accounting, a slight commotion caught his attention. He looked up to see a group of elegantly dressed young men approaching the bar. Their arrival immediately captivated the attention of numerous women nearby. One of the men at the forefront seemed to spot Gu Chen with surprise and quickly turned to Shang Wanli, exclaiming, Lily, look, isn't that Gu Chen? Following the direction of his finger, Shang Wanli scrutinized for a moment before replying, Indeed, it does seem to be him. Su Guangyao chimed in. Could it be that this midnight bar is referring to him? The group began to murmur, their words laced with curiosity and a hint of mockery. Who knows? Let us go check it out, one suggested, and they made their way directly to the front desk. Gu Chen, a sudden call interrupted his concentration, and Gu Chen instinctively looked up. Upon recognizing the familiar faces before him, he was momentarily taken aback. Oh, look who it is. Our class's top scholar. One of them remarked with a tone of surprise. Su Guangyao then stepped closer, sizing up Gu Chen with a smirk, and asked, What is going on? Working in a place like this? How is the pay? Can I request your service? Ha ha ha, Guangyao, what are you saying? Gu Chen is the face of this place. There's no way you could afford him, another one retorted. Exactly. Doesn't he have any pride? The group continued to hurl sarcastic jibes at Gu Chen, their words dripping with disdain and scorn. Meanwhile, Shang Wanli stood to the side, covering her mouth with her hand, giggling. Faced with such audacious provocation, Gu Chen refused to endure it quietly. He casually tossed aside the bill in his hand, his gaze turning icy, and without a hint of politeness, he confronted the group. Do you all truly wish to order something? If not, you may simply enter and indulge freely. It is important to recognize that Gu Chen is no longer the patient soul he once was. As the saying goes, there comes a point when endurance is no longer feasible. He silently cursed. Endure? Endure what nonsense? I am not some ninja turtle. Why should I tolerate such indignity? As expected, when the group of boys heard Gu Chen dare to retort, their faces turned a shade of green with rage, unable to contain their fury any longer. One of them shouted, Oh, so this little drink server thinks he can flaunt his authority? Addressing you with respect is already a favor, yet you fail to appreciate it. You are simply inviting disgrace upon yourself. Another boy chimed in, Indeed, the amount we spend in a single evening far surpasses what you could earn in years without eating or drinking. Su Guangyao was even more incensed. Humph. He is nothing but a lowly wretch. What right does he have to act so brazenly here? It is utterly revolting. No sooner had he finished speaking than Su Guangyao reached out, aiming to grab Gu Chen's hair. Chapter 13. Call the police if you can't win? Gu Chen instinctively reached out, swiftly seizing Su Guangyao's wrist. With a sudden, forceful tug, he pressed Su Guangyao's entire body harshly against the table. A muffled thud echoed as Su Guangyao, taken by surprise, felt a sharp pain radiating from his wrist. He could not help but emit a cry akin to that of a wounded animal. It hurts. Let go of me. However, Gu Chen seemed impervious to his pleas, his expression cold and indifferent. Seeing no hope of escape, Su Guangyao attempted to pry open Gu Chen's iron grip with his left hand. At that moment, Gu Chen abruptly raised his other hand, forming a fist, and struck Su Guangyao's face with tremendous force, accompanied by another dull thud. Su Guangyao was sent sprawling to the ground, his mind momentarily blank as he struggled to comprehend what had just transpired. After a considerable pause, he finally realized he had been assaulted, and shockingly, it was by the impoverished Gu Chen. Throughout his life, not even his own parents had dared to lay a finger on him. Now, being struck by Gu Chen was unbearable for the prideful Su Guangyao, who had always been pampered and held in high regard. You dare to hit me? You actually have the audacity to strike me? Su Guangyao's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Gu Chen, trembling as he gingerly touched his already swelling cheek. The surrounding onlookers were equally stunned. Gu Chen had actually resorted to violence. After a brief silence, they recovered and, filled with righteous indignation, expressed their outrage. Several young men vociferously directed their ire at the bar staff, shouting, "Hey, what's the matter with your establishment? Have you never heard that the customer is king? Are you all blind? Do you even want to keep your business open? Hurry up and take Gu Chen down." Yet, despite their uproar, the bar staff remained unmoved. Not a single person stepping forward to respond or explain. From the outset, they had harbored disdain for the remarks of these entitled individuals and chose to ignore their antics. At this moment, Shang Wanli understood it was time to intervene and called out to Gu Chen, "That's enough. We're all classmates. Give me some face. Do you think you are Shanks, a wielder of the power of face fruit? You can't just tell me to stop. I don't care about face." This thought incessantly echoed in Gu Chen's mind, his expression one of contempt toward Shang Wanli. While it is true that the customer is king, did these individuals truly qualify as customers? They had stormed in, causing a ruckus, and now expected him to afford them courtesy? Had they ever shown him any respect? Gu Chen's face remained as impassive as a stone, his demeanor unchanged, as if the clamor and accusation surrounding him were merely a trivial farce. Standing to the side, Shang Wanli was acutely aware of his own shortcomings and found himself at a loss for words in the face of Gu Chen's retort. However, the other young men clearly held a different opinion. Su Guangyao, who had initially fallen to the ground, abruptly sprang up, pointing at Gu Chen and unleashing a torrent of insults. "Is it really necessary to react so dramatically just because I said a few words to you? If you've chosen to be a young master, are you not allowed to be spoken to?" "Exactly. We merely made a couple of remarks. And you can't handle it? If you truly despise being talked about, why did you even choose to be a young master in the first place?" Another young man chimed in. "How can you even think of hitting someone? You always pretend to be pure and delicate, but now it seems utterly hypocritical." Another voice joined the chorus. Faced with such outrageous remarks, Gu Chen had no desire to argue. He merely raised his hand slightly, gesturing to the nearby security personnel to expel these young men. At that moment, someone among them suddenly shouted, "What are we afraid of? There are 5 of us. Are we really scared of just one Gu Chen?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Su Guangyao and the other 3 surged towards Gu Chen like barrels of gunpowder ignited. However, their method of attack was surprisingly juvenile, involving hair-pulling and slapping. Such tactics left Gu Chen utterly speechless. If I hit them, will their effeminate demeanor rub off on me? No, they are merely pathetic. The onlookers paused their activities, eager to witness the confrontation. Initially, seeing Gu Chen facing 4 opponents and clearly at a disadvantage stirred a desire within them to rush to his aid. Yet, they were soon astonished to discover that the tide of battle was overwhelmingly in Gu Chen's favor. He struck swiftly, landing a powerful punch on one young man's face, causing him to scream and collapse to the ground. Not one to relent, Gu Chen followed with a fierce kick to another young man's abdomen, who immediately curled up in agony, clutching his stomach. Seizing Su Guangyao, he hurled him towards the last remaining opponent. In mere moments, all 4 were sprawled on the ground, groaning in defeat. Gu Chen shook his hand and muttered rubbish before returning to the front desk. The surrounding crowd erupted into applause, celebrating Gu Chen's overwhelming victory over the 4. "Wow, that was incredible. Who knew this young man could fight so fiercely? Came an astonished voice from the crowd. Indeed, look at those skills. They surpass many women. Another person echoed. Hee hee. I wonder if this young master is uninterested in women? If so, do I have a chance? Someone joked playfully. Amidst the lively discussions, Shangguanli stood to the side, his mind a chaotic tangle. He never expected that Gu Chen, who usually appeared to be the epitome of a well-behaved young man, could possess such formidable fighting prowess. At this moment, he was both astonished and enraged, contemplating inwardly. All along, it had been my leniency that spared him my wrath, as I had no desire to engage in conflict. Yet, it seems I have been excessively merciful. The mere thought of this ignited his fury further. Given the current circumstances, a simple call to the police would undoubtedly ensure that Gu Chen faced dire consequences. Without hesitation, he retrieved his phone and swiftly dialed the emergency number. Hello, is this 110? There's a brawl occurring at Midnight Bar. Please hurry. In an instant, the wail of sirens reverberated throughout Jinghai City, as several police cars surrounded the entrance of Midnight Bar. It was over. He had become overly arrogant, forgetting that the police could indeed be summoned. Gu Chen, with one hand covering his face, felt a twinge of regret. It wasn't fear that troubled him, but rather the cumbersome process of giving a statement. Chapter 14. The End. Imprisoned before long, accompanied by the shrill wail of sirens, a fleet of police cars rapidly arrived at the Midnight Bar. The officers swiftly disembarked, moving with agility and decisiveness, immediately seizing control of the situation. The commanding officer's sharp gaze swept across the scene, and upon noticing the four individuals sprawled on the ground, his expression darkened. He bellowed, "Arrest all those causing a disturbance. Assess the condition of the injured promptly. Act swiftly." Upon receiving the command, the officers dispersed to undertake their respective tasks. Some were assigned to interview nearby witnesses, striving to reconstruct the events that had transpired, while others hastened towards the fallen victims, attentively examining their physical states. Lying haphazardly on the ground were Su Guangyao and his companions, their faces contorted in agony, seemingly enduring immense suffering as they lay limply on the floor. Witnessing this distressing scene, several officers rushed forward in alarm. They appear to be in such pain. Could their injuries be that severe? A young officer murmured to himself in concern. Enough chatter. First, ascertain the specifics of the injuries. An experienced officer reprimanded, snapping the young officer back to focus. Consequently, the officers crouched down, meticulously inspecting the injuries of these individuals. However, what struck them as peculiar was that, despite Su Guangyao and the others clutching various parts of their bodies, the officers found no apparent wounds or injuries after their thorough examination. At that moment, the young officer, his face a mask of confusion, turned to the seasoned officer and queried, "Sister, this is rather strange, isn't it? There are no visible wounds at all. Even the one spot showing a hint of blood would have healed on its own had we arrived even slightly later. Who knows? Likely just some privileged youths. We'll figure out once we review the surveillance footage," the experienced officer replied as they loaded Su Guangyao and his companions into the ambulance, mindful of appearances. Fortunately, muscle memory kicked in. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Gu Chen reflected as he observed the officers, recalling a time when he, lacking both money and influence, was compelled to pay for similar incidents. He felt relieved that he had refrained from delivering a final blow earlier, as it could have been deemed excessive self-defense. Meanwhile, Shangguanli gazed at Gu Chen with a sense of triumph, thinking to herself, "I can hardly wait to see the disdainful expression on Yingying's face when she sees you. Gu Chen, this predicament is entirely of your own making." After gathering the necessary information, the officers escorted Gu Chen and Shangguanli back to the precinct. At the Jinghai City Public Security Bureau substation, "All right, the record has been completed. Our preliminary investigation indicates that this is not a serious matter. If someone comes to bail you out, you may leave today," two female officers informed Gu Chen, handing him his phone. Gu Chen silently extended his hand to accept the device. However, he did not immediately dial any number. Deep down, he understood that no one would come to bail him out. He had no friends in this world. Gu Qingxue felt a pang of anxiety upon realizing that she had spent the night away from home. yet as a minor, she had no means of securing her own release. As for Sister Kunlit, at this thought, Gu Chen gently shook his head, ultimately deciding to abandon that line of thinking. Officer, how long is one typically required to remain in a situation like this? Gu Chen raised his gaze, a hint of helplessness evident in his eyes as he quietly inquired of one of the female officers. The officer pondered for a moment before responding, well, generally, it takes about 3 days. However, if there is an adult at home who can come to handle this matter, you could leave today. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen could not help but let out a bitter smile, slowly responding, I only have my younger sister. I'm truly sorry, child. It must be difficult for you, another female officer said, her face etched with sympathy as she gently patted his shoulder in consolation. It's all right. Thank you, officer. Gu Chen replied politely, striving to maintain his composure despite the underlying sense of helplessness. Learning that he would be detained for a full 3 days, Gu Chen sighed softly and made his way to a nearby chair to sit down. Since there's no way around it for now, I might as well get some rest. I can think about everything else when I wake up tomorrow. Observing Gu Chen's maturity, the two female officers exchanged glances, their eyes revealing a trace of helplessness. They then turned and left the detention room, leaving Gu Chen alone in quiet contemplation. As the clock struck midnight, the initially intended slumber was interrupted by sounds from outside. Mom, why didn't you come sooner? I was about to die of waiting. Su Guangyao exclaimed to a somewhat plump woman. My dear son, who knew you would end up at the station in the middle of the night? You need me to bail you out, Su's mother replied. It's all that wretched person's fault. They deserve every bit of it. Su Guangyao lamented. All right, stop being angry. You and your friends should head home now, or your parents will start to worry. Okay, thank you, Annie. It turned out to be Su Guangyao's mother, Su Tingting. She had secured the release of Su Guangyao and his friends, who were now preparing to go home. As they passed by the door of Gu Chen's detention room, they inadvertently caught sight of him quietly seated in the chair, and disdain flickered across their faces. They promptly halted and gathered at the entrance of the detention room. Su Guangyao spoke mockingly. Oh, look who we have here. It's the illustrious Gu Chen. Where's your ride to pick you up? He clicked his tongue, feigning sympathy while his eyes brimmed with derision. Another chimed in. Exactly, you might as well stay in there. Once we return to school, you're in for quite the experience. Don't expect us to go easy on you then. A third added with a sneer. Haha, your reputation is utterly shattered. I can't wait to see how you attempt to charm Zhao Ying again. She probably wouldn't even glance your way now. The group had initially intended to continue their mockery of Gu Chen. However, at that moment, a tall and elegant police officer approached them. This officer, named Song Ruishue, had recently been responsible for questioning Gu Chen. Noticing his solitary presence in the detention room, she felt a twinge of sympathy and decided to bring him a blanket. Yet, as she reached the doorway, she was confronted with the distasteful scene before her. In a stern voice, Song Ruishue commanded, if there is nothing else, I suggest you leave this place immediately. Should you dare to cause trouble here, I will not hesitate to have you all detained. Her voice rang out, crisp and authoritative, imbued with a palpable sense of authority. Upon hearing her warning, the group's expressions shifted significantly. Although they harbored reluctance, they ultimately did not dare to defy the law. Su Guangyao shot Gu Chen a fierce glare, muttering under his breath, Humph, consider yourself fortunate today. We shall see what happens next time. With that, they turned and departed. After watching them leave, Song Ruishue sighed and proceeded inside, presenting Gu Chen with a blanket. Chapter 15. Shangwan Li's heartbreak. Thank you, officer. Gu Chen expressed his gratitude as he accepted the bedding, a smile gracing his lips. It's nothing. I'm on duty today, so feel free to call me if you need anything, Song Ruishue replied gently, her gaze lingering on Gu Chen, revealing a hint of curiosity and admiration. She found herself deeply intrigued by this young man. Prior to this moment, Song Ruishue had reviewed the surveillance footage from a bar, and just moments ago, she meticulously examined Gu Chen's file. Through her investigations, she discovered that he was an independent and exceptional young man. Not only did he shoulder his sister's tuition and living expenses, but he also faced various challenges with resilience. Indeed, young men like him, who embody such independence, have become increasingly rare. Upon hearing Song Ruishue's words, Gu Chen nodded politely, All right, officer. Please, don't call me officer. It feels too formal. You can call me Sister Shui. Song Ruishue corrected with a smile. Okay, Sister Shui, Gu Chen replied obediently. However, the subsequent comment from Song Ruishue left him somewhat perplexed. To be honest, I have a bit of an aversion to boys who frequent such places, as I always feel they are rather unclean. But you, I sense, are quite different. You could be considered a true gentleman, she added, giving him a thumbs up, her eyes radiating confidence in her assessment. This remark struck him as rather odd. What did she mean by true gentleman? Never mind, it wasn't her fault. After all, with nothing pressing to do, engaging in light conversation was perfectly acceptable. Thus, the two of them began to chat, exchanging words amiably. At that moment, Su Guangyao and several others approached the entrance. Su Tingting glanced at the group and announced, I'm sorry everyone, but my car can only accommodate 5 people. One of you will need to take a taxi. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged looks, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. However, Shangguan Li, the elder brother, stepped forward without hesitation, smiling as he said, No worries, I'll take a taxi. You all go ahead, don't waste any more time. Seeing Shangguan Li's willingness, the others were accustomed to his generosity, as he was indeed the elder brother. Su Guangyao approached, patting Shangguan Li on the shoulder, and kindly reminded him, All right, Li will head off first. Remember to send me a message when you get home. Shangguan Li nodded with a smile, acknowledging the reminder. Next, Su Tingting started the car and slowly drove away. As he watched them depart, Shangguan Li couldn't help but shiver, muttering, It's really a bit chilly out here at this hour. It's all Gu Chen's fault. He really ruined a perfectly good gathering. What bad luck. While grumbling, Shangguan Li quickly pulled out his phone and opened the taxi app to summon a ride. Before long, a taxi approached the police station, coming to a steady stop. Shangguan Li instinctively assumed this was the cab he had called and, without a second thought, stepped towards the vehicle. As he was about to reach the car door, a familiar figure suddenly emerged from within. Upon closer inspection, a jolt of realization struck him. This car was not summoned by her. Ying, what brings you here? Shangguan Li inquired, his face a mask of confusion as he gazed at Zhao Ying, who had just alighted from the vehicle. What does it matter to you? Zhao Ying shot back, her eyes narrowing as she regarded Shangguan Li, who appeared harmless yet was, in truth, exceedingly hypocritical. A wave of nausea washed over her. Had it not been for their shared childhood, she might have already succumbed to her fury. How can you say it has nothing to do with me? Could it be? You came specifically to fetch that little vixen Gu Chen? Shangguan Li's emotions surged, his voice rising an octave in agitation. You're feigning ignorance. Step aside. Zhao Ying, weary of engaging further with Shangguan Li, pushed him away with a gesture that required little force. Yet to Shangguan Li, it felt as though a heavy blow had struck at his very core, shattering the psychological barriers he had long maintained. What makes him better than me? Why do you favor him so, when I have cherished you so deeply? Why do you seem indifferent to me? Shangguan Li shouted, his voice hoarse with desperation. However, Zhao Ying merely frowned in disdain at his outburst, her gaze filled with contempt. She did not even bother to glance back, her steps unwavering as she continued toward the police station. Such a hypocritical and unreasonable man was not worth a moment of her time. Watching Zhao Ying recede until she vanished from sight, Shangguan Li felt as though an invisible hand had violently torn his heart apart, leaving him in anguish. Why? Why is this happening? What is it about me that pales in comparison to Gu Chen? He murmured, his legs suddenly giving way beneath him, collapsing to the ground. This thought tormented him like a demon, swirling relentlessly in his mind. Gradually, a sinister plan began to take shape within him. Zhao Ying, if you are to be so heartless, do not blame me for being ruthless. I shall inform your parents that you have taken a liking to a mere escort. I am eager to see whose favor they hold dearer, the one they have watched grow up, or that escort, Gu Chen. With this thought, Shangguan Li erupted into maniacal laughter. Ha ha, Zhao Ying, you belong to me. No one can take you away. No one can take you away. At this moment, the taxi driver, witnessing Shangguan Li kneeling on the ground, was left in stunned silence. Are today's youth truly so abstract? When Shangguan Li prepared to depart, he spotted a Lamborghini approaching from a distance. The taxi brushed past the luxurious vehicle, and instinctively, Shangguan Li glanced into the rearview mirror. Immediately, The car door opened slowly, revealing a young woman of extraordinary poise and striking beauty who gracefully stepped out. Could it be that she was here to fetch Gu Chen? This thought crossed Shangwan Li's mind. The woman deftly lit a cigarette, her demeanor both languid and authoritative. With a confident stride, she approached the entrance of the police station, each step seemingly imbued with an invisible aura that demanded attention. Upon reaching the door, she exhaled a gentle plume of smoke, the corners of her lips curling into a charming smile. It turned out that this visitor was none other than Gu Chen's landlady, Kuan Ling. With a sigh, Kuan Ling remarked, "Ah, Xiao Chun, you truly do not make it easy for your elder sister." Chapter 16, Confrontation, Zhao Ying's complete defeat. Have we finished our conversation? If so, please leave. Zhao Ying stood impatiently at the door of the detention room, her arms tightly crossed over her chest, a hint of dissatisfaction etched on her face. Upon noticing someone approaching, Song Ruishue's gaze immediately shifted to Zhao Ying, and she curiously inquired of Gu Chen, "Who is this?" Gu Chen merely cast a fleeting glance at Zhao Ying and replied in a detached tone, "Just a classmate." How does Zhao Ying always seem to know my whereabouts? Gu Chen pondered, furrowing his brow as if coming to a realization. At that moment, Song Ruishue slowly rose and walked toward Zhao Ying. She extended her right hand, signaling Zhao Ying to present her identification. Zhao Ying hesitated briefly, but ultimately complied, retrieving her ID from her pocket and handing it to Song Ruishue. After scrutinizing Zhao Ying's identification for a moment, Song Ruishue gently shook her head and returned the document, stating, "I'm sorry, you cannot bail him out." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying's eyes widened in disbelief as she questioned, "What does that mean? Why can't I bail him out?" Before Song Ruishue could respond, a sharp, piercing voice interjected, "You little brat, you aren't even an adult yet, and you think you can bail someone out." Zhao Ying, Song Ruishue, and Gu Chen turned in unison to see a fashionable yet unfamiliar woman striding towards them. As soon as Gu Chen recognized her, a look of surprise illuminated his face, and he called out excitedly, "Sister Kunling." In no time, Kunling approached the group with a graceful sway. She first took Zhao Ying's ID, glanced at it, and with a slight smirk, remarked, "Oh, look at this, still a whole month away from being an adult." With a flick of her wrist, she returned the ID to Zhao Ying. Turning to Song Ruishue with a cheerful demeanor, she inquired, "Officer, shall we follow the procedure? Or can I take it with me directly?" Seeing the situation unfold, Song Ruishue thought to herself that Gu Chen was evidently acquainted with these two, alleviating her worries. Thus, she nodded slightly and replied, "Very well, please wait a moment while I retrieve the necessary documents." As she turned to leave, Gu Chen looked at Kunling with curiosity and asked, "Hey, Sister Kunling, how did you know I was here?" Though he had a clear understanding of why Zhao Ying was present, he was genuinely astonished by how Kunling had managed to find him. With a gentle smile, Kunling replied leisurely, "Well, I noticed on the surveillance that you hadn't returned home late at night, so I grew concerned. I went to the bar you frequently visit to inquire, and here I am, following the trail." As she spoke, her gaze suddenly fell upon a certain individual standing nearby, and she abruptly shifted her tone, curiously inquiring, "Hey, may I ask how you knew Gu Chen was here?" "Indeed. How did you know I was here?" Gu Chen looked at Zhao Ying with a face full of suspicion, as if trying to penetrate her innermost thoughts. Zhao Ying opened her mouth to respond, yet hesitated, momentarily at a loss for words. Just then, a clear voice chimed in, "The documents are ready. You just need to sign, and you can leave." It was Song Ruishue, who appeared just in time to alleviate the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Without further ado, Kuan Ling swiftly picked up a pen and signed her name, then turned to Gu Chen and said, "Let's go." With that, she took the lead and walked outside. Gu Chen hesitated for a moment, yet his mind was as clear as day regarding Zhao Ying's presence here and her intentions. After all, Zhao Ying had been considerate towards him, both emotionally and logically. He felt it inappropriate to be overly harsh, thus he refrained from pressing her too hard, allowing her to save face. He gently patted Zhao Ying's shoulder and earnestly said, "Thank you, but I hope you won't do this again next time." Typically possessing strong logical reasoning, Zhao Ying took a deep breath and softly murmured, "I'm sorry. I just care about you too much." To trail a boy and continuously monitor his activities was indeed a rather suffocating expression of affection, something even Zhao struggled to justify to herself. Watching Gu Chen's figure gradually fade into the distance, Zhao felt a pang of anguish within her. Perhaps her way of expressing love was indeed a bit stifling, and she gradually began to contemplate changing herself. Such possessiveness had reached a pathological level that could instill fear in Gu Chen. No, I must change. I cannot allow this boy to despise me. Upon settling into the passenger seat of Kuan-Ling's supercar, Gu Chen's first reaction was a sudden understanding of why his ex-girlfriend was enamored with wealthy individuals. The sensation was simply exhilarating. Do you like it? If you do, become my man, and I shall buy you one, Kuan-Ling remarked. Noticing Gu Chen's curious glances around the car, feeling an overwhelming desire to cherish him. For this boy had endured far too much hardship. Haha, indeed. I must admit, I am somewhat tempted. However, I will strive to earn one for myself in the future. Gu Chen did not wish to reject Kuan-Ling's offer, but the scars left by his ex-girlfriend were too profound, making him hesitant to trust beautiful women again. As the saying goes, the more beautiful the woman, the more deceitful she can be. Of course, even unattractive women can deceive you, and you would believe that either. Aware that Gu Chen would likely not acquiesce to her now, Kuan-Ling found herself in a state of inner turmoil. The line of men wishing to pursue her extended to outer space. How could this little rascal be so oblivious? She remained determined, unwilling to concede defeat. Soon, an idea blossomed in Kuan-Ling's mind, and a subtle smile, reminiscent of a triumphant imp, graced her lips. Little Chin-Chun, if I were to be assertive with you, would you yield to your sister? Before her words could fully dissipate into the air, the vehicle came to a halt at the roadside. The hour was late, and not a soul or vehicle could be seen on the empty road, leaving only Gu Chen and Kuan-Ling in solitude. What are you saying, Sister Kuan-Ling? I don't quite understand, Gu Chen replied, awkwardly raising his hands in a futile attempt to ward off Kuan-Ling's advance. With a decisive click, the car door was locked. Kuan-Ling regarded Gu Chen, secure by a seatbelt, with a gaze so predatory. It was as if she were eyeing a lamb destined for slaughter. Chapter 17. The waiting Gu Qingxue, is that you, Sister Kunling? What are you up to? Gu Chen exclaimed, his face etched with shock as he gazed at the approaching Kunling, instinctively retreating. Kunling's delicate, pale hands gripped the headrest of the passenger seat tightly, and with a graceful step, her entire form descended upon Gu Chen. Her enchanting visage drew ever closer, nearly allowing them to share the warmth of their breaths. What on earth is happening? I have barely traversed into this realm for a few days, and now I am inexplicably entangled in such a situation. At that moment, Kunling's soft, melodious voice broke the tension. Brother, when do you plan to start dating? As she spoke, her fingers gently caressed Gu Chen's cheek. The sensation akin to a gentle breeze gliding over a tranquil lake, stirring one's heart. Gu Chen, startled, stammered in response, I don't really know. Perhaps I'm not too keen on that for the next few years. Upon hearing this, Kunling slightly furrowed her brow and playfully retorted, Oh, is that so? But I can hardly wait. By the time the college entrance examinations conclude, I assure you, I shall no longer be able to contain myself. With that, she mischievously nibbled on her luscious red lips, then executed an elegant turn, returning to the driver's seat. All right, let us head home. Kunling smiled at Gu Chen. He exhaled a long sigh of relief, silently grateful. Phew. Thankfully, Sister Kunling did not kiss me just now. Otherwise, this narrative might have reached its conclusion far too soon. High school students should not engage in romantic pursuits. Their studies must take precedence. Those who understand, graduation first. In the rental apartment, Gu Qingxue stirred from her slumber, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she trudged toward the bathroom. Upon her return, discovering the bed empty, she immediately became alert. Gu Chen had yet to return. An unsettling feeling crept in her heart, prompting her to hastily grab a jacket and don it. Then she rushed to the door, gently cracking it open to peer outside. The dim hallway lights flickered ominously, enveloping the space in an eerie silence. Yet, no matter how intently she strained to catch a glimpse, Gu Chen's figure remained elusive. As seconds turned into minutes, her anxiety intensified. Why was her brother still absent at such a late hour? Surely, nothing untoward could have happened. A myriad of unsettling thoughts raced through her mind. She realized that even if she returned to bed now, sleep would elude her. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Qingxue steeled herself and resolved to seek out Gu Chen. However, just as she was about to step over the threshold, she hesitated. If she left, Gu Chen would surely worry upon finding her absence. Moreover, venturing out alone at this hour could lead to unforeseen dangers. What should I do? What should I do? Just then, a creaking sound echoed, and the previously shut door unexpectedly swung open without warning. The sudden turn of events caused Gu Qingxue to shudder involuntarily. She fearfully raised her head to gaze toward the doorway, her voice trembling as she softly called out, "Brother?" Yet, the only reply was the unsettling darkness that enveloped the outside. In that moment, terror surged within Gu Qingxue's heart like a tidal wave. Why had the door inexplicably swung open? Was there something sinister lurking beyond? Despite the dread that filled her, the thought of her future responsibility to protect her brother steadied her resolve. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself. Grasping the floral spray bottle beside her tightly, she cautiously approached the door, each small step sending her heart racing, fearing that a monstrous creature might leap from the shadows at any moment. At last, Gu Qingxue stood before the door. She steadied herself and, summoning her courage, burst outside. The dim light barely illuminated the surroundings, while the hallway lay cloaked in an oppressive silence, as though the very air had solidified. Under the weak glow, she surveyed her surroundings, only to be astonished to find no one in sight. Could a thief have broken in? The thought quickly took hold of her mind. However, her nerves soon relaxed slightly. After all, their home was in such disarray that even a dog would shake its head in disapproval, let alone a thief. If a criminal were to invade, they must be quite deranged to choose such a place to rob. Even if someone intended to kidnap and extort them, with their current poverty leaving them nearly without clothing, what ransom could they possibly offer? Reflecting on this, Gu Qingxue shook her head in resignation, a wry smile gracing her lips. Since she had ventured out, she might as well search for her brother, Gu Chen. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage and made her way toward the staircase. Just as she reached the stairwell, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed through the corridor. The earlier fright had left Gu Qingxue in a state of heightened sensitivity and excitement, and she instinctively froze, straining to listen. Unable to contain her rising fear and concern any longer, she called out loudly, "Brother, is that you?" Her voice reverberated through the empty hallway, sounding particularly urgent and resonant. Before long, the familiar voice of Gu Chen responded from below. "Why are you still awake at this hour?" As the footsteps drew nearer, Gu Chen's figure soon appeared at the top of the stairs. Seeing her brother return safely, Gu Qingxue's heart finally settled. She rushed toward him, leaping into his embrace. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, like a flood breaking through a dam. "You scared me, brother. I thought something had happened to you since you didn't come back so late," she sobbed, clinging tightly to Gu Chen, unwilling to let go. It was a feeling Gu Chen had never experienced before. Being awaited at home was truly heartwarming. He extended his hand to comfort his younger sister, saying, it's all right. I'm Euphine. I just worked late today and returned home a bit later than usual. Why are you, a petite lady, crying? Besides, I've already paid the rent to sister coming on my way back, so you needn't worry about that. Now hurry back to bed." Brother, what happened? You only earned 300 yuan tonight. At this rate, we'll barely manage to gather 800 by tomorrow. Gu Qingxue looked at Gu Chen with some confusion. Gu Chen's mind raced as he replied, "Well, I specifically took on extra shifts today. The more hours I work, the more I can earn, right? There's overtime pay." Wishing to alleviate his sister's worries, Gu Chen refrained from revealing his recent troubles. As long as everything was fine at the moment, that was what mattered. At this point, the night had deepened. After exchanging a glance, the siblings closed their eyes, preparing to rest. Lying in bed, Gu Chen cradled his head in his hands, silently reflecting. It seems this job can no longer be sustained. The complications are too numerous, and I do not wish to owe anyone favors. I must urgently seek a new position. Lost in thought, Gu Chen soon fell into a deep slumber. Chapter 18. Reporting complaints within an opulent villa in Jinghai. A dapperly dressed gentleman sat across from Shangwan Li, his demeanor exuding charm as he listened intently to her incessant grievances. This man was none other than Zhao Ying's father, Zhao Tianyi. Shangwan Li wore a look of deep grievance, her eyes slightly reddened, tears brimming at their corners. "Uncle, I must tell you that Gu Chen was exceedingly oppressive yesterday. We merely encountered him while out for a leisurely outing, exchanged greetings, and engaged in a brief conversation. Yet, Gu Chen insisted that we looked down upon him and without hesitation resorted to violence." Shangwan Li's voice grew increasingly agitated, rising in pitch as she recounted the tale. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi furrowed his brow, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. He promptly moved to her side, gently patting her back while offering soothing words. "Is Gu Chen truly so outrageous? He is nothing but an ungrateful wretch." His disdain was palpable. Shangwan Li nodded vigorously, continuing her lament. "Indeed, later, witnessing the escalating conflict, I attempted to mediate, hoping to restore calm. However, Gu Chen expressed his disdain for me and threatened to strike. The security personnel were utterly indifferent. Hence, I had no choice but to call the police." As she recounted this, sobs began to escape her, her shoulders trembling with emotion. "Oh, how unjust this is for our dearly Li. Uncle will take care of them." Zhao Tianyi, filled with compassion, enveloped Shangwan Li in his embrace. At that moment, she managed to regain some composure, yet when she endeavored to narrate the subsequent events, her voice faltered once more. "What's transpired yesterday? Do tell, dear uncle. Do not fear. I shall support you." Zhao Tianyi inquired with genuine concern. Shangwan Li took a deep breath, striving to quell her tears, and stammered, "I, woo." Before she could finish, her sorrow overwhelmed her, and she wept freely. "Oh, dear niece, do not cry, do not cry. Uncle will avenge you." The gentleman continued to pat her back reassuringly, fervently asserting his commitment. "Ying came yesterday, but she did not come to fetch me. She went to pick up Gu Chen." "To pick up Gu Chen?" After comforting Shangwan Li, Zhao Tianyi sighed heavily and slowly ambled to the sofa, his body appearing weary as he sank into its embrace. Then, raising his voice, he called out into the empty room, "The person has departed. You may come out now." At his words, a figure emerged from behind a nearby screen. It was Zhao Ying, who silently approached the sofa and sat down with an air of tranquility. Zhao Tianyi turned to Zhao Ying, his gaze imbued with inquiry. "Do you have no rebuttal regarding what Li just said?" Zhao Ying lifted her head slightly, her eyes calm as a still lake, and responded coolly, "What is there to refute? You are not a fool. You are well aware of many truths. Moreover, concerning my affairs, are you not well acquainted with them?" Upon hearing these words, Zhao Tian sighed and shook his head, softly responding, "Very well, if that is the case. I shall refrain from intervening in your trivial disputes. However, I do hope you can exercise a modicum of restraint and spare your uncle and aunt some dignity. Do not make their situation too uncomfortable." Zhao Ying nodded gently, acknowledging her understanding, and replied, "Yes, I comprehend." Observing Zhao Ying's response, Zhao Tian waved his hand, indicating that she could attend to her own matters. Zhao Ying rose, refraining from uttering any further words, and silently turned to leave. As Zhao Tian watched her receding figure, he murmured thoughtfully, "Gu Chen, is it? This young man possesses a certain charm. I sincerely hope he does not disappoint me." With that, he began to absent-mindedly fiddle with his fingers, seemingly lost in contemplation. In a rented room, Gu Chen, who had indulged in a leisurely slumber, finally rose from his bed as the sun neared its zenith. Stretching mightily, he yawned and rubbed his eyes, still crusted with sleep. He noticed Gu Qingxue quietly seated at the table, diligently writing something with a pen. As Gu Chen pondered his plans to seek employment, he exerted considerable effort to extricate himself from the warm, cozy embrace of his blankets. For someone like him, afflicted with severe morning lethargy, rising early was an endeavor akin to scaling a mountain. After a strenuous struggle to sit up, Gu Chen instinctively glanced at his phone. Lo and behold, it was already noon. Gu Chen jolted as if electrocuted, his body convulsing, emitting a series of disjointed exclamations, resembling a disheveled man just roused from slumber. Gu Qingxue, engrossed in her writing, turned curiously at the commotion, only to burst into laughter at Gu Chen's antics. Ha ha, brother! What peculiar method of waking up is this? Are you a dragon roaring? In response to Gu Qingxue's teasing, Gu Chen shot her an exasperated glare. You know nothing. He then unsteadily climbed out of bed, shuffling in his slippers towards the table to see what Gu Qingxue was working on. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to find the table cluttered with identical notebooks, each page densely filled with handwriting. With a hint of astonishment, he inquired, Sister, how did you manage to produce so many identical assignments? Are you ghostwriting for someone? Gu Qingxue, beaming with pride, nodded and replied cheerfully, Indeed, brother. Since you want to allow me to scavenge bottles for money, I've taken to writing assignments for my classmates to earn some income. I can make 5 yuan per assignment. Hearing this, Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then raised his thumb in admiration, exclaiming, Impressive. You certainly have a knack for business. Fine, since I've already paid the rent and still have some money for meals, why not just indulge in a day of leisure? These past few days have truly exhausted me. As a time traveler, where's my golden finger? Where's my invincible system? Although, considering Gu Chen in this world, I've already become the epitome of a perfect man, I still wish for some treasures. Am I truly destined to rely on mere handouts? Chapter 19. A new desk mate the weekend passed in the blink of an eye. Time to return to the grind, as students resume their studies, and the weary writer must return to their craft. At Jinghai No. 1 High School, a diminutive boy, sporting thick lenses, leaned in conspiratorially to whisper to his classmate. Have you heard the news? What? Tell me quickly. The questioned boy's eyes widened in curiosity, urging him to continue. That notorious heartthrob of our school, Gu Chen, is actually a bartender at a bar. The small boy lowered his voice, infused with incredulity and the thrill of gossip. Is that true? No way. I always thought he seemed quite serious. How could he be involved in something like that? Could there be a hidden reason behind it? The other boy's astonishment left him momentarily speechless, his mind racing with imagined scenarios. Absolutely true. This isn't mere speculation. Su Guangyao and others witnessed it yesterday. Allegedly, the scene was quite chaotic, and even the police showed up, taking Gu Chen straight to the station. The small boy became more animated, gesticulating wildly. What happened next? Is he all right? The boy eagerly sought the continuation of the tale. Just then, the small boy abruptly elbowed his companion, gesturing urgently in a particular direction. His friend followed his gaze to see a figure striding confidently toward them. It was none other than Gu Chen, the very subject of their fervent discussion. Everyone's looking at me. The news must have spread, but it matters little. I am indifferent to their opinions. Gu Chen took his seat, seemingly unfazed by the whispers surrounding him. Where shall I earn my keep? Noticing Gu Chen's disinterest in their conversation, they resumed their chatter. Hey, there is something else. Have you caught wind of any rumors? What is it? Don't keep me in suspense. Hee, I heard from someone that a transfer student is joining our class today. Perhaps she is a stunning beauty. Enough. Even if she is gorgeous, it probably won't concern me at all. She might just end up being another one of Gu Chen's admirers. Indeed, at that moment, Shangwan Li, Su Guangyao, and a few others entered the classroom. As they passed by Gu Chen's desk, Su Guangyao and his peers cast several hostile glances at him, their eyes brimming with animosity. However, when Gu Chen noticed their stares and looked up, they suddenly deflated like punctured balloons, hastily averting their gaze and daring not to meet his eyes. Observing this scene, Gu Chen merely shook his head, bemused. These fellows are quite childish. With that, he laid his head down on the desk, preparing to steal a brief nap. From the utterly disheveled appearance of Gu Chen, it was evident that he had not enjoyed sufficient slumber. Meanwhile, Shangwan Li slightly tilted his head, casting a disdainful glance at Gu Chen, who lay sprawled over the desk, before indifferently making his way to his own seat. Lili, I just heard that we will have a transfer student joining our class soon. Su Guangyao leaned in, lowering his voice to share the news. Humph, let them come. It has nothing to do with me, Shangwan Li replied coldly, as if the matter did not pique his interest in the slightest. As the classmates engaged in fervent discussions, a clear and melodious bell rang, abruptly silencing the previously raucous classroom. The students ceased their chatter, hastily returning to their seats. Before long, their homeroom teacher, Ms. Zhong, entered the classroom, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful girl. With her crimson irises and cascading, lustrous black hair, she resembled a fairy stepped out of a painting. "Wow, that girl is absolutely gorgeous," someone exclaimed, unable to contain their admiration. "Hey, Lily, look, she's truly beautiful." Su Guangyao, seated beside Shangwan Li, was visibly excited, shaking his arm in enthusiasm. At that moment, Shangwan Li found himself captivated by the new arrival, seemingly entranced as if in a daze. Throughout his life, no one had ever fascinated him to such an extent. Not even his childhood friend, Zhao Ying, had stirred such emotions within him. At this moment, he felt his heart racing, as if it might leap from his throat, a powerful sensation that made him acutely aware of the tumult within his soul. In stark contrast, Gu Chen, occupying a corner at the back, remained fast asleep. 6 hours of rest simply was not enough. After all, Gu Chen was an academic prodigy, prioritizing his rest before addressing anything else. Ahem. Ms. Zhong cleared her throat, redirecting the attention of the entire class back to her. "Today, we have a new student joining our class. I hope everyone can be friendly and supportive of one another." With that, she gestured to Hua, encouraging her to introduce herself to the class. Standing gracefully at the podium in her neat school uniform, Hua exuded vitality and energy, her radiant smile instantly capturing the attention of all her classmates. "Hello, everyone. My name is Hua, and I look forward to your kind support." She introduced herself in a sweet, melodious voice, radiating confidence and warmth. Her introduction was brief, lacking any further elaboration. Yet her gaze had been searching for Gu Chen since her entrance, finally resting on the sleeping figure. "Feel free to take any empty seat," Ms. Zhong instructed. After nodding in agreement, Hua stepped down from the podium. In the classroom, only Gu Chen and Shangwan Li remained without a partner. Unbeknownst to Shangwan Li, perhaps wounded by Zhao Ying's words the previous day, he instinctively pushed aside the empty seat beside him and cast an expectant gaze towards Hua. At that moment, Su Guangyao, standing nearby, was utterly taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure, secretly contemplating. Well, this might be for the best. After all, Zhao Ying has no interest in Li, so this could indeed be a more favorable outcome. The surrounding classmates, witnessing the scene, began to murmur amongst themselves. "Oh my, what is Shangwan Li planning? Could it be that he is relinquishing his pursuit of Zhao Ying? Look at them. They actually seem quite compatible. I'm almost tempted to ship this couple. Given the current trajectory, it truly seems plausible." Just as the discussions intensified, Hua gracefully approached Shangwan Li. At that moment, a smile involuntarily graced Shangwan Li's face as he began to envision the delightful moments he could share with this beautiful classmate. However, unexpectedly, Hua showed no signs of hesitation, effortlessly gliding past Shangwan Li. In an instant, the entire class was left in stunned silence, collectively directing their gaze towards Hua, filled with curiosity and eager to discern her intended destination. Ultimately, to their astonishment, they discovered that Hua leisurely settled next to Gu Chen. With delicate movements, she placed her backpack beside him and then cautiously sat down, as if fearful of disturbing Gu Chen, who appeared to be peacefully slumbering. Upon witnessing Hua choice of seat, Shangwan Li's heart shattered twice in quick succession. "Very well, since the decision has been made, let us proceed with the lesson." Chapter 20. The Clash of Two Beauties. Li, are you all right? Su Guangyao gently inquired, observing the lifeless gaze of Shangwan Li. I'm fine." Shangwan Li's expression was stiff, and she managed a feeble smile. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to compose her emotions. Teacher Zhong was watching the scene unfold from above, understanding without voicing her thoughts. After all, they were all diligent students. Although Gu Chen was currently asleep, Teacher Zhong had no intention of waking him. She was well aware of his situation. After all, Gu Chen consistently ranked first in the grade, rendering attendance inconsequential. Moreover, he was merely exhausted from working late, so there was no need to disturb him. From the moment Hua Ting sat down, she propped her head up with one hand, tilting her face slightly. Her gaze fixated intently on Gu Chen. Her eyes glimmered with a predatory hunger, fervently eager, as if she wished to absorb his very essence. She inhaled deeply, attempting to draw in the unique aura surrounding Gu Chen, her heart silently whispering, "Chun Chun, I desire you." After a while, Hua Ting realized that Gu Chen was in a deep slumber. Witnessing this, a smile, reminiscent of a doting ant, involuntarily graced her lips. Subsequently, she removed her jacket, her movements delicate, as if afraid to disturb her sleeping treasure, and gently draped it over Gu Chen. Once this was accomplished, Hua Ting instantaneously transitioned into a different demeanor. Her expression became serious as she donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an aura of competence. She then retrieved a thick stack of documents from her bag, skillfully spreading them across the desk, and began to diligently correct them with a fountain pen. At that moment, she resembled a formidable, responsible female executive, commanding the attention of those around her. This series of actions did not escape the notice of certain classmates. Those who had been furtively glancing back during class now beheld Hua Ting's swift and effortless role change, their curiosity and admiration for her growing. They couldn't help but murmur to themselves, "This new transfer student is quite impressive." Before long, news of Hua Ting's arrival spread rapidly throughout the grade. Upon hearing this news, Zhao Ying, in a flurry of urgency, made her way to Gu Chen's classroom. As Zhao Ying glanced at Gu Chen, she quickly spotted Hua Ting. For reasons unknown, an overwhelming impulse surged within her, a desperate need to assert her claim over Gu Chen. As if compelled by an invisible force, she strode directly towards Hua Ting. The surrounding students began to whisper among themselves, "There's going to be a show. That newcomer seems unaware that Gu Chen's seat is off-limits to other girls," one remarked quietly. "Indeed, look at the spectacle Zhao Ying is causing, bringing so many people over. It's quite intimidating. I wonder if that newcomer will be frightened." Another echoed, "Chill. Keep your voices down. Let's quietly enjoy the drama," someone quickly cautioned. Zhao Ying stood before Hua Ting with an air of superiority, one hand pressed firmly against the table, flanked by a group of female classmates, exuding an imposing demeanor. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Hua Ting resolutely closed the documents in her hand and slightly raised her chin, her gaze unwaveringly meeting Zhao Ying's. Despite the angle of looking up, the aura she emanated was no less formidable than that of Zhao Ying. "May I inquire, classmate, if there's something you need from me?" Hua Ting's expression remained composed, her tone as tranquil as a still lake. "Nothing particularly urgent. Merely a request for you to change your seat," Zhao Ying replied, tilting her chin in a condescending manner. "Oh, is this seat unoccupied? Then why should I not sit here?" Hua Ting countered, a smirk playing at the corners of her mouth. It was evident that Hua Ting was challenging her, yet neither could afford to lose control first, for that would signify defeat in this silent contest. Thus, despite the fury boiling within her, Zhao Ying restrained herself, taking a deep breath to quell the tempest of emotions, leaning slightly forward and speaking in a tone that appeared calm, yet dripped with veiled menace. "Is there a possibility that he is my boyfriend?" Upon hearing this, Hua Ting was momentarily taken aback, her face then breaking into a dismissive smile. She removed her glasses from the bridge of her nose and placed them gently on the desk, lifting her gaze to meet Zhao Ying's eyes, mocking her. "Oh, is that so? Yet, as far as I know, Chun Chun has never mentioned having a girlfriend to me. Furthermore, isn't early romance prohibited for high school students? Are you unaware of this, classmate? Aren't you afraid I might report you?" With that, she deliberately raised an eyebrow at Zhao Ying, wearing a look of unbridled confidence. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Ying's anger ignited to its zenith, her palms striking down forcefully on the desk. The loud crash silenced the previously noisy classroom, plunging it into an eerie stillness. Zhao Ying's eyes blazed with fury, her teeth clenched tightly, her chest heaving with indignation. "It's over for the newcomer. She has truly provoked Sister Ying," someone in the crowd murmured under their breath, yet the words were clearly heard by all. Simultaneously, the atmosphere between Hua Ting and Zhao Ying grew increasingly tense, teetering on the brink of confrontation. They locked eyes, neither willing to yield an inch. The air thick with palpable hostility. However, at that very moment, Gu Chen awakened. What the hell? Who asked the fool? Chapter 21. What do you want? Gu Chen lifted his head, seething with anger, wondering which fool dared to disrupt his peaceful slumber. When he realized that the intruder was Zhao Ying, his irritation erupted like a volcano. He sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Ying, and shouted, "Have you lost your mind? Are you sick? What are you trying to prove?" Faced with Gu Chen's sudden outburst, Zhao Ying was momentarily stunned. It dawned on her that he had been sleeping just moments before, while she had carelessly slammed her hand on the table, clearly an excessive act. At that moment, she resembled a child who had misbehaved, lowering her head in silence and turning slightly away, too timid to meet Gu Chen's gaze. Just then, Hua-ting, unable to contain herself, let out a soft chuckle. However, Gu Chen, consumed by rage, remained oblivious to the presence of others around him. He stood there, eyes wide, surveying the room. What are these people staring at? Am I too handsome, or are they just here to spectate? After a moment, Gu Chen sensed something unusual. He felt an extra layer draped over him. Looking down, he discovered a school uniform jacket had somehow found its way onto his shoulders. At the sight, Hua-ting, who had been stifling her laughter, could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Hearing Hua-ting's laughter, Gu Chen finally came to his senses and noticed her presence beside him. Steadying himself, he glared at Hua-ting. "What are you doing here? And why are you sitting next to me?" His brows knitted in anger. He tossed the jacket at her. Hua-ting, quick-witted, caught the flying jacket effortlessly, a gentle smile blooming on her face as she said softly, "Chun-chun, I'm back after finishing my studies." Her large, glistening eyes locked onto Gu Chen's. Yet, Gu Chen was too enraged to notice her sweet demeanor. He glared at her and barked, "You've already completed your studies. What are you doing back in this school? Did you hit your head?" With that, he rolled his eyes to emphasize his displeasure. At that moment, Gu Chen was indifferent to who she was. Anyone who dared to disturb his rest would face his wrath. Hearing Hua-ting being scolded, Zhao Ying could not help but laugh as well. Hua-ting, resembling a child caught in mischief, lowered her head, obediently accepting Gu Chen's reprimand, not daring to retort. The surrounding classmates were left in a state of shock, unable to believe that two such formidable girls were cowering before Gu Chen, receiving his scolding without a hint of defiance. After venting his ire at the two girls, Gu Chen seemed still unsatisfied. He turned to the onlookers and shouted, "And you lot, what are you staring at? Get lost." As fate would have it, just as Gu Chen was about to unleash his fury, the bell for class rang precisely at that moment. Zhao Ying, upon hearing it, realized that prolonging the standoff would yield no benefits, especially since her little man had already signaled for everyone to leave. Consequently, she shot a fierce glare at Hua-ting, leaving her with a warning look, before hastily leading a group away from the scene. Observing this, the other students also returned to their seats. Why? What was so appealing about Gu Chen? Why were both of them orbiting around him incessantly? Shangguan Li seethed internally, having watched from a distance without stepping forward to assert his presence. He could only watch helplessly as the two girls he had long admired vied for Gu Chen's attention, unwilling to yield to each other, leading him to doubt himself. Gu Chen, who had been enjoying a peaceful slumber, found himself unable to rest any longer. He turned to Hua-ting beside him, sighed resignedly, and casually grabbed the water bottle from the table, tilting his head back to gulp down several mouthfuls of water. "What exactly are you doing here?" Gu Chen inquired, as he carelessly reached for a few documents on Hua-ting's desk. "Of course I'm here to keep you company. I certainly don't want someone taking advantage of my absence to steal my home," Hua-ting playfully retorted, her enchanting eyes fixated on Gu Chen, as if she could ensnare his very soul. Upon hearing such candid and audacious words, coupled with her breathtaking beauty, even Gu Chen, who had developed a certain resilience to the allure of beautiful women, found himself momentarily at a loss, his heart a tumult of conflicting emotions. However, he swiftly regained his composure, for he understood a fundamental truth, a truth he had gleaned from numerous personal experiences. The more beautiful a woman, the more perilous she tends to be. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to steady his demeanor and spoke earnestly to Hua-ting. there can be no future for us. Do not squander your time on me. Could it be because of my parents? Did they ever approach you back in the day, asking you to stay away from me? Hua Ting abruptly shifted her tone, her gaze piercing into Gu Chen's, seemingly attempting to unearth the answers hidden within his heart. Feeling somewhat unnerved under Hua Ting's scrutiny, Gu Chen nonetheless endeavored to maintain his calm. So what if they did? And what if they didn't? It's all in the past, Gu Chen replied with an air of indifference, his profound eyes betraying no hint of emotion. To be frank, you're not my type at all. So please, relinquish any illusions you may have about me, he stated, gently placing down the documents that had not even been turned a single page. He then slowly raised his hand to signal the teacher at the podium that he needed to visit the restroom. Without hesitation, he stood up, stepped over Hua Ting, and made his way directly to the classroom door, leaving no opportunity for her to respond. As she gazed at Gu Chen's receding figure, Hua Ting bit her lip tightly, resolutely making a silent vow. Chun, I am aware of the wrongs I committed against you in the past. I shall gradually earn your forgiveness, and you will ultimately belong to me once more. Ding-ling-ling. The school bell heralded a brief 10-minute reprieve. Time flowed swiftly, and with the melodious chime of the dismissal bell, the day's academic pursuits came to an end. In this institution, there was no arrangement for evening study sessions. The administration steadfastly adhered to an educational philosophy that emphasized the necessity of ample and high-quality rest for students, ensuring they could engage with renewed vigor in the following day's learning endeavors. Consequently, when night descended and the final class concluded, students were free to return home. Let me out. I want to go back, Gu Chen exclaimed anxiously, sitting inside and incessantly pounding on the table, his voice rising in desperation. However, Hua Ting, seated beside him, appeared oblivious, maintaining her poise as she remained focused on the documents in her hands, not even lifting her gaze. What on earth is this game about? It's almost time to eat, and she's utterly unresponsive. This girl must have something wrong with her mind. Gu Chen muttered complaints under his breath, his dissatisfaction intensifying. Unable to contain his frustration any longer, he disregarded all else and, lifting his right foot, abruptly stepped over Hua Ting's slender legs. Just as he prepared to swiftly withdraw his other leg, Hua Ting suddenly seemed to awaken, reacting instantaneously. Without hesitation, she extended her hands, firmly pressing down on the table in front of her, her movements swift as lightning. Thus, Gu Chen found himself ensnared between Hua Ting's hands, caught in an awkward predicament, unable to advance or retreat. What are you trying to do now? Gu Chen looked at Hua Ting with a helpless expression, his eyes filled with confusion and exasperation. Chapter 22. Dinner invitation. Hua Ting slightly tilted her head, her exquisite visage adorned with an expression of pleading, her large, glistening eyes fixated intently on Gu Chen. Chen, could you join me for dinner tonight? As she spoke, her crimson pupils blinked repeatedly, attempting to sway Gu Chen's heart and coax him into acquiescing. However, Gu Chen resolutely waved his hand in refusal. No, I'm not free. With that, he didn't even cast a glance back at Hua Ting, instead raising her hand and stepping over her, striding purposefully toward the door. Just as Gu Chen was about to exit, Hua Ting, in a rush of anxiety, blurted out, 500. Her voice rang out so loudly that all eyes in the classroom turned towards her. Upon hearing that figure, Gu Chen, who had nearly reached the door, abruptly halted, a look of skepticism crossing his face as he turned around. What? Seeing Gu Chen respond, Hua Ting hurriedly approached him, her tone earnest. Chen, I want to ask anything of you. Just accompany me for a meal, would you? At that moment, Gu Chen pondered inwardly. Isn't this merely a dining partner? Eating together without spending his own money, and even gaining some in return. Cough. Thinking of it that way, sharing a meal doesn't seem so bad. Moreover, it hardly qualifies as taking advantage, right? Yes, it's simply a fair exchange for labor. Noticing Gu Chen's silence, Hua Ting assumed he felt a blow to his pride from her earlier statement, and she was preparing to offer an apology. Yet, Gu Chen's lips curled slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. Cash or transfer? Such an exchange left the surrounding classmates in awe, while Hua Ting beamed with joy. Then for the transfer. You must have me back first. Gu Chen secretly lamented that she had been waiting for him all along. Nevertheless, he thought, why not? After all, it would be foolish to forsake money that was readily available. Contemplating this, Gu Chen retrieved his phone from his pocket, ready to open it for Hua Ting to scan the QR code to add him as a friend. Suddenly, he realized that this girl seemed to still reside on his blacklist. With no other option, he reluctantly accessed the blacklist, locating Hua Ting's name to remove her from it. It is indeed ironic to have once cherished individuals on your blacklist. I wonder if you share this sentiment? Just as Gu Chen extracted Hua Ting from the blacklist, she seemed to have been prepared, swiftly initiating the transfer to him. Observing the transfer notification on the screen, Hua Ting's anxious heart finally settled, her face radiating an unparalleled sense of happiness and satisfaction. Previously, the messages sent to Gu Chen had transformed into glaring red exclamation marks, which had truly dampened her spirits. But now, everything had returned to normal. In her elation, Hua Ting instinctively reached out to grasp Gu Chen's hand. However, Gu Chen reacted swiftly, deftly evading her outstretched hand, his expression turning serious as he pointed at her. Hey, we agreed that we would just have a meal together, nothing more. Upon hearing this, Hu Ting was momentarily taken aback, only to realize that she had been a tad too exuberant, sheepishly scratching her head. My apologies. I simply got a bit carried away with excitement. Subsequently, Gu Chen assumed a commanding demeanor. If we were to dine together, you must adhere to my arrangements. Hu Ting nodded in agreement. Sure, no problem. Thus, the two continued on their way, oblivious to the fact that Zhao Ying behind them was already clenching her fist in determination. Hu Ting, I shall not let this matter rest. Before a barbecue restaurant, Gu Chen raised a glass of soda and took a hearty sip. A long, contented sigh escaped his lips. Indeed, carbonated beverages are essential when indulging in barbecue. What on earth are those who pair it with alcohol thinking? Sitting beside him, Hu Ting gently tapped the ravenous Gu Chen. Chen, are we really eating here? How about we switch to a place with a better ambience? Don't worry, I'll take care of the bill. She blinked her sparkling eyes, looking at him with hopeful anticipation. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen continued to skewer his meat without lifting his gaze. Why so particular? I haven't had barbecue in ages. Besides, children from humble backgrounds like us usually settle for these skewers. After saying this, he promptly stuffed another large piece of chicken into his mouth, while inwardly he mused, hurry up and express your disdain for me. After all, women detest materialistic men. That way, I can find an excuse to slip away. However, Hu Ting did not respond with the revulsion Gu Chen expected. Instead, she earnestly explained, Chen, that's not my intention. I can eat these too. It's just that I don't want you consuming such unclean food. Owner, you're so high-minded. Your barbecue isn't clean either. I forgot that in this world, I am the materialistic one. Gu Chen laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. It's all good. A little dirt never hurt anyone. Besides, as long as I'm not hungry, that is sufficient for me. Listening to Gu Chen's words, Hu Ting's heart involuntarily ached. She was aware of the hardships he had endured in the past. Knowing how difficult life had been for Gu Chen, her parents had urged him to keep his distance. Typically, a rational person would have taken the money and left, especially someone like Gu Chen, who was in dire need. Yet in the end, he chose to withdraw on his own, refusing to tarnish their friendship. Chen, actually, Chapter 23, An Unexpected Visit. I am quite satiated. Should such a delightful opportunity arise in the future, do remember to summon me. Gu Chen understood what she intended to convey. Indeed, he harbored a genuine apprehension towards beautiful women and wished to steer clear of any extraordinary entanglements. With that, he turned and departed, leaving Hua Ting seated alone. Alas, it seems reconciliation is not so easily attained. After Gu Chen's departure, Hua Ting sipped a glass of the carbonated beverage on the table. In truth, I find this flavor quite agreeable. With Gu Chen gone, Hua Ting no longer wished to linger there. She gradually rose from her seat and approached the proprietor. Slightly bending at the waist, she smiled and inquired softly, Excuse me, how much does that table's bill amount to? At that moment, the diligent woman grilling skewers lifted her gaze, directing it from the grill to Hua Ting, before glancing towards the adjacent table. That table? The charming young man has already settled the bill. Upon hearing this, Hua was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. Then, as if a sudden realization struck her, she hastily retrieved her phone, swiftly unlocked it, and accessed the transaction history with Gu Chen. To her surprise, he had not accepted any payment. It turned out that he had treated her with his own funds. A surge of complex emotions welled up within Hua Ting: gratitude, astonishment, and a hint of reproach. Biting her lip, she murmured, "Chun Chun, you still remain this way." Meanwhile, Gu Chen, now a distance away, instinctively reached into his pocket. Had he known, he would not have feigned wealth. Now he found himself with scarcely a few coins left. With a resigned shake of his head, he couldn't help but smile, feeling no regret for his actions that day. After satisfying his appetite with a leisurely stroll to aid digestion, Gu Chen was ready to return home, having conceived a new plan for earning money. At that very moment, at home, Gu Qingxue had just completed 10 assignments for a classmate, earning herself 50 yuan. She lifted her gaze, her eyes landing on the clock on the table. "It's already 7 o'clock. She couldn't help but exclaim, and her stomach promptly grumbled, as if protesting her neglect. "I'm absolutely famished." Without delay, Gu Qingxue dashed out the door, racing towards a nearby small shop. Before long, Gu Qingxue arrived at the familiar little establishment. "Ah, Qingxue, back to visit Uncle's shop again. Are we? What would you like to eat?" The jovial uncle, upon seeing her enter, greeted her with a broad smile. Gu Qingxue giggled. "Uncle, please bring me a serving of fried rice. I'm starving." "Certainly. Find a seat and wait a moment. It will be ready shortly," the uncle replied, bustling about with efficiency. This little shop was exceedingly familiar to Gu Qingxue. She frequented it often, not only becoming well acquainted with the owner, but also endearing herself to the staff, who adored this sensible and charming young girl. As Gu Qingxue awaited her egg fried rice, a male staff member busily tidied the dishes on the table, his curiosity leading him to inquire, "Hey, Qingxue, why are you so late today? You usually don't arrive at this hour." Upon hearing the question, Gu Qingxue, brimming with pride, retrieved a bottle of beverage from the nearby refrigerator and took a hearty sip. "Haha, I have some wonderful news to share. I've learned to earn my own money." "Really? You, little girl, can actually make money? Do tell us how you managed that." The male staff member exclaimed in astonishment, pausing his task to lean closer to Gu Qingxue. With her chin held high, she responded proudly, "I help my classmates with their homework, earning 5 yuan for each assignment." "Wow, you've discovered quite a lucrative avenue. Back in my day, I did something similar when I was studying." He couldn't help but give her a thumbs up, showering her with compliments. "Your egg fried rice is ready," a cheerful voice announced, as a fragrant plate of egg fried rice was placed before her. "Oh, my uncle, why does the fried rice smell so delightful today?" Gu Qingxue exclaimed excitedly, her little nose eagerly sniffing the enticing aroma, her eyes sparkling with delight. You certainly know how to charm with your words. Dig in while it's hot." The owner replied with a broad smile, his eyes shining with affection for Gu Qingxue. Nodding happily, she eagerly picked up her spoon and began to relish her meal. Just as she was enjoying her food, she suddenly heard the owner call out to someone at the entrance, "Beautiful lady, what would you like to order?" Intrigued, Gu Qingxue paused her eating and turned her gaze toward the source of the voice. A girl with striking blue hair gracefully walked in, clad in a minimalist yet fashionable casual outfit, carrying a shoulder bag, radiating a refreshing aura. Gu Qingxue scrutinized the girl closely, and for reasons unknown, she felt an inexplicable sensation upon first seeing her. This girl was extraordinary, especially when their eyes met. She sensed a subtle interest emanating from the girl's deep gaze, as though the older sister was watching her intently. Sure enough, it wasn't too long before this intuition was confirmed. Zhao Ying walked directly to Gu Qingxue's side and sat down, then, without a word, pulled out a thick stack of vibrant red 100 yuan bills from her bag and placed them on the table. "Boss, from now on, I will cover all expenses for this little one when she comes here to eat." Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, the owner hesitated to accept the money. "Excuse me, may I ask how you are related to Qingxue?" It was clear from Gu Qingxue's expression that she did not recognize Zhao Ying at all. "Yes, sister. I cannot accept such kindness from a stranger." Gu Qingxue protested, flailing her arms in a flustered manner. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying continued to gaze at Gu Qingxue with an air of aloofness, her eyes seemingly capable of penetrating into one's very soul. She slightly tilted her head, speaking in an unmistakable tone. "I am not just anyone. I am your future sister-in-law." Upon hearing these words, Gu Qingxue nearly choked on the morsel she had just taken. Her eyes widened, gazing at Zhao Ying with the incredulity reserved for a fool. "What? Sister-in-law? Are you kidding me? I'm still your mother. Let me tell you, my brother does not have a girlfriend at all." Gu Qingxue had encountered many individuals eager to forge connections through shortcuts. They would first seek to establish themselves, then devise ways to get to know Gu Chen or attempt to win his favor. With this thought in mind, Gu Qingxue chose to disregard Zhao Ying and hastily took a few more bites of her meal. She contemplated the necessity of slipping away before this troublesome situation fully ensnared her. However, Zhao Ying remained silent, lost in thought. Truly, they were siblings. Their stubbornness was alike. Nevertheless, I find it delightful. Chapter 24. Acquiring intelligence. What's your relationship with haughty? Zhao Ying inquired, observing Gu Qingxue, who was silently indulging in her meal. The image of haughty dining out with her younger man lingered in her mind, igniting a simmering discontent within her. Although Zhao Ying's expression betrayed no anger, her heart was far from at ease. The moment Gu Qingxue realized that Zhao Ying was acquainted with haughty, she deemed her to possess considerable depth, yet continued to focus on her meal, deliberately ignoring Zhao Ying. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you. After all, you remain my sister-in-law." The nearby staff listened intently to Zhao Ying's authoritative remarks, captivated by her incessant chatter, as she made no move to escalate the situation, leaving them hesitant to intervene. Gu Qingxue gazed at Zhao Ying in silence. Despite her appearance as a wealthy heiress, Zhao Ying's haughty demeanor was irksome. "Are you implying that you possess greater prowess than Sister Ting? That you could match her in a contest of strength?" Gu Qingxue retorted, perceiving Zhao Ying as a spoiled braggart. "I advise you to reconsider. Haughty harbors feelings for my brother and wields considerable influence. It would be prudent to steer clear of that misfortune. What a joke it would be to vie for a man against the heir of a top-3 family in the nation. You ought to assess your own capabilities and ponder the implications should they become an item. Just think of how many years I, as her sister, could save in striving for success." Casting a glance at the unperturbed Zhao Ying, Gu Qingxue surmised that she might have been intimidated. She reached out and patted Zhao Ying's shoulder, adopting a tone of maturity. "Oh, dear sister, there are countless blossoms in the world. Do not fixate on my brother. Forget him." After offering this consolation, Gu Qingxue felt as though she had rescued a bewildered soul, deeming herself a paragon of benevolence. Anticipating that her heartfelt words would surely move Zhao Ying to acquiesce, Gu Qingxue waited expectantly. Yet, as time ticked away, she remained seated, growing increasingly anxious as Zhao Ying showed no sign of response or action. "Surely, this girl cannot be so disheartened that she would lash out at me," Gu Qingxue thought, her resolve strengthening. "No, I refuse to remain passive. My fate is in my own hands." Determined, she glanced at the table before her, plotting to leap over it. Just as she summoned her courage and prepared to make the leap, an unexpected burst of laughter caught her attention. Astonished, Gu Qingxue turned to see Zhao Ying erupting into laughter. The suddenness of this mirth left Gu Qingxue perplexed, but there was no time to ponder further. In the next moment, Zhao Ying reached into her handbag and retrieved a thick stack of red bills. "I only require information regarding that person and your brother," Zhao Ying stated, placing the substantial sum on the table with a firm and resolute tone. Gu Qingxue's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the impressive stack of cash. A full 10,000 yuan. For someone like Gu Qingxue, who had scarcely encountered wealth throughout her life, this amount was an astronomical figure. As she stood there, utterly astonished, Zhao Ying spoke again. 20,000. Before her words could fully settle, Zhao Ying unhesitatingly produced a thick stack of red bills from her bag, neatly placing it atop the previous pile. 30,000. With each increment Zhao Ying made, Gu Qingxue felt her heart race and her breath quicken, just as she was still reeling from the whirlwind of events. Zhao Ying continued like a money-counting machine, pulling out bundle after bundle of vibrant 100 yuan notes. The cash continued to accumulate on the table until it reached the staggering sum of 100,000. At that moment, it wasn't just Gu Qingxue who was taken aback by the spectacle. Even the surrounding staff and customers gaped in disbelief, their expressions reflecting profound shock. The entire shop fell into an instant hush, with every gaze fixated on the table laden with thick stacks of cash and on Zhao Ying. I truly have deep feelings for your brother. Please, dear sister, grant me a chance. Zhao Ying elegantly rested her chin on her hands, her beautiful eyes gazing tenderly at Gu Qingxue, filled with anticipation and earnestness. Who on earth is this young lady's brother that could inspire such fervent pursuit from this affluent heiress? I've heard that many have sought him in the past, yet he has always remained indifferent. I have seen that young man once. He is indeed quite remarkable. It is said that he excels academically and is remarkably independent, supporting both himself and his sister through diligent work. He is also exceptionally handsome and polite. What girl wouldn't be fond of such an outstanding young man? At that moment, Gu Qingxue found herself in a moral quandary. Principally, she could never betray her brother. Yet this person merely sought to inquire about Ting Jie and her brother's relationship. Surely, revealing a modicum of information wouldn't pose a significant issue? Moreover, the offer was rather generous. With the money in hand, what becomes of principles? After a fierce internal struggle, Gu Qingxue ultimately succumbed to the allure of wealth. Hesitantly, she approached, grasped 2 stacks of bills from the table, and returned to her seat, feeling quite satisfied and compliant. Well, in principle, I shouldn't divulge any of this, she murmured, tightly clutching the money in her palm. Upon noticing this, Zhao Ying quickly smiled and asked, "So, can we talk now?" Gu Qingxue nodded gently, responding, "All right, I'll share a little. The sister you mentioned is a good friend from my brother's middle school days. They were quite close. Back then, my brother had no friends and was isolated by others, and she was the only one willing to befriend him. After spending some time together, she grew to appreciate my brother's character, and affection blossomed over time. She even looked after me and brought me treats. So, she was the one who came later." Zhao Ying felt increasingly distressed. She abruptly interjected, "Do you know how they managed to separate?" Gu Qingxue, taken aback by Zhao Ying's interruption, suddenly grasped something significant and immediately cast aside her money, hastening towards the door. "Hey, where are you going? My brother is back. Please hold on my money for me." Chapter 25. The overbearing CEO attempts to kiss Gu Chen. Gu Chen strolled slowly, his mind swirling with thoughts. Although in my previous life, I harbored a deep disdain for the likes of those youthful heartthrobs, I must concede that in this lifetime, if I did not make proper use of my strikingly handsome visage, it would be nothing short of a travesty. Contemplating this, Gu Chen felt compelled to explore the realm of trendy dining experiences. Perhaps this could swiftly lead to financial independence. The only matter now was to consider which path to pursue. At that moment, a melodious and cheerful voice rang out. "Brother." Gu Chen turned to see his younger sister, Gu Qingxue, gleefully dashing out from shop. "Hey, little sister, why are you dining so late today?" Upon recognizing her as indeed his beloved sister, Gu Chen approached her with a smile. Gu Qingxue excitedly waved the cash she held. "Brother, I had a fantastic day. I earned a whopping 50 yuan in one go. All right, it's not just 50. I've saved 100,000 with them." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen gave a thumbs up in admiration, exclaiming, "Wow, you got some talent." As he spoke, his gaze followed the direction from which Gu Qingxue had emerged, and it landed squarely on Zhao Ying, who stood at the entrance of the store. What is this person doing here?" Gu Chen's heart raced as he quickly crouched down, grasping Gu Qingxue's delicate cheeks with both hands. "Did anyone threaten you just now? Speak the truth to your brother." Gu Qingxue vigorously shook her head, signaling that she had not been threatened. With her firm assurance, Gu Chen finally relaxed, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, it was merely a false alarm. Had it truly been a threat, it would have posed significant trouble. Zhao Ying's overbearing CEO syndrome might very well lead her to commit some extreme actions. Given the current situation, it seemed likely that Zhao Ying simply wished to draw closer by engaging with family, ultimately hoping to establish a more personal connection. Just then, Zhao Ying approached, her bag slung over one shoulder, her steps purposeful. Yet, her once beautiful features were now veiled with a faint frost, her demeanor notably aloof, as if she were harboring a pent-up frustration. Before Gu Chen could react, Zhao Ying spoke directly, "Join me for dinner tomorrow night." While her tone was flat, it bore an undeniable sense of authority. However, Gu Chen responded without hesitation, "I'm busy." His voice was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "With my pockets nearly empty, how could I afford to treat you to dinner? Even if I were inclined to dine out, my wallet would vehemently oppose. Letting a woman treat me? I, Gu Chen, refuse to live off others. Debts of gratitude are the most burdensome. I am resolute in my decision to abstain." Upon hearing Gu Chen's outright rejection, Zhao Ying's eyes widened in disbelief, her face a mask of indignation. Biting her lip, she glared at Gu Chen, questioning, "Then why did you have time when you were with Haughty? Why is it that when it comes to me, you suddenly have no time?" As she spoke, she took a step forward, abruptly extending her arms to envelop Gu Chen, drawing him tightly into her embrace. Her ample bosom pressed against him, making it somewhat difficult for him to breathe. Simultaneously, her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Gu Chen, brimming with anger and resentment. Was she truly devoid of reason? This was the epitome of a domineering personality. Yet, one could not deny the allure of her figure. How had he overlooked it in previous encounters? "My sister is still here. Quickly let go of me," Gu Chen exclaimed, his face flushed, desperately writhing in an attempt to escape her grasp. He certainly did not wish for Gu Qingxue to witness such an awkward and embarrassing scene. However, to his astonishment, Zhao Ying not only refused to release him, but instead tightened her hold. In that moment, Gu Chen distinctly felt Zhao Ying's soft and warm body pressed against him, even her body heat permeating through their clothing. The proximity was so intimate that he could genuinely feel her gentle breath caressing his cheek, eliciting a tingling sensation. "If you do not provide me with a satisfactory explanation today, I shall not release you." Zhao Ying showed no inclination to relent, her enchanting eyes locked onto Gu Chen. "What ist? How could Zhao Ying possibly be inferior to Haughty? When it comes to familial strength, one could hardly determine who was superior." The Hua family and the Zhao family were closely matched. Gazing at Zhao Ying's lips drawing ever closer, even Gu Chen, who had vowed to maintain distance from beautiful women, found himself wavering. Would a kiss not ease the tension? Perhaps opting for a strong-willed woman was not such a poor choice after all. Ultimately, rationality triumphed over desire. It was merely because she had paid me to accompany her for a meal. Nothing more. Zhao Ying's face drew nearer, her tone icy as she questioned him. "I shall pay double. Tomorrow, you will dine with me. How could one refuse? What do you think?" Zhao Ying's gaze fixated on Gu Chen's lips, ready to close the distance. Yet, Gu Chen, quick on his feet, swiftly raised a finger to halt her advance. "If you proceed in this manner, I shall not agree." At that moment, Gu Qingxue covered her eyes with her hands, yet peered through the gaps to witness the unfolding scene. "Oh, how thrilling! Is my brother about to be forcefully kissed? Should I intervene? How conflicted I am. Yet, I still wish to observe." Zhao Ying showed no signs of stopping, even going so far as to lick Gu Chen's hand. Feeling the unexpected moisture, Gu Chen was taken aback. "No. Could it be that this woman intended to claim me tonight? This cannot happen. My sister is still present. I must devise a plan." In that instant, Zhao Ying was engulfed in a state of extreme excitement and impulsiveness. The physical contact with Gu Chen seemed to ignite a fervent flame within her, causing dopamine to surge through her body like a tidal wave. Her eyes sparkled with intense passion, a feeling that drove her to disregard all else in her desire to completely possess the man before her. Gu Chen. Zhao Ying's arms entwined around Gu Chen's body like two supple yet resolute vines, tightening their embrace as if fearing he might slip away from her grasp. Her heart, yearning for Gu Chen, pulsed with increasing urgency, fervently longing to experience the intoxicating thrill of kissing him, a sensation that quickened her heartbeat. "You little rascal, I can no longer restrain myself." With a playful reproach, Zhao Ying freed one hand to firmly grasp Gu Chen's arm, which sought to deter her, pulling it aside. She then gently lifted Gu Chen's chin, drawing his handsome, captivating face closer to her own. In that moment, her luscious red lips quivered slightly, inching toward Gu Chen. This cannot be. This cannot be. If those lips touch yours, it would be the end. Gu Chen suddenly sensed the precariousness of the situation. In an instant, his mind buzzed with confusion. Yet, just in time, a spark of inspiration ignited in his thoughts. It seemed that the only option was to take a leap of faith and gamble everything. Chapter 26. The unforeseen live broadcast in an instant. Gu Chen, with remarkable swiftness, extended his hands toward Zhao Ying's waist and began to tickle her fervently. At that moment, Zhao Ying trembled as if struck by electricity, a rosy hue blooming on her cheeks. Her hands, which had been tightly wrapped around Gu Chen, instinctively retreated to her sides. Indeed, my gamble has paid off. I never imagined this usually aloof and domineering Zhao Ying would be so ticklish. Gu Chen reveled in his secret triumph. Seizing the opportunity as Zhao Ying withdrew her hands, he deftly escaped her embrace, grasping the hand of the onlooker, Gu Qingxue, and fled without a backward glance. Observing their receding figures, Zhao Ying felt a mix of amusement and irritation. How could he let such a splendid opportunity slip away? That little man is surprisingly swift. However, moments later, a smile crept on her lips. It seems the young man I have taken a liking to remains composed, even in such a dire situation. But can he evade me forever? With a soft sigh, Zhao Ying shook her head in resignation before turning gracefully and departing. Gu Chen continued to sprint until he was certain Zhao Ying had not pursued him, finally coming to a halt and letting out a long sigh of relief. He released his grip on Gu Qingxue's hand and wiped the beads of sweat that had formed on his forehead. After this escapade, he had momentarily evaded Zhao Ying's clutches. Once he had calmed himself, he noticed Gu Qingxue with her head bowed, her fair and delicate face now flushed crimson. Taken aback by the sight, Gu Chen teased, "Did you just sneak a peek? Were you not aware that the scene was inappropriate for children?" He playfully tapped her on the head. "Brother, I promise I won't tell Sister Ting," Gu Qingxue replied, covering her head. "What does it matter to me?" With that, she ascended the stairs. "Exactly. Why be upset? Men are such peculiar creatures," Gu Qingxue grumbled as she followed suit. A Lamborghini raced down the highway, its engine emitting a deep and powerful roar. Inside the vehicle, a woman clad in fashionable attire, her makeup flawlessly applied, sat in the driver's seat. One hand firmly gripped the steering wheel, expertly maneuvering the car, while the other elegantly held a premium cigarette worth $70,000. Suddenly, the phone resting beside her began to vibrate vigorously. The woman glanced at the screen, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "I wonder how that scoundrel has been faring lately," she murmured softly, a hint of concern tugging at the corners of her mouth. Skillfully, she extinguished the still-burning cigarette in the ashtray with her slender fingers and answered the call. As a crisp tone signaled the connection, the phone was picked up. "Oh, what a surprise. The sun has risen in the west today. I actually remembered to call my sister." On the other end of the line, a young boy's voice, tinged with excitement and urgency, came through. "Sis, I am not as you described." "Ha. All right, speak your mind. What is it? I want to come out. I truly cannot bear to stay at home any longer. I wish to join you for my studies." Upon hearing her brother's words, the woman couldn't help but furrow her brow. What on earth is going on? Why the sudden desire to leave and study? "Oh, it's all because of Dad. He pressures me constantly. I can hardly endure it any longer. So please, dear sister, could you help me with the transfer procedures?" The boy pleaded pitifully. After a moment of contemplation, Kunling replied, "All right then. When do you plan to come over from Kyoto?" "I'm already on the plane," the boy said cheerfully. Kunling's eyes widened in disbelief as she scolded, "Hey, you little rascal, how dare you take such action without my consent? Aren't you afraid I might refuse?" However, the boy confidently responded, "Sis, you love me the most. How could you possibly say no? Besides, if you don't care about my well-being, then I am truly at my wit's end." Kunling shook her head helplessly, her gaze filled with affection. After hanging up, she pondered for a moment and quickly devised a plan for her brother's arrival. In a rented room, Gu Chen contemplated ways to earn money swiftly. He opened the live streaming section of his phone to explore the content being broadcasted in this realm. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a man showcasing risque actions in the live room. The male streamer was heavily made up, his cosmetics applied so thickly that they seemed on the verge of sliding off, while he donned a seductive Catwoman outfit. Simultaneously, he flirtatiously implored the audience, "Ladies, please tap that follow button. Soon I will perform a third subject dance for you all." Gu Chen had prepared himself mentally upon entering. Such scenes could also be found in 0 Point Bar. This level was bearable, albeit barely. Thus, he instinctively swiped the screen to switch to the next live room. What appeared next was a middle-aged man in his 40s, exuberantly shouting at the camera. "Oh, thank you to the lovely lady for the super rocket. I truly adore you." Before he finished speaking, the older man leaned in for a passionate kiss towards the screen. Gu Chen felt his stomach churn violently, nearly losing his composure. My heavens, have I committed a grave sin to be subjected to this? Despite the considerable shock he experienced, he found that while the content was outrageous, it was not entirely beyond his capacity to accept. With a curiosity to see if there were even more bizarre scenarios, Gu Chen continued to scroll down the screen. Sister, please no." However, upon catching a glimpse of the subsequent live broadcast, he swiftly closed it, as the imagery was utterly grotesque, beyond the realm of verbal description. To articulate, it would be to render the book inoperative. Meanwhile, Gu Qingxue was thoroughly engrossed in the spectacle. "Smack! You little brat. What are you staring at? Brother, you've hit me again. I feel as though I'm losing my wits." Chapter 27. Whispers abound lying in bed. Gu Chen found himself restless, tossing and turning as his mind erupted with thoughts. What persona could he adopt to carve out a niche in the influencer realm? He understood that teetering on the edge of controversy might swiftly attract a plethora of attention. Yet he felt no affinity for the fleeting charms of the youthful internet celebrities from his past life. In contrast, utilizing his striking looks while showcasing some talents seemed far more aligned with his essence and aspirations. After all, true allure lies not solely in appearance, but also in talent and individuality, provided, of course, one possesses the looks to draw others in. To put it another way, he was both handsome and talented, appealing to all ages. No more pretense. He was ready to lay his cards on the table. He was indeed a heartthrob. Perhaps becoming a food vlogger wouldn't be so bad either. He could indulge in culinary delights while earning an income. However, upon reflecting on his current physique and appetite, he shook his head in resignation. With an appetite as diminutive as a sparrow's, he would likely be full before he even began to eat. This path seemed fraught with obstacles. What about becoming a fashion influencer? Simply donning a few stylish outfits and striking some poses seemed feasible. Yet, considering his sense of style, Gu Chen couldn't help but clear his throat. His fashion choices certainly left much to be desired. A myriad of ideas swirled in his mind. After considerable contemplation, he resolved to become a singing influencer. With his face and a repertoire of popular songs from his past life, fame seemed within reach. Moreover, singing had been his sole source of joy in his previous existence, as it was an activity that required no financial outlay. With determination, he set to work, filming his first video. With a visage like his, success was surely just around the corner. After some time, he successfully uploaded the video, feeling a wave of relief wash over him as he exhaled deeply. Gradually, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. The following morning, sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Gu Chen's face in warmth. He showed no inclination to rise, pulling the blanket over his head. Unbeknownst to him, an alarm clock, placed perilously close, erupted with sound. Startled, he exclaimed, "What on earth?" Grasping the clock, he forced his eyes open, and what he saw sent him into a panic. "Goodness, I'm going to be late." Like a spring released, Gu Chen shot up from his bed, hastily dashing into the bathroom to complete his morning routine. With a toothbrush clamped in his mouth, he wiped his face with a towel in one hand while frantically grabbing his backpack with the other, then sprinted toward school. "Oh no, my little sister didn't even wake me," he muttered as he ran, feeling a twinge of annoyance toward his sister, Gu Qingxue, for failing to rouse him. Yet, upon reflection, a vague recollection surfaced. Perhaps Gu Qingxue had indeed called out to him. The scene rewound to 7 a.m. where Gu Chen lay sprawled across his bed in a deep slumber, his position utterly chaotic. Meanwhile, Gu Qingxue stood beside him, shaking his shoulder anxiously and calling out, "Brother, hurry up and get up. Lately, you've been as unresponsive as a dead pig." In the depths of slumber, Gu Chen was roused by the gentle prodding of his sister. With half-closed eyes, he mumbled, "Just 5 more minutes, and I shall rise." With that, he turned over and succumbed once more to the embrace of sleep, indifferent to Gu Qingxue's persistent calls. Faced with Gu Chen's stubbornness, Gu Qingxue, feeling exasperated, placed an alarm clock beside his head and declared loudly, "Brother, don't be late. I'm off." With that, she hurriedly slung her backpack over her shoulder and exited the room. At that moment, Gu Chen was dashing through the streets, desperately recalling the events of the morning. A wave of embarrassment and regret washing over him. It became clear that he had misjudged his sister. She had indeed made every effort to awaken him. The thought made him chuckle at his own folly. A chronic sufferer of the early morning struggle, it seemed he could not change his ways. Gasping for breath, Gu Chen finally caught up, arriving at the classroom just as the bell rang. He resolved that he must engage in some physical exercise. His body was simply too weak. As he entered the classroom, the first sight that greeted him was Hua Ting's radiant smile, her face aglow with warmth and joy. She looked at him with sparkling eyes, filled with delight. Noticing Gu Chen's arrival, Hua Ting naturally rose to make space for him. "Chen Chen, you're here," she said with a melodious, cheerful voice. Gu Chen, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded slightly and took his seat with swift precision. In response to Hua Ting's enthusiastic greeting, he merely offered a polite In truth, Gu Chen harbored no dislike for Hua Ting. However, an insurmountable chasm of social disparity lay between them, a divide as vast as a canyon. Furthermore, Hua Ting's parents had always been staunchly opposed to their friendship, an additional familial barrier that only served to distance them further. Aware that no fruitful outcome could arise from their connection, he questioned the wisdom of investing excessive emotion. Once seated gracefully, Hua Ting propped her chin on her hand, tilting her head slightly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Gu Chen. The sight was both charming and alluring. "Chen Chen, why did you sneak off to pay the bill yesterday without a word?" She pouted, retrieving a tissue from her pocket. "And why won't you accept the money I offered you?" As she spoke, she leaned closer to him, her body gently inclining towards his. Extending her hand, she delicately took a tissue and began to dab at the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Staring into Hua Ting's eyes, Gu Chen found it difficult to maintain composure. How could he not be moved by such an enchanting beauty attending to him? He steeled himself, reminding himself to remain steadfast. "No, I must resist," he thought. Hastily, he reached for the tissue in her hand, gently pushing her aside with a slight pressure of his arm. A hint of embarrassment crossed his face as he murmured, "Please don't stand so close. Others might gossip if they see us." As a woman hailing from a prestigious and influential family, Hua Ting remained unfazed by the idle gossip circulating in the outside world. However, Gu Chen, being merely a young man, still possessed a sense of pride. Despite her reluctance, Hua Ting did not wish to impose unnecessary troubles upon Gu Chen. Thus, she reluctantly retreated slightly, maintaining a respectful distance between them. As anticipated, it was not long before discordant murmurs arose around them. "Look at this lad. He truly excels at his role as a companion. His seductive prowess is remarkable, captivating every young lady around him. Indeed, I cannot fathom what these young ladies see in him, constantly revolving around him like moths to a flame. Tell me, if he knew he was merely a companion, would she continue to harbor feelings for him? In my view, she likely would not. Wasn't it his innocent and pure appearance that initially attracted her? Now, it seems her illusions may shatter." Chapter 28. Whose breakfast to eat? As these words reached Hua Ting's ears, an inexplicable fury surged from the depths of her heart. She abruptly turned her head, her gaze piercingly fixed on the group of boys who were still whispering conspiratorially among themselves. Sensing Hua Ting's fierce glare, the boys momentarily froze, then exchanged furtive glances, silently agreeing to cease their chatter. Hua Ting inhaled deeply, striving to quell the anger within her, and softly addressed Gu Chen beside her. "Chen Chen, I apologize. I will be more cautious next time." Gu Chen gently shook his head, dismissing her concern. It's not your fault. Don't take it to heart. Yet at that moment, Huading had already resolved to unearth the instigator behind the rumors. How dare they spread such slander about me? It seems my previous reprimands were far too lenient. With this thought, Gu Chen's fists instinctively clenched. Simultaneously, he turned his gaze toward Shangguan Li and Su Guangyao. However, Su Guangyao wore an expression of indifference, as if the entire affair bore no relevance to him. Shangguan Li, on the other hand, appeared somewhat distracted, his eyes vacant, lost in some reverie. It was evident without conjecture that these boys were the ones who disseminated the rumors. Gu Chen cursed inwardly, realizing the trouble at hand. Once rumors spread, their impact was unpredictable and potentially substantial. I must devise a plan swiftly. Soon, the bell rang, signaling the end of class. Huading gently bent down, reaching into the depths of her drawer to rummage for something. After a moment, she retrieved a delicately crafted thermos. Chen, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? This is something I made for you early this morning. Would you care to try it? With a beaming smile, Huading presented the thermos to Gu Chen, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Gu Chen instinctively glanced at the thermos, noting its exquisite exterior and superior materials, clearly indicating it was no ordinary item. Just the sight of the thermos made Gu Chen realize its likely exorbitant value. At that moment, just as Gu Chen was about to speak, he noticed that an additional breakfast had mysteriously appeared on his desk. He looked up abruptly and locked eyes with Zhao Ying, who had just entered the classroom. Little man, this is your breakfast. Zhao Ying's voice was laced with both pride and a hint of tenderness as she placed the bag she was holding onto the desk, then shot a challenging glance at Huading. Instantly, the classroom was thick with tension, a palpable atmosphere of conflict brewing. Two distinctly styled breakfasts lay before Gu Chen, akin to a silent war on the verge of eruption. Oh no, how did this battleground arise so suddenly? Gu Chen feigned calmness, attempting to maintain his composure. However, Zhao Ying was determined not to falter in this confrontation. She extended a finger, rhythmically tapping the tabletop, producing a crisp and melodic sound. With her chin raised in pride, she declared, I have been responsible for preparing his breakfast since high school. He has belonged to me since then. Perhaps it would be wise for you to take your leave. Upon hearing this, Huating smiled gently, undeterred by her adversary's imposing presence. She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and softly replied, You must have worked hard for that. However, I'm back now, so you need not trouble yourself any longer. Indeed, you have labored for the past 2 years. Now that the rightful person has returned, you may depart. Furthermore, isn't it patently clear that a lovingly prepared breakfast carries far more sentiment than one hastily purchased? With that, Huating cast a flirtatious glance towards Gu Chen. Witnessing this, Zhao Ying's fury surged anew. Her eyes widened, her chest heaving with agitation, on the verge of losing control and erupting. At that moment, Gu Chen suddenly stood up. I need to use the restroom. Before the words had fully left his lips, he swiftly departed, not looking back as he headed toward the lavatory. My goodness, thank heavens I moved quickly. Otherwise, being caught in the middle of this turmoil would have been unbearable. I truly cannot comprehend how anyone could find such a battleground appealing. What is the allure in this? Gu Chen forcefully pushed open the restroom door and stepped inside, promptly shutting it behind him. He exhaled deeply, as if a weight had been lifted, retrieving his phone from his pocket and eagerly opening a short video application. The screen illuminated, revealing a dimly lit desk, adorned with a lamp casting a gentle yellow glow, perfectly illuminating Gu Chen's strikingly handsome face. At that moment, he held a pen in hand, rhythmically tapping it against the desk in sync with the soft melody he hummed. I send you a little red flower, blooming on the new branches you grew yesterday, rewarding your courage to come and speak to me. A clear, warm, and profoundly healing voice flowed melodiously from him, accompanied by the encouraging tune of I Send You a Little Red Flower, along with Gu Chen's enchanting voice and handsome visage. This video sparkled like a brilliant star, quickly ascending to fame in the digital realm. In just one night, it garnered over 100,000 likes. Gu Chen opened the comments section below. Is this young man's voice kissed by angels? It's so beautiful. I can tell just by looking that this song is exceptional. The lyrics are truly remarkable. Listening to it fills me with hope. Why can't I find the song on the app? Is this the original artist? I can hear so much struggle in his voice. Sobbing. Keep going, streamer. I support you. It seemed he had indeed made the right gamble. Gu Chen felt a sense of comfort from these comments. In his previous life, the song he cherished most resonated with him during his moments of utmost despair, thus rendering it profoundly significant. Within the classroom, Shangwan Li observed two women he held dear engaging in a heated argument over Gu Chen, deepening the sorrow within him. He refrained from seeking attention, choosing instead to sit quietly in the corner. In contrast, Su Guangyao's frustration mounted. Unable to contain himself, he sprang to Zhao Ying's side. Sistering, are you not aware that Gu Chen is merely a bartender? At this revelation, all eyes turned towards Su Guangyao. Chapter 29. Zhao Ying faces a setback. Gu Chen, that fellow, appears nightly at the midnight bar, serving as a companion to the patrons. Sistering, surely you are aware of this? A man like him, who spends his days immersed in such a chaotic environment, can hardly be regarded as clean. Our Li, on the other hand, is a true lady of refinement, far more pristine than someone like Gu Chen. Su Guangyao continued his tirade, oblivious to the deepening shadows on Zhao Ying's face. Has no one informed you that by revolving around him daily, you risk diminishing your own worth and dignity? At that moment, Su Guangyao wore an expression of bewilderment, confidently gazing at Zhao Ying as if he still had a plethora of opinions to share. However, Zhao Ying's expression darkened in an instant. She abruptly raised her right hand, clenched into a fist, and without hesitation, struck the table with great force. The resounding crash echoed throughout the classroom, causing the entire room to tremble. My man is not subject to your judgment. Zhao Ying's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at the crowd, her voice ringing with authority. This unexpected display silenced Su Guangyao, who had been reveling in his self-importance. Meanwhile, haughty, observing the scene, could not resist interjecting with a mocking tone. Oh my! Sister Ying, your allure is truly remarkable. It seems you have a little admirer who enjoys playing informant, and their relationship with you appears rather amiable. Su Guangyao's meddling once again placed Zhao Ying in a precarious position. If I cannot attract someone of his caliber, how could I ever be deemed worthy of my Gu Chen? Zhao Ying's lips curved into a subtle smirk as a clever retort sprang to her mind. Indeed, Hua Ting chuckled lightly, nodding in agreement. Upon hearing this, Su Guangyao, sulking in the corner, couldn't help but bristle. What do you mean by someone like me? I have many admirers, you know. Though he thought this, he was acutely aware that, in terms of capability, he was far outmatched. Wow. Only Sister Ying would dare to speak to Su Guangyao like that. If it were anyone else, they'd be finished by now. Yet, there's truth to her words. In a comparison with Gu Chen, Su Guangyao doesn't even measure up to a single finger of his. Keep it down. Don't let it be heard. Do you really think you can compare to Zhao Ying? Just as the murmurs continued, Gu Chen strolled into the classroom, leisurely observing the time as the lesson was about to commence. However, upon stepping through the door and witnessing the scene before him, he immediately felt a pang of regret. Why were these people still lingering here? The moment Gu Chen entered, Zhao Ying's gaze shifted to him, and a sly smile flickered across her face as she swiftly approached him without hesitation. As Zhao Ying drew nearer, Gu Chen couldn't help but wonder to himself, what does this woman want as she approaches me so suddenly? A foreboding sense enveloped the atmosphere. Just as the moment unfolded, Zhao Ying approached Gu Chen, her intentions clear as she opened her arms and enveloped him in a tight embrace. With a triumphant glance towards Hua Ting, she seemed eager to flaunt the depth of her relationship with Gu Chen. Yet, before she could utter any taunting remarks, Gu Chen abruptly lifted his foot and stomped down hard onto Zhao Ying's foot. A piercing scream erupted as pain forced her to release him. Are you out of your mind? Gu Chen regarded Zhao Ying with a look of incredulity. Since arriving in this world, he had endured countless instances of women cornering him. Particularly, this woman before him, afflicted with a syndrome of a domineering CO, frequently initiated physical contact, leaving him feeling overwhelmed and exasperated. After all, he was a man, and he could not remain in a submissive position forever. Zhao Ying, pushed away, wore a mask of indifference, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and fury. She bit her lip hard, her hands instinctively clenching. "How dare you push me away, you little man?" A singular thought consumed her: to take Gu Chen home and properly train this disobedient pup. Little man, do not mistake my patience for weakness. Push me too far, and you shall see my wrath. As she battled to maintain her composure, the tempest of anger simmered just beneath the surface, a feeling that had begun to brew long before Hua Ting's return. Upon discovering the connection between Hua Ting, Kuan Ling, and her cherished Gu Chen, it was as if a powder keg had been ignited, the intensity of her emotions skyrocketing. Watching Gu Chen slip away from her grasp, her unease and dissatisfaction surged like a turbulent tide. Throughout her life, anything Zhao Ying coveted, no matter how rare or precious, ultimately found its way into her possession. This applied to men as well. Thus, she could not abide by the notion of Gu Chen escaping her clutches. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she prepared to step forward and reclaim him when a sharp voice echoed from behind. "Are you all not aware that class has begun? Why are you all loitering about?" Everyone turned in surprise to see Teacher Zhong striding towards them with a stern expression. Unbeknownst to them, while they were entangled in their chaotic exchanges, the class bell had rung quietly, unnoticed by those engrossed in their drama. Reluctantly, Zhao Ying conceded, casting one last meaningful glance before striding out of the classroom. The entire school was well aware of Zhao Ying's affection for Gu Chen. Yet, despite this knowledge, no one dared to come to his defense. No one was foolish enough to offend the eldest daughter of a prestigious family for the sake of a man without any notable background. Moreover, Gu Chen had never confided in any of his teachers, fully aware that reporting his grievances would prove futile. After all, how many men aspire to become acquainted with Zhao Ying, yet were afforded no opportunity, let alone the prospect of being pursued by her? Her advances were not overly audacious. Prior to Hua Ting's return, the physical interactions between Zhao Ying and Gu Chen had been quite limited. However, circumstances had now dramatically shifted. Just after departing from Gu Chen's classroom, Zhao Ying encountered an unexpected individual. Her voluminous waves of hair were remarkably attention-grabbing, complemented by a pair of black-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of shrewdness. The features of her face were exquisitely refined, imparting a sense of mature allure that surpassed that of Zhao Ying. Upon discovering Zhao Ying's predicament, she unhesitatingly abandoned her pressing matters and hurried over. "Annie, what brings you here?" Zhao Ying inquired with a hint of surprise. Chapter 30. The young master arrives in Kyoto. Principal Zhao Linshu wore a grave expression as she fixed her gaze upon Zhao Ying, who approached her slowly, step by step. In that fleeting moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The once tense visage of Zhao Linshu blossomed into a radiant smile. With swift grace, she extended her slender hands, unhesitatingly reaching for Zhao Ying's waist, and began to gently tickle her. "Hey, what are you doing?" Zhao Ying exclaimed, startled by the unexpected gesture, her brows knitting together in displeasure. Clearly, she was in no mood for such frivolity at that moment. However, Zhao Linshu showed no inclination to cease her antics. Instead, her laughter grew louder as she playfully patted Zhao Ying's shoulder, teasing, "Oh, what is this? Have you been humiliated? Cast aside without mercy. You often mock me for not finding a boyfriend. Look at yourself. Haven't you too been rejected?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying could no longer endure it. She forcefully pushed away Zhao Linshu's tickling hand, shooting her a fierce glare before attempting to stride past her. Observing this, Zhao Linshu hurriedly quickened her pace to follow, calling out, Hey, don't walk so fast. What is the matter? Can you not bear such a minor setback? Surely, you are not that unable to accept defeat." Zhao Ying continued walking without glancing back, her tone resolute as she replied, "I will win him over. My affairs do not require your interference." "Are you certain?" Zhao Linshu inquired with a playful glint in her eye. "He succumbs to softness, not force. Do you really intend to be assertive?" "That will not work, for he's my trump card. When I boast to the other principals, I will need him. What do you intend to do?" Zhao Linshu paused, glancing around to ensure they were alone, then leaned closer to Zhao Ying's ear and whispered, "Without me, Yuan Ti even managed to touch a single finger of his. Hearing this, Zhao Ying scoffed with disdain. I pursued him all on my own. You have no part in this. Ah, but that is where you are mistaken, Zhao Linshu retorted. I know you have a crush on him, so I deliberately halted his previous scholarships and financial aid. Otherwise, how would you have had the chance to impress him? This boy isn't fond of money, which is quite admirable. He possesses great capability, so remember to bring him home. You, Zhao Ying appeared utterly astonished, as if she had unearthed a shocking truth. Yet, Zhao Linshu continued on her way without looking back. Achio, which beauty is longing for me now? It seems that being too handsome has its drawbacks, as so many have their eyes on me. Chen, what's wrong? Are you feeling cold? Hua Ting inquired with concern. I'm fine. I just have this nagging feeling that something is about to happen, even though it seems like I haven't had a moment's peace since arriving here. Lili, why were you silent just now? Su Guangyao asked, frowning slightly, his tone tinged with mild reproach. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, akin to being insulted moments ago. He had gallantly rushed to offer assistance, only to find himself not only unappreciated, but also subjected to a torrent of abuse. Meanwhile, the individual who had initially been berated appeared completely unfazed, as if nothing had transpired. This realization only intensified Su Guangyao's ire. He glared at Shangguan Li, who remained silent, and, in a fit of pique, turned his head away, choosing not to speak further. At that moment, however, Shangguan Li, who had been quiet until now, suddenly chuckled softly, exclaiming, "Look who this is!" He bent down and carefully retrieved a mobile phone from beneath the table, slowly presenting it to Su Guangyao. Filled with suspicion, Su Guangyao was perplexed by Shangguan Li's intentions and puzzled over his sudden laughter. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon the phone screen. In an instant, his expression shifted from surprise to a subtle smile as he recognized the short video uploaded by Gu Chen the previous day. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their eyes meeting in a moment of unspoken understanding, as though they shared a secret. At that juncture, a rather amusing thought simultaneously crossed their minds. What if he were subjected to online harassment? Meanwhile, Gu Chen remained blissfully unaware of the attention he had attracted from Shangguan Li and his companions, preoccupied with thoughts of how to monetize this short video. At the Jinghai airport, beside the expansive runway, a colossal passenger aircraft descended gracefully. As the cabin door opened, a diminutive young man emerged into view. His hair displayed an unusual blend of white and green hues. This young man's delicate and youthful features exuded an impression of innocence, often referred to as a daddy's boy. He descended the stairs with a small crossbody bag slung over his shoulder. From a distance, he spotted Kuan Ling amidst the crowd, who was holding a special cigarette. "Sister!" Kuan exclaimed excitedly, waving his arms and racing towards her. Seeing her long-absent brother, Kuan Ling's face brightened with a smile as she opened her arms to embrace him. After a brief hug, they proceeded to the car. Once inside, Kuan eagerly inquired, "Sister, have you found a boyfriend after being away for so long?" Kuan Ling playfully tapped his head, chiding, "You little rascal, mind your own business." Kuan, undeterred, puffed out his chest and declared, "I'm 18 now, an adult. Not a little kid. Come on, tell me. If you have a boyfriend, I can help you screen him." At Kuan's persistent questioning, a vision of Gu Chen surfaced in Kuan Ling's mind. A sweet smile crept onto her lips at the thought of him. But she quickly felt a twinge of shyness as she replied, "With my discerning taste, do you really think anyone I fancy could be lacking?" Seeing this, Kuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly inquired, "Oh, so there really is someone. Please take me to meet him." Kuan Ling immediately blushed, stammering her response, "Well, I haven't yet won him over, so let's discuss it later." "What? Is there truly a man you cannot conquer? Now I'm even more curious to meet him. For now, let me assist you with the school enrollment procedures. Which school will you be attending?" "Jinghai No, One High School." Chapter 31. The storm of public opinion. It is no wonder that so many individuals aspire to become internet celebrities. The financial rewards come at an astonishing pace. By evening, Gu Chen's video had amassed over 1 million views, translating to earnings exceeding several thousand yuan. Not including the gifts sent by online viewers, it was estimated to be around 10,000, lying in his rented room. He opened his browser and discovered that he had actually made it to the trending list. The eternal handsome man ranked first in popularity. Could it possibly be me? Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback. Upon clicking to investigate further, he was struck with disbelief. It truly was him. A deluge of comments flooded in. Who is this man everyone is talking about? He is so handsome. I initially thought it was some marketing ploy, but upon clicking, I realized he is genuinely striking. This is no exaggeration. I would pay $1 million. Who has this young man as information? Ladies, I am all in. Alas, a benefactor appeared so swiftly. Yet a mere $1 million is likely insufficient. Such a man is a sight for ordinary folks to admire from afar, not someone we could ever hope to possess. Indeed, it is quite possible he has countless affluent women vying for his attention. Who knows if there's even chance for you? Why doesn't that million-yuan lady consider me instead? Just look at you, a scruffy person, attempting to swindle money. Cough, cough. One cannot deny that this feeling of being pursued is truly exhilarating. Gu Chen even spotted numerous beautiful women in the comments wishing to arrange blind dates with him. However, compared to Zhao Ying and Hua Ting, they paled in comparison, like a mere speck of starlight against a galaxy of brilliance. Yet, as he continued to read, he noticed some unsettling comments. This man is merely a bar escort, quite unsavory, visiting daily. Indeed, he is from my school, feigning a pure persona while lacking any decency, even resorting to violence. I knew it. Such a man must have been ridden like a public bus by many. How could he possibly be so admirable? Exactly. Those girls are simply attracted to his looks, devoid of any rational thought, incessantly praising him. When he eventually exploits you, you foul women will still be counting his money. Before long, the envious young men harboring grievances against Gu Chen could no longer contain their fury and engaged in a keyboard battle with the older women who admired him. The exchange escalated from simple debates to a full-blown defense of each other's ancestry. Concurrently, several related topics surged to the trending list like rockets. The eternal handsome man faced his first scandal on debut. Shocked. Such a beautiful man turns out to be a bar escort. The campus heartthrob of Jinghai No. One high school is for sale. A series of topics emerged, determined not to be overshadowed by the eternal handsome man. Gu Chen was now utterly bewildered, staring at the chaotic scene before him, filled with confusion and helplessness. Is this what they call the power of the internet? Moments ago, he was exalted upon a pedestal, basking in an incessant stream of adulation and admiration. Yet, in an instant, he plummeted into the depths, besieged by an avalanche of accusations and vitriol. This stark contrast afforded him his first true glimpse of the formidable power of the internet. But who could possibly be spreading such rumors about my alleged role as a male escort? Surely, it could not be those foolish birds surrounding Shangwanli? Perhaps. Having entered this matriarchal world, Gu Chen's sixth sense has sharpened considerably. On the other side of the digital realm, the architects of this scandal are none other than Shangwan Li and Su Guangyao. At this moment, they revel in the chaos they have orchestrated. In their relentless quest to obliterate Gu Chen, they spare no expense in hiring internet trolls, zealously working to tarnish his reputation. Furthermore, they have heartlessly disseminated Gu Chen's social media accounts and his real name to the public without reservation. With a twisted smile, Shangwan Li fixates on the screen of his phone, venomously declaring, Gu Chen, I shall relish watching you navigate the shame of your existence from this point forward. How dare you compete with me for women? You are utterly unworthy. Ha ha ha. May you meet your demise. As the storm of public opinion fully erupted, Gu Chen's phone incessantly chimed, the screen flashing with incoming notifications. Upon glancing at the deluge of messages, his eyes widened in disbelief. The screen was inundated with scathing remarks, predominantly from a gaggle of young men. Goodness, the vitriol is astonishing. Gu Chen couldn't help but grimace, reflecting on how so many have succumbed to suicide under the weight of such online harassment. Nevertheless, in the face of this overwhelming tide of negativity, Gu Chen exhibited an extraordinary calmness, even bordering on indifference. After all, in his eyes, even notoriety is a form of fame. As long as he could captivate a vast audience and garner attention, why not embrace it? Additionally, He was acutely aware that his role in the bar was not that of a so-called escort, but rather a legitimate front desk employee. As the saying goes, if one stands upright, they need not fear shadows. This conviction fortified his resolve. Were this any ordinary individual caught in such circumstances, they would likely hasten to clarify the truth, engaging in a futile exchange with their detractors. Yet, Gu Chen was no ordinary person. He opted to remain silent, allowing the proverbial bullet to fly a while longer. "Hey, look, isn't that our school's heartthrob?" One voice chimed in. "Indeed. What's the matter?" Another queried. "He's been outed as a male escort." "No way. Is it really that scandalous? He seems so respectable." Ah, one can never truly know a person. The secrets they harbor are often hidden from view. Such trending topics rapidly permeated every corner of society, eliciting a spectrum of opinions regarding Gu Chen. Some maintained that he bore unspoken burdens, fervently defending him, while others argued that it was precisely men like him that contributed to the rampant spread of sexually transmitted diseases in contemporary society. Some even initiated an investigation into the entirety of the situation, following the trail along the internet's cables. In summary, it was a typical case of indifference, a detached attitude towards matters that did not concern them. In stark contrast, the staff at Jinghai No. 1 High School exhibited little composure. As they witnessed the deluge of negative commentary directed at Gu Chen online, panic ensued, leaving them at a loss on how to navigate this sudden media crisis. Through the relentless efforts of vigilant netizens and the instigation by individuals such as Shangwan Li, all of Gu Chen's personal information was unearthed. Before long, the admissions office of Jinghai No. 1 High School was besieged. What kind of students are you nurturing? Are you unaware that your students are working in such environments? How can you still claim to be a reputable city-level institution? Who would entrust their children to you? It is baffling how you have neglected to instill any awareness in your students. Who is the audacious individual that posted such matters online? I swear, I will not rest until I uncover their identity. Accompanied by a resounding knock, Principal Zhao Linsu expressed her indignation, inundated with countless phone calls in a short span, all mocking her from superiors or fellow principals. "Principal, reporters will arrive tomorrow. Should we arrange a meeting?" Chapter 32. The dominant CEO takes action. Zhao Linsu was not daunted by any leadership, but felt the immense pressure of public opinion. Even though her family's influence was formidable, such excessive scrutiny was intolerable. She was aware of Gu Chen's employment at the bar and knew of his innocence. So her foremost priority was to locate the original blogger who spread these rumors. However, she understood that someone else might be even more anxious than herself, and thus she did not need to fret excessively. In the grand villa of Jinghai, the atmosphere was tense. What on earth was happening? How did he suddenly ascend the trending topics? Immediately suppress this fervor. Zhao Ying's face was flushed with anger as she shouted at the woman clad in black before her. The woman displayed a troubled expression and cautiously responded, "Miss, it is not that we do not wish to quell the fervor, but we are utterly powerless. You are aware that Gu Chen's handsome visage, once it enters the public eye, inevitably stirs up a tempest. Moreover, his recent short video has already garnered over 1 million likes." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying's previously taut expression softened slightly, and an indescribable sense of superiority blossomed within her. After all, Gu Chen's exceptional qualities affirmed her discerning eye. As this thought crossed her mind, she could not help but feel a swell of pride. Truly, he is the man I have chosen. However, this fleeting emotion quickly dissipated, and Zhao Ying returned to her serious demeanor. She cleared her throat and continued, "We must employ every means necessary to reduce this fervor. Otherwise, it will significantly impact his reputation and daily life. Furthermore, we must swiftly identify the instigator of this slander against Gu Chen." Faced with Zhao Ying's piercing gaze and her authoritative tone, the woman in black felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. After much hesitation, she mustered her courage and said, "Miss, this topic has already spread widely across the internet. It may be difficult to completely suppress it." Before she could finish, a cold snort escaped Zhao Ying's nostrils. Sensing Zhao Ying's displeasure, the woman in black trembled and quickly bowed her head, replying, "Understood. I will do everything in my power to address this matter." Without waiting for a response, she hurriedly departed as if her feet were coated in oil. Once the woman had left, Zhao found herself alone in the room. Her brow furrowed as she pondered Gu Chen, filled with confusion. Why do you always refuse to comply, little man, and constantly create trouble for me? Zhao murmured, her eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. Similarly, when haughty learned that Gu Chen had made the trending topics and was under attack from rumors, her heart raced with anxiety. She wanted to call Gu Chen. As she picked up the phone to dial his number, she hesitated, fearing that he might block her again. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, she took a moment to gather her resolve and began to walk toward the door while dialing his number. Each call is accompanied by an intensifying sense of worry within her. She genuinely fears that Gu Chen may succumb to the weight of the rumors and contemplate a tragic end. Chen, please answer the phone. I beg you. Don't frighten me. Hua-ting murmurs to herself, clutching her phone tightly. The usually composed and serene Hua-ting has completely lost her calmness, plunging into a profound state of panic. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, perusing the comments section, notices a call from Hua-ting flashing on his screen. In that instant, he comprehends the reason for her call. Without a doubt, it pertains to the trending topic. Initially, Gu Chen is reluctant to answer, as he finds himself unfazed by the situation and does not wish to grant Hua-ting the opportunity to intervene. Just as he is about to disconnect the call, memories of his past resurface. In a time not long ago, he too loved someone with all his heart, surrendering everything unreservedly, only to be met with cold rejection and unwarranted humiliation. Reflecting on this, Gu Chen's heart softens. Even if their paths may not converge, a modicum of basic courtesy should still be upheld. After a brief moment of hesitation, he finally presses the answer button. A beep resonates, followed by Hua-ting's anxiously urgent voice on the other end. Chen, are you all right? Those are trivial matters. I will help you sort them out. Would you like me to come and keep you company? Her frantic tone momentarily leaves Gu Chen at a loss for words. Never before had anyone cared for him in such a manner before he entered this world. Now, with a stunning beauty like Hua-ting expressing concern for him, he finds it hard to contain his emotions. I'm fine. No need to worry, Gu Chen replies nonchalantly. Really? But, Hua-ting hesitates, her words trailing off. What is it? Gu Chen inquires, puzzled. I'm already at your doorstep. Why don't you come out for a moment? A gentle and earnest voice emanates from the phone. Hearing this, Gu Chen is taken aback, instinctively moving to the window and drawing back the curtain. Indeed, right outside the window stands Hua-ting, clad in a trench coat. Her long hair dances softly in the breeze, a faint smile gracing her face as she speaks on the phone and waves at Gu Chen with one hand. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chen feels as if he is gazing at a reflection of his former self. Checking the time on his phone reveals it is already 10 o'clock in the evening. Gu Qingxue had long since changed into a pink nightgown and was seated at the edge of her bed. Qingxue is almost ready for bed. Realizing this, Gu Chen suddenly has an epiphany. Qingxue. Gu Qingxue, as if sharing a telepathic bond, peers out from her window as well. When Gu Chen lowers his gaze to meet her playful eyes, the mischievous little girl flashes him a sly and triumphant smile, teasingly elongating her words. Big brother's going out to meet sister-in-law. Don't say such nonsense. Do not call me sister-in-law indiscriminately, Gu Chen admonished hastily. However, at that moment, the call had not been disconnected, and Hua-ting distinctly heard every word that Gu Qingxue had just uttered. In an instant, her anxiety was alleviated. Chapter 33. The well-behaved child is off to revel. How about inviting Qingxue to join us? I shall treat you both to a late-night snack. Upon hearing these words, Gu Chen could not help but furrow his brow slightly, internally letting out a sigh. Well, since it has come to this, I might as well indulge in this meal. After all, I treated last time. With this thought, he felt a modicum of balance restored within him. At that moment, he noticed Gu Qingxue sparkling, expectant eyes fixed on him as she asked somewhat dramatically, Brother, can we, please? Her adorable demeanor was simply irresistible. Faced with Gu Qingxue's earnest plea, Gu Chen's heart softened, ultimately leading him to decide to take her along. Reluctantly nodding, he replied, All right, put on your coat, and let us be off. Upon receiving permission, Gu Qingxue was elated, quickly changing into her clothes and eagerly taking Gu Chen's hand as they dashed downstairs. She chattered incessantly, "Hurry up, brother!" Alas, with such fervent enthusiasm. How could I possibly remain indifferent? He found himself beginning to doubt his own resolve. Yet, as images of their parents' disdainful expressions floated through his mind, Gu Chen's wavering heart solidified once more. Perhaps from the very beginning, it was destined that they could only remain the most familiar strangers, never even reaching the status of ordinary friends. Rather than nurturing unrealistic fantasies, it would be wiser to draw clear boundaries and maintain a respectful distance. As Gu Qingxue reached the bottom of the stairs, she leapt directly into Hua Ting's embrace, exclaiming, "Sister-in-law." "Ah!" Hua Ting responded with a beaming smile, effortlessly pulling Gu Qingxue into her arms with a practiced grace. In contrast, Gu Chen stood awkwardly at a distance, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "Oh dear, given the circumstances, should I not appear a bit bashful? Ahem, let us proceed." Gu Chen stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked ahead. Gu Qingxue and Hua Ting exchanged a glance before rising to follow him. In a luxuriously decorated, spacious, and radiant apartment, Kuan lounged lazily on the sofa, idly fiddling with his phone. As he casually scrolled through social media, he inadvertently stumbled upon a trending topic concerning Gu Chen. Kuan held little interest in such matters. After all, in this age of information overload, there are countless topics created merely to attract attention. Moreover, based on his previous experiences, he discerned that these so-called sensational events often diverged significantly from the versions circulating online. The truth was rarely as straightforward as it appeared. Kuan glanced at the time displayed on his phone, already past 10 o'clock at night. Logically speaking, at this hour a well-behaved child should be dutifully staying at home, not going anywhere, and obediently preparing for bed. However, this was not Kyoto, and more importantly, there was no stern father watching him closely here. Upon reflecting on this, Kuan could not help but be overwhelmed by an impulse to indulge and revel in the pleasures of nightlife. Having made up his mind, he swiftly rose, made a brief arrangement, and set forth with a buoyant stride towards the door, muttering to himself, "Good boy. Don't be ridiculous. Tonight, I shall venture out and have some fun." Before long, Kuan arrived at a relatively secluded neighborhood in Jinghai City. The streets here were narrow and dimly lit, starkly contrasting the bustling vibrancy of the city center. However, Kuan remained unfazed, brimming with excitement. They say only such hidden corners harbor undiscovered treasures. Perhaps there are thrilling places to explore. I must search thoroughly. With a heart full of trepidation, Kuan cautiously stepped into the dark, narrow alley. Suddenly, two figures appeared ahead, swaying unsteadily as they approached him. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were two women, their faces flushed and reeking of alcohol, their attire disheveled. Having been pampered and sheltered since childhood, Kuan had never encountered such a scene. His heart raced to his throat, and panic washed over him. Instinctively, he pressed against the wall, trembling slightly, hastily yielding, fearful of any confrontation with the two women. Why do they resemble ruffians? What should I do? What if they intend to harm me? Oh no. Had I known, I wouldn't have ventured out for such frivolities. Kuan's mind was a tempest of fear and anxiety, rendering him nearly breathless. Yet, reality is often cruel. The more one fears, the more it manifests. Indeed, one of the women called out, "Hey, you over there, come join us for a drink." The other chimed in, "Exactly. It's late. Let's see you home." With that, the two women giggled and slowly encircled Kuan, leaving him with no means of escape. Faced with such a predicament, Kuan was drenched in cold sweat. Feigning calmness as he stammered, I'm sorry, but my family is strict and doesn't allow me to drink. I have things to attend to. I must be on my way." No sooner had the words left his mouth than he attempted to squeeze through the gap between the two women, eager to flee. Thud! With a resounding thump, one of the women extended her hand decisively, forcefully pressing it against the wall, effectively obstructing Kuan's escape. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. A chill surged up his spine, raising every hair on his body. Beads of sweat rolled uncontrollably down his forehead as he widened his eyes. staring in terror at the inebriated woman before him, his heart racing in sheer dread. Alas, I am filled with regret. I shall never venture out again. Someone, please come my aid. It's quite all right, dear, a woman purred, her voice sweet enough to melt one's bones. She swayed her slender waist, slowly advancing towards Gu Chen, wearing a captivating smile that could ensnare the heart. Let us discreetly indulge in a little drink. I assure you, your family will remain none the wiser. Concurrently, another woman clad in a revealing skirt joined in, echoing her sentiments. Indeed, indeed, you are so handsome, dear. Let us get acquainted with the sisters and forge a friendship, shall we? As they spoke, they brazenly leaned in, gently brushing their hands against Gu Chen's pale cheek, which was tinged with anxiety. Having never encountered such an ordeal, Gu Chen was utterly flustered. His mind was a blank canvas, his body trembled uncontrollably, and he could no longer suppress the terror within. He cried out, "Help! Someone please! Save me!" In response to Gu Chen's desperate pleas, the two women displayed no hint of fear. Instead, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. One of them, with an air of audacity, retorted, "Ha, dear handsome, scream all you like. No one will come to your rescue, no matter how loud you call. Be a good boy and entertain your sisters." Chapter 34. A Hero to the Rescue? Upon hearing the sound, the two women instinctively turned their gazes toward Gu Chen, only to quickly realize that the voice did not originate from him. Gu Chen, equally bewildered, wondered if someone had come to rescue him. With hearts filled with uncertainty, the three of them simultaneously turned towards the source of the sound. To their surprise, they beheld a petite young girl standing there, hands on her hips, her face adorned with an expression of disdain, muttering under her breath, "How pathetic, you actually resort to such an old trick." The two women narrowed their eyes, recognizing the girl as a mere child, which fueled their anger. One of them shouted, "You insolent little brat, meddle here at your own peril. You'll regret it if you don't back off." Initially, when Gu Chen had heard the voice, a flicker of hope ignited within him. However, upon realizing that the source was merely a child, that hope was swiftly extinguished. After all, how could one expect a mere child, who could barely ensure her own safety, to come to his aid? Yet, in the midst of Gu Chen's despair, Gu Chen exhibited an audacious demeanor, boldly declaring, "Let go of that boy. Otherwise, you'll pay dearly for it." Huh! Even little kids have the audacity to challenge us. One woman snarled as she staggered toward Gu Chen, her face twisted with malice. The thought of Gu Chen potentially facing harm sent a jolt of fear through Gu Chen, prompting him to instinctively shut his eyes, unwilling to envision the impending scene. However, after a brief moment, he opened his eyes wide and shouted with all his might, "Don't hurt that child. I'll drink with you." Hearing this, the woman let out a derisive laugh, one of them scoffing, "Too late." With that, she reached out towards Gu Chen. As Gu Chen seemed on the verge of falling into the woman's grasp, Gu Chen's heart raced with desperation, and he cried out, "No." The urgency of his shout seemed to sap every ounce of strength from him. In that critical moment, a shadow darted in like lightning from the side of the woman. With a resounding thud, a foot, propelled by fierce momentum, struck the woman with great force. The impact was so powerful that she flew backward, as if severed from her tether, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the newcomer was none other than Gu Chen. His movements were swift and decisive. After sending the woman sprawling, Gu Chen wasted no time and rushed to Gu Chen, seizing her ear. "Why must you run off? Don't you understand how dangerous it was just now?" In response to her brother's reprimand, Gu Chen pouted, her eyes brimming with tears as she murmured softly, I know I was wrong, brother." At that moment, the woman who had been knocked down slowly began to rise, her heart brimming with fury as she prepared to retaliate. Yet, when she beheld Gu Chen's visage, all her fury and anguish vanished without a trace, replaced by a countenance of astonishment and infatuation. How extraordinary! A buy one get one free opportunity. And I find myself in the midst of such fortune, one of the women exclaimed excitedly, while her companion could hardly contain her joy, both of their faces blooming with smiles. Standing nearby, Gu Chen, having witnessed Gu Chen's recent flying kick, could only think, This boy is incredibly handsome. Meanwhile, Gu Chen seemed to sense the intense gazes from the two women. He slightly turned his head, his eyes sweeping over them like a flash of lightning. Such a simple glance, yet it enveloped the two women in an icy chill that penetrated to their very bones. What eyes they were! Cold, sharp, brimming with an endless aura of menace, akin to the chilling light cast from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. The two women, still slightly tipsy, found their intoxication dissipating in the wake of that murderous gaze. They were acutely aware that this man named Gu Chen was definitely not one to provoke lightly. Almost simultaneously, they reached a silent accord to find a way to extricate themselves. The two women quickly donned a facade of flattering smiles, stammering, "Excuse us, young sir. It was purely a misunderstanding." Yes, a misunderstanding. In response to their apologies, Gu Chen showed no sign of retreat. Rather, he pressed forward, advancing towards them. "Oh, you claim it's a misunderstanding? I beg to differ," Gu Chen coldly interrogated as he approached. "Indeed, it is a misunderstanding. We have urgent matters to attend to, so we must take our leave." The two women's bravado had already waned. When they noticed the tall woman had joined Gu Chen, radiating a formidable presence that exuded an invisible pressure, their confidence crumbled entirely, and they fled in haste. Hua Ting, intending to reserve a table at a restaurant, turned around just in time to see Gu Qingxue sprinting ahead, with Gu Chen hot on her heels. Observing her two siblings running without apparent reason, she had no choice but to chase after them. After considerable effort, Hua Ting finally caught up to them. Before she could inquire as to why they were running, the scene before her left her momentarily bewildered. Gu Qingxue stood proudly to the side, while Gu Chen was crouched, gently patting the back of the utterly terrified Kuan, asking with concern, "Are you all right?" Kuan clung to the last vestiges of his sanity, diving into Gu Chen's embrace and sobbing uncontrollably. Witnessing Kuan's heart-wrenching tears, Hua Ting hurriedly approached Gu Qingxue, lowering her voice in anxious inquiry. "Qingxue, what on earth happened? Please tell me." "Well, wait, what is this man doing? Why is he wiping his snot and tears all over me? I'm running out of clothes." Oh, Chapter 35, Brother Chen. I want to hang out with you. Just as Kuan was about to completely soak his clothes, Gu Chen swiftly pushed him away. "All right, it's fine now. You should hurry home," Gu Chen said, inadvertently displaying a hint of disdain. Upon hearing that he had to go home, Kuan, who had been crying uncontrollably, abruptly ceased his tears. He forced a brave facade and stammered, "Could you take me along to play?" "What? It's so late. It would be better for you to call your family to pick you up," Gu Chen replied. "Normal people would be at home sleeping by this hour. Besides, your outfit is rather flamboyant, and with your hair being a peculiar white green, why not dye it entirely green?" Nevertheless, Kuan did not relent. He gazed at Gu Chen with a pleading look, pitifully continuing, "I beg you, as long as I can hang out with you tonight, I'll cover all expenses. All right?" Sighing, Gu Chen thought, "Does this fellow not grasp my intention? Whatever, this rich kid is quite troublesome." With that, Gu Chen stood up without hesitation and signaled to Gu Qingxue and Hua Ting to leave promptly. Seeing that Gu Chen and the others were abandoning him, Kuan couldn't help but feel a sense of disbelief. Could it be? I've gone this far, and he can still refuse my request? After all, back in Kyoto, those insipid women would spend billions just to have a meal with me. I couldn't even be bothered to glance at them. This person, how dare he turn me down? No one has ever rejected me in my life. As Gu Chen and the others grew more distant, Kuan felt increasingly dissatisfied. He puffed up his cheeks like a balloon and hurried after them. How can anyone resist someone as charming and delightful as me? Even if the person is a man, it shouldn't be the case. While fuming internally, Kuan closely followed Gu Chen and the others. At that moment, Gu Qingxue suddenly noticed Kuan trailing behind them. She tugged at Gu Chen's sleeve and said, "Hey, brother, that young man has been following us." Upon hearing his sister's words, Gu Chen did not pause or turn around. He continued walking nonchalantly. Just by observing Kuan's attire, Gu Chen could discern that he hailed from an extraordinary background, far from that of an ordinary family. Moreover, having just saved his life, Gu Chen felt he had done more than enough. It was unreasonable to be responsible for ensuring his safe return home. Hua-ting, walking alongside Gu Chen, remained silent. She sensed that the voice of the person from earlier was somewhat familiar, as if she had heard it somewhere before. However, she dismissed the thought, her current notion being quite simple. After all, her brother Chen was present. He would decide what to do, and whatever he chose would be perfectly fine. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a blissful and contented smile involuntarily graced Huiting's face. It was not long before they arrived at a quaint little shop, somewhat secluded from the bustling crowd. This establishment was rather unremarkable. Had one not been searching for it, its existence would likely have gone unnoticed. Throughout the journey, Kunken persistently trailed closely behind the group. Gu Chen deemed this situation unsatisfactory and decided to lighten the mood. Turning around, he waved at Kunken and called out, "Come here." Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Kunken's eyes instantly sparkled with delight. The melancholic expression that had lingered on his face evaporated, replaced by a radiant smile. He hurriedly bounded forward, embracing Gu Chen's arm in a manner reminiscent of long-time, close friends. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head in resignation. Oh well, it's not his fault, it's the world's fault. Meanwhile, Huiting, standing to the side, was less composed. Watching Kunken wrap his arms around her beloved Chun ignited a fierce pang of jealousy within her. What was this? Just because he followed them for a while, he felt entitled to embrace her Chun. Huiting felt as if the sky had fallen. Had she known, she might have dared to do the same. However, she quickly dismissed the thought, recognizing that her Chun was inherently kind-hearted. Had it been herself, she might have been unceremoniously shoved aside. The realization that she had known Gu Chen for so long, yet had never even held his hand, deepened her discontent, causing her ire towards Kunken to intensify. Nevertheless, despite her rising anger, Huiting managed to suppress her emotions and refrain from expressing her frustration. After casting a fierce glare at Kunken from behind, she remained silent. Once they settled in the shop, Gu Qingxue instinctively took a seat beside Gu Chen. However, to her astonishment, Kunken boldly pulled Gu Chen to sit beside him. Not only that, he cheekily made a face at Gu Qingxue, who had been pushed aside. Gu Qingxue, upon witnessing this, was nearly driven to exclaim her outrage, but was timely restrained by Huiting, allowing her to temporarily swallow her indignation. Yet, the annoyance in Gu Qingxue's gaze towards Kunken was unmistakable. If only she had refrained from rescuing this fellow. This thought repeatedly echoed in her mind. Gu Chen felt as though he were hurting 3 children, overwhelmed with exasperation. Once seated, Kunken's gaze remained fixed on Gu Chen. What on earth did this guy want? Why was he staring at me? Finally, Gu Chen could endure no longer and, casting a sidelong glance at Kunken, feigned indifference as he inquired, "What are you staring at me for?" Hearing this, Kunken paused for a moment before gradually replying, I can't shake the feeling that we've met somewhere before, but I just can't recall where." Upon uttering those words, Gu Chen was rendered utterly perplexed. Furrowing his brow in contemplation, he ultimately replied with conviction, "There shouldn't be anyone. In truth, I have no recollection of you whatsoever. The dim lighting here obscured my view of your features. Yet, I am struck by a sense of familiarity. Where could I have encountered you before?" At that moment, seated nearby, Hua-ting and Gu Qingxue simultaneously exhibited a palpable surge of jealousy. Pouting in unison, they fixed an irate gaze upon Kun. "That is my brother. How dare you usurp my seat? I haven't even had the chance to sit beside Chen, and yet you have taken precedence." Hua-ting exclaimed. "Wait, who is this guy?" Chapter 36. The Envy of Kunken. Oh, I have finally remembered. Kunken abruptly slapped his thigh, his face illuminated with a look of sudden realization, as memories of Gu Chen came rushing back with clarity. It turned out he was the exceptionally handsome man who had graced the trending topics that very night. "Wow, you are indeed that legendary beauty." Kunken's eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Gu Chen, as though he had encountered a rare treasure. One must understand that to ascend to the trending list in such a short span, solely due to one's looks, is no small feat. As everyone looked clearly at the other side, both Huiting and Kunken's expressions subtly shifted, as if they were old acquaintances. Upon hearing Kunken's words, Huiting momentarily froze. only to awaken from a reverie. She recalled that she had come to assist Gu Chen in resolving a matter, yet here he was utterly captivated, seemingly oblivious to everything else. In response to Kunkin's astonished gaze, Gu Chen merely shrugged nonchalantly, an expression of indifference adorning his face. For him, it was not paramount to be the center of attention or to clarify any rumors. Rather, his focus lay on how to capitalize on this unexpected surge of popularity to reap substantial profits. With this thought in mind, Gu Chen pulled out his phone to check the trending status. However, when the screen illuminated, he was taken aback to discover that his previously soaring popularity had begun to exhibit a noticeable decline. What is this? Why are my trending topics plummeting so rapidly? As if on a roller coaster ride? What on earth is happening? Could it be that some influential tycoon is covertly intervening? Following the familiar tropes found in many novels, it was highly plausible that a wealthy admirer of Gu Chen could no longer bear to see his popularity rise and had directly employed means to suppress it. As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Chen instinctively glanced at Huoding, who was intently focused on her phone screen, her face marred with confusion. It seems unlikely that she is the culprit. Could it be Zhao Ying? As this notion surfaced, Gu Chen felt uncertain, estimating that Zhao Ying, a rich second generation with a dominant personality, might not possess the power to dampen this popularity. Never mind who it is. In this vast world, the most significant concern is sustenance. Let us prioritize eating. At that moment, a voice suddenly emerged beside Gu Chen. Hey, Chungo, I heard you used to work at a bar. It was Kunkin, who had stealthily approached Gu Chen, lowering his voice with curiosity. Indeed, Gu Chen casually replied. He had anticipated that such a response would elicit disdain or mockery from Kunkin, and had thus mentally prepared various strategies to navigate potential awkwardness. However, what he never anticipated was that what Kun said next completely took him by surprise. With an expression of sheer excitement, Kun exclaimed, "Wow, that is just too cool." Gu Chen couldn't help but look at Kun in astonishment, only to find that this fellow was gazing at him with an expression filled with envy and admiration, as if he were looking at an idol, his gaze fervent and sincere. "Brother Chen, I never expected that a small man like you would dare to work in a bar," Kun exclaimed, his eyes wide with surprise. Gu Chen shook his head helplessly and replied with a wry smile, "It's a matter of necessity. Life compels one to do such things. Who would willingly work in such a place?" Kun nodded thoughtfully, indicating his understanding, and continued, But I still think Brother Chen is impressive. Unlike me, who is tightly controlled at home, I have to report to my parents wherever I go. It's really annoying." As he spoke, he put on a dramatically exasperated expression, as if he had endured a great injustice. Hearing this, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion wash over him, letting out a soft sigh. Having someone to look after you isn't so bad. It's far better than being like us, with no one to care. He suddenly paused, his gaze dimming as he recalled his own origins. In both this life and the last, he had been an orphan, never having truly experienced the nurturing warmth of parental love. Noticing her brother's melancholic demeanor, Gu Qingxue rushed over, burying her head in Gu Chen's embrace and tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. Looking up with a sweet smile, she said, "Brother, you mustn't cry. You still have me." Seeing this, Kun realized that his previous comments might have been ill-timed, and he felt a pang of guilt. He quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. Brother Chen, I didn't mean to say those things." Gu Chen returned to the present, smiling as he waved his hand at Kun, signaling that there was no need for concern. He gently patted Gu Qingxue's back and said softly, "Don't worry, I'm fine." With that, he affectionately ruffled her hair. In that fleeting moment, Gu Chen came to a profound realization. Although he remained solitary, at least in this life, destiny had granted him a lovely sister, ensuring he would no longer be alone in this world. With this thought, the earlier gloom vanished completely. Huating felt immensely grateful that Gu Chen had not lost hope in life despite his unfavorable circumstances. For this reason, she was determined to bring this optimistic boy home, to shelter him in her world. Once, Gu Chen had been a beacon of light in Huating's dark existence. While children of the same age around her sought friendships with ulterior motives, which she found repugnant. Coupled with nearly 12 hours of daily classes that left her gasping for air, she felt trapped. After all, she was the sole heir of her family. She had to excel, her childhood consumed by the necessity to learn various skills. The immense pressure of academic demands led Huiting to lose hope in life. Just as she contemplated taking a leap from the building, Gu Chen appeared before her. After a heartfelt conversation, Huiting found herself moved by Gu Chen's optimism, and she became his sole friend. Until, as she reminisced, a smile graced Huiting's lips as she signaled her intention to excuse herself to the restroom. However, once she turned away, her expression shifted dramatically. "Hey, investigate this matter thoroughly and quell the rising heat," she commanded. "Understood, miss." Who was responsible? Was it Zhaoying? Indeed, their actions were swift. They have already initiated a second round of suppression. All right, I understand. With a decisive beep, Huiting ended the call. In truth, I do not require your assistance. I can protect Shun Chun on my own. Chapter 37. A late-night visit to the room of a young gentleman. What on earth is happening? Has the popularity of that scoundrel Gu Chen truly diminished? This is utterly perplexing. In a room adorned with a soft pink palette, radiating the essence of youthful exuberance, Shangwan Li reclined in a plush chair. One hand held a face mask against his visage, while the other clutched his phone tightly, displaying an array of trending topics concerning Gu Chen. With a furrowed brow, he muttered to himself in disbelief. I have invested a significant sum to hire a legion of trolls to tarnish his reputation. Those marketing accounts have been exploiting this material for extensive promotion. There is no reason his popularity should wane. As Shangwan Li pondered this enigma, a sudden crisp, rhythmic knocking interrupted the tranquility of the night. Who could be at my door at such a late hour? The servants should have long since retired. Grumbling to himself, he leisurely rose to a sitting position, feeling no trepidation within the confines of his spacious and opulent villa. Thus, he called out casually, "Who is it?" No sooner had the words left his lips than a voice he recognized all too well responded from outside. "It's me." In an instant, Shangwan Li felt as if he had fallen into a dream, frozen in disbelief. Could it truly be? Quickly snapping back to reality, he dashed to the door and flung it open. Indeed, standing before him was none other than Zhaoying. "Ying, what brings you here at such a late hour?" Shangwan Li inquired, a hint of bashfulness causing him to lower his gaze. His delicate hands clenched tightly together, fidgeting in an overtly coy manner, entirely oblivious to the dark cloud that loomed over Zhao Ying's countenance. Without uttering a word, Zhao Ying strode into the room, decisively taking a seat in the comfortable chair with no hesitation whatsoever. Witnessing this, Shangwan Li's suspicions crystallized. Her visit was undoubtedly related to that incident. Biting his lip, he swiftly turned and locked the door behind him, ensuring their privacy. Once he completed this task, he pivoted back, his face adorned with a cheerful smile, and playfully remarked, "Ying, just look at you, sneaking into the room of a young gentleman at this hour. Doesn't that seem rather improper? Imagine how scandalous it would sound if word got out." Unmoved by Shangwan Li's feigned innocence, Zhaoying barely glanced his way, her demeanor cold as she retorted, "Stop with the frivolous banter. I demand to know, are those rumors circulating outside the ones you've been spreading?" The words were laced with authority and indignation, affording Shangwan Li no opportunity to draw closer. Upon hearing Zhao Ying's sharp interrogation, Shangwan Li momentarily faltered, but soon regained his composure. Unhurriedly, he extended his finger to gently peel away the mask that covered his face, revealing a delicate and fair visage. He then feigned innocence, blinking his large, glistening eyes and gazing pitifully at Zhao Ying, mumbling, "What are you talking about? I truly don't understand at all." Zhao Ying sighed heavily, unable to comprehend why the Shangwan Li who once indulged her every whim had transformed into this unfamiliar figure. She recalled that before entering high school, he would readily nod in agreement to whatever she said. However, since encountering Gu Chen, everything had begun to change. Shangwan Li gradually veered away from her, opposing her at every turn. This transformation left Zhao Ying feeling utterly estranged, as if the person before her was no longer the gentle youth she once knew. In truth, Zhao Ying harbored a deep-seated aversion toward Shangwan Li. Although they had grown up together, Their childhood bond could not solely dictate matters of the heart. Moreover, many of Shang Wanli's behaviors struck her as excessively pretentious, entirely misaligned with her ideal partner. Why have you changed so much? Zhao Ying finally could not hold back her inquiry, disappointment flickering in her gaze. Changed? In what way? Shang Wanli replied innocently, sitting across from her with a slight smirk that bore a hint of provocation. At his words, Zhao Ying's emotions ignited instantly. She sprang to her feet, glaring at Shang Wanli as she exclaimed, "Changed to be this dramatic? What has Gu Chen done to you? Must you target him at every turn?" In response to Zhao Ying's accusations, Shang Wanli, refusing to back down, stood up abruptly and retorted loudly, "Dramatic? Where have I been dramatic? It was Gu Chen who provoked me first. Yet you always side with him. We are childhood friends. Why should I support him?" What had begun as an intention to quietly converse with Zhao Ying had been upended since the detestable Gu Chen appeared. Zhao Ying seemed to transform into a different person, intentionally creating distance between them, and ultimately, without a hint of nostalgia, resolutely chose to stand against him. It was crucial to remember that Zhao Ying had always belonged solely to him. Yet now, this interloper Gu Chen had swooped in to steal his affections. All the blame lay squarely on the wretched Gu Chen. "You are utterly unreasonable." Zhao Ying's eyes widened in fury as she pointed her slender finger directly at Shang Wanli, her anger palpable. "Fine, I am unreasonable, and what of it? What will you do about it?" At that moment, Shang Wanli, consumed by rage, shouted back without restraint. These words ignited a tremor within Zhao Ying. Had the individual before her not been the well-acquainted Shang Wanli, but rather a female, her fiery temperament would likely have compelled her to deliver a fierce blow without hesitation. Yet, the years of camaraderie between them rendered her incapable of resorting to violence. Thus, Zhao Ying inhaled deeply, suppressing the wrath that surged within her, and resolutely made her way towards the door. Just as her hand grasped the doorknob, she abruptly turned back, casting a fierce glare at Shang Wanli, and enunciated each word with conviction. "By tomorrow, I demand to see the apology video you post online. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." Upon hearing her words, Shang Wanli felt as though his heart had been simultaneously pierced by countless steel needles, a pain that was nearly unbearable. Following this, Zhao Ying pressed down on the doorknob. "Why are you locking the door?" Chapter 38. Is Zhao Ying not innocent? At this moment, a singular thought incessantly surfaced in Shang Wanli's mind. Overpower Zhao Ying and consummate their encounter. The night had deepened into silence, and here was Zhao Ying, a grown woman, in his room. Surely, if nothing were to transpire, no one would believe it, would they? Ying, if you choose not to arrive in a conventional manner, then do not blame me. Disregarding Zhao Ying's protests, Shang Wanli slowly advanced towards her, step by deliberate step. He gradually rolled the sleeves of his nightgown up his arms, attempting to make the long sleeves appear short, akin to the women of the outside world revealing their thighs. This was a calculated ploy to enhance his allure and increase the odds of successfully overpowering Zhao Ying. As Shang Wanli approached, his expression one of foolish desire. Zhao Ying's heart was filled with resistance. They were almost close enough to touch. Just as he was mere steps away from Zhao Ying, he shut his eyes, convinced that she would acquiesce upon seeing him in such a state. The thought of an intimate encounter with Zhao Ying made him involuntarily close his eyes, envisioning her embracing him and calling him darling. However, Shang Wanli suddenly realized he could advance no further. It was as if something was restraining his head. Reluctantly opening his eyes, he discovered that Zhao Ying had firmly pressed one hand against his forehead, preventing him from moving forward. "Get yourself treated if you're unwell. Stop causing a scene here. Hand over the keys. I have no time to waste with you. I need to go home." Zhao Ying shouted at Shang Wanli. Her beautiful face flushed with anger, her brow furrowed tightly, revealing her profound impatience. In the face of Zhao Ying's fury, Shang Wanli remained unperturbed. Instead, he leaned back slightly and leisurely retrieved the keys from his pocket. He held the keys tightly in his right hand, deliberately waving them in front of Zhao Ying, a smug smile adorning his face. "Haha, acquiring these keys won't be so simple. Unless you agree to be my girlfriend." What do you say? Give it some thought. Seeing Shangguan Li's audacious demeanor, Zhao Ying wasted no time and suddenly reached out with her right hand, attempting to snatch the keys from him. Yet, Shangguan Li's reflexes were incredibly swift. As if he had anticipated her move, he quickly withdrew his hand, leaving Zhao Ying grasping at air. Now, as long as you answer my earlier question and obediently agree to be my girlfriend, I promise to give you the keys. Otherwise, haha, it seems you might have to spend the night in my room. Shangguan Li teased with a wicked grin, raising his eyebrows in provocation. Utterly tiresome. Who would want to be your girlfriend? Just give me the keys, or don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Ying retorted, her anger intensifying, on the verge of erupting completely. I refuse to give them to you. If you dare, come and take them. Shangguan Li exhibited no intention of yielding. Rather, she audaciously thrust the key beneath her left armpit, tightly clasping it with her arm, clearly intending to torment Zhao Ying. Enraged, Zhao Ying trembled uncontrollably, her chest heaving violently, as if her throat were obstructed by some unseen force, rendering her nearly incapable of uttering a single word. Her exquisite yellow eyes blazed with fury, her teeth clattering in anger. Internally, she cursed, this person has truly become increasingly repugnant. My little man is far better. The mere thought intensified her disdain for Shangguan Li. The self-satisfied Shangguan Li, who fancied herself nearly invincible in this moment, stood there with a provocative smile, her expression clearly taunting. What can you do to me? However, this triumphant demeanor lasted but a fleeting few seconds. With a resounding crash, bang, the door of the room collapsed instantly. Zhao Ying had delivered a powerful kick to the door, shattering it as if it were made of mere paper. Without a moment's hesitation, she strode out, not once glancing back. Clearly, she had reached the pinnacle of disappointment with Shangguan Li, no longer wishing to spare him another look. Shangguan Li, on the other hand, was utterly stunned, his mouth agape as if one could fit an egg inside. He could hardly fathom the ferocity hidden within the seemingly delicate Zhao Ying. Immobilized, he felt his spirits plummet. Weakness overcame him, and he knelt, realizing he had once again incurred her disdain. If Gu Chen were present, he might have quipped, "What a waste. That door must have been expensive, and here you are, this foolish bird, ruining it. Kai, let me tell you, all these women are bad news. Not a single one is worth your time. Stay away from them. Do you understand?" Kuan exclaimed, gesturing toward Hua Ting while sipping his drink. Hey, you're clearly just drinking a beverage. Why pretend it's alcohol? I truly don't understand the mindset of these wealthy individuals, he continued. One cannot generalize so broadly. I don't know about other women, but before Hua Ting could finish, Kuan abruptly slammed his cup onto the table, interrupting her. True enough, Xue is wonderful. Unlike you, foul woman, he retorted, pulling Gu Qingxue close and incessantly rubbing his cheek against hers. Gu Qingxue, visibly resistant, found herself unable to escape due to her lack of strength. The conversation, which had been flowing smoothly, shifted as Kuan's hostility toward Hua Ting escalated after he had consumed some drink. In his eyes, women were largely untrustworthy, a group of shameless, lecherous individuals. He perceived malice in Hua Ting's gaze toward Gu Chen, concluding that she must be harboring designs on him. What particularly stung was Hua Ting's unwavering attention on Gu Chen, ignoring him entirely, which felt like a second assault on his pride. Since then, Hua Ting, who initially sought only to quietly accompany Gu Chen, found herself embroiled in an unceasing barrage of accusations from Kuan, leading her to confront the situation. Meanwhile, Gu Chen remained engrossed in his meal, for in his philosophy of life, eating was paramount. Having endured countless days of hunger, Gu Chen made it a point to eat his fill whenever the opportunity arose, lest the next meal be too distant. Alas, having satisfied his hunger, he bid farewell and rose to depart. Gu Qingxue, her mouth still full, noticed her brother was leaving and hurriedly gathered her things, scampering after him. Brother, wait for me. Chapter 39. The school's response. The tide of public opinion turns. As the crowd dispersed, Hua Ting nonchalantly lifted a drink and downed it in one go, wiping the remnants from the corners of her mouth. No wonder you refrain from romance while abroad. It turns out you have such a precious gem at home. Just moments ago, Gu Chen, who had been intoxicated and babbling, suddenly transformed into a figure of gravity, his demeanor and tone markedly more serious than before. What has caused this newfound composure? You certainly weren't this calm when surrounded by those two ruffians. Gu Chen remarked with a hint of mockery. Please, I'm not skilled in fighting, and I've never encountered such a situation before. I was nearly terrified to death. Gu Chen defended himself, his expression one of grievance as he recalled the earlier scene, still shaken. Ha ha, indeed. A pampered boy like you daring to wander about alone at such a late hour must indicate a few screws loose. Gu Chen laughed heartily, mercilessly teasing him. Teach, like you have any right to comment. Gu Chen shot her an annoyed glare, mumbling under his breath. At that moment, Gu Chen seemed to have an epiphany and quickly inquired, Hey, aren't you going to see him off? What do you mean I'm foolish? Who was it that rescued you, you nincompoop? Aren't you aware of that in your heart? Gu Chen replied, arms crossed and chin raised, exuding pride. With Gu Chen's reminder, Gu Chen came to realize that the boy named Gu Chen was not only handsome, but also remarkably capable. He has gone. Gu Chen dismissed Gu Chen, rising gracefully to stride towards the door. Hey, wait for me. Aren't you going to accompany me back? Seeing this, Gu Chen hurried after her, calling out as he ran. Men are truly troublesome. Gu Chen expressed her annoyance. You really have double standards. Meanwhile, Gu Chen lay wearily on the slightly worn bed in his rented room, gently running his fingers through his somewhat disheveled hair. He could not help but lament. In just a few days since arriving in this world, he has encountered so many events, truly working himself to the bone. Indeed, from the very moment he stepped into this realm, a multitude of trivial matters had besieged him, leaving Gu Chen with little time to attend to his appearance. Gazing at his unkempt hair in the mirror, he resolved to find time for a visit to the barber. As for the trending event surrounding Gu Chen, despite Gu Chen and Zhao exerting every effort to suppress the related discussions, the repercussions of the incident had not subsided. Many people still learned of the matter through various channels and remained highly attentive. For the school and the authorities, the pressure was immense. They not only needed to clear Gu Chen's name, but also to demonstrate to the public that Jinghai No. One high school is an institution of high academic integrity and renowned reputation, and that Jinghai City is a vibrant and positive community. The following morning, as the sun gently illuminated the earth, the entrance of Jinghai No. 1 High School was already bustling with activity. Crowds had gathered, including various reporters armed with cameras and microphones, eagerly awaiting the opportunity to secure exclusive news. Among the throng were also curious onlookers, drawn by rumors circulating online, who had come specifically to catch a glimpse of the legendary handsome young man said to be a rare find. Were Gu Chen to stand here at that moment, he would undoubtedly be enveloped by this crowd, unable to escape. Fortunately, Gu Chen had long suffered from a severe aversion to early morning classes. Ever since he had traversed into this world, he had consistently arrived at school just in time, rushing into the classroom as the bell rang. Thus, he remained blissfully unaware of the extraordinary scene unfolding outside the school gates, having narrowly missed the commotion. Upon entering the classroom, Gu Chen immediately sensed that all eyes were upon him. However, the gazes directed his way were not those of reprimanding classmates for tardiness, but rather of incredulity. Once seated, he dazedly inquired of Haughty, "What did I miss this morning?" "You missed a throng of people wanting to interview you. Luckily, you arrived so late, otherwise, it would have been chaotic. I sent you a message, didn't you see?" Haughty replied. It was then that Gu Chen opened his phone to find Haughty's message. "Chen, don't come. There are so many people blocking your way." Accompanied by a video capturing the scene at the school gate, he exclaimed, "Wow, so many people. With this many fans, it seems my face is indeed handsome. Today, I can say I've experienced what it feels like to be a celebrity surrounded by paparazzi." Meanwhile, in the spacious and bright conference hall, the atmosphere was tense and serious, with all eyes fixed on the stage. Zhao Linshu stood tall and composed, facing an array of microphones from major media outlets aimed directly at her. The eager reporters below could hardly wait to extract the latest and most sensational news from the principal. One reporter stood up, sharply questioning Principal Zhao. It has come to light that a student from your school has been involved in escort work. What is your response to this scandal? Standing on the stage, Zhao Linshu maintained her calm demeanor, showing no signs of panic. She responded to the reporter's inquiries with poise, stating, "First and foremost, I must formally declare that the claims regarding our students engaging in escort work are entirely unfounded rumors and malicious slander. The police have fully intervened in this matter, and I am confident that the truth will soon be revealed, providing the public with a satisfactory account." After a brief pause, Zhao Linshu continued, "Furthermore, Gu Chen has consistently ranked first in his grade. This child has faced unimaginable hardships, being orphaned and living in dire circumstances. I firmly believe that he would never resort to such actions unless absolutely desperate." As soon as Zhao Linshu finished her statement, a subtle murmur rippled through the audience. Immediately, another reporter seized the opportunity to press further. "Given the circumstances you have described, it is indeed true that Gu Chen's family is not in a favorable financial situation. Therefore, I would like to inquire whether your esteemed institution offers any form of assistance for students facing such economic hardships." Naturally, the answer is affirmative. As far as I am aware, Gu Chen has a younger sister who is 10 years his junior, and, as the elder brother, he bears the considerable responsibility of providing for both himself and his sister. Perhaps it is precisely this burden that renders the available assistance insufficient to cover their daily living expenses. In any case, regardless of the outcome of any investigation, I firmly believe that Gu Chen is a commendable individual, at the very least a responsible older brother. Upon learning of Gu Chen's challenging family circumstances, the numerous journalists present were left in utter astonishment. It is essential to recognize that the revelation of such news inevitably moved many sensitive individuals, bringing them to tears. Consider the plight of a solitary child, striving to survive while also ensuring that his young sister, who is a full decade younger, can lead a decent life. He is forced to toil relentlessly, seeking out any work available to earn meager wages. How could a person of such resilience, kindness, and sense of duty possibly deserve criticism and condemnation from society? Indeed, some quick-witted reporters eagerly rushed to relay the latest developments to their respective media headquarters. In the blink of an eye, a sensational headline titled "A Dramatic Turn." The untold hardships behind the campus heartthrob of Jinghai swept through the public consciousness, instantly becoming a topic of widespread interest. Chapter 40. Gu Chen is taken away with the revelation of this news. The entire internet erupted in a frenzy, and the public's perception of Gu Chen experienced a dramatic roller coaster shift. I truly cannot comprehend what you, a group of so-called charming young men, are barking about. Look at him. At such a tender age, he has already begun to support his family, while you have the audacity to criticize others. Indeed, just observe how independent Gu Chen is. Unlike certain men who spend their days frivolously squandering women's money, I am here to cheer for Gu Chen. I cannot fathom which shameless individual has spread such slander against him. Thus, within a short span, the prevailing discourse online exhibited a clear bias. Those who previously mocked Gu Chen with scornful jibes and harsh words, upon learning of his dire circumstances, performed a complete turnaround in attitude. Not only did they cease their attacks on Gu Chen, but they also redirected their ire towards women who believed that money should not be spent on men, launching a vehement denunciation against them. "How amusing you are, you foul women. Do you think you can date us boys without spending any money? Our youth is invaluable." Exactly. What love can one speak of without money? If you can't even afford a small gift, what are you even doing? It is simply a waste of our precious time. Furthermore, look at you all pretending to be good people. Is it not simply because he is handsome that you come to his defense? Who would have known he was in such dire straits? This has nothing to do with us boys. We were unaware. These charming young men, upon witnessing this group of audacious women daring to attack them online, instantly lost their composure and retaliated without hesitation. The parental defense battle resumed once again. However, the central figure of this farcical uproar was at that moment languidly staring blankly at the questions on the podium. How utterly boring. I must have solved these problems in my past life. Yet here I am, a top student in this life, devoid of any challenge. Just as Gu Chen planned to stealthily play with his phone for a moment, A faint yet distinctly audible sound of footsteps approached from outside the classroom. This sudden noise struck him like a thunderbolt, sending a jolt through his body and causing his heart to leap into his throat. In a panic, he tossed his phone away as if it were a hot potato and hurriedly stowed it beneath the desk. At that moment, a singular thought coursed through his mind. This is it. The homeroom teacher must be here to check on the class. As Gu Chen cautiously turned his head to glance out the window, the scene before him made him gasp in shock. On the windowsill lay several female police officers. Each bore a serious expression, their piercing gazes fixed intently on Gu Chen. The leader among them was none other than a familiar face, Song Ruexiu. The once quiet classroom erupted into a cacophony as classmates cast curious and astonished glances outside. As the moment of realization struck, both Shangguan Li and Su Guangyao were engulfed by an inexplicable wave of panic upon spotting the police. A thought flashed through their minds. Could it be that these officers are here for us? Have we been discovered so swiftly? In contrast to the others, Gu Chen found himself utterly bewildered. He thought to himself, merely playing with my phone in secret, and even if caught, it would only be the grade director reprimanding me. I never imagined that my clandestine phone usage could attract the attention of the police. Surely, it must be related to that matter online, requiring me to provide a statement. It can't be anything serious, can it? In such an awkward predicament, Gu Chen managed to force a smile onto his face and tentatively waved at Song Ruexiu. Observing this, Song Ruexiu smiled back, gently beckoning him to step outside. Faced with the situation, Gu Chen sighed in resignation, comforting himself with the thought, fame indeed brings a plethora of troubles. Thus, he rose and walked toward the classroom door. Just as he was about to leave, a soft yet firm hand suddenly grasped his wrist. Surprised, he turned to find it was Haughty, her face etched with tension, her eyes betraying concern and worry. Gu Chen furrowed his brow slightly and inquired, "What is the matter?" "Chen Chen, let me accompany you." Upon hearing her words, Gu Chen could not help but chuckle. He scrutinized the serious expression of the girl before him, inwardly thinking, this girl is quite melodramatic. However, seeing the sincerity in Hua Ting's gaze, he decided to humor her. Adopting an air of nonchalance, he laughed lightly, saying, "What do I have to fear? I haven't done anything wrong, and this isn't my first time dealing with the police. Don't worry." With that, he gently extricated his wrist from Hua Ting's grasp and turned to follow Song Ruexiu and the others, leaving without a backward glance. Once they had distanced themselves, Hua Ting slowly withdrew her gaze, her expression growing cold and filled with animosity as she directed her stare at Shangguan Li and Su Guangyao nearby. She muttered under her breath, "These despicable men are truly contemptible. One day, I will ensure they pay for this." After Gu Chen departed, Su Guangyao, feeling somewhat guilty, patted Shangguan Li on the shoulder. "Li, do you think we may have gone too far this time?" Hearing Su Guangyao's words, Shangguan Li felt a twinge of regret. Yet, recalling Zhao Ying's demeanor last night regarding Gu Chen, his resolve hardened. "What have we done that is excessive? If it weren't for Gu Chen intruding into my life, Ying wouldn't have treated me this way. It is all his fault." After a night of internal conflict, Shangguan Li convinced himself that he bore no blame. However, considering how assertively he had approached Zhao Ying only to be rejected, his grip tightened, and his disdain for Gu Chen intensified. Chapter 41. The Justice of Song Ruexiu. A long time no see, Sister Shui. Gu Chen gazed at the striking Song Ruexiu before him, scratching his head and displaying a shy smile. Song Ruexiu, with her arms crossed, cast a sidelong glance at him. "How can you still smile? We have only been apart for a few days, yet you've managed to get yourself into trouble again." Hearing this, Gu Chen chuckled awkwardly, feigning helplessness as he shrugged. What can I say? It's hard being this handsome. Jealousy seems to follow me wherever I go." He added a playful lift of his brow towards Song Ruexiu. "Ha ha ha. You really know how to flatter yourself." She laughed heartily at his narcissistic demeanor. "But to be honest, you do have a decent appearance." The two engaged in light-hearted banter, creating a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. After a while, Song Ruexiu stifled her laughter, her expression turning serious as she addressed Gu Chen. "All right, enough idle chatter. Let's get in the car." With that, she turned and opened the door of the police vehicle parked nearby. Gu Chen, seeing this, obediently climbed into the car. Once he settled in, Song Ruishue abruptly shifted her tone, looking at him with a grave expression. Chun, do you know the real reason I called you here? Feeling the sudden seriousness in her gaze, an uneasy sensation washed over Gu Chen. He instinctively swallowed hard and replied cautiously, Is it not about helping me clear my name regarding that incident where I was a bartender? However, as soon as he finished speaking, Song Ruishue and the other female officers in the vehicle couldn't help but burst into laughter. Proving your innocence is only part of it. The crucial issue is that your poverty assistance has been embezzled by certain individuals. Although the amount is not substantial, it clearly indicates the presence of corruption behind the scenes. Our ultimate goal in this operation is to unearth those who are engaged in these corrupt activities. Song Ruishue stated solemnly. As for the incident you experienced, I've already dealt with it. The evidence is irrefutable. You have been maliciously slandered. I have thoroughly reviewed the relevant footage from the time, so you need not worry about it, she reassured him. It seemed that Gu Chen's previous suspicions were largely confirmed. However, the thought of confronting those hidden figures made him feel that the likelihood of success was exceedingly slim. Moreover, he believed that it could not possibly be as simple as just seizing his meager poverty assistance. After all, what kind of embezzler would covet such a trivial sum? There is simply no necessity for it. Regardless, you should come back with us and fully cooperate with the forthcoming investigation, Song Ruishue said, patting Gu Chen on the shoulder with earnest concern. Sister Shui, what can you do if these corrupt individuals possess an immensely powerful background? After a brief moment of hesitation, Song Ruishue responded with a smile. If the entire world is shrouded in darkness, I am willing to be the solitary beam of righteous light. Upon hearing her reply, Gu Chen couldn't help but lament. Had I encountered such a person earlier, perhaps the initial years of my life would not have been so miserable. At Jinghaino, one high school, after class, Zhao made her customary way to Gu Chen's classroom. Upon entering, her gaze swept across the room, yet she did not find Gu Chen. Slightly furrowing her brow, she turned to approach a female classmate seated beside him. With a frostbitten expression, she inquired in a tone imbued with an undeniable authority. Where has my little man gone? The classmate, clearly intimidated by Zhao Ying, involuntarily trembled, stammering, Sister Ying, Gu Chen was taken away by the police. After speaking, she timidly lowered her head, unable to meet Zhao Ying's gaze. Upon hearing this, the flames of anger ignited within Zhao Ying's heart. She could hardly fathom that her beloved little man had been taken by the police. Her gaze landed on Huoding, who was still seated, and her ire swelled. Without a moment's hesitation, she stormed over to Huoding. Stopping before her desk, she forcefully rapped on the surface, producing a resounding thud. With her chin raised high, she shouted at Huoding with an air of utmost arrogance. If you can't even protect him, then keep your distance from him. Do you understand, coward? However, in the face of Zhao Ying's fierce provocation, Huoding displayed an unexpected calmness. She sat silently, her expression tranquil as water, seemingly unfazed. Since you cannot safeguard him, then willingly entrust him to my care. Your role is merely to bless us from the sidelines, understood? Zhao Ying, arms crossed and eyes sharp, fixed her intense gaze on the perpetually silent Huoding before turning on her heel, poised to leave. At that moment, Huoding finally spoke. Do you truly believe you appear cool? The extent of harm you have inflicted upon Chen Chen, do you not have the slightest inkling? Hearing this, Zhao Ying abruptly halted, swiftly pivoting back around. With a look of utter disdain, she strode confidently to stand before Huoding, lifting her right foot and unceremoniously placing it atop the desk where Huoding sat. Leaning forward slightly, she used the leg resting on the desk for support, exuding a powerful and intimidating aura as she demanded, Oh, very well. Please enlighten me on what actions I've taken that have caused him harm. As Zhao Ying's foot came down with a heavy thud, a resounding bang echoed, instantly capturing the attention of their fellow classmates. As the crowd turned their gazes towards this side, the previously raucous discussions in the classroom came to an abrupt halt, only to be replaced by a hushed murmur. Oh dear, it seems we are on the brink of a significant confrontation. Gu Chen is absent today. Should these two truly engage in a brawl, no one would dare intervene. A young man whispered to his companion. Indeed, these two young ladies are not to be trifled with. If by chance we draw their ire, our entire lineage may face an eternity of unrest. Another girl echoed his sentiments. Shoo! Let's lower our voices and observe the situation before acting. We must not meddle, lest we bring calamity upon ourselves. Someone hastily cautioned. Thus, everyone could only watch from a distance as the impending clash loomed, none daring to make a move. Chapter 42. Timely intervention. Hua Ting rose with unwavering resolve, her tall figure and piercing gaze exuding an air of authority. You have withheld Chun Chen's scholarship, haven't you? You have unjustly instigated animosity towards him, and this is entirely your doing. You are fully aware of the dubious individuals surrounding you, yet you fail to distance yourself properly from them, drawing them close to Chen Chun. Do you comprehend the immense harm your actions have inflicted upon him? One would expect Zhao Ying to be moved by these words or to falter. Yet in that moment, her mind was clouded, and any semblance of rationality vanished whenever the subject of Gu Chen arose. A faint, almost morbid smile crept onto her lips as she retorted nonchalantly. And what of it? I can protect him, and I can provide him with ample financial support. What have you been doing all these years? Studying abroad is one thing, but your parents shamed Gu Chen, urging him to stay away from you. Surely you are aware of this? If your entire family despises him, why do you now seek him out? Did you truly believe the fanciful tales spun by my little man? Is there anyone so foolish? As their fierce exchange intensified, the atmosphere crackled with tension, as if poised on the brink of an explosion. Zhao Ying's demeanor shifted. Words alone could no longer resolve the situation. Fueled by emotion, she furiously raised her fist and lunged at Hua Ting like a bolt of lightning. However, Hua Ting was no easy target. Remaining calm and unflustered in the face of Zhao Ying's assault, she swiftly extended her right hand and firmly caught Zhao Ying's formidable punch. Regardless of Zhao Ying's strength or attempts to break free, her fist was ensnared as though caught in an iron grip, unable to budge even an inch. In that moment, a flicker of surprise surged within Zhao Ying. She had assumed Hua Ting possessed only a modicum of martial skill, never anticipating that she could withstand her strike, let alone exhibit a prowess that seemed to surpass her own. To withstand my blow, perhaps you are not entirely inept. Zhao Ying's lips curled into a smirk, her disdain palpable. As soon as the words left her mouth, she seized the opportunity, swiftly raising her right leg to deliver a devastating kick aimed at Hua Ting's face. Just as Zhao Ying's foot was about to crash into Hua Ting's head, a thunderous shout erupted from the classroom door. Stop! This sudden command reverberated like a clap of thunder, shattering the tense atmosphere within the classroom. Instantly, all eyes converged upon the entrance. Who dares intervene at such a critical moment with our Yingjia? Murmured one astonished voice from the crowd. I find myself quite curious about who the audacious individual is that dares to take the lead at such a critical moment. Another person chimed in agreement. This is indeed dire. Sister Ying is bound to erupt in fury. Someone nearby murmured quietly, their tone laced with anxiety and trepidation. The onlookers were palpably anxious, each of them eager to discern the identity of this bold peacemaker. Just then, the previously boisterous scene fell into a sudden hush, as everyone instinctively turned to look. There, at the entrance, appeared a figure of graceful stature and refined demeanor. It was none other than Principal Zhao Linshu. She had just concluded an interview with reporters and had hurried over without delay. At the instant Zhao Ying recognized that familiar voice, she froze as if under a spell. Her foot, which had been poised for a kick, halted midair. Gradually, she lowered her foot, gently patted Hua Ting's shoulder, and leaned in close to whisper menacingly, "Consider yourself fortunate this time." With that, she cast not a single glance back at Zhao Linshu and strode away with purpose. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Linshu quickly took a few steps forward and called out to the gathered students. "All right, class is about to start. Everyone hurry back to your seats." The students, lacking the courage to defy the principal's command, scrambled back to their places, anxious that any delay might invite trouble. In the blink of an eye, only Hua Ting remained, standing quietly in the same spot. Her gaze was resolute and unflinching, fixed firmly ahead, as if the world around her were inconsequential. There was not a trace of fear in her beautiful eyes. Rather, they radiated an undeniable confidence, as if to suggest that had Zhao Ying dared to strike her, the outcome would remain uncertain. Zhao Linshu approached Huading and, in a gentle tone, softly spoke, "My dear student, I sincerely apologize. My niece can be quite willful and thoughtless at times. I hope you won't take it to heart." In response to Zhao Linshu's apology, Huading merely offered a subtle smile and said nothing more. She then gathered her belongings and walked out of the classroom, leaving behind a graceful silhouette for all to see. Oh dear, both of these girls are undoubtedly spoiled at home. Perhaps it's not so bad. Having a rival can be beneficial. Zhao Linshu sighed, shaking her head in resignation. At the municipal headquarters of Jinghai City. What? Chief, why are we not investigating? There's clearly something amiss here. Song Ruishue exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief as she stared at the woman before her, who was both familiar and foreign. The woman, clad in a crisp police uniform, exuded an air of enigmatic authority. She was none other than their police chief, Li Yujie. At that moment, Li Yujie held a document firmly in her right hand while her left rested casually at her waist. Li Yujie's voluptuous form perched slightly above the edge of the table, embodying a posture that seemed languid yet concealed an underlying authority. In response to Song Ruishue's inquiries and astonishment, Li Yujie merely shook her head gently, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. With a deep sigh, she slowly placed the crucial documents upon the table, then raised her hand to tenderly pat Song Ruishue's shoulder, imparting her words with solemnity. "Ah, little Song, you are still young. Many matters are far more intricate than we can envision. There exist certain circumstances in this world that transcend our capabilities, beyond the realm of our influence." Chapter 43. A hasty conclusion. Song Ruishue faces setbacks. Could it truly be that we are to disregard this matter? Is it because the forces involved are simply too formidable? Even someone as fearless as you is filled with trepidation? Song Ruishue's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared intently at the silent Li Yujie, her tone laden with skepticism and indignation. Li Yujie slowly lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply before quietly observing the curling wisps of smoke, remaining utterly mute. His solemn demeanor seemed shrouded in a dense fog of uncertainty, rendering his true thoughts elusive. "Boss, you have always been the person I admire most. Yet today, I am utterly disillusioned with you." Song Ruishue bit her lip, tears glimmering in her eyes. Her formerly delicate, fair hands were now clenched in a fist, trembling slightly as she struggled to contain her tumultuous emotions. Finally, she abruptly turned, pushing the door open without hesitation and departing without a backward glance. In the expansive office, Li Yujie was left alone, sitting in solitude. As he watched Song Ruishue's figure vanish beyond the door, he let out a heavy sigh. Alas, how I long to eradicate all the evils in this world. Yet, reality is far more brutal than one can imagine. Wherever there is light, there will inevitably be darkness. This is an unchanging truth throughout the ages. After this lamentation, Li Yujie seemed to recall something, slowly opening the drawer of his desk. He carefully retrieved a yellowed photograph, an image of himself alongside a striking female police officer. The woman in the photograph wore a smile, her eyes clear and resolute, radiating an innate sense of justice. Gently tracing the face of the female officer with his fingertip, Li Yujie murmured, "Old Zhao, your sister is just like you were back then," filled with righteous indignation. "Rest assured, I may have failed to protect you in the past, but this time, I shall safeguard your sister at all costs." After uttering these words, Li Yujie took another deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke that filled the room with a faint scent of tobacco. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was released after casually completing some paperwork. "Ah, what a hassle. Can't this process be expedited?" Gu Chen remarked, running his fingers through his long hair, a look of exasperation on his face. Just as he exited the detention room, someone rushed past him with remarkable speed, leaving only a gust of wind in their wake. "Is there an urgent mission?" Gu Chen mused, observing Song Ruishue's retreating figure. However, now that he was out, he decided to take a break and find a place to get a haircut. With this thought in mind, he headed towards the exit of the police station, where he noticed a girl in athletic wear standing with her hands in her pockets. Why does she look so familiar? He wondered. As Gu Chen passed by, he stole a few glances at her. Indeed, it was Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying had been watching Gu Chen from the very beginning, finding amusement in his furtive glances. Just as he recognized who stood before him, Zhao Ying stepped directly in front of him. "Hey, I traveled all this way to pick you up, and you still want to pretend not to know me?" At that moment, Gu Chen realized he could no longer maintain the facade. Continuing to do so would lead to an awkward situation. Thus, he forced a somewhat embarrassed smile and raised his hand to give a gentle wave in acknowledgement. "What are your plans now? Heading straight back to school?" Her captivating eyes were fixed intently on Gu Chen. As he spoke, he calmly retrieved his phone from his pocket, intending to summon a taxi. "Well, I think I'll get a haircut and then perhaps take a stroll to unwind." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying hesitated for a moment, but soon seemed to resolve herself, turning her head slightly and murmuring in a voice that was almost a whisper then, "I want to go with you." Though her voice was soft, it distinctly reached Gu Chen's ears. Upon hearing her words, Gu Chen felt a flicker of intrigue. What had happened to the usually domineering CEO? Today, she seemed almost subdued, even a bit pleading, which took him by surprise. However, upon reflection, perhaps her change in demeanor stemmed from her self-reflection after he had pushed her away last time. After all, Gu Chen was not of this world. He did not harbor long-lasting anger over trivial matters like the men here might. Moreover, to be fair, Zhao Ying had indeed provided him with considerable assistance in the past, so agreeing to accompany her this time seemed reasonable. "All right, since you're asking so earnestly, I'll reluctantly allow you to accompany me," he replied, raising an eyebrow with a sense of pride. However, at that moment, Zhao Ying merely listened in silence, her face betraying no signs of discontent or contradiction. Yet, beneath her seemingly tranquil demeanor, waves of excitement were stirring. This little man had actually agreed to her request, and he had not resisted. This was undoubtedly a significant advancement for Zhao Ying, filling her with secret delight. Gu Chen, observing Zhao Ying's quietness, inwardly remarked, "This guy appears so calm, but I bet he's overjoyed inside. Never mind her. I'll scroll through some short videos for a while." The first video that appeared was a police announcement. The gist was that the Jinghai General Bureau was investigating and confirming that student Gu Chen was not involved in any illicit activities, nor had there been any issues regarding poverty assistance. It turned out he had a younger sister. In summary, it was all a misunderstanding. As expected, it was no wonder that Song Ruishua had fled so quickly. She must have been shaken. Alas, there is no absolute justice in any world. However, one must admit that these individuals display remarkable efficiency. In less than half a day, they managed to resolve the matter at hand. Soon enough, a taxi arrived. Gu Chen gestured for Zhao Ying to enter the vehicle, to which she responded affirmatively, and the two of them climbed in. While in the car, Gu Chen intended to withdraw a portion of the earnings from his video endeavors. The moment the interface appeared, Gu Chen's expression transformed dramatically. "What? 20,000? This internet celebrity truly earns a fortune." Gazing at the 4 zeros on the screen, Gu Chen wondered if he was mistaken. He had only seen such a bounty of joy beans while playing Do Di Zhu in his lifetime. Ultimately, he realized how impoverished he truly was, having never encountered such a sum as an orphan. Trembling with excitement, Gu Chen promptly withdrew 5,000 yuan. It was only when the funds were credited that he could scarcely believe it. Chapter 44. The CEO accompanies Gu Chen on a shopping trip. Unbelievable. Gu Chen's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at his phone screen. Typically, the traffic generated by short videos is considered insignificant. However, perhaps due to the nascent stage of this short video platform, they have implemented a reward system to attract more creators. Regardless of the reasoning behind it, the funds in Gu Chen's account were undeniably real. With this thought, a silly grin broke across his face. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying sat quietly beside him, observing Gu Chen's goofy joy, puzzled by the source of his amusement. Yet, she could tell that her little man had encountered something delightful. As her gaze fell upon Gu Chen's handsome visage once more, her heart stirred. He smiled so brilliantly and innocently, as if his very presence illuminated the world around him. Unbeknownst to her, Zhao Ying began to daydream about the blissful life they might share after marriage. Each morning, as sunlight streamed through the window and bathed the bed, she imagined slowly opening her eyes to find her beloved little man peacefully nestled in her arms, sleeping sweetly and adorably. Occasionally, he might attempt to sneak away like a mischievous little kitten. In those moments, she would swiftly pull him back into her embrace, whispering softly in his ear, "Little man, what do you think you're off to? Stay close to me." Just as Zhao Ying was lost in her reverie, two crisp coughs abruptly jolted her back to reality. Startled, she met Gu Chen's puzzled gaze, filled with inquiry. A wave of panic surged within her as she struggled to regain her composure, quickly adjusting her expression to mask her fluster. "What is the matter?" Zhao Ying feigned nonchalance. "Why are you just sitting there? Hurry and get out of the car. I swear, I don't know what you're thinking sometimes." Gu Chen exclaimed, pulling open the car door and calling out to the interior. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying did not hesitate for a moment. She promptly responded and exited the vehicle. Once she steadied herself, she began to survey her surroundings. To her surprise, they had arrived at a bustling commercial street. "Let's go. I believe there's a barbershop nearby. Let's check it out first," Gu Chen suggested, stepping forward. Zhao Ying nodded in agreement, softly replying, She then closely followed him, though she deliberately maintained a distance of 2 or 3 steps. Since the last incident when Gu Chen had pushed her away, she constantly reminded herself to be a bit more reserved. As they walked side by side, Zhao Ying and Gu Chen resembled 2 vibrant streaks of color, drawing the attention of passers-by. "Wow, look at those 2. The woman is so beautiful. They look like a newlywed couple." Indeed, the demeanor of both individuals is quite admirable. However, the young man appears somewhat shy, maintaining a considerable distance from the young lady. "Oh dear, the girl ought to be more proactive. She should move closer. It is truly exasperating." Though the murmurs were not overly loud, they distinctly reached Zhao Ying's ears. A subtle smile graced her lips, and her spirits were notably elevated. After a brief moment of contemplation, she gracefully shifted her steps, slowly inching closer to Gu Chen. At this moment, Gu Chen remained oblivious to Zhao Ying's approach, engrossed in his phone, responding to a message from Haughty. "Haughty, Chen, are you all right? Do you want to come pick you up?" "Gu Chen, I'm fine. I'll head back by myself shortly." "Haughty, all right, if anything comes up, remember to call me." In response, Gu Chen simply replied with a, Zhao Ying stealthily drew near Gu Chen, her eyes quickly darting to the screen of the phone he held tightly. This fleeting glance struck her as if struck by lightning. For Gu Chen was indeed messaging Haughty. What infuriated her further was the sight of a charming heart emoji sent by Haughty. In that instant, an inexplicable fury surged from her heart to her head. Without a second thought, Zhao Ying snatched Gu Chen's phone and shoved it into her pocket. Startled by the sudden theft of his phone, Gu Chen momentarily froze. He soon regained his composure and was about to vociferously condemn Zhao Ying's brazen act. He opened his mouth to articulate a few eloquent phrases in Mandarin, but was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Ying's words. "Are you willing to gamble with your life while scrolling through your phone? Do you not realize how perilous this is?" Her admonishment deflated Gu Chen's initial anger, leaving him as deflated as a punctured balloon. Faced with Zhao Ying's righteous rhetoric, he momentarily struggled to formulate a rebuttal, muttering instead, I appreciate it." "You're welcome," she replied. How could this fellow still engage in conversation, utterly unaware of the awkwardness? Never mind, caring for those with diminished intellect is a shared responsibility. Gu Chen gazed at this woman, who exuded the air of a domineering CEO, and felt an urge to retort. However, in the public space, he chose to exercise restraint and, upon noticing a nearby barbershop, turned ahead in that direction. Seeing this, Zhao Ying hastily followed, perplexed by the small man's sudden shift in demeanor. Oh, men are as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean, especially this small man. Why could he not be easily deciphered? Upon entering the shop, they were immediately met with the gaze of everyone present. Gu Chen's striking features were undeniably captivating, aligning perfectly with contemporary standards of male beauty. Am I in the right place? Gu Chen uncertainly glanced back at the sign on the door, beauty and hairdressing. Indeed, that was correct. Yet, why did it feel as if he had stumbled into a den of wolves? The owner of the barber shop, beaming with enthusiasm, quickly approached, warmly inquiring. "Hello there, handsome. Are you here for a haircut?" Gu Chen nodded slightly in agreement and prepared to step into the shop to find a seat for a brief wait. However, the owner did not cease the conversation. His gaze drifted past Gu Chen to the figure trailing closely behind him, and he inquired with curiosity, "Is the beautiful lady standing behind you also here for a haircut?" Without needing to glance back, Gu Chen was aware it was Zhao Ying, that spirited girl. A clear, resonant voice responded from behind, tinged with a hint of assertiveness. "I'm here to accompany my boyfriend." Before the words had even settled, a pair of delicate arms wrapped tightly around Gu Chen's waist. At the same time, her charming face displayed a triumphant expression, playfully challenging the women who had been stealthily admiring Gu Chen. It seemed as though she was declaring to everyone present, "This little man belongs to me." This bold move caused the women, who had been surreptitiously observing Gu Chen, to avert their gazes. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, embraced in public, could not help but internally grumble, "Honestly, this girl seizes every opportunity to take advantage." At that moment, the barber smiled and nodded, indicating to Zhao Ying that she could wait to the side, while inviting Gu Chen to take a seat. Once Gu Chen had settled into the chair, the owner swiftly draped a pristine white cape over him. "So, young man, what style do you wish to achieve today?" the owner asked, gently combing Gu Chen's hair with a comb. "A textured crop," Gu Chen replied calmly, his tone devoid of any fluctuations. "Oh, a textured crop?" The owner appeared somewhat astonished. "Are you sure you want to cut your hair short? Does your family know? Isn't it just a haircut? Why the fuss?" Gu Chen thought, recognizing that in this world, short hair on boys was seen as somewhat unconventional. "They're aware. Just go ahead and cut." "Very well then." Chapter 45. It's time for a haircut before long. The barber gently set his scissors aside. With a smile, he remarked, "Ah, it seems that handsome individuals remain charming regardless of their hairstyle." Gu Chen gazed at his reflection in the mirror, resembling one of those popular young stars from his past life. Indeed, he was strikingly handsome. He began to comprehend why so many young ladies were enamored with him. Such looks undoubtedly played a significant role. At that moment, Zhao Ying, who had been engrossed in her phone, suddenly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with Gu Chen's reflection. In an instant, her heart raced as if it were about to leap from her chest. This new visage of Gu Chen revealed an entirely different facet of him. The sensation was akin to the stark contrast men experienced when observing a woman with cascading hair versus one with a ponytail. "Well, your skills are commendable, barber," Gu Chen remarked, admiring himself in the mirror, shifting poses and growing increasingly pleased. He had to admit, at that moment, he was indeed strikingly handsome. "Huh, primarily due to your own admirable qualities," the barber replied. Turning to the barber, Gu Chen inquired, "How much do I owe you?" 35 yuan, the barber replied promptly. Upon hearing the price, Gu Chen was taken aback, thinking to himself, "Wow, 35 yuan? That seems a bit steep." Nevertheless, with his hair already cut, he could hardly refuse to pay. With that thought, he instinctively reached for his pocket, intending to retrieve his phone for payment. However, after rummaging for a moment, he suddenly realized that his phone was still with Zhao Ying. Reluctantly, Gu Chen called out, "Hey, could you bring me my phone?" Yet, Zhao Ying appeared to be oblivious to his request, standing up with fluid grace, pulling her own phone from her pocket and scanning the payment code effortlessly. After completing her transaction, she casually tilted her head to glance at Gu Chen, raising her chin slightly to indicate that he was free to leave. The barber, with a hint of teasing, commented to Gu Chen, "Wow, your girlfriend is quite domineering." Caught off guard by the barber's remark, Gu Chen could only respond with an indistinct M. After stepping out of the shop, he suddenly extended his right hand toward Zhao Ying. With a puzzled expression, she asked, "What's the matter?" Furrowing his brow, Gu Chen replied bluntly, "What do you mean? Hurry and return my phone." Hearing this, Zhao Ying merely smirked, her lips curling into a satisfied smile as she nonchalantly declared, "Today, I'm in an exceptionally good mood, so I'll cover all your expenses." With that, she crossed her arms and regarded Gu Chen with a challenging look. At this moment, Gu Chen remained silent, yet his once tranquil eyes suddenly arched a brow, fixating intently on Zhao Ying. It was as though in the next heartbeat, should she daringly refuse to return his phone, he would instantly sever ties with her. Zhao Ying found herself at a loss under Gu Chen's piercing gaze. Despite her reluctance, she ultimately succumbed to the will of her little man, begrudgingly extending the phone into his waiting hands. Fine, here you go. What can I do? He is indeed my little man, and thus he must be indulged. It was futile to adopt a harsher approach. Her little man thrived on gentleness rather than firmness. One must recognize that had anyone else spoken to Zhao Ying in such a manner, they would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. She still recalled an instance when someone had treated her with such arrogance. That person's grave was likely overrun with wild grass by now. It was no joke. Zhao Ying's patience was not a commodity to be squandered on just anyone. Only Gu Chen, her little man, was entitled to such special treatment. As for Zhao Ying's behavior, Gu Chen increasingly pondered whether this fellow had watched too many dramas, attempting to emulate a half-baked, domineering protagonist, yet failing to capture the essence. Oh well, I suppose this is akin to entertaining a child. The next step was to stroll through the Imperial Plaza, as their home was sorely lacking in many essentials. Sister. I haven't had enough sleep. Shallow greenish-white hair peeked out from under the covers, revealing a most reluctant pair of eyes. Get up quickly. The sun's already high. You need to report to school today. And here you are, still in bed. Kuan Ling seized Kuan's blanket, effortlessly yanking it away. Sister, what are you doing? What if I'm not dressed? How will I ever get married? Kun cried out, shielding his eyes with his hands as the blanket was lifted. Enough of that. Hurry up and rise. Observing her brother's remarkable ability to sleep, she couldn't help but compare him to Gu Chen. The latter was industrious and diligent, while her brother barely measured up. Eventually, Kuan rose with great difficulty and, while brushing his teeth, spoke to Kuan Ling's sister. Why not accompany me to mall? I still have so many things to buy. Take my card and go yourself. Kuan Ling had no desire to accompany a man shopping. It was a tremendous hassle, carrying items, helping him decide if this or that piece of clothing looked good. She promptly produced a gold card, placing it on the table. The password is Dito kun kud minis, kun interjected. Sister, you can't do this. What if you have a boyfriend in the future? What'll he do when he wants to shop? That's not your concern. Just go. With a decisive thud, Kuan Ling exited his room. Honestly, such a lack of patience. How will she ever date? Kuan shook his head in resignation. Chapter 46. Encountering Snow White at the corner before long. A brand new and imposing vehicle came to a steady halt at the spacious entrance of the Imperial Plaza. Surrounding it were several other cars, seemingly providing an escort. As the vehicle came to a stop, a female driver, elegantly attired in a well-tailored, refined black suit, swiftly exited the driver's seat and briskly approached the rear of the vehicle. With a slight bow, she extended her right hand, cautiously and respectfully opening the car door. A figure gradually emerged from within the car, none other than Kuan. Clad in casual attire, he nonetheless exuded an innate air of nobility. Once he stood firmly, he surveyed his surroundings, and upon setting his gaze upon the building before him, he couldn't help but frown slightly, murmuring, "Is this truly your Imperial Plaza? It seems considerably smaller than the ones in the capital." A hint of disappointment lingered in his tone. Upon hearing his words, the attentive female driver promptly responded, "Young master, you may not be aware, but the Imperial Plaza is the largest shopping center in Jinghai." However, Kuan appeared indifferent, casually waving his hand as he replied, "Never mind. Since we're here, let us make the best of it and take a stroll." He then turned to the few tall female bodyguards, trailing not far behind, and continued, "You needn't accompany me. I wish to wander alone for a bit." Although the bodyguards felt a twinge of concern at Kuan's request, they dared not oppose his wishes and nodded in agreement. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Kuan strode towards the entrance of the Imperial Plaza with a light and lively step. Wow, this Imperial Plaza is truly vast. Compared to the Wanda Plaza I saw in my previous life, it is infinitely larger, Gu Chen exclaimed, standing before the grand structure in awe. In contrast to the worldly Kuan, Their perceptions of the spectacle before them were starkly different. Perhaps this encapsulated the distinction between the affluent and the impoverished. Let me think. I should first buy some clothes for my younger sister, as it seems Gu Qingshua's garments are all remnants of my past. With a decision made, Gu Chen intended to head towards the children's section. However, upon gazing at the map before him, he felt utterly bewildered. Although the layout was clear, the myriad of colors and sheer number of sections were overwhelming. As fate would have it, a sudden and intense urge to relieve himself surged upon him, leaving Gu Chen in a state of urgency. Glancing around, he found himself unable to locate the restroom. With no other option, he cast a pleading look towards Zhao Ying beside him. "Excuse me, where's the restroom? I need to go." Zhao Ying leisurely shook her slightly damp hands and, with a hint of exasperation, pointed behind her. Following her gesture, Gu Chen finally spotted the restroom, resembling a retail store. Far too commercialized for his liking, which explained why he had failed to find it. In an instant, he shot past Zhao Ying like an arrow released from its bow, dashing towards the restroom with astonishing speed. Finally arriving just in time, the tormented young man was able to exhale a long sigh of relief. Otherwise, he might have truly been in dire straits. Engrossed in studying the map, Gu Chen remained oblivious to his absence, leaving Zhao Ying to patiently wait at the corner near the door. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from around the corner. Instinctively, Zhao Ying attempted to step aside, but her reaction was a fraction too slow. With a dull thud, Kuan collided directly into her embrace. Taken by surprise, Zhao Ying instinctively extended her arms to protect the man in her grasp. In just a heartbeat, a strong, somewhat oppressive fragrance surged toward her, overwhelming her senses. The sharp scent was quite uncomfortable and repugnant to her. She preferred the natural, refreshing aroma that emanated from Gu Chen, rather than this artificially concocted perfume. Kuan slowly raised his head, his gaze locking onto Zhao Ying's face, which towered over him by a whole head, momentarily leaving him in a daze. He had been so engrossed in his phone that he hadn't noticed anyone ahead. Who would have thought that love could be encountered around a corner? "Are you all right?" Zhao Ying asked, her expression impassive and her tone indifferent. At the same time, she firmly pushed Kuan away, who remained pressed against her and showed no intention of standing up. I truly apologize." Kuan's face flushed crimson, embarrassment evident in his demeanor. The beauty of the woman before him captivated his attention completely. Her exquisite features perfectly embodied his idealized image of a Snow White. Zhao Ying gently nodded, leaning her body against the somewhat weathered wall. She slightly tilted her head back, gazing into the distance with a dreamy expression, seemingly lost in thought. Could this not be fate? Kun mused silently. If he let this moment slip away, he might never encounter her again in this lifetime. "No, Kun. You must be courageous," he reminded himself, for he had always been the object of pursuit for many women throughout his life, exuding confidence with ease. Yet, in the presence of this woman, he felt inexplicably flustered. He took what appeared to be a resolute step forward, yet hesitated, pretending to leave casually. However, with each step, his heart felt as if gripped by an invisible hand, causing him distress. Ultimately, he halted, standing still, grappling with the timid voice within him that urged him to engage her. Should he approach her and strike up a conversation? The internal conflict was profoundly troubling. Why couldn't he just summon the audacity? Why hadn't she asked him for his contact information? This was indeed the first time in his life that he encountered a girl who stirred such profound emotions within him. Regardless of the consequences, what did appearance matter? He was oblivious to such trivialities. All he desired was to embark on a passionate romance with her. With determination akin to a fervent commitment, Kuan turned around, his gaze unwavering, and approached Zhao Ying with somewhat awkward steps. Miss, may I have your contact information?" Kuan murmured shyly, lowering his head and even closing his eyes, as if hoping for a stroke of luck akin to winning a lottery. In that fleeting moment, his shame clouded his judgment, rendering him oblivious to the fact that she was clearly waiting for someone else. Meanwhile, Gu Chen had just emerged from the restroom, taking a deep breath of relief, only to be greeted by this unexpected scene. Chapter 47. Can Gu Chen not afford children's clothing? What are these two doing? Are they hesitating to ask for contact information? Upon seeing Gu Chen emerge from within, Zhao Ying immediately straightened her posture, a glimmer of cunning flashing in her eyes as she schemed to take advantage of Gu Chen once more. With a smile gracing her lips, she approached him slowly. Just as Zhao Ying was about to reach out and embrace Gu Chen, he seemed to have already discerned her intentions, swiftly scratching at her waist. This unexpected action left the unprepared Zhao Ying momentarily flustered. Her hand, which had been reaching for Gu Chen, recoiled as if jolted by electricity. Being ticklish, her body involuntarily shivered, her face displaying a mixture of surprise and embarrassment, as the anticipated sound of a successful scan failed to materialize. Kun couldn't help but feel puzzled, slowly opening his eyes. However, upon taking in the sight before him, he was astonished to find that there was not a single person in front of him. Just as he pondered this mystery, he suddenly felt a gentle tap on his shoulder. Instinctively turning around, he caught sight of Gu Chen. "Hey, Chingo, what are you doing here?" Kun exclaimed. "I came over to buy something." As he spoke, his gaze quickly swept around, cautiously keeping an eye on Zhao Ying's every move, fearful that this sly individual might seize another opportunity to ambush him. Following Gu Chen's line of sight, Kun then noticed Zhao Ying standing not far behind him. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. The girl he was infatuated with seemed to be a pursuer of Gu Chen. "Oh, is this beautiful lady beside you?" Kun asked, his face a picture of suspicion as he cast furtive glances at Zhao Ying, his heart racing like a lively rabbit. Anxiety bubbled within him, dreading the heartbreaking answer he might receive from Gu Chen. Gu Chen smiled gently and casually gestured toward Zhao Ying, saying her, "She's merely an ordinary classmate of mine." Upon hearing this, Kun let out a long sigh of relief, silently rejoicing. So, it was merely a classmate relationship, which meant he still had a chance to pursue this captivating woman. With this thought, an unmistakable joy spread across his face. In stark contrast to Kun's relief, Zhao Ying's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing Gu Chen's introduction, clearly dissatisfied with his response. She shot a fierce glare at Gu Chen from behind. Her teeth clenched as if she wished to voice her grievances, yet she ultimately restrained herself from speaking out. At that moment, Kun suddenly adopted a pitiable expression, gazing at Gu Chen with pleading eyes. "Chingo, let me join you both, please." Pretty Please's demeanor was almost more delicate than that of a young girl, sending shivers down Gu Chen's spine. "What's this? A grown man is here acting all spoiled," Gu Chen thought, perplexed about his own sexual orientation. Nevertheless, he mused that bringing Kun along might not be such a bad idea after all. Considering the presence of an outsider, Zhao Ying felt a twinge of caution, preventing her from taking advantage of the situation. With this thought in mind, Gu Chen found himself somewhat reassured. Without hesitation, he replied, "Sure." Upon hearing Gu Chen's affirmative response, Kun's face blossomed into a radiant smile akin to spring flowers. He playfully wrapped his arms around Gu Chen's, shaking them affectionately. "Hee, shall we go?" Gu Chen momentarily paused, urging himself to suppress his emotions. "Stay composed. It's not his fault. It's the world's fault." Soon, Gu Chen regained his composure and inquired, "Is there anything you wish to purchase?" Kun playfully winked, shaking his head and responding in a coy manner, "No, I merely wish to wander. I'll follow your lead wherever you choose." Thus, the two walked side by side, their figures appearing inseparable, resembling two longtime friends sharing everything. Despite the sudden intimacy, Gu Chen felt a hint of discomfort, yet he endeavored to relax, considering it a test of his willpower. However, trailing behind, Zhao Ying was not in a pleasant mood. She watched in disbelief as the unfamiliar man whisked away her beloved partner. To make matters worse, her partner seemed oblivious to her presence, engrossed in laughter with the stranger. Their rare moment of solitude was ruthlessly disrupted by this unexpected interloper. With this thought, a surge of unbridled anger ignited within Zhao Ying, her disdain for Kun flowing like an unending river. Men are truly disgusting. Gu Chen came to a halt before a charmingly decorated boutique, specifically catering to young girls. Through the bright glass window, an array of stylish girls' clothing was displayed. The garments were exquisite, featuring delicate lace, adorable cartoon patterns, and soft, comfortable fabrics, items Gu Chen had never possessed in his lifetime. Contemplating the 20,000 yuan in his possession, he felt an unprecedented surge of confidence. With that amount, even if the store offered branded items, he could surely acquire several pieces. In his limited understanding, branded clothing was merely priced at a couple of thousand yuan. As he pushed open the door and stepped inside, the previously busy staff raised their heads, their gaze landing on his seemingly ordinary attire. A collective expression of disdain crossed their faces, indicating their disinterest in attending to Gu Chen. This indifference persisted until their eyes fell upon Gu Chen standing beside him, clad entirely in internationally renowned brands. Suddenly, the staff converged like sharks, sensing the scent of money. One young man, beaming with enthusiasm, stepped forward to greet them. "Welcome to our store. What can I assist you gentlemen with today?" As he spoke, his gaze remained fixated on Gu Chen, seemingly regarding the standing Gu Chen as inconsequential. In light of this, Gu Chen appeared unfazed, responding, "I wish to select a few garments for my younger sister." Upon hearing this, the young man promptly shifted his attention to Gu Chen. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Those who associate with the affluent are undoubtedly remarkable in their own right. "May I inquire as to your sister's age?" Gu Chen smiled gently, raising his right hand to gesture lightly as he replied, "She is but 8 years old, and her height is approximately in my waist." After saying this, he pointed to a spot just below his waist. The young man nodded repeatedly, indicating his understanding. He then turned and retrieved a dress from the rack, presenting it to Gu Chen with an air of pride. "What do you think of this piece? It is one of our latest designs, currently available at a promotional price of only 999 yuan. Upon hearing this price, Gu Chen instinctively took a step back. "No, you could have easily taken advantage of this, yet you offer me a garment to console me. How extraordinarily kind of you." Oh. Chapter 48. Do you dare to mock me? Kneel and apologize to my brother. Shingu. This garment is rather exquisite. Gu Chen, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly took the beautiful dress from the side and examined it closely, remarking, "Qing Shui, you already possess a fine foundation. If you wear this dress, it will undoubtedly enhance your beauty." However, at that moment, Gu Chen's countenance was as dark as a stormy sky. He glared intensely at Gu Chen, his inner voice screaming, "Do I look like a fool? This dress is exorbitantly priced. Surely, one must be out of their mind to consider purchasing it." With this thought, his gaze towards Gu Chen was ablaze with fury, as if he were on the verge of lunging at him to deliver a sound thrashing. Gu Chen's mind raced as he contemplated his escape. What excuse could he concoct that would appear sufficiently plausible to facilitate a discreet exit? "I am utterly at my wit's end." According to the usual progression of events, shouldn't someone emerge to hurl cold mockery at me? That way, I could seamlessly seize the opportunity to flee under the guise of being humiliated. But why hasn't that person appeared yet? Desperately scanning his surroundings, Gu Chen muttered to himself, "Come on, someone, hurry up and insult me fiercely so I can saunter away in style." Just then, the long-awaited voice of derision pierced the air. "TSK, TSK, TSK, it seems you possess not even a modicum of discernment. If I were you, I would recommend that distinguished gentleman over there. Perhaps he would delight in purchasing a dozen pieces." The speaker was a sales associate from the display platform, who, while speaking, cast a disdainful glance in Gu Chen's direction before sharing a laugh with another associate nearby. In the midst of their banter, the associate frequently directed his gaze toward the gentleman he had praised, the man, nearing 40, yet still exuding a certain charisma. The proximity among them allowed the remarks to resonate clearly in the ears of everyone present. The gentleman, adorned with a finely crafted silver necklace that glimmered softly with his movements, boasted a dazzling pink ring on his finger. Despite his age, he maintained a commendable physique, showing no signs of the deterioration that often accompanies middle age. Perhaps having received such compliments too often, his expression did not betray any pride. Instead, he glanced knowingly towards Gu Chen. Could this be my lifeline? The timing of this mockery is impeccable. What should I do now? Should I erupt in anger and storm out, or feign indifference towards the dress, politely expressing my desire to browse other styles? In that moment, Gu Chen was engulfed in a tumult of indecision, unable to choose. The atmosphere in the store suddenly grew exceedingly delicate. The previously loquacious associate who had been extolling the merchandise fell silent as if struck by an enchantment. With a hint of awkwardness, he gazed at Gu Chen, seemingly eager to gauge his reaction. After a moment's contemplation, Gu Chen, who typically adhered to the principle of yielding for a broader perspective, chose to acquiesce. He turned to stride toward the store entrance when, quite unexpectedly, a cold voice pierced the air. What is the matter? Is it a case of looking down on others? Gu Chen felt a surge of confusion. Who had spoken? Scanning his surroundings, he found no sign of the speaker. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Orphan Gu Chen. In stark contrast to his usual refined demeanor, appeared utterly transformed. Without hesitation, he took a bold step forward, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon the store clerk who had just mocked Gu Chen. The clerk, sensing the shift in atmosphere, quickly plastered a forced smile across his face. "Oh dear, please don't misunderstand, young sir. We would never presume to judge. It's merely that you both look quite youthful, and we were concerned that you might find our merchandise beyond your means." However, Orphan Gu Chen was unmoved by the clerk's explanation, responding with palpable disdain. How dare you look down upon me? Let me inform you. The price of just one item of my attire could easily surpass your entire annual salary. What gives you the right to mock me? As his words hung in the air, the clerk fell utterly silent, as if an invisible force had sealed his lips, rendering him incapable of uttering another sound. Gu Chen, a mere spectator to this unfolding drama, stood in stunned disbelief, never anticipating that this seemingly effeminate individual could display such audacity. It seemed that wealth indeed bestowed the greatest confidence. In light of this increasingly uncomfortable scene, a rather dapper gentleman, exuding an air of aristocracy, stepped forward in an attempt to diffuse the tension. Clearing his throat, he offered a conciliatory tone. "Ladies and gentlemen, let us all take a breath. Let us discuss this calmly." He then turned his attention to the clerk, earnestly advising, "Young man, why not apologize to them? I shall cover all expenses for today as patrons." He punctuated his statement with a wink, signaling the clerk to cooperate. Next, this rather greasy gentleman turned his focus to Orphan Gu Chen, his face contorted into a sycophantic smile as he spoke in a congenial manner. "Brother, could you possibly do me the favor of letting this matter rest? Wouldn't that be agreeable?" At that moment, Gu Chen, who had remained silent, felt a surge of joy at the prospect of someone else footing the bill. This is splendid. Someone else is paying, and there's no need for a quarrel. How delightful. He was about to express his agreement when, without warning, Orphan Gu Chen erupted in fury. His eyes wide with rage, he bellowed, "I may lack many things, but money is certainly not one of them. Who would care for your offer to reimburse? If you wish to resolve this, let him kneel and apologize to me." Orphan Gu Chen's words struck like a thunderclap, shattering the tenuous calm that had finally settled over the scene. Gu Chen exclaimed, "Come on, don't take it out on money." Noticing the silence among the group, the young master Orphan Gu Chen was not one to relent easily. Throughout his life, he had only looked down upon others. Never had he been looked down upon himself. With a delicate hand, he slowly raised it, extending 3 fingers to begin his countdown. Chapter 49. Orphan Gu Chen's failed attempt. As the final countdown echoed through the air, the staff member maintained a stubborn demeanor, showing no hint of remorse or desire to apologize. A slight smirk graced his lips, and his eyes reflected an air of disdain, as if the unfolding situation held no significance for him. "Very well. In that case, summon your manager." Orphan Gu Chen's mood was at its nadir, his inner fury akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. Throughout his life, he had never encountered anyone bold enough to defy him in such a manner, and his patience had worn thin. Yet, in the face of Orphan Gu Chen's furious demand, the staff member displayed no fear, even allowing himself a chuckle. To him, this seemingly affluent student was merely posturing. What could he possibly do? Moreover, the manager was his girlfriend, and their relationship was anything but ordinary. Even if matters escalated, the consequences would likely be trivial. At that moment, the manager, who had been quietly brewing tea in the back, heard the commotion and furrowed her brow. She set down her teapot and hurriedly exited the room. What on earth is happening? Why is it so noisy? With a clear, resonant voice, a tall woman, approximately 6 feet in height, appeared before everyone. She surveyed the scene and approached the staff member, inquiring, "Darling, I'm about to lose my mind. I merely made a casual remark about the prices here being a bit steep out of goodwill. But who could have anticipated that these two would be so unreasonable? Thinking I looked down on them, hurling insults and calling me a dog with a low opinion of others." Boo-hoo. As she spoke, the staff member's eyes brimmed with tears, her expression laden with unjust grievance. She clutched the manager's hands tightly, shaking them back and forth as if seeking solace and support. Upon hearing her lament, the manager, without a second thought, chose to believe her words. With her fury rekindled, she turned to confront the two customers. Yet, upon catching sight of their faces, her anger was doused like a flame extinguished by a bucket of cold water, vanishing without a trace. For these two men were strikingly handsome, truly celestial beings gracing the earth. After a moment of regaining her composure, the manager cleared her throat and spoke. Given that you both appear to be students, let us put this behind us. If you could simply apologize to my boyfriend, we can consider this matter resolved. What do you say?" To her astonishment, Gu Chen showed no signs of backing down. With wide eyes, he fearlessly retorted, "Are you joking? Why should we apologize for a matter stemming from your own irreverent remarks? Is there a mistake in reasoning here? In this day and age, should those who err evade responsibility, while the blameless are compelled to bow their heads in contrition? Are you out of your wits?" The female manager found herself momentarily taken aback by the commanding presence of the well-dressed man before her, a sight she had not encountered before. How dare he, in such a dire financial state, present himself in public with such ostentation? Just look at his attire. Any discerning eye could see it is all mere imitation. At that moment, the shop assistant, as if struck by a revelation, began to shout, feeling utterly certain of his conclusion. Indeed, it must be imitation. If he were truly the scion of a wealthy family, why would he be shopping alongside someone adorned in such inexpensive garb? With this thought, the assistant felt a wave of relief wash over him. He had been apprehensive about unwittingly offending a person of influence, but that concern was now entirely unfounded. He puffed up with arrogance, glaring at Gu Chen and bellowing, "Hey, are you two actually planning to make a purchase? If not, I suggest you vacate the premises immediately and cease hindering our business." With that, the male assistant unceremoniously pointed a finger at Gu Chen, unleashing a torrent of insults. In the face of such rudeness and vitriol, Gu Chen remained surprisingly composed. A slight smile graced his lips, enigmatic in nature, as he nonchalantly retrieved a golden card from his pocket, the very card given to him by Kuan Ling that morning. Upon seeing this, the assistant's earlier bravado deflated significantly. Yet he clung to a shred of hope, defiantly muttering, "Who knows if that card is even real?" Despite his words, he proceeded to retrieve the card reader with haste to verify its authenticity. Observing the unfolding scene, Gu Chen could not help but shake his head and sigh. Was it truly necessary to escalate matters to this extent? They could have simply asked that gentleman to cover their expenses. Let them look down upon him. Why must he seek validation from the entire world? Such a pursuit would surely exhaust him. However, there existed a non-negotiable condition. His dignity must remain intact. If one must trample upon my dignity, do provide ample compensation. Just then, Gu Chen elegantly placed the card onto the reader, only to hear the machine coldly demand, "Please enter your password." Password? Gu Chen felt as though he had been struck immobile, standing there in shock. Oh no, had his sister mentioned the password that morning? He seemed to have interrupted her. "Oh, what is wrong? Surely you're not about to tell me that you've forgotten the password. Such a ludicrous excuse?" The male assistant smirked, a hint of mockery in his tone. In a flurry, Gu Chen grabbed his phone, his fingers swiftly dialing Kuan Ling's number. During the brief wait for the call to connect, the expressions of those in the store collectively reflected disdain. The man stood aside, gazing meaningfully at the unfolding scene before him. He held little interest in a young boy adorned in designer brands, but his attention was solely captured by Gu Chen. Since entering the shop, the man's gaze had not strayed from Gu Chen. Meanwhile, Gu Chen felt a slight ache in his legs and instinctively took a small step back to readjust his posture. To his utter surprise, this retreat led him to collide directly with two large and soft objects. Could it be? Relying on his intuition, Gu Chen quickly deduced that it must undoubtedly be Zhao Ying. Without needing to look, he was certain, having assumed that boys would take considerable time choosing clothes. Zhao Ying had patiently awaited at the door, not intending to enter. However, upon catching sight of her little man surrounded by so many people, her face transformed with anger as she pushed the door open and positioned herself behind Gu Chen. A swift glance revealed that there were still 5 billion left in the balance. Chapter 50. This is 500 million. A sudden, cold, and emotionless mechanical voice erupted, reverberating through the space like a thunderclap. This unexpected sound rendered the previously bustling scene utterly silent, as if all eyes were magnetically drawn to its source. There, a slender, pale hand emerged, gripping a card that shimmered with an enigmatic black sheen. A black gold card. In that moment, the expressions of the crowd froze. Mouths agape and eyes wide with astonishment, as though they had witnessed something extraordinarily unbelievable. It is well known that those who possess a black gold card are invariably individuals of remarkable status and immense wealth. Who could possibly be so affluent as to effortlessly produce a card that symbolizes vast riches and esteemed position? As the onlookers shifted their gaze along the hand, it eventually settled upon its owner. The individual stood tall, exuding an air of elegance and confidence with every gesture. A smile graced her lips, yet her eyes held an elusive depth that was difficult to fathom. Standing there so quietly, she emanated an intangible pressure, prompting those around her to instinctively soften their breaths. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying, who was closely positioned behind Gu Chen, wore a smug smile as she regarded the astonished crowd. Her expression was rife with mockery and delight, seemingly relishing the shock she had instigated. The formidable aura she radiated was akin to a heavy mountain, silencing every person present who dared not utter a word. Gu Chen, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes fixated on the black gold card. 500 million? You wield that card so nonchalantly. Even my family wouldn't dare to spend like that. Not even on burning paper money. Until now, he had assumed Zhao Ying was merely a modestly wealthy second-generation heir, never anticipating that she possessed hundreds of millions in disposable income. On the other side, Kuan was equally astonished, his jaw nearly dropping in disbelief. His surprise was not solely due to the staggering sum, but rather the extent to which Zhao Ying had stood up for love. He gazed at her with adoration, oblivious to the phone slipping from his grip and crashing to the ground, murmuring to himself, "So beautiful." At that moment, his admiration for Zhao Ying soared like a rocket, elevating her status in his eyes to an entirely new level. "What does this mean, madam?" The female manager was the first to recover from her profound shock, her eyes wide as she beheld the unfolding scene. Disbelief etched across her features. Although she was of similar stature to Zhao Ying, the presence each exuded was worlds apart. The manager, accustomed to wielding authority, seemed to pale in comparison to Zhao Ying's commanding aura. Zhao Ying, however, paid no heed to the manager's presence. She slightly lowered her head, bringing her luscious red lips close to Gu Chen's crown, as if to gently caress him. With a graceful gesture, she placed a shimmering black gold card, glowing with an enigmatic light, before Gu Chen. Accompanying this act, she lowered her voice to a gentle whisper, saying, "This card is for you. The password is your birthday." "What? 500 million, just like that?" Gu Chen's heart raced, and his mind went blank. Goodness, such a fortune. Accepting it would surely mean becoming her boyfriend, wouldn't he it? But this was a staggering 500 million. If he agreed, it could lead to far more than just this sum. With this thought, Gu Chen's heart began to thump wildly. Who could resist such immense temptation? Even someone like Gu Chen, who prided himself on his self-control, found himself wavering. What does self-control have to do with this? 500 million. How could any ordinary person possibly refuse 500 million? It was utterly insane. At that moment, A thought flashed through Gu Chen's mind like lightning. Once, he had deeply loved a campus beauty who had left him utterly devastated. Since then, he had ceased to trust the words of any beautiful woman. Moreover, with such a large amount of money, if Zhao Ying ever decided to reclaim it one day, given Gu Chen's current financial situation and abilities, he would have no choice but to return it in full. The mere thought of this sent shivers down his spine. Oh dear, this was terrifying. Indeed, the words of these beautiful women could not be trusted. He had almost fallen into her trap. Once Gu Chen had fully come to this realization, he fixed his gaze resolutely on the advancing black gold card, and without hesitation, he forcefully pushed it away, declaring with unwavering conviction, "Thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept this money." With that, Gu Chen quickly lowered his head, feigning a submissive demeanor, and then bolted towards the door as if his feet were slicked with oil. As he ran, he secretly reveled in his thoughts. Isn't this the perfect opportunity to escape? If not now, then when? However, as Gu Chen sprinted towards the exit like a runaway horse, Zhao Ying did not rise to pursue him. At that moment, she suddenly noticed a rather familiar middle-aged man among the crowd. Zhao Ying's once delicate features seemed to be cloaked in a layer of frost, cold enough to deter any gaze. With slow and steady movements, she extended her elegant hand, gently grasped her phone, and dialed a number. "Hello, young lady, how may I assist you?" came a respectful voice from the other end. "At Dihao Plaza, have 2 people removed for me. Notify all subsidiaries. Anyone who dares to employ them shall be opposing me." Zhao Ying's voice was frigid and piercing, imbued with an undeniable authority. "Yes, young lady." Upon hearing this exchange, the male clerk and the female manager, standing not far away, were struck dumb, their faces painted with disbelief. They exchanged glances, filled with confusion and fear. What on earth was happening? How could it be that I inexplicably lost my job in the blink of an eye? Moreover, from the tone of Zhao Ying's words just now, it seemed that the matter was far more serious than merely a dismissal. After a considerable pause, the female manager finally managed to pull herself together from her shock. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to calm her inner turmoil and feigned composure as she spoke. Miss, there is something you may not be aware of. We are a subsidiary of the Zhao Group. This Imperial Plaza is a gift from the Zhao family to their eldest daughter. Are you not concerned about offending our young lady by so casually suggesting our dismissal?" However, before the female manager could finish her sentence, the male clerk beside her, already pale with fright, interjected, trembling as he said, "Yes, you cannot dismiss us." In stark contrast to his earlier composure in front of customers, he now appeared like a completely different person. "The eldest daughter of the Zhao family? I have heard she is quite formidable, a person of significant influence. I should seek an opportunity to meet her." Gu Chen pondered secretly. Observing this, Zhao Ying couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing that her subordinates did not even recognize her as their employer. It was indeed surprising. Yet, upon reflection, how could such insignificant ants be worthy of encountering someone of her elevated stature? For these minuscule figures, akin to mere insects, Zhao Ying felt no inclination to waste her breath. Just then, the previously silent uncle, having witnessed the shift in Zhao Ying's demeanor, suddenly erupted into hearty laughter. Faced with this unexpected outburst, Zhao Ying found herself at a loss, for this uncle was not someone she could afford to provoke. Chapter 51, Astonishment. How Zhao Ying's father was pursued in such a manner. Just a few minutes later, the lobby manager hurriedly arrived at the scene, breathless from her rapid sprint. She pushed open the grand door, flanked by several robust female bodyguards. Upon discerning the situation before her, she wasted no time and swiftly approached Zhao Ying and the gentleman beside her, bowing deeply and respectfully addressing them. "Chairman, young miss." The male staff member and the female manager, who had intended to voice their grievances, were momentarily struck dumb by this unexpected address, frozen in place. "What young miss? What chairman?" The male employee stared in bewilderment at the imposing lobby manager, filled with confusion and disbelief. However, before he could fully comprehend the situation, 2 sharp slaps resonated throughout the establishment. The lobby manager, without a hint of mercy, raised her hand and delivered resounding blows to the faces of both the male employee and the female manager. The force was such that their cheeks instantly flushed and throbbed with pain that radiated through their bodies. "You are both dismissed," the lobby manager snarled fiercely, pointing at them with a menacing glare. "Why?" The male employee, clutching his injured face, widened his eyes in disbelief, his voice trembling with despair. At that moment, he was utterly shattered, unable to accept the sudden turn of events. "Why? Huh? Open your eyes and see clearly. These two are none other than the chairman and young miss of the Zhao group. You blind fools." The lobby manager trembled with rage, scolding them while pointing at Zhao Ying and her father. "What?" A gasp of shock escaped the lips of everyone present upon hearing this revelation. They had speculated that this woman might possess some influence, yet never did they imagine she was their superior. Even more astonishing was the realization that the gentleman beside her was the chairman of the group. Who could have anticipated that the tale of Snow White falling for her Prince Charming would unfold right before them? And to think they had belittled Zhao Ying's charming gentleman, the son-in-law of the chairman. Suddenly, both employees turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, utterly at a loss for how to salvage the situation. Indeed, the gentleman of remarkable demeanor was none other than Zhao Ying's father, Zhao Tianyi. At this moment, the male employee and female manager awoke from their stupor, realizing they had just insulted the cherished partner of Zhao Ying. Terrified, they hastily knelt and begged for mercy. "Chairman, young miss, we had no idea he was your." Yet the lobby manager offered them no reprieve. She cast a cold glance at the two pleading on the ground, then waved her hand decisively at the imposing women behind her, instructing, "Throw them out." Upon receiving the order, the bodyguards charged forward like fierce wolves, each seizing one of the male employee and female manager, dragging them toward the exit without debate. Despite their desperate struggles and cries, they were ultimately powerless to resist, forced to watch helplessly as they were unceremoniously expelled from the establishment. After dealing with the two disruptive employees, the lobby manager swiftly turned around, his face adorned with a servile smile, and respectfully inquired of Zhao Ying and her father, chairman. "Miss, may I ask if there are any further instructions?" "At your command. I am ready to brave any peril." Zhao Ying frowned slightly, seemingly averse to the obsequious demeanor of the individual before her. She gently waved her hand and replied coolly, "It's all settled. You may leave now." Once everything was in order, Zhao Ying's gaze gradually shifted towards Gu Chen. Truth be told, she harbored a dislike for this individual. Yet he appeared to have a cordial rapport with her little man. After all, within the confines of this institution, she had never witnessed her little man interact with any other boy in such a manner. Thus, Zhao Ying approached Gu Chen directly. Upon reaching him, she lowered her head slightly and softly said, "Thank you. If you need anything in the future, just call me." With that, she retrieved her phone from her pocket, pulled up her QR code, and placed it before Gu Chen's eyes. Taken aback by this unexpected gesture, Gu Chen found himself momentarily flustered. Sure," he stammered, hurriedly bending down to pick up the phone that had slipped from his grasp. When he straightened up, he suddenly realized that he had obtained Zhao Ying's contact information. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Ying turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance, with Zhao Tianyi trailing closely behind her. Thus, their figures gradually receded, soon vanishing from Gu Chen's sight. However, at that moment, Gu Chen remained rooted to the spot, his gaze fixated on the direction in which Zhao Ying had departed. His hands instinctively covered his mouth, as if to conceal the uncontainable joy within. The youthful features of his face, already somewhat boyish, flushed a deeper shade of crimson from excitement. After the pair had walked a considerable distance, Zhao Ying suddenly halted, turned around, and was the first to pose a question. "Speak, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyi blinked, then gently covered his mouth with his hand, responding with a grin, "I have no particular business. I merely wanted to take a leisurely stroll here. Who would have thought I'd fortuitously witness our sister, Zhao's impressive display? And while you jest, you should hasten to devise a strategy for your daughter. He is unlike other boys, and I truly cannot win him over." The usually proud Zhao Ying now bore a countenance devoid of her usual haughty demeanor, replaced instead by a look of concern and helplessness. She gazed at her father with a hint of pleading in her eyes, yearning for some sage advice from him. In turn, Zhao Qianni regarded his typically assertive daughter with an amused expression, his tone laced with jest. "Oh, how the tables have turned. In the past, my daughter effortlessly clinched billion-dollar projects. And now, you find yourself a loss with a mere boy?" With that, he raised an eyebrow, a hint of mockery dancing across his features. Upon hearing her father's words, Zhao Ying could not help but frown, letting out a resigned sigh. Ah, if only it were that simple. Seeing her daughter in such distress, Zhao Qianni chuckled heartily and shook his head, but then suddenly ceased his laughter. Leaning slightly forward, he whispered softly into Zhao Ying's ear, "Hey, my dear daughter, isn't your birthday approaching? Just bring him home. If the situation remains bleak, we shall. I quite fancy this son-in-law." As soon as he finished speaking, the initially serious expression on Zhao Tianni's face transformed into a mischievous grin. However, upon hearing his words, Zhao Ying's eyes widened in shock, as if she had been profoundly impacted, and she quickly waved her hands in refusal. "I disdain to resort to such base tactics. I shall surely make him devoted to me through my own merits. Suit yourself. After all, that is how your mother pursued me back in the day." Zhao Ying thought to herself, "Wow, my mom really knew what she was doing." Although Zhao Ying outwardly rejected the suggestion, a seed had already been planted in her heart. Should I resort to such measures? Chapter 52. The disheartened Song Ruishu. Heart to heart in the rental apartment after escaping the bustling mall, Gu Chen sprinted away, heading straight towards the vibrant yet affordable street filled with life. Gasping for breath, he muttered to himself, "Phew, that was terrifying. 500 million. I truly managed to hold my ground. It seems my resolve is quite commendable. They say the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she can be. And that is undeniably true. I was so close to losing everything." Reflecting on this, Gu Chen felt an immense relief for the decision he had made at that moment. After calming his nerves, he began to browse the affordable street for clothes. After careful selection, he finally purchased several decent outfits and shoes. Upon exiting the shop, he noticed that the sky had gradually darkened. It's not too far from my rental apartment, and most of these items are for Qingxue, albeit a bit heavy. I might as well walk back, consider it a form of exercise. With this thought, Gu Chen hefted his bags and hurried towards his apartment. Meanwhile, alongside Gu Chen's route home, a solitary figure stood quietly, bathed in the dim glow of the street lamp. It was none other than Song Ruishu. She stood motionless at the roadside, her gaze somewhat vacant, seemingly lost in contemplation of something significant. Her somewhat lonely silhouette under the streetlight evoked a profound sense of desolation. Moreover, adorned in a crisp police uniform, this desolation was infused with an inexplicable air of fate. Her head hung slightly, and the remnants of tears, still visible at the corners of her eyes, resembled deep ravines etched by sorrow. Her once bright and captivating eyes now bore faint traces of bloodshot veins, resembling a delicate web, evoking a sense of compassion in those who beheld her. All of this speaks volumes about the heart-wrenching agony she has just endured. Song Ruishu has never felt such a profound sense of powerlessness and defeat. For so long, she has steadfastly believed that the righteousness she upheld could rescue others from peril. Yet not long ago, reality dealt her a resounding slap in the face. Reflecting on her earnest promise to Gu Chen to be the solitary beacon of light in the darkness, her heart swells with regret and self-reproach. Now, she perceives herself as an utter failure, utterly incapable of fulfilling the vows she once made. Standing there, lost in thought, her heart feels as if it is being seared by an unquenchable fire. She is at a loss about how to confront Gu Chen, dreading the disappointment and reproach she might see in his eyes. Suddenly, a vague silhouette appears in the distance, approaching her with measured steps. As the figure draws nearer, illuminated by the dim glow of the streetlights, Song Ruishu gradually recognizes it as Gu Chen. Has he cut his hair? Did this incident impact him so profoundly? Taking a deep breath, she strives to calm her tumultuous emotions, reminding herself not to display her vulnerability in front of the victim. After all, as a strong woman, what would it signify to appear overly fragile and helpless before a lesser man? Moreover, given that he has endured greater suffering than herself. What right does she have to lament in front of him? Thus, Song Rueshu gently wipes away the remnants of tears from the corners of her eyes and forces a stiff smile at the corners of her mouth. As Gu Chen approaches, his face radiates concern as he inquires, "Hey, Shuejia, what brings you here?" Upon hearing this, Song Rueshu hesitates for a moment before softly replying, I have something I wish to discuss with you." With that, she instinctively averts her gaze from Gu Chen. Yet, Gu Chen is well aware of Song Rueshu's current state. Although she feels powerless, her innate kindness remains evident. Then, "Shuejia, shall we go upstairs and sit for a while?" he suggests, turning to lead the way. "All right." Song Rueshu nods slightly in agreement, then reaches out to naturally accept the heavy bag from Gu Chen's hands. "Wow, you bought quite a lot," she exclaims, gazing at the bulging bag with astonishment. "Yes, this contains clothes for my sister and some snacks," he replies. Side by side, they walk together, exuding a harmonious sibling-like camaraderie. "Shuejia, maintaining justice isn't as simple as it seems, is it?" Gu Chen's face retains a gentle smile. Yet beneath, it lies a subtle layer of unspoken resignation and reflection. Upon hearing this, Song Rueshu's heart tightens, and she quickly responds, "I'm sorry. I never anticipated things would turn out this way." However, before she can finish her thought, Gu Chen bursts into laughter, interrupting her. "Shuejia, don't say that. This is merely the essence of the world. There is no absolute fairness. I find great contentment in simply being alive and healthy." Gu Chen's words left Song Rueshu momentarily speechless. She opened her mouth, intending to offer some comforting words. However, before she could utter a sound, Gu Chen had already pushed open the somewhat dilapidated door of the rental apartment. As the door creaked ajar, the interior of the room unfolded before Song Rueshu's eyes. The furnishings were exceedingly sparse, with a modest desk tucked into the corner, illuminated by a faintly glowing lamp casting a gentle light upon its surface. At that moment, a petite girl was hunched over the desk, diligently engrossed in her homework. Witnessing this scene, Song Rueshu's intended words of solace were abruptly swallowed, for she found herself at a loss for how to respond. Reacting instinctively to the sound of the door, Gu Qingshu turned her head, and upon recognizing her brother, a radiant smile blossomed on her face. Without hesitation, she released her grip on the pen she had been tightly holding and dove into Gu Chen's embrace. "Brother, you're back," Gu Qingshu exclaimed, clinging tightly to him, her small face resting against his abdomen, relishing the familiar and reassuring scent of her brother. Gu Chen smiled as he reciprocated his sister's enthusiastic hug, gently patting her back as he inquired, "Have you eaten yet?" "Not yet." Gu Qingshu lifted her head, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at her brother. "Brother, why did you cut your hair? You look so handsome." "Indeed, I think so too," Gu Chen replied with a grin. "Sister, I just helped a classmate finish their homework. I only had a little less today, but I still earned $40, she said, proudly lifting her chin as if she had accomplished a remarkable feat. "Wow, that's impressive," Gu Chen said without reservation, his eyes filled with affection for his sister. "Our little Qingshu is becoming increasingly capable." With her brother's praise, Gu Qingshu beamed even brighter, resembling a blooming flower. Yet at that moment, she noticed a policewoman standing behind Gu Chen, dressed in uniform. Curiosity welled up within her as she blinked her large eyes and asked, "Brother, who is this police sister? Why has she come to our home?" "Oh, she's a friend of your brother," Gu Chen explained simply, ruffling Gu Qingshu's hair. "Little sister, why don't you go downstairs and grab something to eat? Your brother and this police sister have some matters to discuss." "All right." Gu Qingshu nodded obediently, stepping out of Gu Chen's embrace and turning to head downstairs. As she passed by the policewoman, she politely waved and greeted her. "Hi." Song Rueshu was caught off guard by the sudden greeting, but she quickly composed herself and smiled back, waving to Gu Qingshu, "Hi." After watching Gu Qingshu skip down the stairs, Song Rueshu's gaze lingered on the small figure, a tinge of bittersweetness reflected in her eyes. "Here, have a drink." Chapter 53. Just sent one away, and another arrives. Gu Chen twisted open a can of cola. With a satisfying hiss, he presented the beverage to Song Rueshu. Although he hadn't purchased any alcohol, as there was no one at home to consume it, He mused that this cola could serve as a substitute for liquor. After all, it was merely a means to vent one's emotions. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chen swiftly opened another can for himself and tilted his head back. Taking a hearty gulp. Refreshing, he exclaimed, accompanied by a contented sigh. Isn't this what life is all about? Observing Gu Chen's exuberance in consuming the cola, Song Ruishue felt a certain charm in his sincerity and took a sip from her own can. After a brief pause, her curiosity got the better of her, and she inquired, "How did you know that this matter couldn't be pursued? Isn't it obvious?" He replied, "The forces behind this incident are undoubtedly substantial. How could mere junior officers like us intervene in the investigation?" However, Gu Chen maintained a facade of ignorance, remaining silent for a considerable time before responding slowly. "Well, perhaps it is due to a man's inherent sixth sense. Matters like this are beyond the purview of ordinary citizens. When faced with such situations, one can only consider themselves unfortunate." As these words escaped Gu Chen's lips, Song Ruishue felt a wave of helplessness wash over her once more. As a police officer, she was painfully aware of the truth. This incident undoubtedly concealed severe corruption and bribery. Yet, the orders from above loomed like an insurmountable wall, rendering her powerless to act. Despite her unwillingness to comply, in that moment, facing the innocent victim before her, she recognized that her capacity to assist was limited, but she could still offer some tangible help. Taking a deep breath, Song Ruishue gradually reached into her handbag. A soft, rustling sound accompanied her as she retrieved 3 thick stacks of 100 yuan bills. She extended the entire sum of 30,000 yuan to Gu Chen, softly stating, "Take this money for emergencies." Startled by the sudden appearance of such a large sum, Gu Chen instinctively waved his hands in refusal. "Sister Shui, what are you doing?" However, Song Ruishue firmly grasped his hand, insisting on placing the money into his palm, her tone resolute. "Don't refuse. Accept it. I may not be able to assist in this matter, but I promise you, if anyone dares to bully you in the future, just come to me. I will do everything in my power to help you." Upon hearing her words, Gu Chen lifted his gaze to meet Song Ruishue's eyes, filled with unwavering determination and resolve. For some inexplicable reason, at that moment, he began to question whether he had perhaps appeared too pitiable. Though his account was entirely truthful, his intention had merely been to ease her burdens. Unbeknownst to him, the outcome had been quite the opposite, leaving her with an even greater sense of guilt. Gu Chen placed the stacks of cash back into Song Ruishue's bag, then raised his head to look at her, speaking earnestly. "Sister Shui, truly it's nothing. I've managed on my own these past years. I genuinely appreciate your responsibility. If all the police in this world were like you, perhaps darkness would cease to exist." However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Gu Chen felt a pang of regret, realizing how pitiful he sounded. At that moment, he wished he could find some tape to seal his lips shut. He felt utterly at a loss, unsure of how to retract his statement. On the other hand, upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Song Ruishue mistakenly believed that her hasty offer of money had wounded his pride. Thus, she quickly tucked the money back in her bag and smiled at Gu Chen. "Well then, since you insist on not accepting it, I shall keep it for now. But do remember, if you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to reach out to me." Gu Chen nodded fervently, as if granted a reprieve. Yes, I will." He sighed with relief, thankful that she had only heard the first half of his statement. Otherwise, it might have sounded like a subtle jab. Song Ruishue glanced at her watch, realizing that time had slipped away. She had kept him waiting downstairs for quite a while. As a grown woman, it was inappropriate for her to linger in a young man's home, so she softly said, "Well, I should take my leave now. We can stay in touch by phone if anything arises." Gu Chen hurriedly escorted Song Ruishue to the stairwell. "All right, Sister Shui, take care. Be cautious on your way." Once her figure disappeared from view, Gu Chen felt as though all his strength had been drained, collapsing onto his bed. In truth, it wasn't physical exhaustion that weighed upon him, but emotional fatigue. "Oh dear, what on earth did I just say? How did I manage to make the conversation so awkward?" He realized he needed to learn how to converse with emotional intelligence. Otherwise, it would be unbearably awkward. Just as Gu Chen was lamenting his plight, a sudden series of sharp knocks shattered the previously tranquil atmosphere. Did Did Qingxue forget her keys? Has she returned from dinner so soon? Gu Chen muttered to himself as he swiftly rose from his bed and walked towards the door, ready to open it. The moment he unlocked the door, he instinctively assumed it was Gu Qingxue and began to speak without looking up. What did you eat? However, before him stood not Gu Qingxue, but a pair of long, elegant legs. Before Gu Chen could process this, a woman scooped him into a princess embrace, leaning close to his ear and teasingly whispering, "Little Chen Chen, you've been so busy lately. You haven't had time to accompany your sister. I'm feeling quite lonely. P.S. Yesterday's update exceeded 50. Thank you, dear readers, for your support. I also appreciate those who read closely and pointed out some ambiguous references. I've made the necessary corrections. Everyone seems to possess a greater flair for humor than I do. Some comments are even more captivating than my own text. I truly appreciate this delightful atmosphere, which brings me immense joy and relaxation. Tomorrow, this book may finally make its official debut, though it might also find itself in a figurative black room for a few days. I sincerely hope for your kind support. Should there be any shortcomings, I welcome your constructive feedback. Lastly, I wish you all a Merry Christmas, filled with happiness and safety. Oh, Chapter 54. The intoxicated Kuan-Ling, what brings you here? Gu Chen exclaimed in astonishment at the unexpected arrival of Kuan-Ling. She staggered as if her feet were treading on cotton, and without hesitation, she swept Gu Chen into her embrace before plopping down onto a nearby chair, her balance precarious and her figure swaying slightly. Hey, you ungrateful brat. I've been bustling about for you, utterly exhausted. Without my help, do you think those two little girls could have suppressed the trending topic so swiftly? Kuan-Ling chided, punctuating her words by poking Gu Chen's chest with her finger. Lying in her arms, Gu Chen felt a surge of unexplainable anger at her words. Brother, what do you have to complain about? Think about the hardships I endured in my past life. While you may have your own troubles, at least you have so many wealthy women adoring you. At that moment, Gu Chen caught a whiff of a potent alcoholic scent. No, could it be that this sister had indulged in drink and was now inebriated? He lifted his gaze to Kuan-Ling, only to find her cheeks flushed, her cherry lips exhaling waves of intoxicating breath. Noticing Gu Chen's stunned silence, Kuan-Ling felt a spark of fiery desire ignite within her. An inexplicable impulse surged forth, clouding her judgment. Without a moment's hesitation, she tossed Gu Chen onto the bed and pounced upon him like a ravenous tiger. Xiao Chen Chen, be my man. I truly adore you. Kuan-Ling teased, her alluring gaze seemingly capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Why the haircut? But short hair suits you quite well. I like it. She leaned closer to Gu Chen, her words rife with seduction and temptation. If you become my man, I'm willing to give you everything, wealth, status, or even my heart. I can offer it all. Gu Chen's heart raced, suddenly aware that the situation was amiss. It felt as if he were on the verge of being forcefully overwhelmed. A wave of tension enveloped him. Wait, Kuan-Ling, just a moment, he exclaimed, hastily extending his hands to fend off her encroaching presence. Yet, his efforts proved futile against her remarkable strength. No matter how hard he tried, he could not slow her advance. Just then, a playful smile danced across Kuan-Ling's face as she softly remarked, Xiao Chen Chen, you're quite strong, but you mustn't resist me, or I might feel hurt. As she inched closer, the distance between them diminished to mere inches. Beads of sweat began to form on Gu Chen's forehead as he struggled to maintain his composure. Forcing out a strained smile, Kuan-Ling, you're drunk. Perhaps it would be wise to return home and rest early. Huh, I'm not drunk. I have merely indulged a little, at most feeling slightly tipsy. Kuan-Ling lightly shook her head and replied nonchalantly. Kuan-Ling, do you truly consider this mere tipsiness? From my perspective, you are teetering on the brink of losing consciousness. Before the words could fully escape, Kuan-Ling swiftly extended a delicate hand, seizing Gu Chen's wrists with remarkable speed and pressing them firmly above his head. Simultaneously, her other slender hand gently grasped Gu Chen's chin, lifting it slightly, allowing her to gaze down at the man before her in an imposing manner. Do you harbor any feelings for your elder sister? Kuan-Ling's lips parted, her voice melodious and tender, as if capable of ensnaring one's very soul. Her enchanting eyes glimmered with a hint of anticipation and provocation, locking onto Gu Chen's with an assertive intensity, barely concealing the desire bubbling within her. Faced with such a bold and fiery advance, Gu Chen, unaccustomed to such encounters, felt his heart race, cheeks flush, and mind blank, utterly unsure of how to respond. Especially as Kuan Ling's exquisite visage and the alluring fragrance emanating from her overwhelmed his senses, he felt as though he might completely melt away, struggling to contain the tumultuous emotions raging within him. With great effort, Gu Chen managed to utter a single word, "I." However, unexpectedly, just as he prepared to continue, a sudden, crisp sound interrupted. Someone had pushed open the door. It was Gu Qingxue, who had just finished her dinner. Recalling the bag of snacks Gu Chen had brought home, she felt a pang of craving. She contemplated checking to see if Gu Chen was still discussing matters with a police officer. If so, she would casually grab a snack and step outside to savor it. Little did she expect that upon joyfully pushing the door open, she would be greeted by such a scene. Her brother was being firmly pinned down by Kuan Ling as if a mountain were pressing upon an egg. In an instant, Gu Qingxue's mouth fell agape in astonishment, her hands instinctively covering her eyes, yet leaving a considerable gap between her fingers. Gu Qingxue, am I to be supported by a wealthy woman? Should I pretend not to see this and slip away? Sacrificing my brother for a rich sister-in-law does sound appealing. Meanwhile, Kuan Ling, hearing the commotion behind her, slowly turned her head. Upon seeing Gu Qingxue, who stood at the doorway in shock, a look of exasperation mixed with reluctance crossed her face, and she muttered, "Ugh, you troublesome little girl. Why must you always appear at the most critical moments to cause havoc? Every time Kuan Ling is on the verge of succeeding, Gu Qingxue manages to show up just in time. One might think she possesses a system of her own. Kuan Ling, what are you doing here?" Gu Qingxue feigned ignorance as she gazed at Kuan Ling, gradually leaning closer, eager to witness her brother's reluctant submission. Observing this, Kuan Ling had no choice but to rise. After all, she had watched this girl grow up, and if things escalated, she would likely have to placate her. "Let's go play with your brother." Without a moment's hesitation, Kuan Ling scooped up Gu Qingxue and plopped down on the edge of the bed. "You little rascal, it was worth raising you. You even know how to protect your brother." With a broad smile, Kuan Ling affectionately ruffled Gu Qingxue's hair. Soon, however, it seemed the effects of the alcohol overtook her. Like a deflated balloon, she collapsed backward onto the bed, mumbling incessantly, "Xiao Chunchen. Be my man." Though her words were somewhat slurred, Gu Chen could hear her clearly. Gu Qingxue, bewildered, turned to her brother with wide eyes and asked, "Brother, is Kuan Ling's sister heavily intoxicated? Is she drunk?" At that moment, Gu Chen finally regained his composure after being thrust into the situation. "Good heavens, did I nearly agree to that? This cannot be blamed on me. After all, I am merely a spirited youth, ill-equipped to withstand such trials." Taking a deep breath, Gu Chen endeavored to calm his emotions, then carefully settled Kuan Ling on the bed and tenderly tucked her in. Gazing at Kuan Ling's slightly flushed face, a result of her inebriation, he shook his head in resignation and murmured, "After such indulgence, it's no wonder she is acting out late at night." He then turned to his sister, Gu Qingxue, and said, "Little sister, for tonight, you must bear with it and sleep alongside Kuan Ling." To his surprise, upon hearing this, Gu Qingxue immediately pouted, her face full of reluctance as she protested, "What? I don't want that. I want to sleep with brother. It's getting late. Hurry and wash up, then sleep." "Then where will you sleep?" "I will sleep." Chapter 55. An early rise. Is there a sister-in-law? Gu Chen couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, rubbing his neck, which had become stiff from sleeping in a chair, and gently shaking his head. A series of crisp cracking sounds emanated from his neck. As he groggily opened his eyes and instinctively reached for his phone, he was taken aback by the time displayed on the screen. "Goodness, it's 6 o'clock. I actually woke up early today. Is the sun rising from the west?" Perhaps the discomfort of sleeping with his head rested on the table was the reason he, usually afflicted by a difficult awakening, had risen so early. Gu Chen slowly turned his head, his gaze landing on the still, slumbering Kuan Ling and Gu Qingxue. Observing their peculiar sleeping postures, He couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. The covers barely conceal their midriffs, leaving the rest of their bodies completely exposed, resembling a large letter U. After getting up and freshening up, Gu Chen went downstairs to purchase some breakfast. Upon returning, he happened upon a rather amusing scene. The previously quiet and peaceful Kuan Ling suddenly extended her arms, tightly embracing Gu Qingxue beside her, and without hesitation, planted a forceful kiss on her rosy cheek. The loud sound of the kiss echoed throughout the room. However, Gu Qingxue, seemingly in a deep slumber, exhibited little reaction to the unexpected kiss. She merely wiped her face casually with her hand and drifted back into a deep sleep. Yet, Kuan Ling was oblivious to her dream's content. After that initial kiss, she did not cease her actions but continued to shower Gu Qingxue with kisses, the sound of Mua resonating distinctly in the stillness of the room. Xiao Chen Chen, your skin is so supple. I adore it. Let me kiss you a few more times. Before her words could finish, Kuan Ling pounced on Gu Qingxue like a hungry tiger, launching a fervent barrage of kisses. Amidst this tempest, the previously tranquil Gu Qingxue was jolted awake. With bleary eyes, she mumbled, Is there an earthquake? Why does the ceiling keep shaking? As she spoke, she lazily turned her head to the side. To her astonishment, she was met with a pair of lips heading straight for her own. In an instant, Gu Qingxue's eyes widened in shock, banishing all remnants of sleep. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the air, awakening even the dreaming Kuan Ling, who slowly opened her eyes in confusion. She looked around, bewildered, only to find Gu Qingxue inexplicably close to her, unable to see her mouth. Once she finally grasped the situation, Kuan Ling, as if jolted by an electric shock, quickly released her hold on Gu Qingxue. Almost simultaneously, both of them, as if sharing an unspoken connection, made a gagging gesture in unison. The room was suddenly filled with the sounds of retching. Ha! What are you two up to? Gu Chen watched the scene unfold, thoroughly amused, thinking it was something only seen on television. Truly, art is derived from life. However, the person on the bed wasn't me. Otherwise, I would have truly benefited. No, in this world, it's always others who take advantage of me. There is no such thing as me gaining an advantage. Wait, how'd I end up here? A sharp pain throbbed in Kuan Ling's head as she pressed her temples, completely unaware of how she found herself in Gu Chen's room. Kuan Ling, you must have drunk too much. You nearly caused trouble for my brother. Luckily, I returned early and prevented your antics. Gu Qingxue continuously wiped her lips, feeling as if she had been kissed by a greasy old man upon waking. Disgusting. Though Kuan Ling was quite beautiful, it still left her feeling unsettled. Really? Kuan Ling inquired. Her curiosity piqued. Gu Qingxue nodded affirmatively. At that moment, a hint of remorse flickered across Kuan Ling's face. I'm sorry, Xiao Chen. Gu Chen quickly waved his hand dismissively, chuckling it's nothing. He then pointed to the breakfast laid out on the table. Don't forget to eat breakfast. There's milk in that bag. If you're feeling unwell, Kuan Ling, a bottle should help ease the pain. With that, he waved goodbye, turning to leave for school. As the door closed with a soft click, only Kuan Ling and Gu Qingxue remained in the room. Kuan Ling's gaze was fixated on Gu Qingxue, unwavering and intense. After a moment, Gu Qingxue could no longer contain her curiosity. Kuan Ling, why do you keep staring at me? Startled, Kuan Ling seemed to snap back to reality, pausing briefly before lowering her voice to gently inquire, how do I usually treat you? As Gu Qingxue rose from the bed and reached for a steaming bun, she replied without hesitation, quite well. Just as she finished speaking, she took a big bite of the bun and began to chew. However, in that instant, Kuan Ling's words struck Gu Qingxue like a thunderclap. Then, would you allow me to be your sister-in-law? Ugh, taken completely off guard, Gu Qingxue spat the bun she had just bitten into, scattering crumbs everywhere. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Kuan Ling and exclaimed, absolutely not. Seeing her reaction, Kuan Ling's lips curled into a teasing smile, raising an eyebrow playfully as she provocatively stated, are you trying to make me kiss you again? You can't do this. This is coercion, not my willing consent. What do you want then? Regardless, it's a no. I already have one sister-in-law, and I cannot have a second. He won't be able to endure it. His vitality will diminish, use the kidney tonic. Is there already a sister-in-law? Kunling. Chapter 56. The stray woman of the back streets, Gu Chen, arrived at the school gate ahead of schedule, yet he refrained from entering the campus. Instead, he slowed his pace and began to meander leisurely around the vicinity of the school. Having risen early, he had no intention of attending the morning reading session in the classroom. This was a perfect opportunity to unwind. Gu Chen murmured to himself as he strolled, enjoying the tranquility. From the distant teaching building, the clear and spirited voices of his classmates reciting their lessons could be faintly heard, rising and falling in a robust cadence. It must be acknowledged that, despite Gu Chen's constant admonitions to remain vigilant against the allure of beautiful women, his resistance was regrettably feeble. Of course, one could not entirely blame him for his lack of resolve. After all, it was those enchanting women who approached him with such boldness. For once, Gu Chen found himself in a passive position, unable to withstand such overt temptation. However, the haunting memories of the profound hurt inflicted by a campus beauty in his past life still lingered in his mind, making him shudder. He recalled the seemingly exquisite and gentle campus belle who had mercilessly adorned him with a green hat, a humiliation that etched itself into his memory and caused him deep anguish. After reflecting on this experience, Gu Chen vowed to rely solely on himself from that day forward, to steer clear of beautiful women, and to resolutely avoid living off others in this world. With this unwavering conviction, Gu Chen unknowingly wandered into the back streets of the school. The environment here appeared somewhat chaotic, with various shops lining both sides of the street. Some barber shops looked rather ordinary, but who could have imagined that they concealed unsavory industries behind their doors, occasionally frequented by local delinquents? Fortunately, at this early hour, most establishments remained closed, with only a few breakfast shops already open, wafting tempting aromas into the air. After all, who among the local ruffians would be loitering about at 6 in the morning? Suddenly, a crisp and resounding crash shattered the street's tranquility, capturing Gu Chen's attention. Instinctively, he turned his head to investigate the source of the sound and spotted a disheveled woman standing beside a stained garbage bin not far away. Her tangled hair obscured much of her face, and her clothing had long lost its original color and style, lending her a rather pitiable appearance. Yet, despite her disarray, one could still discern a pair of clear, water-like eyes peering from her dust-covered visage, sparkling like stars in the night sky. Upon closer examination, it became evident that this woman was likely quite young, perhaps in her early 20s, at the height of her youth. Unfortunately, the hardships of life had prematurely aged her, making her appear far more weathered than her actual years. At that moment, the woman seemed to sense Gu Chen's gaze upon her. However, unlike other women who exhibited admiration or shyness upon seeing him, she merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction before slowly bending down to retrieve a fallen aluminum can from the ground. Then, she nonchalantly turned around and continued to rummage through the trash can in search of anything of value. Observing this scene, Gu Chen could not help but feel a sense of melancholy. Alas, we are all merely pitiable souls. After a brief silence, he gently shook his head and then stepped towards a nearby breakfast shop. Before he could even enter, the enthusiastic shopkeeper greeted him with a warm smile. "Oh, young handsome. Up so early. What would you like to eat?" As he spoke, he skillfully handed over several packed breakfasts to a customer waiting nearby. Gu Chen smiled and replied, "Uncle, could I trouble you for 4 steamed buns, 3 buns, and additionally 2 cups of soy milk?" "All right, young handsome. That's quite a lot. Are you bringing it for a classmate?" the shopkeeper inquired. Gu Chen shook his head and answered, "No, I'm preparing it for that person." As he spoke, he pointed to a figure not far away, still engrossed in the trash can, a woman. The shopkeeper followed Gu Chen's gaze, and his expression instantly turned serious. He furrowed his brow and said, "Oh, young handsome, I must advise you, do not give food to such people." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen felt quite astonished and quickly asked, "Why do you say that?" The shopkeeper first glanced around cautiously to ensure there were no onlookers, then leaned closer to Gu Chen and whispered mysteriously, "The homeless women here are not to be trifled with. Recently, some kind-hearted boys, seeing their plight, bought them food. Who could have guessed that after a time, those homeless women, Alas. At this point, the shopkeeper let out a heavy sigh. Gu Chen's curiosity was piqued, and he pressed further. What exactly happened? The shopkeeper, with a look of regret, continued, those homeless women actually took advantage of the good-hearted boy's kindness, behaving inappropriately towards them. It is truly disheartening. Such goodwill met with such a fate is utterly unworthy, and those innocent boys, simply trying to help, ended up being mistreated by these wretches. Oh, so that's how it is. That sounds quite frightening, Gu Chen responded, a hint of surprise crossing his face. So, you really must be cautious, the shopkeeper said as he handed the packed items to Gu Chen. Gu Chen swiftly accepted them, then elegantly waved his phone, which displayed the completed payment interface. Smiling at the shopkeeper, thank you, uncle, rest assured, I will be careful. Ah, today's boys are just too kind-hearted, the shopkeeper said with a helpless shake of his head and a soft sigh. However, in the face of the potential danger before him, Gu Chen felt no fear whatsoever. On one hand, he was no longer the feeble Gu Chen of yore. Now, his abilities were quite formidable. Even if his strength was not overwhelming, he would not allow himself to find a situation untenable. On the other hand, when he first laid eyes on the wandering woman, he inexplicably sensed a flicker of familiarity in her gaze, as if he were gazing upon a reflection of his former self. Gu Chen firmly believed in the accuracy of his intuition. Should trouble arise, he could simply subdue her without hesitation. With this thought in mind, he strode confidently towards the homeless woman and soon found himself standing behind her. Hey, Gu Chen called out loudly. Upon hearing his voice, the woman, who had been rummaging through the trash, slowly turned around, her eyes glinting with a chilling light as they locked onto Gu Chen's. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, Gu Chen felt an undeniable certainty that this was no ordinary vagrant. I have some food for you, he declared, stepping closer and extending a bag filled with warm sustenance toward her. Huh? The woman stared at the generous offering in his hands, momentarily bewildered. No one had ever bestowed anything upon her. She had committed no wrongdoing, yet had been lumped together with the scum of society. Hey, don't just stand there. Eat up, Gu Chen urged, and the woman nodded eagerly, the icy glint in her eyes vanishing in an instant. Thank you, she murmured, choking back tears as she stuffed her mouth with food. Observing her reaction, Gu Chen felt reassured that his judgment was indeed sound. What is your name? Chapter 57, The Ailing Girl. The woman swallowed her food and spoke. My name is. I shall return when time permits. After a moment of contemplation, rose and departed, leaving gazing at his retreating figure, lost in her thoughts. Is this not a quintessential name for a female protagonist? This woman's tale must be intricate. I ought to tread carefully, for the presence of several women has already become somewhat burdensome. Meanwhile, shortly after his departure, gathered her belongings. With a heavy bag filled with empty cans in hand, she staggered slowly in a certain direction, navigating through narrow, dimly lit alleys and circumventing corners piled high with refuse. She finally arrived at a remote and dilapidated little house. Pushing the door open, a musty, damp odor assaulted her senses. The room was shrouded in gloom, aptly described as barren, save for a few tattered mattresses strewn across the floor. Inside the house sat two little girls, both no older than 7 or 8. Due to prolonged malnutrition, their small frames appeared frail, and their patched clothing conveyed a sense of destitution and pity. One of the girls was coughing violently, as if each cough drained her of every ounce of strength. Upon seeing return, the girl's previously dull eyes sparkled with joy as they exclaimed in unison, Sister, you're back. Hurried to the bedside, gently feeling the forehead of the coughing girl, her voice laced with concern. How are you feeling? Are you any better? She then embraced the other girl, speaking tenderly. Dear, I brought you some delicious food. As she spoke, she produced several still warm buns from her pocket and presented them to her 2 younger sisters. Sister, how come there are so many treats today? The girls' eyes widened in astonishment at the bounty before them, yet they hesitated to indulge. A kind-hearted brother gifted them to us today. Wow, there are still good people in the world. Did you remember to thank him? Gently pat its little head, responding softly, of course I did. Now don't just stand there. Eat while it's warm. If there's any left over, save it for the next meal. However, despite urging, the 2 sensible girls remained unmoved. Instead, They simultaneously offer their food too. Sister, you try it first. We'll eat after you finish. Quickly shook her head in refusal. Oh no, you mustn't. I've already eaten. This is all for you too. Yet, the little girls would not be swayed, their faces etched with skepticism as they scrutinized. In previous instances, she had always feigned having eaten her fill and given all the food to them. At that moment, suddenly coughed a few times, saying, "Cough, cough, sister, please don't deceive us. It's better if you eat first. I truly have eaten, so please do not worry." Tang Xian exclaimed loudly, frantically revealing her thin abdomen, as delicate as a sheet of paper, in an attempt to demonstrate to the two that she had indeed consumed a meal. However, due to her extreme frailty, she possessed barely a trace of excess flesh, rendering any evidence of having eaten virtually imperceptible. At that moment, a violent cough erupted suddenly. Tang Chi clutched her mouth tightly and subsequently expelled a mouthful of bright red blood. The blood resembled a bizarre flower blooming upon her pale visage, a sight that was utterly shocking. Tang Xian hurriedly supported her unsteady sister. Tang Chi's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Tang Xian, her body trembling uncontrollably. Sister, am I going to die?" At Jinghai No. 1 High School, Hua Ting arrived early in the classroom. Although Chan Shan had assured her via text the previous day that everything was fine, she still felt a nagging concern. As she slightly lowered her head, pondering how to help Gu Chen adjust his emotions, she unconsciously found herself standing before her designated seat. At that moment, she caught a glimpse of a youth with neatly cropped hair sitting beside her. The young man was engrossed in the book before him, sunlight streaming through the window and illuminating him, casting a captivating silhouette. In an instant, she felt as though she had been ensorcelled, standing transfixed, her gaze irresistibly drawn to this enchanting scene, her heart beginning to race uncontrollably. As if sensing something, Gu Chen slowly lifted his head. The moment their eyes met, a radiant smile graced his face, and he gently waved at Hua Ting. "Oh, you arrived so early." It was Gu Chen's casual wave that jolted Hua Ting back to reality. To her astonishment, the person sitting beside her was none other than her beloved Chen Chen. "Chen Chen, you cut your hair?" Hua Ting exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Upon hearing her question, Gu Chen shrugged nonchalantly. "It's nothing. I just thought my hair was getting a bit cumbersome." "What? Does it look bad?" "It looks great. Absolutely wonderful." Hua Ting eagerly nodded in praise, her heart filled with secret delight. How could it be that no other man in the world could capture her attention? It turned out to be yet another form of her beloved Chen Chen. At this thought, her cheeks involuntarily flushed with a rosy hue, reminiscent of a ripe apple in its splendor. Why did Gu Chen cut his hair? Was it to attract some young lady? She wondered how he would manage to marry in the future if he continued this way. A man cutting his hair? Truly, it was quite peculiar. Chapter 58. The arrival of the new student class is in session. Please quiet down. With this stern command, a venerable teacher with graying hair and black-rimmed glasses entered the classroom. The previously chattering boys fell silent, and the teacher, satisfied, nodded as he placed his lesson plan upon the lectern. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Today, we have a new student joining our class. This student has an impressive academic record, and I hope everyone will take the opportunity to learn from him." As his words came to a close, he smiled and gestured towards the door, inviting the new student to enter. A wave of hushed whispers erupted in the classroom. "What is happening? Another transfer student?" A girl murmured quietly. Another girl exclaimed excitedly, "I wonder if he'll be a handsome guy. Just the eye candy we need." "Haha, isn't Gu Chen enough eye candy for you?" A boy interjected, earning a glare from a girl who retorted, "Who'd ever complain about having more handsome guys? Besides, Gu Chen is someone you can't just look at casually." A girl's face turned pale as she lowered her voice to confide in her peers. "Exactly. If Ying Jie finds out we're sneaking glances at Gu Chen, she might just gouge our eyes out. I'm not willing to take that risk." "True. Ying Jie's possessiveness is overwhelming. Anyone who dares to approach something or someone she has her eyes on is in for a world of trouble." Just as this girl was about to continue, another girl persistently nudged her with her elbow and urgently whispered, Look, what a charming boy." The interrupted girl blinked in surprise, then followed the direction of her friend's gaze, her eyes widening in astonishment. Wow, this boy's exactly my type. So adorable and handsome. At that moment, the classroom erupted into a flurry of discussions, students whispering and pointing, creating an atmosphere as lively as when Huading first arrived. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, standing at the lectern, wore an expression of disdain. He slightly raised his chin, casting a scornful glance over the seemingly naive students, silently mocking, "Humph. A bunch of unrefined fools, no different from those sycophants in the capital. They're only worthy of looking up at someone like me from a distance." Si Mutensen, Su Wangiya, seated among the students, was fixated on the boy at the lectern. After a moment, he turned to his side to speak to Shangwan Li, barely containing his excitement. "Li, that boy really is adorable." Shangwan Li nodded in agreement. "Indeed, quite cute. I just hope he's not one of those overly dramatic types." As the students continued their chatter, the teacher gestured to Gu Chen, signaling that he could leave the lectern and choose his seat. As Gu Chen descended from the podium, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the direction of Gu Chen before he made his way directly towards that spot. With a sudden thud, he slammed his backpack onto Hua Ting's desk, startling the surrounding classmates who turned to witness the commotion. With his cheeks puffed out in disdain, Gu Chen glared at Hua Ting and shouted, "Move aside, foul woman. I intend to occupy this seat today." Unwilling to indulge such an unreasonable demand, Hua Ting retorted, "There are plenty of empty seats over there. Sit wherever you please." Throughout her response, her eyes remained locked on Gu Chen, as she had no intention of relinquishing the seat so close to him. Upon seeing Gu Chen's arrival, Gu Chen felt as though his head might explode. Why on earth is this insufferable brat here? This is truly overwhelming. Noticing Hua Ting's refusal to yield, Gu Chen's eyes darted about as he devised a plan. What kind of girl constantly squeezes in with a boy? He mused, while winking at Gu Chen, as if to imply, "Chen Gu, make this bothersome woman move. I wish to sit beside you." He eagerly anticipated Gu Chen speaking up for him, prompting Hua Ting to vacate the seat. However, Gu Chen would rather distance himself from this insufferable brat. Any man with a semblance of sense would choose a beautiful girl over a pompous fool. Thus, he merely pressed his lips together and swiftly turned his head, feigning ignorance of the unfolding drama. Seeing Gu Chen's reaction, Hua Ting realized that he had silently chosen her, filling her with delight. "Chen chose me. How wonderful. He must love me." With this thought in mind, she cast aside any hesitation, rose confidently, and leaned closer to Gu Chen's ear to whisper a few words. To everyone's astonishment, Gu Chen's previously brazen demeanor shifted dramatically. A look of fear crossed his face as he stammered, "How could you possibly know that? That's none of your concern. If you continue to act up, I will make it known." "Fine, you win this round." Gu Chen conceded, offering a gesture of international goodwill before begrudgingly sitting beside Shangwan Li. Intrigued by Gu Chen's unexpected compliance, Gu Chen inquired, "What did you say to him? How did you manage to make him listen?" "Sure, it's a secret." Putting a finger to her lips, a mischievous smile adorning her face as she watched Gu Chen's retreating figure. That insufferable Hua Ting. How dare she bring up that time I secretly shaved my armpits? How did she find out? Woe is me. Shangwan Li interjected. He just sat next to me without even asking. Clear as throat, your homeroom teacher asked me to inform you that there will be a sports meeting next week. Please remember to sign up enthusiastically and let the class monitor handle the arrangements. Class dismissed. Gu Chen lay on the desk, listening to the conversation with a sense of ennui. A sports meet? The mere act of signing people up is troublesome. Everyone is too lethargic to participate. Who would genuinely want to attend? It is indeed pitiable for the class president, such a burden to bear. He shook his head in sympathy for this unfortunate soul. Until, class president, here is the registration form for you. A female classmate, the sports representative of the class, handed a form to Gu Chen. Class president? Class president. I am a class president. Gu Chen realized, so I am the one bearing this heavy burden. Chapter 59. Why fear to raise a middle finger? Brother Chen, why didn't you let that obnoxious woman leave just now? As soon as the class bell rang, Gu Chen eagerly approached Gu Chen, mumbling under his breath. He pointed a finger at the distance, where Hua Ting stood, her pouted lips and pitiful expression resembling a bullied child, gazing at Gu Chen with a forlorn look. Gu Chen was taken aback by the scene, a shiver coursing through him as goosebumps erupted all over his body, leaving him unable to suppress a tremor. He simply cannot tolerate a grown man behaving so coquettishly in front of him. If you dare utter another word, do you believe I will reveal your little secret right now? Hua Ting, seated nearby, quickly intervened to defend Gu Chen, unwilling to see her Chen being put in a difficult position. Oof. Brother Chen is coming with me to the restroom. Kun Kun, unditel Hueting is warning. Only intensified his antics, clutching Gu Chen's arm with all his might, desperately trying to pull him along. Oh dear, it's merely a trip to the restroom. Must someone accompany you? Is it impossible to relieve oneself without a companion? At that moment, Gu Chen's once handsome visage was now marred by a frown, brimming with exasperation and resignation. Ultimately, he could not withstand Kuen's relentless persistence and reluctantly followed him toward the restroom. Across the classroom, Su Guangyao gently nudged Shangguan Li with his elbow, lowering his voice out of curiosity. Fei, Li, your new desk mate seems to have a rather good rapport with Gu Chen. They appear quite familiar with each other, don't they? Shangguan Li, taken aback at first, quickly furrowed her brow and replied curtly, who knows? This person just sat beside me without even asking for my opinion. Oh well, as long as he doesn't misbehave in my presence, I can't be bothered with him. With that, she took a deep breath, striving to calm her irritation caused by Kuen. As they made their way to the restroom, Kuen clung tightly to Gu Chen's arm, his pitiful demeanor impossible to overlook. He blinked innocently, asking with a hint of a whimper, Brother Chen, why didn't you let that annoying bad woman go? Hearing Kuen's question, Gu Chen paused in contemplation. I can't very well tell him. It's because he is too much of a man. Nor can I admit that I secretly wish to embody a feminine side myself. At this thought, Gu Chen felt a bit dizzy. Just as he was racking his brain for a plausible excuse to placate Kuen, a sudden, bright shout echoed. Brother-in-law, hello. This unexpected call was like a thunderclap, jolting Gu Chen back to reality. Upon focusing, he discovered a group of youthful, radiant girls standing not far from the classroom entrance. They appeared to have just concluded their class, taking advantage of the intermission to stand in the corridor and catch their breath, easing their taut nerves. When they spotted Gu Chen approaching, these young women seemed to have conspired in advance, collectively exclaiming the phrase that rendered Gu Chen utterly embarrassed. Hello, brother-in-law. At that moment, Zhao Ying stood among the group, a proud smile gracing her face. She tilted her head slightly, casting a provocative glance at Gu Chen as if to flaunt. What do you think, little man? Behold the formidable charm of this lady. Amidst the bustling crowd, Kuen also noticed Zhao Ying standing there. Instantly, he appeared as if struck by a spell, his eyes wide in astonishment as he fixed his gaze upon her. Had he not been firmly clutching Gu Chen's arm, he might have been rendered immobile. Shyly, Kuen waved his arm, his earlier playful demeanor vanishing without a trace, replaced by an air of dignified maturity akin to that of a grown man. However, regrettably, Zhao Ying's attention remained steadfastly anchored on the little man beside him, entirely oblivious to Kuen's actions. Observing this, Gu Chen curled his lip and muttered, what childish antics are these? So immature. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and defiantly extended his middle finger toward Zhao Ying. Subsequently, Gu Chen strode past her, dragging Kuen along without a backward glance. The surrounding female classmates gasped in astonishment, especially upon witnessing Gu Chen's audacious gesture. They collectively felt a chill of apprehension for him. After all, who was unaware that Zhao Ying was not a woman to be trifled with? The consequences of provoking her could be dire. Yet, when these girls shifted their gaze back to Zhao Ying, they were astonished to find that her lovely visage bore no trace of anger. Instead, her lips curled into a slight smile, suggesting a rather pleasant disposition. In light of this, the onlookers could only inwardly lament. Only Gu Chen would possess such audacity. Had it been anyone else, the outcome would surely have been disastrous. Ah, Brother Chen, why did you just give her the finger? Kuen inquired, perplexed, as Zhao Ying's figure faded from view. After all, She was the princess from his dreams, and he longed to package himself and deliver himself to her doorstep. Yet, Gu Chen had the audacity to show her disdain. Truly, Gu Chen was no ordinary man. Who knows? If I want to give a gesture, I will. Am I afraid she'll retaliate? Gu Chen remarked nonchalantly. So, what brings you to this school? Huh, my family is too strict, so I came here to experience life? Indeed, Gu Chen mused. Truly, some people can be infuriating. Gu Chen planned to shoot several videos in the coming days to earn some extra money. Otherwise, he might find himself ill-prepared for any urgent matters that arose. As the final bell rang, I rushed out with the same fervor as students from various universities charging towards the dining hall. Is your precious man always this eager after class? Why not wait for me? Kun remarked coldly, standing beside Hu Ting. This only indicates your irritation. He simply does not wish to engage with you. Hua Ting retorted without a hint of leniency. You are the epitome of double standards, without exception. Oh, we are quite alike, yet I find you to be a man of two faces. So what? I take pleasure in presenting myself as a young lad in front of him. Are you envious? He is undeniably a strong man, yet he still pretends to be a boy. He should be cautious not to drive himself into madness. As the words faded, Hua Ting lifted her bag onto her shoulder and departed. We shall see how long you revel in this. Once I capture Gu Chen, I will ensure you have no place left to weep. Kun bit his finger, observing Hua Ting's retreating figure with a playful expression. Chapter 60, Medicine. Gasping for breath. Gu Chen's heart raced violently from the recent sprint. With a tinge of trepidation, he glanced back to ensure that the pursuing figures had not followed him. Thankfully, they had not caught up. Otherwise, he would have been utterly vexed. He patted his chest, attempting to calm his frayed nerves. This large group of people, with nothing better to do, seemed intent on trailing behind me, as if my every exhalation were infused with celestial essence. Muttering to himself, Gu Chen strolled out of the school gate. The streets near the school were bustling after class, teeming with students and luxury cars picking up children. Suddenly, a frantic shout pierced through the surrounding clamor. Help! Someone is stealing. Instinctively, Gu Chen turned towards the source of the commotion, spotting a middle-aged shopkeeper in a nearby pharmacy, brandishing a broom and storming out in a fit of rage. Stop, you despicable beggar, he yelled. The object of his pursuit was none other than the homeless woman he had encountered that morning, Tang Xian. She was dashing forward with reckless abandon, her disheveled hair and tattered clothing billowing behind her. Please believe me. I will pay you. Just give me a little more time. Tang Xian cried out desperately as she fled. However, the shopkeeper was clearly unconvinced by the beggar's pleas, tightly gripping the broom as he relentlessly chased after her. Continuing to shout, Stop! Don't run! I've already called the police. Upon hearing that the police had been alerted, Tang Xian's expression shifted to one of calm resignation. Yet her pace quickened rather than slowed. Since you've called the police, I won't pay you. Gu Chen thought to himself, I see, the logic is sound. 5 minutes earlier, at the end of a bustling street near the school, an inconspicuous little pharmacy stood. At this moment, a figure slowly pushed open the slightly worn door. It was Tang Xian. As she stepped inside, she immediately captured the shopkeeper's attention. Dressed in tattered, stained clothing, she appeared as though she had weathered countless storms. Moreover, an unpleasant stench emanated from her, compelling those nearby to recoil. Nevertheless, despite her disheveled appearance, Tang Xian mustered the courage to approach the counter. Her voice hoarse and feeble as she addressed the shopkeeper. Sir, I've been coughing incessantly for days, sometimes even bringing up blood, and I find it difficult to breathe. Could you please prescribe me some medicine? The shopkeeper frowned, his face contorted with disgust as he scrutinized Tang Xian from head to toe. Upon noticing her shabby attire and the foul odor that clung to her, he felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. However, as the saying goes, money can make the world go round. In the face of wealth, what does a mere hint of aversion matter? Consequently, the proprietor, suppressing his displeasure, inquired, Do you have money to buy medicine? Upon hearing this, Tang Xian eagerly nodded and responded, Oh yes, indeed. She quickly plunged her hand into her grimy pocket, rummaging about. Moments later, she cautiously extracted a vibrant red object, clutching it tightly in her hand. The paper was folded so meticulously that only a tiny corner was visible. Yet that fragment led the proprietor to mistakenly assume it was a 100 yuan note. Witnessing this, his demeanor underwent a dramatic transformation. His previously tense expression softened, and his tone turned amiable. "All right, little girl, please wait a moment. I will fetch your medicine right away." With that, he briskly strode towards the medicine cabinet. Before long, the proprietor returned with several boxes of medicine, handing them to the eagerly awaiting Tang Xian. Overjoyed, she accepted the medications and, seizing the moment when the proprietor was momentarily distracted, swiftly tossed the so-called 100 yuan note onto the counter before bolting for the door. Initially taken aback, the proprietor could not fathom why Tang Xian had suddenly dashed away. It was only when he instinctively picked up the folded bill from the counter and unfolded it that he realized what he held was not a 100 yuan note, but rather a red paper money used for funerary purposes, picked up from who knows where. Enraged, his face turned a shade of green, and without a second thought, he grabbed a broom from the side and pursued the fleeing Tang Xian. This was the very scene that Gu Chen had just witnessed. The police response was swift, perhaps due to the fact that this area housed one of the top high schools in Jinghai City, where the administration placed a high premium on safety and maintained a close partnership with law enforcement. Alternatively, it could have been a recent incident involving a homeless woman harassing male students, which led to an increased police presence in the vicinity. Calling 10086. Please respond. An urgent voice crackled through the intercom. This is 10,086. Please speak. Song Ruishue quickly grabbed the intercom in response. There's an ongoing robbery at the XX pharmacy in the back street of Jinghai No. 1 High School. Please rush to the scene and ensure that no one is injured. 10,086 received. Without hesitation, Song Ruishue placed the intercom down, her gaze resolute as she exchanged a knowing glance with another female officer beside her. The two of them immediately set off toward the scene of the incident. Meanwhile, Gu Chen had been trailing closely behind Tang Xian and the pharmacy proprietor. As the older man, fatigued and outpaced, fell further behind, it became apparent that he could no longer keep up with Tang Xian's frantic escape. At the corner ahead, Song Ruishue and another female officer descended like divine warriors, swiftly subduing Tang Xian, pinning her firmly to the ground. "Police, do not move." Song Ruishue's stern command resonated with authority, leaving Tang Xian immobilized and unable to resist. Observing this, the pharmacy owner rushed forward, scolding, "Filthy beggar! Why aren't you running?" With that, he kicked Tang Xian's leg. Song Ruishue immediately shouted, "Stop!" The owner, chastened by her fierce reprimand, dared not be insolent any longer, muttering a few curses before stepping aside. Tears streamed down Tang Xian's face as she lay on the ground. Her voice choked with desperation as she pleaded, "Please, let me go. My sister is dying." However, the three remained oblivious to her cries, and she realized that no one cared for those like her who wander the streets. Why was it that they could reside in warm homes while she had to helplessly watch her sister suffer and perish due to her lack of means? Why? A flicker of cold light flashed in Tang Xian's eyes, and the weight of her resentment began to intensify within her. At that moment, Gu Chen also arrived on the scene. After securing the handcuffs on Tang Xian, Song Ruishue noticed Gu Chen. Chen, what are you doing here?" "Huh? It's him." Upon seeing Gu Chen, the ferocity emanating from Tang Xian diminished somewhat. Chapter 61. Sister, let us settle this privately. It did not take long for Song Ruishue to grasp the situation. "Oh, this is near your school." Gu Chen nodded in acknowledgement, then pointed towards the increasingly agitated Tang Xian, turning to Song Ruishue and saying, "Sister Shui, this individual is my friend. I was wondering if we could resolve today's matter privately." Upon hearing this, Song Ruishue couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly, displaying a hint of confusion as she retorted, "Friend? Settle privately?" However, observing Gu Chen's earnest demeanor, she ultimately decided to grant him a chance. "Very well, if you say she's a friend, then you may communicate with the involved party properly." At that moment, the pharmacy owner stood nearby, her anger still simmering. She was exceedingly displeased. After all, she had been conducting her business without issue, yet inexplicably found herself in the position of a victim, even facing reprimand from the police. What a tremendous indignity. Consequently, she was left in a state with no outlet for her frustration. Seeing this, Gu Chen took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound as gentle and endearing as possible. Sister, could we perhaps discuss this matter? Despite his outwardly humble and amiable demeanor, his heart was tumultuous and conflicted. After all, given the woman's age, he could easily address her as Andy. Yet, to temper her ire, Gu Chen reluctantly set aside his conscience and forced himself to utter the insincere term sister. As he thought this, he couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Will I be struck by lightning for telling such a lie?" The moment those words escaped his lips, it was as if, in the realm of reality, a stunningly beautiful girl was sweetly calling out to him. Brother, her voice was crisp and melodious, flowing like a nightingale from the valley, possessing a charm that was simply overwhelming. Apart from men with hearts of steel like Sigma, few could withstand such temptation and allure. Initially, the pharmacy owner was as resolute as a rock, firmly refusing to entertain the idea of settling the matter privately. However, when Gu Chen adopted a coaxing tone and called her sister, those two words struck her stubborn heart like a heavy hammer, shattering her inner reluctance in an instant. She cleared her throat and asked with a hint of curiosity, "Ahem, young man, how do you plan to settle this privately?" Gu Chen quickly donned a conciliatory smile and replied softly, Sister, would this be acceptable? I will cover the cost of the medicine. Moreover, my friend has wasted your time, so I would like to offer you an additional 100 yuan as compensation for your mental distress." Upon hearing this, the owner began to ponder internally. Initially, she merely aimed to retrieve her medicine and had not anticipated that a beggar could offer money. To her surprise, not only did this young man offer to pay, but his attitude was also commendably agreeable, making it difficult to refuse. Thus, she nodded in agreement without hesitation. Gu Chen swiftly retrieved his phone, efficiently completed the payment through a scan, and a smile immediately graced the boss's face, clearly satisfied with the transaction. After accepting the money, she kindly cautioned, "Little brother, be more vigilant. You must remain wary of those filthy beggars." She then stood firmly before Tang Xian, her lips curling into a slight smirk laced with disdain and mockery, declaring, "Humph, consider yourself fortunate this time, you wretched beggar, to have encountered such a benevolent soul. However, remember this, should I find myself in a similar predicament again, I shall not be so lenient and will surely break your legs." At this moment, Tang Xian remained silent, yet her hands, tightly clenched, formed fists, the veins on the back of her hands protruding ominously. Although her body was restrained, her gaze resembled that of a ferocious beast on the verge of breaking free from its cage, radiating a chilling intent to kill, as if she would shatter the person before her into pieces at any moment. Her dust-laden face bore an expression of terrifying gloom, filled with profound disdain for the pharmacy owner's hypocritical visage. Upon encountering Tang Xian's fierce glare, the pharmacy owner felt a shudder run through her. She understood that individuals like Tang Xian, when enraged, could be utterly reckless, and though she momentarily held the upper hand, inciting such a person could lead to boundless trouble in the future. With this thought in mind, the pharmacy owner dared not linger any longer and hurriedly turned to leave. After all, the money was in hand, and there was no need to entangle herself further with a desperate individual, lest she invite calamity upon herself. Witnessing the entire episode, Song Ruixue and another female officer stood in stunned silence. The female officer, in particular, could hardly believe Gu Chen's fluid actions and was at a loss for words for a while. After some time, she regained her composure and hesitantly turned to Song Ruixue, inquiring, "Sister Xue, should we take their statements?" Song Ruixue raised an eyebrow and replied with a teasing smile, "Do you wish to take their statements?" The female officer quickly shook her head. No, I certainly do not. Statements are such a hassle." With a slight smile, Song Ruixue casually remarked, "If you don't want to, then let it be." Gu Chen, who had been quietly observing their exchange, couldn't help but mutter to himself, "This is far too casual. Hey, Sister Xue, please release my friend." Gu Chen gestured toward Song Ruixue. Upon hearing this, Song Ruixue momentarily paused, then quickly responded, "Oh, all right." She approached Tang Xian from behind and adeptly unlocked the handcuffs. With a soft click, the shackles binding Tang Xian's hand were finally released. Gu Chen hurried to support the somewhat weakened Tang Xian. Concern etched on his face as he asked, "Are you unwell? Why did you steal the medicine?" Intuition told him that under normal circumstances, Tang Xian would never resort to such actions. However, when faced with Gu Chen's inquiries, Tang Xian merely parted her lips. Hesitating to speak, she cast a cautious glance at the two police officers standing nearby, seemingly apprehensive, and ultimately refrained from uttering a single word. Observing this, Gu Chen understood immediately. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped Tang Xian's hand and turned to Song Ruexiu, saying, "Sister Shui, perhaps you should return for now. I can manage things here." Without waiting for Song Ruexiu's response, he swiftly led Tang Xian forward. "Sister Shui, should we follow them? You should head back. I'll go after them and see what's happening." Chapter 62, A Crisis. Acute asthma attack. Gu Chen and Tang Xian walked side by side, their pace leisurely, while Song Ruexiu cautiously trailed behind them. She endeavored to tread lightly, wishing not to draw the attention of the duo. Every so often, Tang Xian would glance back, his gaze vigilant, as if to ascertain whether anyone was following. How perilous! This fellow is quite adept at counter-surveillance. Thankfully, I remain undetected, Song Ruexiu mused, her heart racing with relief. She gently patted her chest, exhaled deeply, and swiftly regulated her breathing before stealthily continuing to follow them. "Now, could you enlighten me as to what is transpiring? Why are you resorting to theft for medicine?" Gu Chen halted, turning to face Tang Xian, his expression grave. He felt no disdain for the unpleasant odor emanating from Tang Xian. Rather, it struck him as oddly familiar, the scent of his childhood in a past life. Upon hearing Gu Chen's inquiry, Tang Xian's voice quivered with emotion. "My sister is afflicted with an unknown illness and has been incessantly coughing. Just today, she unexpectedly coughed up blood. I am utterly helpless and lack the funds to seek medical assistance for her. So," Gu Chen's heart sank upon hearing this, a sense of urgency washing over him. "Quick, do not delay. Take me to see your sister at once." Tang Xian, recognizing the gravity of the situation, ceased his hesitations and hurriedly led the way. They navigated through narrow alleys and circumvented towering heaps of refuse, ultimately arriving at a dilapidated, drafty abode. Even from a distance, the intermittent, heart-wrenching coughs could be faintly heard, sounding as though they emanated from the depths of a gravely ill individual's throat. "Sister, you have returned?" Inside, Tang Ming tenderly patted Tang Chi's back, striving to alleviate her discomfort. Tang Chi's pallor resembled that of paper, her body trembling slightly, each cough appearing as if it might dislodge her very heart and lungs. "How is she? Is she still coughing so violently?" Tang Xian, consumed by anxiety, dashed forward without waiting for a response. Cough, cough. Water. Cough, cough." Tang Chi's cough intensified, rendering her unable to articulate a complete sentence. "Sister, cough, cough. I cough, cough." At that moment, Tang Chi's already labored breathing became alarmingly rapid, as if she could not catch her breath, and she began to wheeze uncontrollably. What is happening? Do not frighten your sister." Tang Xian was instantly thrown into a panic, standing frozen in place, his mind a blank slate, utterly unprepared for this sudden crisis. Right, the medicine. "Sister, you must take your medicine." Having said this, she fumbled anxiously to untie the small medicine bag she clutched tightly in her hands. However, due to her overwhelming nervousness and panic, her fingers refused to obey her commands, and she could not loosen the knot at the bag's opening. At this critical moment, Gu Chen, without a second thought, pushed aside the obstructing Tang Xian, swiftly assisted Tang Chi into a seated position, ensuring she maintained a half-sitting posture. Immediately, Gu Chen spoke in a gentle and steady tone, continuously reassuring her, "Little sister, it's all right. Do not speak. Relax. Take a deep breath." In a state of desperation, Gu Chen seized his phone, his fingers trembling as he swiftly navigated to the dial interface and called for an ambulance. He pressed the phone tightly against his ear, anxiously stating, "Hello. This is the back street of Jinghai No. 1 High School. There's a person here suddenly experiencing breathing difficulties. It appears to be an acute asthma attack. The situation is critical. Please come quickly. A calm and steady voice responded from the other end. All right, sir. Please do not panic. We will arrive at the scene as quickly as possible. Hearing this, Gu Chen felt a slight relief, yet his actions remained unrelenting. The moment he hung up the phone, he eagerly plunged his hand into the medicine bag, frantically searching. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, his eyes wide with determination as he sought the medicine from his memory. To his immense relief, he exclaimed in excitement, for he had finally located the crucial albuterol inhaler amidst the array of medications. This medicine could swiftly alleviate the symptoms of breathing difficulties, serving as a lifeline for Tang Qi in her current state. Gu Chen hurried to Tang Qi's side, softly reassuring her, "Little sister, do not be afraid. Take a deep breath, exhale." Tang Qi struggled to adjust her breathing rhythm according to Gu Chen's guidance. Observing this, Gu Chen promptly raised the inhaler to her mouth and nose, pressing down twice. With a couple of soft hisses, the medication transformed into a white mist that Tang Qi inhaled. Remarkably, the effects manifested rapidly. Her previously labored breaths gradually became more stable, though not entirely ceased. Standing nearby, Tang Xian and Tang Meng were already pale with fear, utterly at a loss. The sisters stared blankly at the unfolding scene, their lips quivering as they attempted to utter words, yet found themselves at a loss for where to begin. At that moment, their hearts were lodged in their throats. Anxiously fixated on Tang Qi, terrified that she might suffer an unforeseen incident, hardly daring to breathe, let alone disturb Gu Chen, who was fully engrossed in caring for his sister. "You're doing wonderfully, little sister. Continue like this." Deep breaths. Gu Chen encouraged Tang Qi while closely monitoring her breathing changes, silently praying for the ambulance to arrive swiftly. "It's okay. Just maintain deep breaths. Relax your mind. The doctor will be here shortly. There's no need to be afraid." Gu Chen held Tang Qi's hand tightly, softly murmuring words of comfort in an effort to stabilize her emotions. Upon hearing Gu Chen's voice, Tang Qi nodded slightly, striving to regulate her breathing. Gradually, her previously tense body began to relax, no longer exhibiting the panic that had overwhelmed her before. Nevertheless, a trace of unease and anxiety lingered in her gaze. At that moment, Gu Chen suddenly realized a grave concern. This place was exceedingly remote. Would the medical personnel be able to locate us? The thought caused Gu Chen to furrow his brow, his heart heavy with apprehension. After all, he was unable to move the injured Tang Qi freely, and if help did not arrive promptly, the consequences could be dire. Recalling his past life, Gu Chen vividly remembered witnessing the director of the orphanage suffer from a similar ailment. The scene remained etched in his mind, which was why he possessed a certain understanding of such emergencies and was able to implement basic relief measures. However, beyond these rudimentary methods, he was utterly ignorant of more advanced treatment techniques. Time seemed to stand still, with each passing moment stretching interminably. Gu Chen anxiously gazed towards the door, yearning to catch sight of the hurried figures of the medical staff, yet his hopes remained unfulfilled. As time wore on, Gu Chen's heart grew increasingly restless. Chapter 63. The Damn Regulations. The Norms of Humanity. Just as Gu Chen was about to call Tang Xian to seek out medical personnel, a voice resonated from outside the door. "Come quickly. It's in here." At that moment, Song Ruishue forcefully pushed open the door, accompanied by several medical staff. "Please hurry." Upon seeing Song Ruishue, Gu Chen immediately discerned that she had been following him and had likely been eavesdropping outside the door moments earlier. Soon, Tang Qi was lifted onto a stretcher and connected to an oxygen machine, and the group swiftly boarded the ambulance, en route to the hospital. It turned out that Song Ruishue, while tailing Gu Chen, had observed their entrance and, by leaning against the door crack, had grasped the situation within. Thus, she refrained from entering to avoid disturbing them, and instead chose to step outside. "This area is quite secluded. The ambulance cannot access it. I must go out to guide them." Inside the ambulance, a solemn silence prevailed as the group watched the doctor administer urgent treatment. Before long, they arrived at the first hospital of Jinghai City. Tang Qi was quickly ushered into the ICU. Once the red emergency sign illuminated above the door, The others anxiously awaited outside. Yeah, we are fortunate to have you this time. Had we been any slower, the medication would have run out. Gu Chen exhaled a sigh of relief. Well, it was merely a coincidence. I was primarily concerned about your safety, Song Ruishue replied. Ha ha ha, indeed. We owe you a great debt this time. Before long, the tightly closed door of the emergency room gradually opened, and a nurse emerged, clutching a folder that contained a heart-wrenching notice of critical condition. May I ask who the patient's family member is? Please come forward to sign, the nurse called out loudly. Without hesitation, Tang Xian stepped forward briskly, responding anxiously, I am her sister. Let me sign. Immediately following, Tang Xian urgently inquired, Nurse, what is my sister's condition? However, when a male nurse raised his gaze to Tang Xian, he was momentarily taken aback. The woman before him was clad in ragged, foul-smelling attire, resembling a destitute beggar from the streets. Instinctively, the male nurse felt an urge to step back, but recalling the presence of a female officer beside him, he suppressed his discomfort. The patient has experienced a series of symptoms due to an acute asthma attack. Currently, there's an excessive residual air volume in her lungs. The nurse endeavored to explain the medical condition to Tang Xian in simple, comprehensible terms, despite her unfamiliarity with medical terminology, leaving her somewhat bewildered. Tang Xian quickly grasped a pen and inscribed her name on the critical condition notice. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, who had been silently observing, now focused his attention on Tang Xian. To his surprise, even amidst such a tense and hurried situation, her posture and handwriting appeared remarkably graceful and composed. This was not due to a deliberate effort to slow her pace or a lack of seriousness. Rather, it was a habit formed naturally over time. Gu Chen, this fellow is certainly not just an ordinary homeless woman. We still need 50,000 for emergency treatment and subsequent conservative care. Who among you will cover the cost? The nurse inquired. 50,000? Nurse, are you mistaken? Why is it so exorbitant? Tang Xian was both shocked and flustered at that moment. I apologize. This is the regulation. It is to ensure the smooth provision of medical services and prevent treatment interruptions due to financial issues, the nurse recited with practiced familiarity. Standing beside her, Gu Chen was equally taken aback by the 50,000. Logically, it should only require 20 or 30,000. However, it seems the hospital is intent on making a profit, which is an unfortunate reality. Shuejia, how much do you have left? Gu Chen asked anxiously. After a brief hesitation, Song Ruishue replied, I still have around 40,000. Hearing this figure, Gu Chen's spirits lifted. That is splendid. I have another 10,000 on me. It should suffice. Yet at that moment, Song Ruishue suddenly let out a faint sound of uncertainty. This caused Gu Chen, who had just relaxed, to tense up once more. What is it, Shuejia? Gu Chen inquired nervously, pressing for an answer. Song Ruishue bit her lip and hesitantly said, It might be too late. Gu Chen's eyes widened in confusion. Why? Song Ruishue explained. Last time, I withdrew 30,000 from my card in cash for you, and since you didn't take it, I left it at home without depositing it back. This cash is still at home. Her words struck Gu Chen like a thunderbolt, rendering him momentarily speechless. He had never anticipated such a situation and was at a loss for how to respond. Regaining his composure, Gu Chen turned to the nurse as if grasping at a last lifeline. Nurse, may I ask if I could pay part of the fee now and settle the rest later? I implore you to assist us. The nurse shook her head helplessly, responding firmly, I'm sorry, young man, but this is the hospital's policy. Without timely payment of the full amount, we cannot provide treatment for the patient. Please understand. Gu Chen, upon hearing this, felt a surge of anger flush his face as he could not restrain himself from striking his fist against the wall nearby. With a muffled thud, pain shot through his hand, but at that moment, he could not afford to care. Gu Chen exclaimed, Truly, it is as they say. Hospitals will save the wealthy scoundrels, but will not save the impoverished, good souls. As a police officer, Song Ruishue understood this policy and felt powerless to compel others. Tang Xian and Tang Meng even knelt before the nurse, pleading, Nurse, we beg you. We will repay the money. Please save my sister first. I'll bow to you. With that, the sound of their foreheads striking the ground echoed, and Tang Xian even drew blood. Yet the nurse could only assist them to their feet, for she was not the director and could only adhere to the regulations. At this moment, Song Ruishue could no longer endure the situation and picked up her phone to dial several colleagues. Hello, Triple X. I find myself in urgent need. Could you possibly lend me 50,000 yuan? What? 50,000? Sister Shui, you know we have just started working. We don't have that much on hand. Oh, Xiao Song. It's not that I don't want to lend you, but I'm also quite strapped for cash. Excuse me, what did you say? The signal here is quite poor. This experience made Song Ruishue acutely aware of the harsh realities of life. Indeed, lacking financial resources is a dire predicament. She attempted to call the director, but perhaps he was busy, as no one answered her call. Now, there was no one left to turn to for assistance. Seeing this, Gu Chen promptly made a call as well. His first instinct was to contact Kuan Kuan, but he didn't have his phone number. Searching through the class group was also impractical due to the overwhelming number of messages. Huating, let's give it a try. Beep, beep, beep. Hello. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Sorry, the number. Damn it. Is she the only option left? Gu Chen swiftly dialed the number, and all he heard was a single beep. Is the little man missing me? Chapter 64. Compromise. It's all about human relationships. On the other end of the line, Zhaoying was seated in the plush backseat of an elongated luxury sports car, which exuded an aura of opulence. Initially, a poised woman in professional attire sat beside her, diligently reporting on the intricate details of a specific project. At that moment, Zhao Ying's phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, her eyes sparkled with delight. It was a call from Gu Chen. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ying swiftly raised her right hand and subtly gestured for the woman beside her to cease her discourse. The motion was fluid and decisive. On the other end, Gu Chen's voice came through, tinged with urgency. Hello, I'm in a bit of a predicament. Could you lend me 50,000 yuan? I promise I will repay you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying, who had been comfortably reclined against the soft backrest, felt as though she had been jolted by an electric shock. Instantly, she straightened her posture, her demeanor shifting to one of concern and attentiveness. What's wrong? Zhao Ying inquired anxiously. Gu Chen explained, one of my friends has suddenly developed acute asthma. The situation is dire, and they are currently in the hospital. However, the hospital insists on payment before they can administer timely treatment. And I can't come up with that amount right now. Zhao Ying's heart tightened, but upon realizing that it was not Gu Chen himself who was in distress, the weight upon her chest slightly lifted, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. I was about to say I would transfer the money to you, Zhao Ying began, but suddenly paused, her golden eyes narrowing as a thought crossed her mind. A playful smile began to form at the corners of her mouth, and she continued at a leisurely pace. My money is not easily lent out, unless... At this, Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat, an ominous premonition creeping in. He widened his eyes, urgently asking, unless what? Are you suggesting that I become your boyfriend? Zhao Ying, taken aback, involuntarily displayed an amused smile, realizing that her initial intent to tease had unexpectedly prompted a bold response from him. She adjusted her posture, elegantly crossing her legs, leaning back slightly against the seat, exuding a languid yet commanding presence. With a soft chuckle, she replied, if you can accept such terms, then it is certainly a possibility. However, Gu Chen promptly declined, stating, no, propose another condition, anything but that. After a brief pause, she spoke again in 2 weeks. It will be my birthday party. How about you attend as my companion? That works. As soon as Gu Chen assented, a notification appeared on his phone. Triple X has credited 1,000,000 yuan. At the moment he saw the funds had arrived, Gu Chen solemnly expressed his gratitude. Thank you. Too much is given to you as. Before Zhao Ying could finish her sentence, the call was abruptly terminated. It had been quite a while since she had experienced such a disconnection. Indeed, her little man was full of personality. Zhao Ying chuckled helplessly, covering her eyes. At the first hospital of Jinghai, Gu Chen exclaimed in a state of urgency, finally, the money is gathered. Let's commence the rescue immediately. He snatched the payment slip from the male nurse and dashed towards the billing counter. Moments later, when Gu Chen returned to the ward, panting heavily. The anxious hearts of everyone present finally found solace. "Thank you. You are truly our benefactor. I promise to repay this money to you as soon as possible." Upon seeing Gu Chen's return, tears welled up in Tang Xian's eyes, and without hesitation, she knelt before him. Bowing deeply, observing this, Tang Ming quickly followed suit, kneeling beside her sister and bowing respectfully as well. "Thank you, brother. Oh dear, what are you both doing? Please, rise." Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback by the scene before him, and he hurriedly stepped forward, gently lifting the two sisters to their feet. After calming the emotional sisters, Gu Chen turned to see Song Ruishue standing by the window, not far away. He walked over and stood beside her. At that moment, the bright and gentle white light outside streamed through the transparent glass, casting a soft glow upon the two of them, as if draping them in a veil of purity. "Chun, perhaps what you said is indeed correct. There is no such thing as absolute justice in this world." Song Ruishue lowered her head slightly, her neat short hair cascading like a curtain, obscuring her delicate features. Crystal tears uncontrollably slipped from her eyes, trailing down her cheeks. I have been so naive. It is only at critical moments that I realize how insignificant I am, unable to do anything. I once fantasized about being a heroine who could save the world, but now it feels like the grandest joke. Song Ruishue bit her lip, her voice trembling with self-mockery. Gu Chen gazed silently at Song Ruishue, and after a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. "A hero? Perhaps I am not a hero, nor do I possess the ability to be one. For me, the most important thing is to act without remorse." Upon hearing this, Song Ruishue lifted her head, astonished. As she stared at Gu Chen, the white light illuminated his face, which bore an expression of calm acceptance. Coupled with his earlier words, at that moment, Gu Chen appeared to Song Ruishue as an angel descending from the heavens, radiating warmth and an air of mystery. Song Ruishue found herself entranced. This boy before her was entirely different from any young man she had encountered throughout her life. However, this fleeting tranquility was soon disrupted by the sudden ringing of a mobile phone. It turned out to be Gu Chen's phone, the screen displaying that the caller was haughty. "Chen, is everything all right? I was just in a meeting, and my phone was not at hand." Haughty perused the documents while resting her head against the phone. "It's nothing. I just had a minor issue," Gu Chen replied as he stepped aside. "Oh, Haughty hesitated on the other end of the line. "What is it? If there's something, please do share," Gu Chen encouraged. "Could you accompany me to a class reunion this evening?" Gu Chen, Chapter 65. The young man is surprisingly polite. "Is there a class reunion tonight?" Gu Chen glanced at the time on his phone. It was nearly 7 o'clock. "Is that all right?" Hua-Ting's voice came through, laced with a hint of pleading, as if fearing a swift rejection from him. "A class reunion, you say? It will undoubtedly be rife with comparisons. What a bother. Should I just decline?" "No, I had just thought about seeking their assistance, and if I were to back out now, it would be quite unreasonable." "What time tonight?" 8 o'clock. "Chen, do you have time?" Hua-Ting replied swiftly, her tone noticeably brightening. Gu Chen turned his head, first noticing the two sisters anxiously awaiting by the ICU door, then shifting his gaze to the contemplative figure of Song Ruishue, who stood quietly by the windowsill. After a brief moment of reflection, he inhaled deeply and said to Hua-Ting on the other end of the line, "I'm available. Where shall we meet? I will take a cab over." Upon hearing this, Hua-Ting hurriedly exclaimed, "Oh, no need for that. Just send me your location, and I will come to pick you up." "Very well." After ending the call, Gu Chen strode over to Song Ruishue. Upon reaching her, he said, "Sister Shui, I must leave you in charge here for a while. I have some matters to attend to." "Ah, all right, please be careful. If anyone bullies you, remember to tell me, regardless of their power or influence. Do not be afraid." Song Ruishue's gaze was steadfast, her eyes glimmering with concern and worry. "Haha, there's no need to be so tense. It's not that serious. I'm merely attending a class reunion. Rest assured." Gu Chen wore a relaxed and confident smile, waved goodbye to Song Ruishue, and turned to exit the premises. As he watched Gu Chen's retreating figure, Song Ruishue instinctively clenched her fists. "Chun, you are right. There is no absolute justice. What I need now is immense power." At the entrance of the first hospital of Jinghai City, Gu Chen stood quietly before the hospital gates. The night air had turned chilly, and a brisk breeze brushed against his face, sending a shiver down his spine. It's quite cold tonight. Gu Chen couldn't help but shudder, quickly rubbing his hands together in an attempt to generate warmth. His gaze remained fixed on the taxis traversing the street, eager for Hua Ting's arrival. When will she actually show up? At this rate, I might as well go home and have instant noodles. Gu Chen muttered to himself, growing increasingly anxious. However, just as he focused on the taxis, a low, powerful engine roar resonated from nearby. He turned to see a sleek black Bugatti Veyron gliding gracefully down the street. The car's elegant lines were reminiscent of a lightning bolt in the night, instantly capturing the attention of everyone around. Hey, look over there. What kind of car is that? Two impeccably dressed young men, standing not far ahead of Gu Chen, were awestruck by the sports car, unable to contain their excitement. Is that a Bugatti? It's absolutely amazing. Quick, take a picture. One of the boys swiftly retrieved his phone and pressed the shutter button, capturing the approaching sports car. Wow, that car is stunning. How I wish I could take a ride in it. Another boy said, his face filled with envy, his eyes fixated on the vehicle. Hey, is there a super gorgeous lady inside? Why don't we approach and strike up a conversation? Who knows? We might just have a romantic encounter. All right, let us go. Hurry. What if we succeed? The two of them were in perfect accord, striding confidently towards the Bugatti. From a distance, Huiting caught sight of Gu Chen, clad in a school uniform. As she drew nearer to him, just before reaching his side, two men suddenly dashed in front of the car without warning, pressing their faces against the window. One of them gently tapped on the glass, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face as he said, "Beautiful lady. Can I have your contact information?" The other man chimed in, "Yes, lovely lady, let's be friends." However, faced with this unexpected advance, Huiting merely shook her head expressionlessly and coldly replied, "Sorry, I don't add contacts." Without hesitation, she pressed the horn, the sharp, clear sound cutting through the air. At that moment, Gu Chen turned his gaze towards the source of the blaring horn. When his eyes met the black convertible, he immediately noticed Huiting in the driver's seat, smiling and vigorously waving at him. Is this the plight of the affluent? Gu Chen mused as he observed the two men persisting relentlessly by Huiting's window. Come on, beautiful, give us a chance. We might actually be a perfect match. One of them pleaded. The other leaned in closer, trying to capture Huiting's attention even more. Gentlemen, would you kindly step aside? Gu Chen had now approached them from behind, his tone calm. The sudden voice prompted the two men to instinctively turn around, surprised to find a young boy in a school uniform standing there. They were momentarily taken aback, internally marveling at his striking features, feeling like ugly ducklings in the presence of swan. Yet, despite the irresistible allure of a luxury car, the two men showed no signs of retreat. Instead, one of them adopted a patronizing demeanor, earnestly advising Gu Chen, "Little brother, you're still young. You should focus your energy on your studies. Opportunities like this will come again. So, why not let us older brothers have this one?" Gu Chen furrowed his brow at the absurdity of their words. What kind of base-level rhetoric is this? How can I not understand? Have these two not noticed the horn? Isn't it obvious? This car is here to pick someone up. At that moment, Huiting decisively alighted from the vehicle. Tall and graceful, she strode directly to Gu Chen's side, leaning slightly forward to regard the two men with an air of superiority. "This is my boyfriend," she declared, with elegance. She extended her hand and graciously opened the car door, gesturing for Gu Chen to enter. Not hesitating any longer, Gu Chen stepped into the car. As a deep and powerful roar resonated, the luxurious sports car sped away like an arrow released from its bow, leaving the two men standing in place, their faces etched with bitterness and disappointment. Sitting in the passenger seat, Gu Chen could not help but reminisce about his former girlfriend. Memories flooded his mind, prompting him to murmur, "Is this the allure of a sports car? Surely she must have done the same when she got into someone else's car." Yet, just as Gu Chen was lost in thoughts of the past, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, do you have a driver's license? You're the one driving. Chapter 66. Each to their own. She calls me mom. I call you brother-in-law. Additional update, Chung Chung. I have a driver's license, so don't worry. Huiting expects Leonid softly. You got your license at just 18? That's impressive. Gu Chen sighed in relief. That's a relief. By the way, how come you're at the hospital? Oh, it's nothing. A friend fell ill suddenly, and I want to lend a hand. I see. But you should really close that window. It's quite chilly tonight, and it might affect your head. Ha ha ha, all right. Accompanied by the sound of screeching brakes, a Bugatti Veyron came to a halt before a resplendent and grand hotel. Within mere seconds, several well-trained doormen hurried forward. Their faces were adorned with obsequious smiles, and with swift, practiced motions, they opened the car doors and stood respectfully aside, awaiting the guests inside to alight. Hua-ting gracefully exited the vehicle, casually tossing the car keys to one of the doormen as if discarding a trivial item. The doorman, as if receiving a precious treasure, eagerly caught the keys and carefully took them to park the luxurious vehicle. Gu Chen, who had been seated in the passenger seat, followed suit and stepped out of the car. He gazed up at the opulent entrance of the hotel and the reverent service staff at the door. The exquisite and lavish decorative details imbued the place with an air of unattainable elegance and atmosphere. At the entrance stood several young men clad in impeccably tailored butler attire, their features finely chiseled, each assigned a specific position. As Gu Chen and Hua-ting approached, these previously still figures sprang into action, bowing in unison and exclaiming, "Welcome." Gu Chen glanced down at his slightly plain school uniform. Is it inappropriate for me to appear here in this outfit? But who cares? After all, I want to be paying. Just then, his stomach growled in agreement. Exactly. Now that I'm here, I might as well indulge. He lifted his foot, ready to step into the hotel. At that moment, Hua-ting gently tapped his back. Gu Chen instinctively turned around, his face a picture of confusion as he looked at Hua-ting. With her hands clasped in front of her chest, eyes tightly shut, and head slightly bowed, Hua-ting spoke in a nearly playful tone. "Chung, could you pretend to be my boyfriend tonight, please, please?" Gu Chen thought, I knew it would come to this. He had anticipated at least a moment of hesitation or refusal, but to his surprise, he replied immediately, "Sure." Upon hearing his response, Hua-ting was momentarily stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Gu Chen, murmuring to herself, "Just pretend? I don't have to do anything." Huh? Sure? Did I hear that correctly? She even doubted whether her hearing was impaired, astonished at how readily he had agreed. Before Hua-ting could fully comprehend the situation, Gu Chen confidently stepped forward, linking his arm with hers, and urged, "Let us hasten. I am on the brink of starvation." The moment Gu Chen grasped her arm, a jolt of electricity coursed through Hua-ting's body, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Could this possibly be a dream? If it were, she fervently wished not to awaken too soon. Striving to quell her inner turmoil, she responded with a slight tremor in her voice, "Oh, all right. Let's ascend." As she spoke, she instinctively turned her head aside, unable to meet Gu Chen's gaze, for she sensed a blush creeping across her cheeks. It seemed that the last time he held her hand in such a manner was ages ago. Together, they entered the elevator, which ascended slowly until they reached the 33rd floor. As the elevator doors opened, Gu Chen was taken aback by the sight before him. 3 expansive corridors stretched out in different directions, each adorned with lush red carpeting that extended to infinity. The walls flanking the corridors were embellished with exquisite classical light fixtures, casting a soft and inviting glow, enveloping the entire space in a romantic and enigmatic atmosphere. Gu Chen couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, the affluent truly know how to relish life." Following one of the paths, he mused, 3,303? This must be the place. Hua-ting raised her hand and knocked gently on the closed door. With a slight push, she slowly opened it. A soft creak accompanied the door as it revealed a narrow opening. Just then, a clear voice rang out from within. "Well, daughter, you have arrived rather late." No sooner had she spoken than a girl with an expression of delight focused her gaze on Hua-ting, who had just peered in. Hua-ting smiled slightly and replied, "You all arrived quite early." Before her lay a spacious and luminous room. One side of the room featured a colossal floor-to-ceiling window through which sunlight streamed, casting dappled shadows on the floor. In the center of the room stood a massive round dining table capable of accommodating a dozen or more guests. At that moment, a group of people encircled the table, and upon hearing the commotion, they turned their heads to gaze at Hua-ting. Among them, One young man's eyes were fixed on Huading, revealing an indescribable emotion. Upon seeing her, he felt an uncontrollable urge to rise and greet her. However, just as he began to stand, a figure darted out from behind Huading. It was Gu Chen, whose sudden appearance captured everyone's attention. The young man, who had already half risen, resignedly returned to his seat, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. Sister Ting, who might this be? Someone could no longer suppress their curiosity and was the first to inquire. Hua Ting smiled gently, glancing at Gu Chen beside her, and replied with a slight smile. You don't mind if I bring my boyfriend along, do you? Upon hearing this, all eyes immediately turned to Gu Chen, dressed in a tidy school uniform. His neatly cropped hair lent him an air of vitality. His handsome visage was particularly striking, exuding an extraordinary charm that seemed untouched by the mundane world. In an instant, the room fell into a profound silence, captivated by Gu Chen's remarkable appearance. A woman approached Gu Chen, exclaiming, "No wonder so many people pursue our Tingjie at school. Yet she never even glances their way. It turns out she has such a remarkable one at home. Brother-in-law, greetings. I am Hua Ting's mother, Zhongling. Get lost." Hua Ting promptly kicked Zhongling playfully. "What are you doing? We each have our roles. You call me mother, and I call him brother-in-law. Come, take a seat." Hua Ting pulled out a chair, awaiting Gu Chen's arrival. Gu Chen, with a bemused expression, thought to himself, "All right, I am a competent actor. Oh my, it hasn't been long since you returned, and already you're showering us with this couple's affection. Indeed, I feel full even before the meal." They chuckled. Zhongling surveyed the assembled guests, noting that most had arrived, and signaled the waiter to begin serving the dishes. Then, with a curious expression, she turned to Hua Ting and asked, "Now, be honest. How long have you been dating?" Hua Ting hesitated. Chapter 67. So much chatter. Why haven't we eaten yet? Caught off guard by Zhongling's sudden inquiry, Hua Ting's mind momentarily went blank, leaving her utterly at a loss for a response. Her lips parted slightly as she hesitantly uttered a sound of uncertainty. However, as she began to stammer, Gu Chen could not help but internally critique. This person can't even tell a lie properly? Her acting skills are abysmal. Let her witness the Gu-style performance. Showtime. With that thought, Gu Chen interjected, "We've been together for 3 years." Upon hearing this, Zhongling's eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed, "Wow, 3 years already. Goodness, not only did you secretly date behind my back, but you also prevented me from flirting with younger guys. You're truly despicable." As she spoke, Zhongling angrily grasped Hua Ting by the neck, shaking her vigorously. She then turned to Gu Chen, continuing her tirade. "Brother-in-law, you don't know. Back when we were abroad, I wanted her to accompany me while I approached boys, yet she resolutely refused, feigning seriousness and claiming that dating was unwise and merely a waste of time. Who would have thought that she already had such a handsome boyfriend hidden away at home? And she wouldn't even let me go. How outrageous!" As Zhongling's words echoed, the surrounding classmates erupted into laughter, truly affirming the saying that a best friend hopes you fare well, but not better than herself. Meanwhile, one boy in the crowd reacted starkly differently from the rest. Instead of laughing, he wore a tense expression, scrutinizing Gu Chen with disdainful eyes, as if harboring deep-seated resentment towards him. Caught in Zhongling's grip, Hua Ting was elated. Gu Chen's bold revelation caught her entirely off guard. Wasn't this a subtle acknowledgement of their relationship? The realization caused a flush to rise in her cheeks. Lowering her head slightly, her lips involuntarily curled upwards. "Chen truly loves me. It seems I must seize this opportunity. Perhaps I should find a chance to make a move on him." Meanwhile, Gu Chen remained oblivious to Hua Ting's inner musings, adamantly urging the waiter to expedite the meal. As he rubbed his growling stomach, he exclaimed, "Why hasn't the food arrived yet? I'm about to starve to death." While the group continued their jovial banter, none noticed a figure quietly emerging in the corridor outside. This person ambled leisurely, making his way toward the room where Gu Chen and the others were gathered. Under his breath, he muttered, "Humph, these annoying women are clearly bored out of their minds. Throwing a gathering. However, it seems this young master has little to do today, so I might as well drop by for a visit, merely to pass the time." The private room was suffused with an enticing aroma as the waitstaff streamed in, steadily placing an array of exquisite dishes upon the dining table. Gu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment, gazing at the table adorned with culinary delights. He involuntarily swallowed, his chopsticks already eager to spring into action. Just as he was about to indulge, Zhongling rose, raised her glass, and with a smile, surveyed the room before speaking. Since we are all old classmates, it's a rare occasion for us to gather today. Allow me to share a few words with everyone. Her voice was melodious and cheerful, yet to the famished Gu Chen, it sounded like a cacophony piercing through his hunger. Gu Chen thought to himself, this is unbearable. Why is there so much chatter? Had I known it would be like this, I might as well have stayed home and eaten instant noodles. He shook his head in exasperation, slumping over the table like a deflated balloon, one hand firmly pressed against his growling stomach. Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed as the door to the private room swung open. All eyes were instantly drawn to the entrance, where a figure appeared. The newcomer sported striking white-green hair, a hint of languor etched across his face, casually leaning against the doorframe with a grin. Well, look at everyone arriving so early. Gu Chen raised an eyebrow in confusion at the sight of Kuan at the doorway, since he was sprawled over the table, and his companion haughty was sitting upright beside him. Gu Chen was completely obscured from Kuan's view. Before the thought could settle, Kuan sauntered into the room, heading straight toward the few classmates he was on friendly terms with, unceremoniously taking a seat without acknowledging the others. In his worldview, he was a dazzling star, the focal point of attention. To him, he was the man everyone admired, with women captivated by his charm, while the men could only look up to him in awe, feeling small in comparison. Undoubtedly, in this realm, he was the most endearing and captivating presence. No sooner had he settled than his curiosity got the better of him, and he leaned closer to the boy beside him to gossip. Hey, Lin Muse, do you know why that unpleasant woman keeps rejecting you? Allow me to enlighten you. The truth is, she has long harbored feelings for someone else, her white moonlight. To be honest, that guy is really quite exceptional, completely unlike you. Lin Muse, the subject of Kuan's gossip, had not diverted his gaze from Hua Ting since she entered the room. In the past, during their time studying abroad, he had pursued her passionately and relentlessly. However, no matter how much effort he exerted, Hua Ting consistently rebuffed him with excuses of being too busy with her studies, coldly shutting him out time and again. Reflecting on it now, everything seemed painfully clear. It turns out that Huiting's repeated rejections of Lin Muse were not due to a supposed focus on her studies, but rather a profound lack of feelings for him. Poor Lin Muse. Perhaps only at this moment has he awakened from his dreamlike state, realizing that his long-standing affections have ultimately led to nothing more than an empty joy. With a resigned expression, he gazed at the incessantly chattering Kunkin and sighed heavily. His brow furrowed slightly, revealing a trace of annoyance and dejection in his eyes. Oh, do not sigh. It is of no consequence. That insufferable woman. What is so great about her? Let her go. Kunkin patted Lin Muse on the back, offering consolation. Just as everyone's attention was fixated on Kunkin, Gu Chen subtly shifted in his seat, quietly reaching for chopsticks to stealthily take a morsel of food for himself. Having been preoccupied for far too long, his stomach ached with hunger, compelling him to sneak a small bite to quell the pangs. As he prepared to grab some food, he muttered to himself, I'll just take a little. As long as I'm not discovered, it will be fine. I'm truly on the brink of starvation. Lin Muse turned his gaze to the still chattering Kunkin, feeling a wave of exasperation wash over him. Why was he comparing himself to this sneaky eater? What qualities did he lack that rendered him inferior? Suddenly, he extended his right hand, firmly grasping Kunkin's chin and forcefully turning his face toward Gu Chen's direction. Startled by the abrupt action, Kunkin was about to voice his complaints when he caught sight of the person before him, his eyes widening in disbelief. What are you doing? Chun, Brother Chun. Immediately, Kunkin appeared as if awakening from a dream, his face etched with astonishment as he stared at Gu Chen, who was quietly pilfering food, and incredulously asked, Brother Chun, what are you doing here? Chapter 68. The Challenge Against Gu Chen. Just as Gu Chen was about to surreptitiously indulge in a morsel, he was unexpectedly discovered. leading to an awkward lowering of his chopsticks and a sheepish wave of his hand. Hi, what a coincidence. All eyes in the room were suddenly fixed upon Gu Chen, who had intended to sneak a bite. The atmosphere was hushed, devoid of any sound. Yet, embarrassingly, Gu Chen's stomach audibly protested with a growl. The noise reverberated through the silence, unmistakably heard by all present. At that moment, Lin Muse, seated nearby, could not help but mutter under his breath. Why would Tingting be interested in him? What makes him better than me? Am I less attractive? As he spoke, Lin Muse shook his head in frustration. He had harbored feelings for Tingting for a full 2 years. Now, witnessing his beloved infatuated with the boy who was brazenly pilfering food, his heart was filled with discontent. To Lin Muse's perspective, Gu Chen possessed little beyond a slightly more appealing appearance. In terms of temperament and background, he undoubtedly fell short of Lin Muse's own standing. He was resolute in his belief that Tingting's understanding of men was still quite naive, having been prematurely entangled with someone like Gu Chen, who, despite his outward charm, lacked depth. This blind affection for him rendered her oblivious to Lin Muse's existence. Ultimately, he attributed all blame to that cunning fox named Gu Chen. His own Tingting, kind-hearted and innocent, so devoted to love, how could she be ensnared by such a person? No, he must seize an appropriate opportunity to unveil the true, hypocritical visage lurking behind Gu Chen's facade. Observing the reactions of their classmates, laughter erupted around the table. What is going on with Tingting? Doesn't he, her boyfriend, even care enough to feed himself? They teased. By the way, why does her boyfriend look so thin? Shouldn't he be getting enough to eat? With Tingting's prowess, how could this be? Could it be that he wasn't really Tingting's boyfriend at all? Perhaps she had deliberately brought him along to extinguish Muse's hopes completely? Though these remarks were not overly loud, being in such close proximity meant they inevitably reached the ears of others. Perhaps this was the only plausible explanation for Gu Chen's furtive attempts to sneak food. Once spoken, many found this line of reasoning quite compelling. However, in stark contrast to the pervasive skepticism among the others, Tingting remained entirely unfazed by the unfolding events. She simply gazed at Gu Chen, who was attempting to discreetly grab some food, with a hint of concern, silently pondering. It seems Chen is truly hungry today. Gu Chen thought to himself, this is disastrous. I merely intended to sneak a little food to tide me over, and now it's all so embarrassing. I wish I could just go home and eat instant noodles. Dining out is such a hassle. Feeling the weight of the scrutinizing gazes around him, he lowered his head in discomfort. Gu Chen had seldom attended gatherings, and he was aware that he should not begin eating prematurely. However, his hunger was becoming unbearable. He had thought he could discreetly take a piece of meat for himself, but unexpectedly, the man suddenly directed Gu Chen to turn around. In that instant, Gu Chen felt an overwhelming wave of suffocating awkwardness enveloping the atmosphere. Just then, Zhongling broke the silence by declaring, all right, since we are all here, let us not dawdle. Let us dig in. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen immediately chimed in, yes, let us eat. He then took the lead, picking up a piece of food and placing it in his mouth. Observing this, the others began to follow suit, symbolically moving their chopsticks. Haughty continuously served dishes into Gu Chen's bowl, to which he softly murmured, I'm sorry. I feel like I'm embarrassing you. It's nothing. I don't mind these things. This seemingly harmonious and congenial atmosphere, however, did not last long. Merely a few minutes later, the situation began to shift subtly. The first to break the fragile peace was Lin Muse, who unhesitatingly seized the wine glass before him and strode directly towards Gu Chen, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Hey handsome, today marks our first meeting. Allow me to toast you. Noticing this, Gu Chen began to scan the surroundings, eagerly searching for a bottle of refreshing beverage. However, aside from a variety of alcoholic drinks, no sign of soft drinks was to be found on the table. Unable to contain himself, he inquired, Is there no beverage here? Such a simple question ignited a wave of laughter among the group. Ha ha ha, we've come out to a gathering, and you're asking for a drink? Are you a child? Right? How did Ting Jie end up with such an actor? So unprofessional. Another young man, coughing while laughing, added, Oh my, that nearly choked me to death. Amidst the laughter, Lin Muse's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. Yet, he maintained his composure. holding his wine glass firmly without joining in the mockery of Gu Chen. After all, he did not wish to appear coarse or rude in front of the girl he admired for so long, as it would reflect poorly on his character. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the room, like thunder striking the ground, causing everyone present to fall silent, their mouths closing abruptly. They turned in astonishment to see haughty, her face flushed with anger, slamming her hand down on the table with such force that the cups and utensils danced in response. Her expression was so dark it seemed as if water could drip from it, and her gaze was as icy as frost, making it difficult for anyone to meet her eyes. "My boyfriend doesn't tea drink, and he hasn't tea graduated yet," she declared firmly. "I shall drink this on his behalf." Without a moment's hesitation, Hua Ting raised her wine glass and downed its contents in one swift motion. After finishing her drink, she swiftly turned the glass upside down, showcasing it to the crowd, empty and devoid of a single drop, as if her actions were a silent challenge to those who mocked Gu Chen, daring them to laugh once more. Gu Chen remarked, "Although you have graduated, and perhaps your head was caught in the door upon returning to my school, that can be overlooked. But what about your legs? Who is going to drive you home now that you've drunk?" In response, Gu Chen was momentarily speechless. Such trivial jibes hardly mattered in the grand scheme of reality, merely a form of provocation. Observing Hua Ting's unwavering support for Gu Chen only deepened Lin Mu's discomfort. He downed his drink, yet hesitated to take a seat. Kuan quickly tugged at him, signaling for him to avoid further awkwardness. "Pardon me, I need to use the restroom," Lin Mu announced before departing the private room. Upon hearing the word restroom, Gu Chen was suddenly overcome by the urge to relieve himself, hastily following suit, having not visited the facilities all afternoon. "Hey, brother, wait for me." Chapter 69. The significant moment in Huoting's confession. After the two departed, Zhongling leaned closer to Huoting, slightly tilting her body as she inquired, "Could it be that you truly invited an actor for this occasion?" Upon hearing this, Huoting promptly shook her head, asserting, "Of course not." Nevertheless, Zhongling appeared somewhat unconvinced. Her eyes, filled with skepticism, blinked as she pressed further, "Is he really your boyfriend?" Faced with her friend's persistent questioning, Huoting felt a twinge of helplessness but nonetheless responded honestly, "Not quite yet." After all, she did not wish to conceal anything from her dear friend Zhongling, who had been by her side for 2 whole years. Zhongling was evidently taken aback by this revelation, raising an eyebrow and allowing a playful smirk to grace her lips as she teased, "Oh, so you haven't managed to win him over yet?" Huoting sighed softly, a faint blush creeping on her cheeks as she nodded and murmured, "Yes. I asked him to come and keep me company today." As soon as she finished speaking, Huoting stood up and exited the private room. Ah, truly a lovesick woman. Outside, Gu Chen followed Lin Mu's to the restroom. "Phew, I'm glad I came along. Otherwise, I would have been lost like last time." After Gu Chen's younger companion exhaled a sigh of relief, he shook himself off. "I, Wang Han-san, have returned. How exhilarating." Meanwhile, Lin Mu crossed his arms, shaking his head in disbelief, remarking, "You really have no sense of decorum. Your language is utterly vulgar." In response, Gu Chen remained unfazed, opting to wash his hands first. Noticing Gu Chen's indifference, Lin Mu continued, "Let us get straight to the point. How much is she paying you to play her boyfriend? I'll offer you 3 times that to leave immediately." Gu Chen muttered, 0x3 is still equal to 0. I assent it? What did you say? Huh, nothing. Are you quite fond of Huoting? Gu Chen tentatively probed. "It's none of your business, you pathetic loser. Just tell me how much it would take for you to walk away." Gu Chen retorted, "Why do these wealthy scions always believe that money can solve all problems? Although it seems to work, today I'm determined to make you stumble. What if I'm a poor loser? She chooses to pursue me, not you. In other words, you are even inferior to a poor loser. You." Upon hearing this, Lin Mu's expression darkened, his forehead veins bulging, and he resembled a powder keg on the verge of detonation, ready to explode. He clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly, as if he were about to charge at Gu Chen and tear his insolent mouth apart. However, Gu Chen remained unfazed by Lin Mu's fury, putting on an air of assertiveness and righteousness. He stood tall, gestured dramatically, and bellowed, What are you yelling for? Why does a newcomer have to bark here? Asking me to take the money and leave? How ridiculous. My feelings for her cannot be measured by money. In an instant, the atmosphere was thick with tension, as if the very air around them had solidified. Time ticked by, and after a considerable pause, Gu Chen still heard no words from Lin Muzha. A sense of secret satisfaction swelled within Gu Chen. This Oscar-worthy performance has surely rendered him speechless. With this thought, a smile crept onto Gu Chen's lips. However, when he instinctively glanced at Lin Muzha, he was taken aback to discover that the previously furious Lin Muzha now exuded a significantly diminished intensity. In its place was a visage of profound restraint, as if he were fervently battling his inner turmoil. Then, an unexpected scene unfolded. Lin Muzha, without uttering a word, silently turned away, brushing past Gu Chen. As he watched Lin Muzha's retreating figure, Gu Chen found himself bewildered, murmuring to himself, "What just happened? Did I hit too hard and leave him devastated?" Just as confusion swirled in Gu Chen's mind, preparing to turn back and investigate, a sudden force struck from behind. Before he could react, a pair of soft arms enveloped his waist. "Chen, I'm sorry. I will never leave you again." The heartfelt cry, tinged with tears, resonated in Gu Chen's ears, causing him to shudder. In that moment of being embraced, singular thoughts surged through Gu Chen's mind. This is it. I've gone too far with my jest. Earlier, Hua-ting had entered the restroom. Upon hearing voices from within, she disregarded whether it was the men's or women's room and boldly approached Gu Chen from behind. At that moment, she distinctly heard Gu Chen declare, "Our feelings cannot be measured by money." Instantly, a torrent of emotions surged within Hua-ting, reaching a pinnacle of realization. To her astonishment, she realized just how significant a place she held in Gu Chen's heart. Had she not chosen to study abroad, perhaps he would not have endured such hardships over the past few years. At that moment, her mind was engulfed by a whirlwind of intricate emotions, and reason fled. Almost instinctively, without a moment to ponder, she opened her arms and fiercely embraced Gu Chen from behind. Thus, the astonishing scene unfolded unexpectedly. Could you let go of me?" At that moment, Gu Chen was acutely aware of the soft sensations against his back and the warmth radiating from Hua-ting's embrace. Faced with this unforeseen situation, he felt a mix of confusion and helplessness. Yet, to Gu Chen's request, Hua-ting resolutely replied no. Without further ado, she firmly pulled Gu Chen out of the men's restroom and swiftly encircled him once more, her hands pressing down on his head to prevent any escape. Meanwhile, she persistently pressed Gu Chen's face against herself, affectionately nuzzling his head. With a voice tinged with emotion, she softly implored, "Chen, shall we be together? I can hardly bear it any longer." At this moment, Gu Chen's heart raced, and he felt a strange warmth trickling from his nose. Just wait a moment. Hua-ting could no longer bear the tension. She was determined to reclaim her Chen entirely. Gazing at Gu Chen with deep affection, she leaned in closer. "Oh no, she is about to kiss me. What should I do? I don't want to be in a romantic relationship with a beautiful woman." The more he thought this, the more his heart raced with excitement. Just as Hua-ting's lips were about to meet his, a warm liquid flowed from Gu Chen's nose. "Wait." Gu Chen suddenly struggled fiercely, breaking free from Hua-ting's embrace and dashing into the bathroom to wash away the blood that had spilled from his nose due to the overwhelming emotions. Chapter 70. Room Assignment, Launching the Grand Offensive. With heavy breaths escaping his lips, Gu Chen fumbled to turn on the tap, allowing the icy water to cascade over him, washing away the crimson flow that gushed from his nostrils. His eyes fixated on his reflection in the mirror, disbelief etched across his face. "Get a grip," he muttered to himself, hastily dabbing at the mess with tissue. He could scarcely fathom that he had succumbed to a nosebleed out of sheer excitement. Yet, considering the recent turn of events, it was evident that without this sudden affliction, Hua-ting would have undoubtedly claimed victory over him. Reflecting on the vast chasm that lay between them, a bitter pang struck Gu Chen's heart. He was merely a poor lad, born into humble beginnings, while she was a radiant heiress, blessed with both beauty and a prestigious lineage. Not only were they worlds apart, but her parents also harbored disdain for him. Faced with such disparity, even if she were to express affection for him at this moment, the thought of her one day casting him aside filled him with helpless resignation. He would have no choice but to accept the harsh reality. Resolving himself, Gu Chen took a deep breath, striving to quell the tempest of emotions within. He reminded himself that knowing this relationship would not lead to a favorable conclusion, it was far better to part ways before enduring the agony of separation. It would be a grave injustice to grow alongside a girl only to see her wed another man. Having reconciled his thoughts, Gu Chen lifted his gaze once more, forcing a strained smile at his disheveled reflection. After inhaling deeply a few times, he began to recalibrate his state of mind. She must have returned by now, he mused. Next time I find myself in a situation where a beauty has me at her mercy, I cannot afford to react as I did today. Clearly, I need to schedule some intensive training. Otherwise, every time I encounter such circumstances, my mind turns to mush, and I might unwittingly agree to something I shouldn't. With that, Gu Chen shook his head and sighed in resignation. As he slowly emerged from the restroom, the moment he stepped outside, he spotted Hua Ting waiting at the door, her expression laced with concern. The earlier unexpected incident had evidently caught her off guard. After a brief pause, she hesitated to continue her earlier approach and softly inquired, "Shall I escort you home?" At her words, Gu Chen's heart tightened, and he shook his head vigorously, akin to a bobblehead. What a jest! He had only just begun to satiate his appetite, and after going to such an upscale restaurant, it would be a travesty to leave without fully enjoying the meal. As the saying goes, a man is iron, and food is steel. One meal missed leaves one famished. He simply could not neglect his own hunger. Thus, Gu Chen waved dismissively and replied, "No worries. It wouldn't be appropriate to leave so abruptly. Let's return and dine a little longer." Hua Ting was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unprepared for Gu Chen's insistence. She hesitated, murmuring, "Oh, eat a little longer?" However, Gu Chen paid no heed to her reaction and swiftly darted back toward the private room like a gust of wind. As he burst into the private room, the scene before him widened his eyes in astonishment. There was Lin Muse, resembling an injured fawn, throwing himself into Kuan Kuan's embrace, weeping inconsolably. Meanwhile, several young men formed a circle around him, flustered in their attempts to offer comfort. At that moment, nearly all the boys, who should have been seated at the dining table, were gathered around Lin Muse, leaving only a few girls engaged in conversation at the table. Gu Chen observed this spectacle with an inner disdain. A grown man, reduced to tears over such trivial matters, yet striving to embody the haughty of a mature and composed adult. What a monumental farce. Unlike him, who faced adversities with resilience, believing that as long as he drew breath, there remained hope. Time to eat. With that thought, Gu Chen continued to wolf down his meal, entirely disregarding the young men seated on the sofa. He devoured his food with the fervor of a tempest, as though he had not eaten in days. Why does it seem like this guy can never be satisfied? Zhongling pondered, unable to contain her curiosity as she cautiously inquired, "Brother-in-law, is this enough for you? Shall we order more?" At that moment, Gu Chen's mouth was stuffed to the brim, rendering him incapable of responding to Zhongling's question. He could only shake his head vehemently, while murmuring incoherently, seemingly indicating that it was unnecessary since they had barely touched their food, the dishes on the table appearing untouched. The appetites of the affluent are indeed modest. It is not that I can eat, but rather that you all eat far too little. Just then, Hua Ting strode in. Without uttering a word, she plopped down into a chair, casually seized a glass of wine, and downed it in one gulp. Zhongling looked at the trio before her with confusion, her mind racing. Wasn't it just a trip to the restroom? Why did it feel as if a century had passed? What on earth transpired? As Zhongling's thoughts spiraled, Hua Ting suddenly raised her glass, gently clinking it against Zhongling's, her gaze dreamy as she murmured, "Get me drunk." Zhongling was taken aback by this unexpected request. Her expression one of bewilderment as she replied, "Huh? What are you up to?" Hua Ting leaned closer, playfully whispering in Zhongling's ear, "Later, help me book a room. I plan to launch a full-scale assault tonight." Upon hearing Hua Ting's bold and candid declaration, Zhongling was left utterly astounded. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Hua Ting, internally astonished, Just moments ago, she claimed they were merely friends, and now she desired to take the plunge? Such a rapid transformation. What was so remarkable about a restroom visit? I want to go too. As the wine flowed and the atmosphere thickened, a slight flush appeared on Hua Ting's cheeks, signaling that the moment was ripe. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, having satiated his hunger, observed the still weeping Lin Muse, who seemed to be venting frustrations at Gu Chen, as if he were not the target of Lin Muse's lamentations, but rather another individual entirely. How talkative he was! It had been nearly an hour, and he was still going strong. Gu Chen felt a sense of admiration rising within him. Have you booked the room yet? Hu Ting nudged Zhongling with her elbow, her gaze lingering on Gu Chen's face, which she found utterly captivating. All right, you can go all by yourself later, she exclaimed. Okay, my dear sister, I shall treat you to dinner next time. I must go and rest with your father now. With that, Hu Ting rose to her feet and leaned closer to Gu Chen, whispering, Chun, it's getting a bit late. Perhaps you should rest here for the night. Gu Chen replied, Sister, your intentions are quite apparent. Zhongling interjected, It's only 9 o'clock. Is this what you call late? Hu Ting declared, Chun loves me. I must be gentle and composed. Chapter 71. The first successful counterattack. At this moment, Gu Chen appeared somewhat anxious, stuttering as he spoke this. This doesn't seem quite right. My sister is still waiting for me at home. After hastily wiping away the remnants of food from the corner of his mouth with a tissue, he quickly rose to his feet, eager to leave, turning towards the door. However, Hua Ting, under the influence of alcohol, found her mind slightly clouded and felt a subtle warmth enveloping her. How could she easily let Gu Chen escape? In a swift motion, she seized his wrist, holding it tightly and playfully admonished. Then, Chun, how about I drive you home? Gu Chen immediately shook his head in refusal, insisting, No, you've had too much to drink. You can't drive. I must take a cab home. Yet, Hua Ting showed no signs of relenting, stubbornly clutching his hand and murmuring, No, it's not safe for a boy like you to go home alone at night, especially since where you live is rather secluded. Lin Muse, sitting nearby, observed the entire exchange, unable to suppress a sigh. It was evident to any discerning observer that Gu Chen was clearly rejecting Hua Ting's advances. Yet she remained obstinately persistent, refusing to let go. Had the young man standing before Hua Ting been Lin Muse himself, the outcome would likely have been entirely different. With this thought, Lin Muse shook his head helplessly, a wry smile creeping onto his face. Just as Lin Muse fell into contemplation, Kuan suddenly broke the silence. Addressing Lin Muse, Brother, I must take my leave now. Consider this a favor for you, but I cannot guarantee anything for next time. Lin Muse pondered Kuan's nonsensical words, his thoughts racing. What does Kuan truly mean? While he was still mulling this over, Kuan had already risen, striding purposefully toward Gu Chen. Upon reaching Gu Chen, Kuan affectionately looped his arm around him, sporting an innocent smile before turning to Hua Ting. Hee. Since this troublesome woman cannot take Chenga home, allow me to step in. At this remark, Hua Ting's previously calm demeanor was instantly replaced by a flicker of icy fury in her eyes, her piercing gaze seemingly warning Kuan. It's one thing for you to cause a fuss on ordinary days, but if you dare to ruin my plans today, just wait and see how I deal with you. Yet, Kuan appeared utterly unperturbed by Hua Ting's intimidating glare. In fact, he playfully shrank back behind Gu Chen and made a silly face at Hua Ting, as if to provoke her. If you have the guts, come at me. I'm not afraid of you. This scene only served to infuriate Hua Ting further, and just as she was about to unleash a torrent of insults, Gu Chen suddenly embraced her gently. He leaned in close, his lips near her ear, and whispered softly, I'm sorry for making you lose face today. Remember to drink some warm water tonight and get plenty of rest. After saying this, Gu Chen gradually released his hold on her. Immediately thereafter, Gu Chen, with a smile gracing his face, casually waved to those around him and exclaimed, Then we shall take our leave. Everyone, enjoy yourselves to the fullest. No sooner had the words left his lips than he darted out of the room with remarkable swiftness. Meanwhile, Kuan raised an eyebrow at Lin Muse beside him, promptly following in Gu Chen's wake. It was only at this moment that Lin Mu-zhe realized the true meaning behind Kuan-Kuan's earlier suggestion of lending a hand. Essentially, it was to thwart Hua Ting's nefarious schemes. Just moments ago, Kuan-Kuan had divulged every piece of information he possessed without reservation, undoubtedly rekindling the flicker of hope deep within Lin Mu-zhe's heart. Reflecting on this, Lin Mu-zhe could not help but feel immense gratitude, recognizing the magnitude of Kuan-Kuan's sacrifice. After all, Kuan-Kuan had taken the risk of inciting Hua Ting's wrath. And although they had not seen eye to eye in the past, his decisive intervention to sabotage Hua Ting's plans truly exemplified the essence of brotherhood. As for Hua Ting, who had been on the verge of a furious outburst, time seemed to freeze the instant Gu Chen embraced her. A wave of emptiness washed over her mind, causing all her anger and dissatisfaction to dissipate in an instant. Countless thoughts surged forth like a tidal wave. Did Chen Shun just embrace me? Oh my, Chen Shun just hug me. I can still feel his warmth. And that gentle reminder to rest early, like a gentle spring breeze, nearly melted her heart. Standing nearby, Zhongling was utterly stunned by the scene before her. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at Hua Ting, inwardly musing. What on earth is happening with my sister? Why does she look as if she has lost her mind, grinning like a fool? The person has left, yet she continues to smile. Thus, Zhongling hurriedly approached, gently shaking Hua Ting's shoulder and calling out, "Hey sister, wake up. What are you grinning about?" Jolted from her reverie, Hua Ting blushed and stammered. Nothing. Just recalling some happy moments. Zhongling thought to herself, this is a disaster. What a complete defeat. What could have led to a delightful meal has been reduced to mere elation over a hug. Has my sister been swapped to customs? She seems a bit daft. Emerging from the private room, Gu Chen was now bent over with his hands on his knees, panting heavily, yet his face radiated an unmistakable excitement. I did it. That moment was undoubtedly my first successful counterattack since arriving in this world. Gu Chen's voice trembled with exhilaration, still lost in the delight of that victorious instant. Having previously been in a position of passive suffering, he had unexpectedly conjured a brilliant tactic just moments ago. That move must have landed a critical hit. The more he pondered, the more pride swelled within him, prompting an uncontrollable laugh to escape his lips. According to the recent trend of events, had it not been for his sudden intervention, Huiting would undoubtedly have erupted in anger. Fortunately, Gu Chen acted promptly, stabilizing the situation with a perfectly timed embrace. One cannot help but acknowledge that this embrace served as the most potent sedative, quelling the fury that was about to explode within Huiting. Gu Chen mused that in future similar circumstances, he might consider taking proactive measures to diffuse such crises. However, this notion swiftly dissipated from his mind, as it bore little difference to courting disaster. At that moment, Kuan dashed down from the upper floor, breathlessly exclaiming, "Brother Chen, you really run too fast." As he approached Gu Chen, he voiced his complaint while panting. Upon hearing Kuan's words, Gu Chen felt a twinge of embarrassment. Scratching his head and chuckling, "It was just too awkward, wasn't it?" Kuan dismissed the sentiment with a scoff, wrapping an arm around Gu Chen's shoulder and reassuring him. "What's so embarrassing about it? I actually prefer not to be around those people. They're all just making a fuss over nothing. How dull." With that, Kuan gestured forward, continuing, "Brother Chen, let us go. The driver is waiting for us over there." "All right," Gu Chen replied, and together they made their way towards the parked vehicle. Chapter 72. My little man is called Chen. Once they boarded the vehicle, Kuan turned to the man beside him, Gu Chen, and inquired, "Brother Chen, do you truly harbor feelings for that unpleasant woman?" Gu Chen momentarily paused, his gaze becoming somewhat vacant as he stared ahead. After a lengthy silence, he finally replied, "I'm not quite sure. To be honest, I myself am struggling to comprehend my emotional state. I feel as though I am behaving like a cad, seemingly leading others on." With that, he let out a gentle sigh, exuding an air of resignation. Before Gu Chen could further contemplate, Kuan fervently interjected, "No, Brother Chen, you are absolutely not. How can you speak of yourself in such a manner?" His eyes widened, fixating intently on Gu Chen, his expression unwaveringly resolute. as if he were attempting to convey his heartfelt sentiments through his gaze. Gu Chen was taken aback by Kuen's unexpected reaction. Yet upon witnessing the sincerity and determination in his eyes, a warm sensation surged within him. In that moment, he realized that this man, who usually appeared somewhat paternalistic, was not as disagreeable as he had previously thought. After a few seconds, Gu Chen offered a faint smile and softly remarked perhaps, "Nevertheless, I truly need some time to reflect. Ever since arriving in this world, I have been overwhelmed with scarcely a moment to catch my breath. It may be time to find a moment to unwind and reassess myself. Brother Chen, it's all right. Don't let the pressure weigh so heavily on you." Kuen gently reassured him. Gu Chen nodded slightly, expressing his gratitude with a glance at Kuen, and responded, "Yes, I genuinely appreciate your support today." Kuen chuckled and suddenly leaned closer to Gu Chen, asking, "Hey, Brother Chen, tell me, what type of girl do you fancy?" At this question, Gu Chen found himself momentarily at a loss. He was uncertain of what liking someone truly felt like, let alone having a definitive ideal type. Hesitantly, he began, "What type?" Noticing Gu Chen's apparent confusion, Kuen pressed on, "Exactly. Our Brother Chen is a god among men. What kind of girl does he truly like?" Gu Chen pondered for a moment, recalling the images of women he had encountered in his past life, and responded based on those memories, perhaps someone gentle, with a less intense sense of possessiveness and a touch of cuteness. "Oh!" Kuen exclaimed dramatically, his eyes widening in astonishment. Soon after, a mischievous grin spread across his face as he teased, "Brother Chen, could it be that you prefer men?" "What? How could that be?" Gu Chen was startled by this sudden question, nearly leaping from his seat. However, Kuen remained unfazed, articulating his reasoning. "Look at the qualities you mentioned. Aren't they more akin to those of boys? What girl could possibly meet all those criteria? So do you prefer boys?" Gu Chen, exasperated, shook his head in disbelief. After a long day of wearisome endeavors, he was utterly fatigued and lacked the energy to continue this debate with Lin Kuen. Never mind." Gu Chen let out a long sigh, leaning back against the chair, closing his eyes to relax. At that moment, Lin Kuen leaned closer to Gu Chen's ear, grinning mischievously as he inquired, "Brother Chen, do you like me?" Kuen presented what he believed to be an irresistibly charming smile. Upon witnessing this, Gu Chen's expression stiffened, and he slowly turned his head toward the car window, responding dismissively, "Of course, I like you." Brother Chen, why are you like this?" Before long, Gu Chen arrived outside his apartment building. After exiting the vehicle, he waved goodbye to Kuen. "Brother Chen, do you really not want me to have the security escort you?" "No need. If it comes to a fight, I can just run," Gu Chen replied with a smile, then proceeded towards his rented room. Watching Gu Chen's retreating figure, Kuen felt increasingly that this boy was indeed intriguing. Sigh, life has been quite bothersome lately, with so many matters at hand. As Gu Chen walked, he savored this moment of tranquility, recalling that he owed that domineering individual 30,000 and needed to repay it promptly. Additionally, he had yet to select athletes for the upcoming sports meet. There was still someone lying in the hospital, and he would probably need to visit them in the next couple of days. In 2 weeks, he was also expected to attend her birthday party. The burden of it all. Gu Chen mentally organized the tasks ahead, feeling utterly exhausted, as if life was suffocating him. It seemed that regardless of the world, it was never easy. In times of distress, Gu Chen would usually sing or jog to release his emotions, which served as a great relief. Thus, he found a suitable spot and began a live broadcast. Since he was feeling down, he thought, why not let out a few shouts? One cannot allow stress to dampen their spirits every single day. To Gu Chen's surprise, as soon as he started the stream, 4 to 5,000 viewers flocked to his channel. Wow, the host is actually quite handsome. I always thought it was AI generated, broadcasting so late and outside. Is he preparing for an outdoor event? Hey, handsome, I'll send you some gifts, just follow me back. In an instant, Gu Chen's screen was filled with various gift effects. Thank you all for the gifts, but please spend wisely. I'm just here for some casual singing today. Feeling a bit down, so I'll just sing whatever. Gu Chen paid little heed to the comments. As long as he didn't look at the screen, it felt as though no one was around him. Reflecting on recent events, a melody naturally surfaced in his mind, and he began to sing. I asked why that boy texted me. And you? Why do you remain silent with your head down? Should I believe that you love me dearly, unwilling to be perfunctory? As Gu Chen's voice resonated, it instantly struck a chord with the audience. So beautiful. The emotion is so profound, yet the lyrics are truly heartbreaking. Which girl could possibly neglect such a deeply affectionate boy? She really deserves to be scolded. Hey, handsome, I'm sending you gifts. Please don't cry. I can't stand to see boys in tears. He must be a really good-looking boy. As the netizens remained enraptured by Gu Chen's melodious voice, a fierce competition for gifts commenced. Some young boys, touched by Gu Chen's songs, found solace in his music after recent heartache. Young girls, enchanted by his looks, rallied in support, and even mature women, possessing the means, yearned to share an exquisite evening with him. The top spot on the leaderboard shifted incessantly, and in an instant, an avalanche of gift effects overwhelmed the entire screen, rendering the display nearly unmanageable. Wow, which affluent benefactor is showering gifts so generously? Is this truly happening? Exclaimed one astonished viewer. I have never witnessed such a spectacular display of gifts in my life. This is utterly dominating the charts. Incredible. It has surpassed the second place by 10 million points, and just moments ago, the top spot was held by someone who spent 100,000. Suddenly, a user by the name of My Little Man is Chun firmly seized the top position, having showered an astounding 500 luxury cars as gifts. Gu Chen, gazing at the incessantly refreshing page on his phone, initially suspected a technical glitch until he spotted the name at the summit. This individual, Chapter 73. What does millions represent? Do not speak of it before me again. On the other end of the line, Zhao Ying was languidly reclining in her home, enveloped by the swirling mist of her private hot spring. Her cascading hair, reminiscent of a waterfall, was gently wrapped in a towel, revealing only her exquisitely delicate face, which seemed to bloom with vibrant allure. In that moment, she clutched her phone tightly, her gaze fixated on the live broadcast featuring her beloved man. As Gu Chen's melodious voice filled the air, Zhao Ying felt herself immersed in a magnificent symphony. What should have been an immensely pleasurable experience, however, was swiftly marred when she noticed the incessant barrage of vile comments scrolling beneath the live stream. A legion of shameless old lechers was audaciously bombarding the chat with lewd and offensive remarks, aimed squarely at her cherished man. The mere thought ignited a fiery rage within Zhao Ying. It was imperative to note that the man she had chosen was not someone to be trifled with by just anyone, especially not by these petty, stingy old matrons who could barely muster the generosity to send a gift. What audacity they possessed to vie for the affections of a man when they were in the presence of a true goddess like herself. Simultaneously, Gu Chen, amidst his live performance, suddenly noticed the overwhelming influx of gifts being showered upon him by Zhao Ying. This unexpected turn of events left him momentarily flustered, his mind racing with thoughts. I am truly at my wit's end. I merely intended to unwind with a few songs and earn some extra money. Now, not only must I repay the previous debt of 100,000, but also account for these gifts, and the platform takes its cut as well. How on earth am I supposed to manage this? As his anxiety escalated, Gu Chen decisively opted to disable the gifting feature. He then addressed the microphone with a tone of resignation. I sincerely apologize, dear friends. I shall sing one final song before concluding this broadcast. Without heeding the myriad of comments flashing across the screen, he cleared his throat and launched into a light-hearted melody. Upon finishing, he hastily bid farewell to the audience and exited the stream with the swiftness of lightning. Phew! Gu Chen exhaled deeply, a wave of contemplation washing over him. How did this person know I'd started streaming? It has barely been 10 minutes. He stared in bewilderment at his phone, deftly accessing the back end to check the earnings from the gifts he had just received. The moment he glanced at the figures, he was taken aback. Even after the platform's cut, he had accrued over 600,000. My goodness, this is simply outrageous. Gu Chen couldn't help but whisper in astonishment. How much does a sports car even cost? 20,000? Just as he was pondering whether to repay Zhao in 100,000 or perhaps 200,000, his phone suddenly rang. The screen illuminated with the name Zhao Ying. Gu Chen instinctively pressed the answer button, and the phone emitted a single beep. Immediately, Zhao Ying's playful voice echoed from the other end. "Little man, why did you hang up so soon? I wasn't finished listening. What is wrong? You don't seem very happy today." Gu Chen furrowed his brow slightly and forced a smile, though it appeared somewhat awkward. "I'm fine, nothing much. Just, could you give me an account later? I'll transfer the money I owe you. As for the gift money, you might have to wait a bit longer while I gather it." His voice trailed off, becoming increasingly faint, as if the words were difficult to articulate. However, before he could finish, Zhao Ying's voice interrupted him. "Gu Chen, is there a reason to return something I, Zhao Ying, have given? Do you look down on me?" Her tone rose noticeably, laced with dissatisfaction and irritation. Gu Chen hastily clarified, "No, it's not like you gave it to me. I borrowed it from you." "Enough. Why do you keep going on about it? It's merely a couple of million. Is it necessary to dwell on it so much? If this gets out, what will others think of me?" Zhao Ying retorted without reservation. "Are you suggesting that the illustrious eldest daughter of the Zhao family Wu Ti spend a few million on a boy?" Before Gu Chen had another chance to respond, she abruptly hung up, the call ending with a definitive beep. Gu Chen stared blankly at his phone, shaking his head in resignation, muttering to himself, "What on earth is she thinking? Why must she make such a fuss over money?" To him, a couple of million was an immense sum, perhaps requiring a lifetime of toil to amass. Yet, to someone like Zhao Ying, it was hardly sufficient for pocket money. Reflecting on this, Gu Chen couldn't help but lament the stark disparity between the affluent and the less fortunate. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Zhao Ying's exquisitely beautiful face was instantly transformed by anger. She forcefully tossed her phone aside, splashing a small amount of water. Subsequently, she rose abruptly from the steamy hot spring, glistening droplets cascading down her fair, porcelain-like skin, resembling pearls rolling off a jade plate. Zhao Ying swiftly grabbed a towel nearby, wrapping it tightly around herself, though it did little to conceal her graceful curves. At that moment, anger made her tremble slightly, her chest rising and falling dramatically, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. The ever-watchful old steward, who had been waiting outside, could not help but inquire softly, "Miss, what has happened? Why are you so upset?" Zhao Ying shot a glare toward the door, responding curtly, "Uncle Li, tell me, can a couple of million even be considered money?" As she spoke, she began to don her clothes with the assistance of several attendants. The steward pondered for a moment, then tentatively suggested, "Could it be that Master Gu has once again displeased you?" Zhao Ying, fastening her buttons, replied indignantly, "Exactly. I simply cannot comprehend what he is thinking. Why squander the precious days in relentless pursuit of trivial earnings? Is it not delightful to be in my company? If only he would consent to be with me. He would bask in wealth and luxury, enjoying every comfort imaginable. Even if we were to part ways in the future, I would never reclaim the gifts bestowed upon him. Is it not far superior to effortlessly possess everything rather than toil endlessly each day?" After uttering these words, Zhao Ying let out a profound sigh, her face a canvas of confusion and vexation. Alas, the male heart is truly inscrutable, especially that of this little man. What thoughts occupy his mind day after day? Chapter 74. Why feel annoyed? I'm back. With a somewhat fatigued exclamation, Gu Chen slowly pushed open the door to his home. It was already 11 o'clock at night. Normally, at this hour, Gu Qingxue would be sound asleep. However, since Gu Chen had not returned, it was likely that she had remained awake. As he gently opened the door, he indeed found Gu Qingxue sitting upright on her bed, her eyes fixed on the doorway, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Still awake? Upon seeing Gu Chen, a radiant smile blossomed on Gu Qingxue's face, and she remarked, "How could I possibly sleep when you haven't returned?" Pouting slightly, she expressed her discontent. Observing his sister's adorable yet somewhat aggrieved demeanor, Gu Chen felt a surge of affection. "All right then," he replied softly. His gaze fell upon Gu Qingxue, snugly wrapped in her blanket, and he suddenly felt his previously restless heart, burdened by the day's myriad concerns, soothed by a warm, calming presence. Perhaps this was the reason why, even after a long and tiring day, people yearn to return home. Each time one steps through the threshold and sees the familiar faces of loved ones, the frustrations, pressures, and worries encountered outside dissipate in an instant. Home serves as a sanctuary, providing endless comfort and support. For this reason, society continually emphasizes the importance of family and encourages individuals to marry. At that moment, Gu Qingxue looked at Gu Chen with a playful grin and teased, "Brother, why are you so late today? Were you out on a date with some sister?" This question truly left Gu Chen momentarily speechless, as the day had indeed felt exceedingly prolonged. Today was just overwhelming. "Spare me the gossip." He gently ruffled Gu Qingxue's hair. Gu Chen thought to himself, "I certainly cannot divulge that my day was spent interacting with various young women. If I were to disclose that, she would surely jest that I am a master of time management." Seeing Gu Chen's weary expression, Gu Qingxue decided not to pry further. She retrieved a bottle of pure milk from a nearby bag, presenting it to him as if it were a precious treasure. "Brother, go wash up and relax. After your shower, drink this bottle of milk. I guarantee it will help you sleep soundly." "All right," Gu Chen responded, turning toward the bathroom. Soon, the sound of running water filled the air, and after a while, it gradually ceased. Before long, Gu Chen emerged from the bathroom, clad in loose, comfortable pajamas, his steps slightly unsteady. As he exited, he reached for the bottle of pure milk that Gu Qingxue had offered, tilting his head back to gulp it down in one go. After finishing his drink, he let out a long, satisfied belch, and immediately exclaimed with exhilaration, "I feel completely rejuvenated." Subsequently, Gu Chen swaggered over to a chair and plopped down onto it. He adjusted his posture to face Gu Qingxue more comfortably. Strangely, however, once seated, he fell into a sudden silence, merely gazing intently at Gu Qingxue before him. "What's wrong, brother? Why do you keep staring at me? Are you captivated by my stunning beauty? Can't even bear to blink?" Gu Qingxue teased playfully, striking a charming pose with elegance. "Ha ha ha!" At her playful banter, Gu Chen couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. "You little imp, when did you become so self-absorbed? Your skin is growing thicker too." Although he jested, the agitation that had previously clouded his mind began to dissipate the moment he laid eyes on Gu Qingxue. "Brother, I'm not. Don't speak nonsense." Gu Qingxue stomped her foot, refusing to back down. "I'm just trying to make you happy. This is a manifestation of high emotional intelligence. Don't you understand?" She lifted her chin, looking at Gu Chen with a proud expression. All right. I can see that you make a valid point. You do have high emotional intelligence. Is that satisfactory?" Gu Chen nodded helplessly in agreement. "Of course. A girl like me, beautiful, humorous, and with high emotional intelligence. How could finding a boyfriend not be a piece of cake?" Gu Qingxue swayed her head triumphantly, a confident smile gracing her lips. "Boyfriend, huh?" Gu Chen suddenly fell into silence, his gaze dimming. After a moment, as if summoning courage, he asked, "Qingxue, do you think your brother is a bad man?" "Huh? Brother, why would you think that?" Gu Qingxue's heart tightened as she sensed something was amiss with Gu Chen. She hurriedly walked to his side and tightly wrapped her arms around his. "My dear brother, in my eyes, you are the best man in the world. Without a doubt. Whoever dares to say you're bad, I'll be the first to stand up for you." At that moment, Gu Chen's eyes inexplicably glistened with tears. Perhaps it was the relief of having a sister with whom he could share his emotions, or perhaps, in these past few days, he truly felt lost, having been unjustly criticized despite having done nothing wrong. "Among those sisters, which one do you like the most?" Gu Chen asked slowly. Gu Qingxue blinked, pondering briefly before responding. Are you referring to the sisters I've recently interacted with?" Gu Chen nodded affirmatively, choosing to remain silent as he awaited her opinion. I prefer Sister Ting." In Gu Qingxue's eyes, she felt that Hua Ting had treated her the best and had spent the most time with her, both sentimentally and logically. She had to choose her. Gu Chen did not contest her choice, but instead clarified, "She cannot be chosen. Her parents look down on us." At present, Gu Chen's mind is in a state of turmoil. He never intended to confide in his little sister about these matters. Yet he finds himself in dire need of alleviating the mounting pressure. Perhaps it is best to dismiss the thought. After all, they likely look down upon us. Wait a moment. Why on earth are you associating with them, brother? Can we not thrive without their presence? Gu Qingxue inquired, scratching her head. Indeed. How foolish of me. I have plunged into a vicious cycle. In that instant, Gu Chen felt an overwhelming sense of relief. If he were to disregard such concerns, the issues at hand seemed far less burdensome. Chapter 75. The Disappearing Tang Xian Sisters Indeed. Why should one concern themselves with the perceptions of others? My life ought to be governed by my own will. Upon realizing this, Gu Chen felt an immense weight lift from his shoulders as he collapsed onto his bed, as if shedding a burden of 1,000 pounds. He buried his head deeply into the soft pillow, and before long, he drifted into a deep slumber. Throughout the night, he dreamt not at all. When the first rays of morning sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, Gu Chen stirred awake. Stretching his limbs in a grand yawn, he felt a profound sense of ease enveloping him. The long-accumulated fatigue and the weight of psychological burdens seemed to dissipate like mist following a restorative night's rest. It turns out that when one relinquishes their worries and burdens, the entire world appears to transform into something magnificent. Perhaps at times, all we require is a brief interlude to allow our bodies and minds to completely unwind. A good rest can restore the lightness and joy in life. Life can be taxing. Dear friends, remember to treat yourselves kindly and prioritize rest. Lying in bed, Gu Chen contemplated whether he should visit the Tang Xian sisters in the hospital. While pondering this, he turned his head to observe his younger sister, Gu Qingxiu, who was already up, quietly seated on a chair, engrossed in her book. "Little sister, I can't seem to rise. Lend me a hand," Gu Chen called out, feigning a lazy demeanor. Upon hearing her brother's plea, Gu Qingxiu looked up, her face displaying a mix of surprise and mild exasperation. She set aside her book, approached the bed, and exerted herself to pull Gu Chen up. "Ah, brother, why have you been so lethargic lately?" Gu Qingxiu exclaimed, using all her strength to hoist Gu Chen from the bed. "Is that so? I feel like if I don't become a bit lazier, I shall be meeting Amit boss soon. Just think of how busy I was yesterday. If I don't rest, it will be disastrous." After tidying his clothes, Gu Qingxiu followed Gu Chen out of the house. Her curiosity piqued. "Brother, where are we headed?" Glancing back at her, Gu Chen replied with a smile. "We're going to the hospital to visit a sick friend." "A friend? Whose friend?" Gu Qingxiu inquired, her large eyes wide with curiosity. Gu Chen did not respond immediately. Instead, he hailed a taxi, and they both climbed inside. Before long, they arrived at the hospital entrance. Upon entering, Gu Chen navigated the familiar corridors toward Tang Xian's ward. However, when he pushed open the door, he was met with an empty bed. The two sisters, who should have been there receiving treatment, were nowhere to be found. Astonishment washed over Gu Chen as he swiftly turned to grasp the arm of a passing male nurse, urgently inquiring, "Nurse, where have the patients from this room gone? My friend was just here for treatment yesterday. How could they have vanished today?" The startled nurse, taken aback by the sudden interruption, quickly reassured him, "Please do not panic. It was arranged last night for some individuals to assist with their transfer, so they left this place quite some time ago." Gu Chen thought to himself, "I knew this situation was not simple. To which hospital were they transferred?" "I'm afraid I can't provide that information," the nurse replied apologetically. "This pertains to patient confidentiality and cannot be disclosed." Gu Chen paused momentarily, contemplating the situation, but ultimately decided it was not worth pursuing. It was likely that it was merely her family who had arrived. At this juncture, he became acutely aware of a significant concern. "Nurse, since they're no longer providing treatment, might I be able to receive a refund for the fees?" he inquired. "That is not permissible, young man. Such is the regulation." Gu Chen could no longer contain his frustration. "I do not care for it. I shall relinquish it. Consider it a gratuity." With that, he took Gu Qingxiu and departed the hospital. "Brother, who exactly were we here to see?" Gu Qingxiu had been oblivious to the events that had transpired thus far. "Oh, it's nothing. I was initially pondering how to accommodate them, but now it seems I have more leisure time," Gu Chen replied nonchalantly. Gu Qingxiu, completely unaware of her brother's musings, chose to disregard it, believing that life should be lived with a sense of spontaneity. Knowing too much could lead to complications. Meanwhile, Gu Chen harbored no concerns for their safety. The moment he witnessed Tang Xian's signature and her gaze yesterday, he understood that she was no ordinary individual, perhaps even a formidable presence. However, The reality unfolded precisely as Gu Chen had anticipated. That very night, the first hospital of Jinghai appeared unusually tranquil beneath the cloak of night, yet an air of mystery enveloped the periphery. Black sedans stealthily approached, halting in a secluded corner near the hospital. The doors opened slowly, and several women clad in black emerged in succession. Their movements were swift and expertly coordinated, akin to specters gliding through the shadows, seamlessly infiltrating the hospital's interior, navigating the silent corridors while evading the gaze of medical personnel. They made their way directly to the room where Tang Qi resided. Shortly after Song Ruishue bid farewell to Tang Xian, this cadre of black-clad individuals successfully arrived at their destination. The door was gently pushed open, revealing the soft glow of light illuminating the sleeping form of Tang Qi on the hospital bed. However, to their astonishment, upon sighting Tang Xian, the black-clad figures simultaneously knelt on both knees, exclaiming in unison, "Young miss, you have endured much suffering." Their voices resonated uniformly in the empty room. In response to the spectacle, Tang Xian displayed no hint of surprise. Instead, she regarded them with an impassive demeanor and asked calmly, "Is everything finally stabilized over there?" Her tone was so composed that it concealed her true feelings. The leader of the black-clad women promptly replied with reverence, "Indeed, young Mississippi. The madam specifically sent us to escort you home." Tang Xian nodded slightly, her gaze shifting to Tang Qi, who lay peacefully, her condition having markedly improved. She softly remarked, "Let us depart. We were so close to losing her." Her words revealed a deep concern for her sister's safety and a poignant reflection on their time spent wandering the streets. Subsequently, the group of black-clad figures exited the hospital as silently as they had arrived, swiftly vanishing into the night, leaving no trace behind, as if they had never existed. "Gu Chen, wait for me. I shall surely return for you." Chapter 76. Signing up for the 1500 meters. The thoughts of two girls with the sports meeting approaching next week. I need to check whether my classmates have signed up for events. Gu Chen spoke as he pulled Gu Qingxue to a bustling roadside stall to take a seat. At that moment, he was intently focused on his phone screen, searching for the document detailing the registration status in their class group. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Gu Qingxue inquired curiously, leaning in so close that her body nearly pressed against Gu Chen's, her sparkling eyes fixated on the screen. "It's the registration form. It needs to be submitted next week." "I'm checking the registration status," Gu Chen replied, his gaze unwavering from the mobile device. As his eyes slowly scanned the densely packed names in the table, Gu Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. "Not bad, not bad. My classmates are so enthusiastic. They are far more active than those university students. I suppose many girls want to perform well in front of the boys they like." To ensure he hadn't misread or opened the wrong file, Gu Chen meticulously examined the page from top to bottom and side to side. After confirming its accuracy multiple times, his previously anxious heart finally settled. "Oh, I was worried I would have to go around begging for this and that. But it turned out to be so smooth, truly wonderful." A satisfied smile spread across Gu Chen's face, and his spirits lifted accordingly. However, he discovered a dilemma. No one was willing to run the 1,500 meters for girls or boys. It was indeed exhausting, so it was understandable that no one volunteered, but someone had to sign up. Thus, Gu Chen directly tagged his class S sports representative in their small group without a teacher present. "Yiqing, is there any girl in our class with decent endurance who can run the 1,500 meters?" Yiqing replied, "Class leader, it's not that our class isn't signing up. It's that there's truly no one who can run. This event is tiring and doesn't even offer a prize. Last year, Zhao Ying from class 1 lapped the second place by a whole 1.5 laps. And now no one is willing to run." Gu Chen was not surprised by this message. After all, someone like Zhao Ying, who exuded an air of dominance, would never allow herself to be outperformed physically. After contemplating for a moment, Gu Chen typed, "Is there really no one who can step up? What about the boys' 1,500 meters?" Yiqing responded, "There are even fewer boys willing to run. They say they'll be exhausted and look like dogs after finishing, rushing to the finish line with grotesque expressions. They're embarrassed to be seen by the other girls." Gu Chen considered that if there truly were no girls willing to participate, then he would have to step up for the boys, as someone had to take part, regardless. Just as he was about to fill in his name, Hua Ting interjected in the group. Chun Chun, let me run the girls 1,500 meters. Okay. Without hesitation, Gu Chen wrote Hua Ting's name down, knowing full well of her capabilities. Just 5 minutes prior, she had just emerged from a lengthy and tedious company meeting. Before she could catch her breath, the phone on the table began to vibrate violently. It turned out that she had set her beloved Gu Chen as a super priority contact. Consequently, whenever Gu Chen sent her a private message or spoke in the group, her phone would emit a distinctive alert tone. Sure enough, when Hua Ting heard that familiar sound, her heart leaped with anticipation. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly picked up her phone to see what Gu Chen had to say. In truth, Hua Ting had no genuine interest in the upcoming sports meeting. However, when she saw Gu Chen mention in the group that no one was willing to sign up for the 1,500-meter race, her heart skipped a beat. What concerned her even more was that Yi Qing revealed that the previous champion of that event was her rival, Zhao Ying. What was she to do? Realizing that Gu Chen was in desperate need of assistance at that moment, Hua Ting felt no hesitation. Thus, she boldly stepped forward to express her willingness to participate. Elated, she began to muse aloud. Since Chun Chun has signed up, does that mean I could train with him? Hua Ting found herself lost in delightful fantasies, envisioning herself running alongside Gu Chen on a sun-drenched path. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing with it a refreshing coolness and invigorating scent. Initially, their strides were remarkably in sync, but as time elapsed, Gu Chen gradually appeared to struggle. His breathing became labored, and his steps grew heavier. Finally, Gu Chen came to a halt, resting his hands on his knees, panting as he exclaimed, "Ting Ting, I can't run anymore." Upon hearing this, he looked up at Hua Ting, his eyes betraying a hint of exhaustion and helplessness. Concerned, Hua Ting hurriedly approached, wrapping her arms around Gu Chen's waist, and asked gently, "Is my darling Chun Chen too tired to run?" Gu Chen nodded slightly, affirming her concern, his face displaying signs of weariness. Seeing the man before her, whom she cared for deeply, Hua Ting resolutely declared, "Oh dear, what a predicament! Allow me to carry you." Without delay, she bent down, encouraging Gu Chen to climb onto her back. Gu Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced. The instant he leaped onto Hua Ting's back, she straightened up, revealing her astonishing strength. She bore Gu Chen effortlessly, continuing onward with determined and powerful strides. As Gu Chen rested on Hua Ting's back, he felt her warmth and was overwhelmed with emotion. He softly inquired in her ear, "Will it be tiring to carry me?" Hua Ting replied with a smile, "Not at all. My darling Chun Chun is so light. It's no trouble whatsoever." Hearing this, Gu Chen felt a sweet sensation bloom in his heart and asked further, "Really?" Hua Ting nodded affirmatively, gently assuring him, "Indeed." At that moment, Gu Chen suddenly leaned closer to Hua Ting's cheek and playfully remarked, "Given your tremendous effort, allow me to reward you." As he spoke, he gradually brought his lips closer to Hua Ting's cheek. Just like that. At this moment, Hua Ting's smile was about to become crooked, yet alas, it was all merely a figment of her imagination. "Ahem, hey, XXX, please prepare a set of sportswear for me." "Yes. Also, get a set for the boys, and, if possible, try to make it a couple's outfit." Meanwhile, within Gu Chen's class, there was an informant arranged by Zhao Ying, who promptly sent a message to her upon confirming that Gu Chen intended to participate in the 1,500 meters. Upon learning this, Zhao Ying remarkably made the same preparations as Hua Ting. At this moment, Zhao Ying looked at Gu Chen's photograph and chuckled playfully, "Little man, I shall be waiting for you at the finish line." Chapter 77. Director, Screenwriter, your exquisite pig trotter rice is here. Accompanied by an enthusiastic call, a young man confidently approached, balancing a plate in his hands, and arrived at the table where two women sat across from Gu Chen. Among these two women, one possessed long, lustrous black hair. She slightly lifted her head and addressed her companion, who was adorned with captivating wavy hair and fashionable sunglasses. "Hey, Lao Luo, what do you think our project will ultimately earn at the box office?" There was a hint of anticipation tinged with worry in her voice. The woman referred to as Lao Luo furrowed her brow, shaking her head in response. It's far too early to discuss this. So far, we have barely secured any investments, and we have yet to identify suitable candidates for those crucial roles. Besides, quite a headache. As she spoke, she rubbed her temples. From their conversation and the unique aura they exuded, it was evident that these women were likely seasoned directors or screenwriters in the film industry. Perhaps it was their prolonged immersion in artistic creation that bestowed upon them a subtle, refined artistic essence. At that moment, the woman with the long black hair seemed to recall something suddenly, her eyes brightening with excitement as she exclaimed to Lao Luo, I just remembered. Isn't it the birthday banquet of the Zhao family's eldest daughter next week? Do you think we might have a chance to secure some sponsorship at the event? However, Lao Luo appeared remarkably composed. She removed her sunglasses and lightly tapped her fingers on the table, replying, Lao He, please don't always be so startled. After all, we are both veteran directors and screenwriters who have produced numerous outstanding works. We must remain calm. Don't lose your composure. With that, she gracefully donned her sunglasses again and leaned back elegantly in her chair. The young man responsible for serving the dishes was completely unaware of the conversation between the two women. He quietly placed a bowl of premium pig trotter rice on their table and then efficiently carried the remaining 2 bowls of the same exquisite dish to Gu Chen's table. The director, surnamed Luo, casually began to stir the food in front of her with her chopsticks. However, her gaze instinctively followed the direction of the departing server. In that fleeting moment, her chopsticks seemed to be frozen, halting abruptly in mid-air. The director, surnamed, he noticed the stillness of her companion and symbolically waved her hand before Luo's face. To her surprise, no matter how she gestured, Luo appeared entranced, unresponsive to her attempts. Curiosity piqued, she followed Luo's gaze. To their astonishment, as their eyes met at the same point, time seemed to momentarily suspend. What unfolded before them was the flawless profile of Gu Chen. His striking features, profound eyes, and prominent nose converged like a meticulously crafted masterpiece, breathtaking in its beauty. Meanwhile, standing beside him, Gu Qingxue wore a face full of disdain, acutely aware that since earlier, the gazes of 2 women had fixated on her brother. Thus, Gu Qingxue glared at them, showing no intention of dining. However, Gu Chen soon noticed his sister's peculiar stare directed ahead. What could be so captivating? He mused, turning to look just as their 4 eyes met in a synchronous gaze. In that fleeting moment, the air around them seemed to freeze, enveloping the world in a profound silence. Gu Chen casually glanced at the 2 women who were surreptitiously observing him, thinking to himself that they were merely 2 more women drawn to his good looks, a common occurrence since his arrival in this world. Unfazed, he waved gently to Gu Qingxue, signaling her to come and eat. At that moment, Gu Qingxue pouted slightly and replied, Got it yet, as Gu Chen turned back. The 2 women appeared to awaken from a dream, quickly regaining their composure. Instead of speaking, they exchanged a knowing glance, as if intuitively understanding each other's thoughts. Their intentions aligning perfectly. They had initially lifted their chopsticks to begin their meal, only to place them back on the table in unison, rising to approach Gu Chen. The leading woman, a director surnamed He, could hardly conceal her excitement as she approached him with a beaming smile. Ah, young man, I see potential for an actor in you. Might you be interested in pursuing a career in the entertainment industry? Gu Chen regarded her with a bemused expression, recognizing the familiarity of her words, reminiscent of a cliché young man. I perceive a remarkable talent for martial arts within you. Hey, step back. Don't frighten him, exclaimed Luo Shihan, giving Hiyu a gentle nudge, then smiling as she introduced herself. Hello there. I'm Luo Shihan, a director. Here's my business card. If you wish to learn more about me, you can find detailed information online. At that moment, Luo Shihan endeavored to appear earnest, silently hoping not to come across as eccentric before this young man. He quickly chimed in, Yes. I'm also here. I'm Hiyu, a screenwriter. The 2 women's eager eyes remained fixed on Gu Chen, akin to 2 job seekers anxiously awaiting a response from their interviewer. Confronted with the enthusiastic presence of the 2 women, Gu Chen felt somewhat embarrassed to outright decline their advances. Thus, he promptly retrieved his mobile phone and began to search for information based on the business card provided by Luo Shihan. Meanwhile, seated at a distance, Gu Chen regarded the two women with palpable disdain. Subsequently, she lifted her bowl of rice and subtly adjusted her position to sit closer to Gu Chen. Before long, the screen of Gu Chen's phone illuminated with detailed profiles of Luo Shihan and Yu. Luo Shihan, born on XX month, XXXX, graduated from XXX University. A prominent director in the contemporary film industry, her notable works include XXX, among others. Yu, born on XX month, XXXX, also graduated from XXX University. As an accomplished screenwriter, her portfolio features a series of representative works such as XXX, and more. Chapter 78. 8 million? It's not unthinkable. Gu Chen compared the photographs of the two women and realized they were indeed genuine. Entering the entertainment industry appeared to be a promising venture, with financial rewards coming swiftly. However, the murky waters of that realm were daunting. The thought of one day having to cater to some affluent benefactor was truly distressing. Well, please allow me some time to consider, Gu Chen said, a slight frown creasing his brow. Upon hearing that Gu Chen was willing to contemplate their proposal, the two women were elated, their faces radiating joy. From the moment they laid eyes on Gu Chen, they were convinced that this uniquely charismatic and striking man was the unequivocal choice for the protagonist of their production. Dear sir, you must give this serious consideration. You are truly the only one fit for the lead role in our play. Yu stepped forward earnestly, her gaze filled with hope and sincerity, as if all their aspirations rested upon Gu Chen. Indeed, chimed in Luo Shihan, nodding vigorously in agreement. If you agree to star in our production, we'll offer 5 million, no, 8 million. When the figure of 8 million escaped Luo Shihan's lips, Gu Chen's heart skipped a beat. He widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the two women before him. In that instant, all his prior reservations seemed to pale in significance. 8 million. This was certainly not a trifling sum. And for someone like Gu Chen, who had always lived on the brink of subsistence, the temptation was nearly insurmountable. Moreover, this was a reward for his own labor, devoid of any social obligations. At that moment, Gu Chen experienced a profound shift in his mindset. Perhaps serving a wealthy matron wasn't such an unbearable prospect after all. Besides, that was a concern for another day, especially given the generous offer on the table. Initially intending to dismiss their overtures, Gu Chen now recognized that a serious discussion was warranted. Do you truly mean 8 million? Gu Chen asked, his eyes wide with disbelief, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Upon witnessing Gu Chen's reaction, Luo Shihan felt a surge of joy, knowing an opportunity had presented itself. She promptly replied with a smile. Of course, I can provide you with a deposit of 400,000 right now. Once I return and draft the formal contract, you can sign it. How does that sound? With that, her gaze was fervently fixed on Gu Chen, eagerly awaiting his response. Hearing this, Gu Chen felt his heart racing, as though it might leap from his throat. 400,000 was no trivial amount. He instinctively swallowed, his throat tightening. At that moment, his internal conflict surged like a tidal wave, no longer a mere flicker of doubt. After regaining his composure, Gu Chen took a deep breath and inquired, "Could you please provide me with a brief overview of the plot? I would like to familiarize myself in advance for preparation. Also, I am concerned about whether there might be any excessively risky scenes. After all, I can't afford to compromise my integrity on my first acting endeavor. I still have to marry in the future. I must find a wife." At that moment, Yu took the opportunity to speak, saying, "No problem. Allow me to introduce this to you. The main storyline of this drama revolves around specific plot details omitted here." Once Yu finished, Gu Chen eagerly pressed on. "So, the most daring aspect of this drama is merely a kissing scene, correct?" "Indeed." He nodded affirmatively in response. With this confirmation, Gu Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him. Secretly contemplating, if it's just a kissing scene, it seems quite bearable. So when will the filming of this drama actually commence? He raised his head to look at Luo Shihan, his eyes brimming with curiosity and anticipation. Luo Shihan pondered for a moment before slowly replying, Preliminary estimates suggest that we may not be able to start shooting until the latter half of this year. The latter half, huh? Gu Chen murmured softly. Suddenly, a flicker of realization crossed his face, illuminating his eyes with excitement. Wouldn't he that coincide perfectly with his graduation? Thus, there would be no conflict in timing. With this thought, Gu Chen gritted his teeth, steeled his resolve, and declared, "All right, I will take on this role." He added, "After all, if I were to be deceived in this manner, I could only blame my own misfortune and deservedly face the consequences." Upon hearing Gu Chen's unwavering agreement, the two women could hardly conceal their delight, particularly Luo Shihan, who without a moment's hesitation, immediately picked up her phone and transferred a substantial sum of 400,000 directly to Gu Chen. This action left Gu Chen wide-eyed. "Aren't you too worried that I might take the money and run?" He half-joked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Luo Shihan and He Yu exchanged knowing glances, with He Yu confidently responding, "We have an impeccable eye for people. While there may be occasional misjudgments when we both agree on someone, it is bound to be correct." As time passed, the 3 bowls of exquisite pig trotter rice on the table gradually cooled. Among these, only Gu Qingxue managed to clean her bowl completely, while the other 3 lay untouched, as if forgotten. Exquisite pig trotter rice. Ultimately, I am unworthy. At this moment, the 3 were engrossed in their newfound benefits, entirely oblivious to their lack of sustenance. Finally, Luo Shihan seemed to remember something. Tapping her head, she exclaimed, "Oh no. We can't chat any longer. I have some important matters to attend to with Lao He. We must be on our way. Contact me if needed." "All right then, take care." Gu Chen quickly rose, smiling as he waved goodbye to the two, watching as Luo Shihan and He Yu gradually receded from view until they disappeared entirely. Gu Chen could no longer contain his excitement, leaping 3 feet into the air, joyfully exclaiming, "Nice. I'm rich." Meanwhile, on the other side, Luo Shihan exclaimed, "Nice. Finding such a lead actor for 800,000 is a tremendous profit." However, Gu Chen did not remain joyful for long. Contemplating that he had just over 2 million, he decided to seize the opportunity and swiftly repay the debt. Without delay, Gu Chen called Zhaoing. Beep, beep, beep. Chapter 79, A Life Free of Debt. "Hello. What are you up to?" The magnetic voice of Gu Chen resonated through the phone. Zhao Ying, preoccupied with the details of her upcoming birthday celebration, momentarily froze. Her pen suspended in midair upon hearing his voice. After a brief pause, she gently set the pen down, a playful smile gracing her lips as she teasingly replied, "I was thinking of you. Spare me your antics. Give me an account number, and I'll transfer the money to you." Gu Chen's tone bore an air of urgency, clearly flustered by his own feelings of being charmed yet again. "Did I not mention that you needn't repay me?" Zhao Ying frowned, responding with a hint of impatience. Once seated calmly in her chair, she now found herself standing, her face flushed with indignation as she spoke into the phone. However, Gu Chen appeared to have anticipated her reaction. Ever since she had mentioned not needing to repay the debt, he had formulated a counter-strategy. To him, the age-old adage of repaying debts and the principle of accountability could not be compromised for fleeting gains. Thus, he calmly stated, "If you refuse to accept this money, I shall not attend your birthday party as your companion." This declaration struck like a bombshell, rendering Zhao Ying momentarily speechless. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at her phone screen, questioning whether her little man had just threatened her. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that compliance seemed to be her only option. After a moment of silence, Zhao Ying took a deep breath, striving to quell her rising emotions, and then slowly inquired, "Are you threatening me?" Despite her efforts to maintain composure, a tremor in her voice betrayed her inner turmoil. "What sort of threat is this? The money was originally yours. I am merely grateful you are willing to lend it to me. However, a loan is a loan. I do not wish for gossip to arise from this matter." Zhao Ying paused slightly, seemingly contemplating Gu Chen's words, and soon a barely perceptible smile crept onto her lips. "Truly, you are worthy of my admiration. Your morals and intellect surpass those of the frivolous men who flaunt their charms." It was rather peculiar that a proud woman like Zhao Ying, known for her unwillingness to yield, found herself being threatened by a younger man. Even more astonishing was her lack of a countermeasure. leaving her little choice but to acquiesce. Very well. But remember this, you must attend my birthday celebration, no matter what. Zhao Ying raised her chin, issuing her command in an undeniable tone. Of course, no problem. Gu Chen readily nodded in agreement. Zhao Ying was taken aback by his unhesitating acceptance. It is well known that when negotiating with Gu Chen, he tends to respond better to gentleness rather than aggression. Whenever one exhibits even a hint of assertiveness, he devises myriad ways to counter-argue. However, today seems rather different. Could this be the herald of the fabled taming of the little wild dog? This peculiar sensation is truly delightful. The more Zhao Ying contemplated, the more her heart swelled with joy. Let us proceed as such for now. I shall end the call. Upon uttering these words, Gu Chen concluded their conversation. Zhao Ying softly replied, though this solitary syllable may appear simple, it is imbued with emotions starkly contrasting with her usual aloofness towards others. At this moment, her conveyed an abundance of affection for her little man. Alas, the timing is not yet ripe, and many sentiments remain unexpressed. When the day of the birthday banquet arrives, Zhao Ying will adorn herself in an exquisite evening gown, meticulously styled to resemble a celestial being descended from the heavens. With a confident smile gracing her lips, she plans how to win over this little man entirely, compelling him to fall at her feet and become her exclusive possession. However, just then, an unexpected notification chime from her phone disrupted her reverie. Zhao Ying's previously joyful expression froze instantly, and her countenance darkened as if rain could pour from it. She hurriedly retrieved her phone to check, and was met with a startling transfer notification. XXX has credited 2 million yuan. Upon reading this message, Zhao Ying trembled with rage. Her teeth clenched as she bellowed, "Little man, you borrowed only 1 million from me. The remaining over 1 million was a gift. How dare you return all?" The joyful fantasies that had once filled Zhao Ying's mind dissipated, leaving her in a state of utter dismay. She could not fathom why he would act this way. Did he refuse to accept her kindness? Or did he harbor no feelings for her at all? Countless questions surged within her, causing her great distress. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, relieved after repaying the debts, exhaled deeply, feeling unburdened, and remarked, "Phew, finally debt-free. There's nothing quite like the lightness of being without obligations." Standing nearby, his sister Gu Qingxue had been quietly listening to their exchange, although she was unaware of the staggering debt of 2 million her brother had incurred. She felt a sense of relief now that it had been settled. However, she quickly sensed that the atmosphere had shifted, prompting her to cautiously inquire, "Brother, are we out of money again?" Upon hearing Gu Qingxue's worried words, Gu Chen slowly shifted his gaze to the phone screen he held tightly, and upon closer inspection, he discovered there remained over 30,000 yuan in the account. A gentle smile crossed his lips as he raised his hand, tenderly stroking Gu Qingxue's smooth hair, and softly reassured her, "Do not worry. At least we won't have any trouble affording meals." After hearing this, Gu Qingxue felt her anxious heart lighten somewhat. She nodded obediently and replied, "All right, brother. However, if you truly find yourself in financial straits, do be sure to inform me. At worst, I shall take it upon myself to support you." No sooner had the words left her lips than Gu Qingxue playfully wrinkled her petite and adorable nose, her face alight with a triumphant smile, as if she had already become a wealthy little magnate. After all, during these past few days, Gu Qingxue had managed to save a considerable sum of 500 yuan merely by copying assignments, enough to sustain the two of them on sumptuous pork trotter rice for 10 days. "Very well. I shall await your generous patronage," Gu Chen replied with a smile. Chapter 80. Let the training begin. Who could be Gu Chen's partner if not Shang Wanli? The weekend swiftly passed, and before one knew it, Monday had arrived. After 2 days of adjusting, Gu Chen felt significantly better. He recorded several singing videos over the weekend, undisturbed by anyone or anything. He had enjoyed a truly restful 2 days, and the pressures of the previous days had completely dissipated. Indeed, only through rest does one realize one is alive. Gu Chen stood on the playground, stretching leisurely. This class was a physical education session shared by classes 1 and 5, as both classes had the same physical education teacher, allowing them to gather for a joint lesson. Zhao Ying and Yi Qing stood at the front of their respective classes, leading their classmates in warm-up exercises. Zhao Ying's gaze frequently drifted toward Gu Chen, prompting Hua Ting to shift her position slightly to obstruct Zhao Ying's view, casting a challenging glance her way. As if warning her to cease her glances at Gu Chen, Zhao Ying merely raised an eyebrow, wearing a nonchalant expression, for she was certain that in due time, Gu Chen would belong to her. Everyone observed this silent exchange, yet they tacitly chose not to voice their thoughts. Once all the students completed their warm-up routines, the physical education teacher cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "Students, our school will soon host a sports meet. Those who have registered for events should proceed to their respective venues for training. The rest of you may engage in free activities, but always remember that safety comes first." Dismissed. With the teacher's words, the previously orderly lines instantly dispersed. Gu Chen promptly made his way toward the track, murmuring to himself, 1,500 meters. It shouldn't be too much trouble, right? In those bygone days, to save a bit on transportation costs, he often relied on his legs to reach his destinations. He had some understanding of long-distance running techniques, but he was uncertain whether his current physique could endure the distance. Contemplating this, Gu Chen decided to attempt a slow jog to gauge his condition. Just as he was adjusting his breathing and preparing to take his first step, a voice suddenly called out from beside him, "Chun Chun, are you ready to run 1,500 meters?" It was Hua Ting, who had approached him, eager to practice as well. Gu Chen turned to glance at Hua Ting and replied, "Yes, I haven't run in ages. I'm going to give it a try today." Hua Ting blinked her bright, sparkling eyes, filled with anticipation, and asked, "Can we run together?" After a moment's thought, Gu Chen readily nodded in agreement, saying, "Sure, no problem." Thus, the two of them stepped onto the track, positioned themselves for the start, and just as they were about to take off, they suddenly heard a commotion behind them. Zhao Ying, exuding confidence, was leading a group of girls who approached with purpose, eventually coming to a halt at the starting line. One of the girls excitedly asked, "Ying Jia, are you going to break the record again this time?" Another girl eagerly chimed in, "Indeed, what does a mere 1,500 meters mean to Ying? No one can possibly keep up with her." I recall that Ying had previously expressed her disinterest in participating, deeming such competitions devoid of rivals and thus rather tedious. At that moment, another girl interjected, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Oh, what do you all know? The reasoning change her mind to compete must have some ulterior motive. She merely wishes to use this opportunity to show someone her true capabilities, to make it clear whether they are worthy of vying for her affections." The last girl seemed to have an epiphany, nodding in agreement. "Oh, now I see. This way, we can avoid a situation where the absence of a formidable opponent leads to a monkey declaring itself king." Clearly, each word spoken by this group of girls was deliberately aimed at Hua Ting, laden with warnings and subtle indications that she should not seek unnecessary conflict. Yet, in the face of such biting mockery, Hua Ting remained unflappable, as if she were wholly unaffected by their words, maintaining an air of indifference. Gu Chen listened to their banter, feeling as though he were witnessing the antics of elementary school children, their mockery lacking any real sophistication. He simply shook his head in resignation, unwilling to concern himself with their affairs. He was resolutely against engaging in any interpersonal drama. With this thought, Gu Chen chose to disregard the surging tension among the girls beside him, stretching his limbs before dashing away. Observing this, Hua Ting unhesitatingly followed suit. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying discreetly signaled to the girls nearby, instructing them to prepare for timing. Once Gu Chen and Hua Ting had distanced themselves, Zhao Ying's lips curled into a confident smile, and she surged forward, determined to catch up with the pair. On the opposite side of the playground, Su Guangyao and several other boys, including Shangguan Li, lounged casually on the grass, engaged in idle chatter. Their gazes frequently drifted towards Zhao Ying and her companions as they ran. Suddenly, Su Guangyao broke the silence. "Li, next week marks Zhao Ying's birthday. Have you decided what gift to give her?" "Indeed, next week is Ying's 18th birthday, a significant occasion. How prepared are you, Li Gu?" "Oh, I can only imagine how splendid it will be when Li Gu attends alongside Ying. I'm rather looking forward to it." Upon hearing these remarks, Shangguan Li paused, seemingly caught off guard by the question. After a considerable silence, he slowly replied, I haven't really thought it through. It's true that she needs a male companion for her birthday celebration, yet she has yet to extend an invitation to me. A flicker of disappointment and confusion crossed his face. At this, Su Guangyao's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "No way. She hasn't invited you? Could it be that she intends to ask that Gu Chen guy instead? You have indeed grown up alongside her as childhood sweethearts. Even if you're not permitted to be her male companion, it should not fall to Gu Chen. Furthermore, the guests attending the birthday celebration will be individuals of considerable influence and power. How could the Zhao family possibly consent to allowing someone with neither lineage nor background to act as Zhao Ying's escort?" In response to Su Guangyao's barrage of inquiries, Shang Wanli could only shake his head in resignation, offering a wry smile as he remarked, "I cannot explain why, but my intuition tells me he will be present." Chapter 81. Kidney Deficiency? How could that be possible? Gu Chen ran forward with all his might, yet by the time he had covered 800 meters, he felt an unmistakable difficulty in breathing. Each breath seemed heavily obstructed, making it arduous to fill his lungs. He murmured to himself, "What is happening? I've only run this short distance, and I'm already gasping for air? This body cannot keep pace with me." Concerned about the possibility of an unusual condition arising, Gu Chen dared not push himself further, but gradually came to a halt. He clasped his hands tightly over his kidneys, inhaling deeply as if attempting to draw in every ounce of oxygen from the surrounding air. Hua Ting, who had been closely observing Gu Chen, noticed his sudden deceleration and promptly stopped as well. She hurried to his side, her face etched with concern. "Chen Chen, shall we take a break for a moment?" Gu Chen looked up into Hua Ting's caring gaze, managed a faint smile, and replied, albeit somewhat helplessly, "I'm fine. Perhaps it's just that I haven't exercised in a long while, so my body isn't accustomed to this intensity." Although he spoke reassuringly, he was acutely aware that if he continued to force himself, it could lead to serious consequences. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, Hua Ting gently furrowed her brow, a flicker of empathy crossing her eyes. "I brought some water. It's over there. Wait here for a moment, and I'll fetch it for you." With that, she turned and jogged towards the area where their belongings were placed. Today, Hua Ting appeared particularly enchanting, her high ponytail bouncing with each step, exuding youthful vigor. Her delicate face radiated a gentle, sweet smile that felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Such a warm and charming demeanor perfectly matched the idealized fantasies of many young men around them. Regrettably, the vast disparity in their family backgrounds loomed like an insurmountable chasm between them. Were it not for these tangible obstacles, Hua Ting might have indeed emerged as Gu Chen's ideal partner. Perhaps it's best to maintain some distance in the future. This way, I want to keep someone hanging, fostering unrealistic hopes, and it will also spare me from experiencing the heartache of being led on. Gu Chen murmured to himself, repeatedly reminding his heart, "Beautiful women are like temptresses. They cannot be trusted. Stay strong." Just as Gu Chen finally solidified this resolve, a robust hand suddenly reached from behind, encircling his shoulder. Without needing to turn around, the familiar scent told him that it was Zhao Ying. "What's wrong? Are you feeling weak? Running so slowly?" she remarked coolly. Her charming face revealed no change in expression, yet Gu Chen could discern the underlying jealousy lacing her words. Presumably, she was displeased to see him running alongside Hua Ting instead of choosing to run with her. Upon hearing those words, Gu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of embarrassment and indignation, promptly retorting, "I did not. It's merely that I haven't exercised in a long time, and my body is yet to acclimate to this intensity." Kidney deficiency? How could I possibly be deficient? That is truly an affront to my dignity. You could chastise me with any words, but to accuse me of such a thing is intolerable. For any normal young man, the term kidney deficiency is an immense insult. Once someone dares to utter such words in their presence, they will go to great lengths to assert that they are absolutely not deficient. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chen intended to break free from Zhao Ying's grip and continue running. However, Zhao Ying's arms clung to him like iron clamps, refusing to loosen their hold. "If you cannot run, do not overexert yourself. Long-distance running cannot yield results in a short time," she admonished. without hesitation extending her hand to support the already breathless Gu Chen, leading him toward the nearby stone steps. At that moment, Gu Chen felt as though his legs were weighed down by lead, each step requiring every ounce of his strength. He wished to break free from Zhao Ying's support, but his body was unresponsive, utterly refusing to obey. Reluctantly, he allowed Zhao Ying to guide him forward. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying's so-called entourage, witnessing this scene, immediately began to jeer. One girl playfully exclaimed, while following her another boy chimed in, "Sister Ying is so domineering." Soon after, someone else called out, "Sister-in-law and Sister Ying are such a perfect match." In an instant, a chorus of teasing remarks filled the air, creating a cacophony of sound. Gu Chen felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, not only due to the jarring jeers but also from the gaze of his classmates who had turned to watch. They whispered among themselves, speculating quietly, although he could not discern their exact words. Their peculiar expressions hinted that they were likely discussing Gu Chen's inadequacies in comparison to Zhao Ying or expressing curiosity about why she had chosen him. Gu Chen mused, the trials of being too handsome, I suppose. Wherever I go, engaging in any activity seems to attract the attention of a crowd. Yet, he dismissed the notion of caring about their opinions. As for Zhao Ying, she appeared to revel in the attention, delighting in the notion that others perceived her and Gu Chen as a harmonious pair, as if affirming her discerning taste. Those who questioned Gu Chen's worthiness to be with her, she simply deemed to lack vision, for not everyone possesses such a keen eye. Gu Chen, feeling resigned, chose to sit on the stone steps as soon as Zhao Ying released her grip. He pounded his slightly sore thighs, stretched his legs to alleviate any stiffness, ensuring he would not cramp the following day. Having just completed a run, he felt a bit overheated and partially removed his school jacket, revealing his fair arms. Upon witnessing this scene, Zhao Ying promptly halted Gu Chen's hand as he was in the process of removing his outer garment. "What are you doing?" Gu Chen stared in bewilderment at Zhao Ying, who was preventing him from undressing. Chapter 82. Oh, how I long to escape, yet I find myself trapped. What do you think you're doing? In front of so many people, you're starting to remove your coat. I've hardly seen your arm more than a few times. How can you so casually expose it to others? Zhao Ying's eyes widened, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Her voice, previously subdued, now rose an octave, filled with reproach. At that moment, Gu Chen seemed to awaken from a dream, suddenly realizing that in this setting, a man exposing his arms was akin to a woman baring her thighs in that previous world, which indeed felt rather inappropriate. However, before he could react, Zhao Ying swiftly approached him, grasping the sleeve of his half-removed coat and yanking it upward, quickly helping him don the garment once more. Without hesitation, she then pulled the zipper taut, as if fearing he might dare to undo it again, permitting not a sliver of skin to be revealed. This is much better. Zhao Ying scrutinized the now thoroughly wrapped Gu Chen, and a flicker of satisfaction graced her features as she gently nodded in approval. Meanwhile, Gu Chen quietly muttered to himself, "This girl's possessiveness is rather excessive." Just as Zhao Ying, full of delight, intended to sit down beside Gu Chen for a brief respite, haughty appeared at his side, seemingly out of nowhere. Ignoring Zhao Ying entirely, she settled herself next to Gu Chen, smiling warmly as she offered him a water bottle she held, her voice soft and inviting. "Chen Chen, do have a sip of water. I specially brewed this brown sugar water before coming here." At that moment, the water bottle before Gu Chen felt akin to a scorching hot potato. Zhao Ying's gaze was firmly fixed upon him, her eyes practically devouring him whole. It seemed that should he dare to drink this water in Zhao Ying's presence, it would unleash a tempest of fury. Well, I'm really not that thirsty at the moment. Perhaps I should hold off on drinking?" Gu Chen stammered, his voice trembling slightly. He cast furtive glances at Zhao Ying, silently praying not to agitate this formidable lady. After all, he truly wished to avoid witnessing a confrontation between these two women, for he would inevitably have to play the peacemaker, a role fraught with challenges and thankless effort, enough to give anyone a headache. Upon hearing Gu Chen's response, a hint of satisfaction finally graced Zhao Ying's face. However, she soon recognized her oversight in failing to prepare a bottle of water for her dear man. She resolved to make a personal trip to procure one for him. Yet, Hua Ting was not one to relinquish such a rare opportunity to display her closeness with Gu Chen in front of Zhao Ying. With a playful pout, she exclaimed, "Chen Chen, this simply won't do. You were clearly experiencing a bit of low blood sugar earlier. Be a good boy and rinse your mouth first. Then just take a small sip." As she spoke, she unceremoniously brought the cup to Gu Chen's lips. Gu Chen thought to himself, "I was low on blood sugar? How was I unaware of that?" Upon witnessing such a situation, Zhao Ying's previously relaxed hand gradually tightened, coalescing into a firm fist. Undoubtedly, this was a blatant provocation and display of defiance from the other party. How could she possibly concede so easily? Absolutely not. Therefore, Zhao Ying decisively embarked upon a bit of banter. With a chilling demeanor and a hint of sarcasm in her tone, she remarked, "I suggest you refrain from drinking that water. If someone were to consume cold water, it could potentially lead to stomach cramps." It must be said that Zhao Ying's keen observational skills were truly remarkable. The moment the cup was opened, she astutely noticed that no steam was rising from the liquid within. With her exceptional insight, she swiftly devised an excuse that did not seem overtly insulting to one's intelligence. To everyone's surprise, upon uttering these words, Hua Ting obediently set down the cup she was holding. The so-called brown sugar water before her had indeed cooled entirely, devoid of even the slightest warmth. In truth, Hua Ting genuinely did not wish for Gu Chen to suffer from stomach cramps due to that frigid brown sugar water. Even if the likelihood was minimal, she simply could not bear the thought. Thus, without further ado, she hurriedly replaced the cup's lid and, with a hint of remorse, addressed Gu Chen. "I apologize, Chen Chen. It was my oversight. It's quite all right." Gu Chen found himself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. What was there to apologize for? Both wished to be his ideal girlfriend, yet both had erred. What should be done now? This was becoming unbearably embarrassing. I must escape. Gu Chen's thoughts echoed in his mind. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shangwan Li was nearly grinding her teeth in frustration. Why did those two seem so enamored with Gu Chen? After all, they were both daughters of esteemed families. Why did they revolve around him daily? I truly cannot comprehend it. Aside from slightly better grades and a more flamboyant appearance, what was so exceptional about him? Exactly, I really cannot fathom the current standards of women's taste. Why would they overlook a refined gentleman like my Li and instead fancy some wild rogue? Perhaps it was precisely because he was a rogue that the two young ladies were drawn to him, given their curiosity for novelty. It was merely a fleeting fascination. Sitting alone nearby, Kuan absorbed the surrounding conversations, a subtle smile creeping upon his lips. He gradually rose to his feet and walked directly toward Gu Chen. Before long, Gu Chen, caught awkwardly between the two women, inwardly screamed, "I long to flee, but I cannot escape suddenly." However, his eyes brightened as if he had spotted a lifeline. With a beaming expression, Gu Chen called out joyfully, "Over here." Naturally, Kuan understood this as Gu Chen's signal for help. Thus, he hastened his steps toward Gu Chen and waved, exclaiming, "Hey, Brother Chen, come with me to borrow some equipment." Upon hearing those words, Gu Chen sprang to his feet as if granted a reprieve, scarcely pausing to glance back before hastily trailing behind Kuan. The moment Gu Chen departed, the two women, who had remained silent until then, instantly wore expressions of deepening gloom. They exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes shimmering with shrewdness and calculation, reminiscent of seasoned veterans in the marketplace. Hua Ting slightly parted her crimson lips and lowered her voice, declaring, "Chen Chen is mine." Zhao Ying, equally unwilling to yield, retorted, "Do you presume to claim my little man as yours just because you say so?" Chapter 83. The CEO's phone number, how amusing. Since when has Chen Chen been yours? Hua Ting's lips curled into a slight smile, a light laugh escaping her, filled with contempt and mockery. "Oh, is that so? Then let us wait and see." Zhao Ying replied with a blank expression, her gaze icy enough to freeze the air around her. After uttering those words, she turned on her heel without hesitation, leaving only a distant silhouette imbued with indifference. Hua Ting watched Zhao Ying's retreating figure, a flicker of provocation flashing in her eyes as she muttered, "Waiting to see? I fear you might be too afraid to contest me." Once Zhao Ying had completely vanished from sight, Hua slowly withdrew her gaze. She lifted the cup of red sugar water from the stone steps, staring intently at the dark red liquid within, as though admiring a precious work of art. Then, with a sudden tilt of her head, she downed the entire cup, swallowing audibly. After drinking, she licked her lips, a slightly unhealthy smile blossoming on her face. Chen Chen, he is destined to be mine. No one shall take him from me. Hua Ting's crimson eyes shifted restlessly, as if she could already envision her triumphant conquest of Gu Chen. Ah, how timely this arrival is. Otherwise, I truly would not have known what to do. Gu Chen sighed in relief, grateful for Kuen's timely appearance. So, Brother Chen, how do you intend to properly thank me? Kuen grinned widely, shaking Gu Chen's arm, his eyes sparkling with expectation and mischief. Gu Chen considered treating him to a meal, but then hesitated, realizing that Kuen, being a scion of a wealthy family, likely found the delicacies of street vendors beneath his notice. If anything were to go awry from a mere meal, he could not bear the responsibility. Just as Gu Chen was caught in indecision, Kuen suddenly spoke. So, Brother Chen, how about you share Zhao Ying's phone number with me? As he said this, Kuen carefully scrutinized Gu Chen's expression, as if fearing rejection. Gu Chen was not particularly surprised that Kuen wished to obtain Zhao Ying's number. Recalling their last encounter at the mall, Kuen's gaze had been filled with admiration for Zhao Ying, suggesting he had fallen for her at first sight. Surely, her number must be in the class group chat. Gu Chen pondered, contemplating whether to share the number with Kuen. No, the number registered in her class group leads to customer service. Unless there is something significant, it is unlikely to reach her directly, Kuen lamented. Moreover, the last time she provided me with her contact information, it was... As he spoke, Kuen abruptly seemed to realize something, quickly sealing his lips. What contact information? Gu Chen, overhearing this, had already formed a suspicion but could not resist the urge to inquire further. Indeed, beautiful women are perilously unpredictable. Perhaps one day I shall don a colorful hat. It remains unclear whether his actions were deliberate or unintentional. After uttering that remark, Kuen adopted an expression of sheer panic, swiftly covering his mouth with one hand while widening his eyes in a display of innocence as he gazed at Gu Chen. Wait, are you implying that you had already added her as a friend? Wouldn't that allow you to contact her directly? Why then you seek my phone number? Gu Chen exclaimed. Goodness, it appears that beautiful women indeed have their complexities. Possessing so many phone numbers is rather alarming. Seeing that Gu Chen was not angered by the matter, Kuen felt a wave of relief wash over him and proceeded to explain. It was about that incident at the mall. I spoke a few words on your behalf, and she provided me with her contact information. However, I later realized that it seemed to be merely a work number and not a direct line to her. Oh, so that is how it is. Gu Chen nodded thoughtfully, indicating his understanding. Yes. So, is it possible? Kuen looked at Gu Chen with eager anticipation, his eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. Absolutely not. If she were to discover that I casually shared her number with someone else, who knows what wild antics she might resort to? Gu Chen shook his head vigorously, his face betraying a look of terror as he envisioned the dreadful consequences. His mind was solely focused on swiftly attending that person's birthday celebration and then distancing himself from these enchanting women, dedicating his efforts to earning money. Upon hearing Gu Chen's firm refusal, Kuen felt a twinge of disappointment, but he quickly rallied. Very well. In that case, how about you join me for dinner at my house after class? Surely, you cannot refuse such an invitation. With that, he puffed out his cheeks, casting a pleading gaze at Gu Chen as if he would collapse on the floor in a fit if his request were denied. Gu Chen hesitated momentarily, his brow furrowing with curiosity. I suppose that's acceptable, but is there a special occasion today? Why the sudden desire to invite me over for dinner? With a smile, Kuen explained, Oh, it's nothing major. I have been mentioning you to my sister, telling her about the wonderful friend I've made who even came to my rescue. Consequently, she expressed a desire to meet you and have you over for a visit. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen suddenly understood and nodded in agreement. I see. Well then, that sounds agreeable. Seeing Gu Chen acquiesce, Kuen beamed and admonished him. Make sure to wait for me after school. Don't vanish like you did last time. As he spoke, he puffed out his cheeks once again, pointing a finger at Gu Chen. Ha ha, all right then. Time flew by, and, at the sound of the school bell, Gu Chen slung his backpack over his shoulder, ready to accompany Kuan to his home for dinner. As they walked side by side, Gu Chen was about to inquire about which bus to take when two female bodyguards, clad in black and wearing sunglasses, approached and took the backpacks from their hands. Brother Chen, let's be off. Kuan directly sat in a luxurious black sports car, beckoning Gu Chen to hurry and join him. Gu Chen thought to himself, how foolish of me. I almost forgot that this fellow is a scion of a wealthy family. Chapter 84. Does your sister lack a handsome boy? In the elongated black sports car, Kuan exclaimed, Brother Chen, you won't believe it. My sister actually has someone she likes. My goodness. With her aloof and proud demeanor, I always thought she would remain a nun for life, utterly indifferent to any boy. But just after my arrival, she unexpectedly informed me that I have a brother-in-law. A ninth wonder of the world has been born. I persisted in urging her to introduce me to this enigmatic gentleman who had managed to capture my sister's heart. However, you have no idea how stubborn she can be. She absolutely refused to comply. It was infuriating. Moreover, Kuan continued to rattle off critiques of Kuan Ling, as if she would never run out of flaws to mention. Meanwhile, Gu Chen was doubled over in laughter, responding, Ha ha, your brother-in-law must be quite remarkable to have subdued your sister. Indeed, he possesses some skills. At that moment, Gu Chen had no inkling that the mysterious gentleman Kuan spoke of was, in fact, himself. Before long, the vehicle gently glided into an upscale residential community, ultimately coming to a halt in front of an impressive high-rise. The two exited the car, and as Gu Chen stepped out, he was captivated by the serene surroundings of the neighborhood. He looked around and observed the meticulously maintained, spacious roads flanked by a variety of rare flowers and towering trees, with a pristine artificial lake nestled among them. Gu Chen marveled, wow, the environment here is truly splendid. Is this the fabled affluent district? As he spoke, his eyes gleamed with envy as he surveyed the area. Kuan, momentarily taken aback by Gu Chen's comment, then chuckled and pointed towards several nearby buildings, saying, Haha, Brother Chen, this is not an affluent district at all. Those buildings belong to my sister. Although Gu Chen had somewhat prepared himself for this revelation, he was still in disbelief upon hearing it firsthand. What? Those buildings are all your sister's property? My goodness. Kuan nodded and replied, yes. They are just a few small buildings, nothing extraordinary. Gu Chen began to calculate in his mind, thinking that if they were rented out, each apartment could fetch 8,000 a month. Thus, 8 times 1 is 8, and 2 times 8 is 16, and 3 times 8 is Women's Day. Oh my, this is the rhythm of taking off. With this thought in mind, Gu Chen remarked, why don't you ask your sister if she would consider keeping a dashing and attentive handsome boy on the side? Perhaps someone like me? He winked at Kuan, wearing a self-satisfied grin. Upon hearing this, Kuan burst into laughter, slapping Gu Chen on the shoulder. Brother Chen, you're too amusing. All right, when we meet my sister later, I will definitely ask her. Gu Chen had only spoken in jest, but to his surprise, Kuan took it seriously, causing him to panic and hastily wave his hands. Oh, no. I was merely jesting, so please do not take it to heart. If your sister were to discover my words, it would surely be quite embarrassing. Gu Chen, what a jest. With so many wealthy women around, what difference does one more make? I could truly forego sleep and merely accompany them. That doesn't sound too bad, does it? Oh, after their playful banter, the two made their way toward the elevator. As the doors gradually closed, their silhouettes vanished into the narrow confines. Shortly thereafter, a crisp chime echoed, signaling that the elevator had smoothly arrived at the 35th floor. Kuan hastened to his front door, pressed his hand against the lock, and the door swung open. Upon entering, he exuberantly called out, Sister, I brought my classmate home. Yet, all that greeted him was an eerie silence. Standing at the threshold, Gu Chen observed the fingerprint lock, but still called out into the house, I apologize for the intrusion. Noticing this, Kuan shouted several more times, but his sister, Kuan Ling, never appeared. Furrowing his brow, he pondered, what is the matter? Is she not at home? Oh dear, I was hoping to enjoy a meal upon my return. As he grumbled, he slumped dejectedly onto the sofa in the center of the living room, resembling a deflated balloon. Gu Chen, on the other hand, appeared somewhat reserved, cautiously trailing behind Kuan into the house. Upon entering, he was captivated by the spacious and luminous living room. The decor was meticulously arranged, boasting not only ample space, but also a complete array of furniture and appliances. Many modern devices were fully automated, requiring merely a gentle press of a button to operate. Even the seemingly inconspicuous ornaments were of considerable value, revealing the owner's exquisite taste and affluence. Curiously, Gu Chen glanced around and inadvertently found himself at the kitchen doorway. Peering inside, he noticed an array of fresh vegetables resting on the countertop, likely the ingredients Kuan's sister intended to use for cooking. It seemed she had planned to prepare a meal, but had stepped out for some reason. With this in mind, Gu Chen rolled up his sleeves, determined to lend a hand. Having cooked for himself throughout his life, he felt confident in his abilities, especially with an abundance of seasonings at his disposal. Rather than waiting for someone else to return and prepare a meal for him, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, ensuring that he could dine as soon as they returned. Thus, he began to busily engage in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Kuan anxiously dialed his sister Kuan-Ling's number. "Hello? Sister, what on earth is going on? Where have you gone? My classmate is already at our home." On the other end, Kuan-Ling's voice conveyed a hint of apology. "Oh, is that so? Em terribly sorry. Tell him to wait for me a moment. I'll be home shortly." Kuan couldn't help but voice his frustration. "Sister, this is rather irresponsible of you. You could have easily asked the housekeeper to cook, yet you insisted on doing it yourself. Now look, your precious little brother is on the verge of starvation." Kunling appeared somewhat anxious to be on her way, hastily remarking, "All right, enough of this chatter. I am currently driving and shall arrive shortly. If you're truly hungry, feel free to forage for something in the refrigerator." Before Kuan could utter another word, Kunling abruptly terminated the call. Kuan gazed at the phone in his hand, shaking his head in resignation, murmuring, "Humph. That insufferable older sister of mine, always so impatient, devoid of any semblance of patience. I truly cannot fathom how she managed to find a boyfriend." Complaints aside, Kuan set his phone down and, raising his voice, called out to the house, "Chingu, are you hungry?" However, after several attempts, there was no response from Gu Chen. Just as Kuan began to feel puzzled, he suddenly heard faint sounds emanating from the kitchen. Could it be that Chingu was so famished he had resorted to gnawing on lettuce? With this thought in mind, Kuan dashed toward the kitchen, forcefully pushing open the glass door. Chapter 85. This is your future brother-in-law. Additional update. "What on earth are you doing, Chingu?" Kuan exclaimed, his expression a mixture of astonishment as he pushed open the door. His gaze instantly fixed on Gu Chen, who was diligently chopping vegetables in the kitchen. "I'm cooking." "Perfect timing. Come help me out. I can't manage these items in your kitchen." "Chingu, I must correct you on this matter. How can we boys be burdened with household chores? Historically, it has always been women who toil outside to earn a living, while men simply need to remain at home." Looking handsome, Kuan crossed his arms, adopting a self-assured demeanor. Indeed, according to contemporary views, that does seem to be the case. "However, I'm hungry and can't just wait around," Gu Chen replied with a resigned shake of his head, continuing his culinary tasks undeterred. "Exactly. Boys are meant to be pampered. If a woman dares to demand her man to work, it only proves she doesn't truly love him. She lacks the understanding to cherish him." Kuan's words flowed like a relentless stream, becoming more fervent. "Enough of that. Hurry up and help me turn on the stove," Gu Chen interjected impatiently. "Turn on the stove? Chingu, I genuinely don't know how to do that." Kuan's eyes widened, his face reflecting his predicament. "This is your own kitchen. How can you not even know how to turn on the stove?" Gu Chen exclaimed in disbelief. "Alas, Chingu, I have never done housework in my life, let alone cook." Kuan scratched the back of his head, offering an awkward smile. "All right, I admit it was my mistake to expect anything from you," Gu Chen sighed. Finally, they had arrived home. Kuan-Ling muttered to herself as she hurriedly fished out her keys to unlock the door, her thoughts lingering on her brother, who was without hands. Upon pushing the door open, she was met with an unexpected scene. Instead of finding Kun sprawled on the sofa like a lifeless heap, waiting for her return, she discovered him placing a dish on the dining table. Hearing the door open, Kun instinctively looked up, and upon meeting his sister Ling's gaze, his face immediately expressed disdain. Just as he was about to voice his complaints, a shout rang out from the kitchen. Kun, hurry and bring out the bowls and chopsticks. It was Gu Chen, busy in the kitchen. Kun quickly replied, got it, before rolling his eyes dramatically at Ling and muttering under his breath, this is all your fault. Observing the array of home-cooked dishes on the dining table, coupled with the familiar sounds emanating from the kitchen, Ling could easily deduce that Gu Chen was indeed the one cooking. Initially, Ling intended to step into the kitchen and assist Gu Chen, but upon reflection, she deemed it more prudent to take a warm bath first. Perhaps, after refreshing herself, she could enhance her allure and persuade Xiao Chun to stay the night. With this thought, a mischievous yet sweet smile involuntarily graced her lips as she made her way to the bathroom. Brother Chun, my sister is back. Kun exclaimed eagerly upon seeing Gu Chen, his face adorned with an expression of grievance. Oh, is that so? Then isn't that splendid? We can start our meal. Gu Chen responded, casually untying the apron that was cinched around his waist. Kun, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his hands together and said, I'm truly sorry, Brother Chun. I originally intended to invite you over for a meal, but it seems I've instead imposed upon you to cook. A faint blush crept onto his cheeks, amplifying his discomfort. Haha, it's all right. I often cook anyway, Gu Chen replied, and, as they spoke, they had already taken their seats at the dining table. However, scanning the surroundings, they noticed the absence of Kun's sister. Where's your sister? Where has she gone? Gu Chen inquired. She probably just returned and felt dirty, so she wanted to take a shower first. Brother Chun, let us not wait for her. Let us eat, Kun suggested. Swallowing hard, his gaze fixed intently on the array of simple dishes before them, as if he had never seen such fare before. Eat first. Let us not. We'll just be scolded later for lacking manners and grace. Truly, dining out can never compare to the comfort of home-cooked meals. Let us wait for your sister, Gu Chen insisted. Very well, before long, Ling emerged from her room, adorned in a striking crimson robe, reminiscent of a flame. Her cascading, wavy hair flowed elegantly over her shoulders, exuding an irresistible charm and allure. Each step she took was accompanied by the delightful click of her exquisite high heels, as if she were performing a melodious symphony upon the floor, making her appear as a regal and sophisticated queen. Kun was completely taken aback, his mouth agape in disbelief as he murmured, Is this my sister? When did she become so stylish? Has she been possessed? Meanwhile, Gu Chen was engrossed in the electronic novel in his hands, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding spectacle around him. Perhaps his immersion was so profound that even the sounds of high heels striking the ground failed to capture his attention. In the next instant, Ling approached Gu Chen and sat beside him, unhesitatingly wrapping her arms around his shoulders. She then leaned in close to his ear and softly uttered, I'm sorry, Xiao Chun, for making you toil alone in the kitchen. Upon hearing her voice, Gu Chen, who had been lost in the digital realm, suddenly lifted his head, his face a canvas of astonishment. When he realized that the one embracing him was none other than his female landlord, he was nearly taken aback enough to exclaim, No way, Ling, how are you here? Witnessing his sister so affectionately embrace his dear friend, Kun could no longer remain composed. In a flurry of activity, he sprang to his feet and hastened towards Ling and Gu Chen, anxiously exclaiming, Sister, please don't act recklessly. This is my classmate. You might frighten him. Meanwhile, Ling calmly turned to Kun and introduced, This is your future brother-in-law. Come and greet him. Kun, Volt. Gu Sheng. Wachi. Chapter 86. Half rent and free utilities. What are you talking about, sis? Kun was about to reach out and pull Ling's hand, but paused mid-air, gazing at her in confusion. This is your future brother-in-law. Once he graduates, you will start pursuing him officially. After finishing her sentence, Ling playfully flicked Gu Chen's cheek with her finger. Gu Chen, utterly bewildered, finally realized that Kuan Kuan and Kuan Ling were siblings. Suddenly, a terrifying thought exploded in his mind. Could this all be part of Kuan Ling's elaborate scheme? Introducing her brother to him, then using him as her secret weapon to navigate today's perilous banquet? No, wait. I was the one who prepared this banquet. How frightening. This is precisely why I never dare to engage with beautiful women. If I did, it would feel as if I had been sold while still counting money for the stunning lady. As Gu Chen was lost in contemplation, Kuan Kuan first cast a glance at him, then turned to Kuan Ling. He swiftly approached, unapologetically shoving Kuan Ling aside, and wrapped his arm around Gu Chen's. With a disdainful look, Kuan Kuan shouted at Kuan Ling, "Old cow eating tender grass. Go sit over there." Seeing this, Kuan Ling could only helplessly spread her hands and slowly walk to a nearby seat. A hint of melancholy shimmered in her beautiful eyes as she fixed her gaze on her little Chun Chun. Meanwhile, Kuan Kuan firmly held onto Gu Chen's arm, his gaze unwavering, as he earnestly nodded and declared, "Brother Chun, don't be afraid. I'm here, and I will never let this wicked woman harm you." Upon hearing this, Gu Chen managed a reluctant smile, responding with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Well, I truly appreciate it. However, before he could finish, a loud grumbling sound erupted from his stomach, protesting its emptiness. How about we eat first? Gu Chen suggested, feeling a bit embarrassed. Yes, let us eat quickly. I am starving. Kun eagerly concorded, hastily gratting chopsticks. Thus, the three of them wasted no more time and began to skillfully wield their chopsticks. The table soon resonated with the clattering of bowls and utensils. Wow, Brother Chun, your culinary skills are absolutely amazing. This is so delicious, even better than the dishes prepared by the five-star chef at our place. Kuan Kuan exclaimed, unable to contain his praise after just a single taste. At that moment, Kuan Ling, seated nearby, beamed with pride at her brother's compliment towards Gu Chen, casting a triumphant glance at Kuan Kuan. See yourself? You don't know anything. Why don't you learn from your future brother-in-law? However, Kuan Kuan was unfazed by his sister's remarks, rolling his eyes as he retorted, "What is there to be proud of? I remarked that Chen's culinary skills are commendable. Yet no one has praised you. Moreover, whether you can become my brother-in-law remains uncertain. It is essential to note that countless formidable suitors are vying for my brother's affection." Observing the playful banter between the siblings, Gu Chen couldn't help but ponder. Why does it seem as though they are deliberately performing for my amusement? Never mind that. It is time to focus on the meal. With this thought, Gu Chen cast aside his distractions and began to devour his food ravenously. However, not long into his feast, he was taken aback when Kuan Kuan unexpectedly blurted out, "Hey, Chen, didn't you mention downstairs that you wanted me to introduce my sister to you? And you asked if she needed to find a gigolo to share a life of collecting rent?" This statement struck Gu Chen like a bolt from the blue, causing his mouth, which was busy savoring his meal, to freeze in shock, nearly resulting in an involuntary ejection of his food. Coughing slightly, Kuan Ling, seated nearby, seized the moment with a sly smile, saying, "Does little Chun not wish to strive? Once you graduate, why not accompany my sister to obtain a marriage certificate? You can then stay at home collecting rent while I earn a living outside, returning in the evenings too." As she spoke, she playfully blinked her enchanting eyes, a glimmer of anticipation and pride evident within them. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained his composure. He hastily reached for a napkin, wiping his mouth with a look of skepticism. Directing his gaze toward Kuan Ling and Kuan Kuan, he inquired, "Wait a moment. Have you two conspired beforehand? Why does it feel as if you've rehearsed this?" Faced with Gu Chen's inquiry, Kuan Kuan quickly waved his hands in denial, exclaiming, "And no, how could that be? Chun, how could you suspect me? It truly saddens me." Yet his exaggerated expressions and clumsy performance were utterly unconvincing. Not only Gu Chen, but even Kuan Ling couldn't bear to watch, thinking to herself, "My brother truly lacks the art of deception." Gu Chen shook his head in resignation, internally lamenting, "Good heavens, your acting skills are abysmal. They are even more terrifying than that scam from northern Myanmar. Beautiful women can indeed be quite daunting." Seeing that Gu Chen remained silent, Kun could no longer maintain his facade. He once more clung to Gu Chen's arm, adopting a pitiful expression as he whined. Chen, I only learned about this recently. One is my sister, and the other is my good brother. If you were to become my brother-in-law, wouldn't that make us even closer? Ah, so you mean to say that the good fortune should stay within our family? Of course, with a fine young man like our Chun. I simply cannot allow him to be taken by another woman. Thus, you deceived me, inviting me over only to stage such a performance. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chen resumed eating, determined to transform his indignation into appetite and thoroughly consume their food. Chun, please do not be upset. This was all my sister's misguided idea. Who could have anticipated that she would deliberately place me in your class, knowing that we would become such good friends? It is entirely her fault. Gu Chen lowered his head, yet his gaze remained fixed on Kun, as if he could not bring himself to believe a single word he uttered. Oh dear Chun, I was wrong. Watching her younger brother in such predicament, Ling could not help but chuckle aloud. What are you laughing at? It's all your fault. Chen is angry with me. However, Ling chose not to respond further. Instead, she lit a special cigarette and took a deep drag. Truly, a post-meal smoke surpasses the delights of life. She exhaled slowly and then articulated each word with precision. Half off the rent and all utilities free. Gu Chen, who was just angry. Chapter 87. If you keep making a fuss, I shall strike. I am not angry. Who is angry? Who is angry? Gu Chen shouted, rapidly swiveling his head and scanning the surroundings, as if seeking out the individual who was purportedly upset. However, the feigned calmness on his face could not conceal the tumult of emotions surging within him, as if the person he mentioned had no connection to him whatsoever. Seeing Gu Chen in such a state, Ling could no longer contain herself and burst into laughter. Xiao Chun, you are simply adorable. Her laughter was so hearty that it sent her into fits of mirth. Beside her, Kun glared at Gu Chen, puffing his cheeks like a pufferfish, and exclaimed angrily, It's not you, Chingu. I've been coaxing you for so long that my lips are nearly worn out. And what do I get in return? My sister's words, half rent and free utilities, are far more effective. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen responded with an expression of utmost certainty. Well, one cannot be at odds with money, can one? After indulging in food and drink, Kun suddenly leaned toward Gu Chen, playfully whining, Chungu, don't go back tonight. Stay here and sleep with me. At these words, Gu Chen's heart sank as he thought to himself, this is perilous. Am I to walk willingly into the jaws of tiger? Moreover, Kun just mentioned that they had conspired together. If Ling barges in during the night and insists on me administering some shot, wouldn't I be unable to clear my name, even if I jumped into the Yellow River? Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he decisively declined. That is absolutely out of the question. If I do not return, my sister will surely be unable to sleep. Recalling the scene of Gu Qingxue coming to his aid last time, Kun hesitated to press further in persuading his sister. However, at that moment, Ling spoke again. Then I shall inform Qingxue that you will not be returning tonight. That should suffice. Perplexed, Gu Chen countered, but she does not have a phone. How will you tell her? With a slight smile and an air of confidence, Ling replied, just watch. She swiftly retrieved her phone from her pocket and began tapping the screen rapidly. Moments later, an astonishing scene unfolded. The screen displayed a remarkably clear view of the floor where Gu Chen resided, every detail vividly captured. Gu Chen immediately recognized it as footage from surveillance camera, yet he was utterly baffled, unsure of Ling's intentions in activating the camera. Next, Ling brought the phone close to her mouth and shouted into it, Gu Qingxue, your brother will not be returning tonight, so remember to lock the door when you go to bed. Engrossed in her homework, Gu Qingxue was suddenly drawn to the familiar voice emanating from the direction of the door. Setting her pen down, she quickly rose and made her way to the entrance. When she opened the door, she found it empty outside. Gu Qingxue felt a twinge of confusion and muttered, how strange, I clearly heard Sister Kunling's voice just now. Yet there's no one here. Just as she began to look around for Kunling's figure, her gaze fell upon the surveillance camera above the door. It dawned on her that the familiar voice was emanating from this very camera. Gu Qingxue quickly leaned closer to the camera and called out, hey, Sister Kunling, why doesn't my brother come home at night? At that moment, Kunling's teasing voice came through the camera. Your brother is planning to sleep with me tonight, you. However, before she could finish, Gu Chen swiftly snatched the phone away and anxiously said to his sister, Qingxue, remember to lock the door tonight. If your brother doesn't come back, just be a good girl and go to sleep. Hearing her brother Gu Chen's voice, Gu Qingshue's heart, which had been heavy with worry over his absence, instantly felt as if it had been soothed by a calming balm. She beamed a radiant smile and nodded eagerly, replying, Okay, but brother, you mustn't do anything bad with Sister Kunling, especially not those kinds of things. Gu Chen, hearing this, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation as he chided, Oh dear, what nonsense are you thinking about all day? I would never do such things. Just then, Kunling suddenly lunged forward, her long and powerful arms swiftly and precisely pinning Gu Chen against the wall as if she were a bolt of lightning. Without hesitation, she pressed her hands against the wall, adopting a posture that exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure, firmly trapping Gu Chen in place. Leaning slightly closer to his face, Kunling's beautiful and piercing gaze seemed to penetrate his very soul. Then, with her lips slightly parted, she questioned him with a hint of playful annoyance. What do you mean you wouldn't? Are you not planning to sleep with me tonight? Then do tell. Who else do you wish to sleep with? Just at that moment, the surveillance camera, which had been transmitting sound, abruptly fell silent as Kunling exited the monitoring system. Meanwhile, Gu Qingxue stood quietly at the doorway. Once she realized what had transpired, she could only shake her head in resignation, letting out a soft sigh as she remarked, Well, this is a disaster. It seems my brother is destined to become a real man tonight. After voicing this thought, Gu Qingxue wore a complex expression of both concern and playful teasing. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, now pinned by Kunling, was clutching his phone, looking somewhat flustered as he gazed at her. Wait, Sister Kunling, are you really not going to pretend anymore? Exactly. Who told our little Chun Chun to be so charming, attracting rivals for his sister? He deserves to be punished. No sooner had she finished speaking than Kunling bent down and hoisted Gu Chen's legs, carrying him effortlessly. Hey, Sister Kunling, don't do this. Thus, Gu Chen began to struggle atop Kunling's shoulder. Suddenly, with a sharp crack, it felt as though a pause button had been pressed. Gu Chen, utterly bewildered, ceased his resistance, as if his mind were undergoing a reboot. Such a good boy. If you dare to cause trouble again, my dear brother, I shall have to teach you a lesson. Kuan Ling remarked with a playful smile, as she carried Gu Chen back to her room. Chapter 88. I promise you, is my sister really ready to indulge? Kuan widened his eyes in astonishment as he gazed at Kuan Ling, who had just been speaking but was now effortlessly carrying Gu Chen into her room. He couldn't help but mutter to himself that he had merely agreed to bring Gu Chen home. According to the plan, they were supposed to gradually find a way to have Gu Chen stay over for the night, and later in the evening, discreetly allow his sister to slip into the room and switch places with him. Who would have thought that his sister would be so impatient, without a word, directly hauling him in her own chamber? A wave of anxiety washed over Kuan, and he silently lamented his predicament. Oh dear, what am I to do now? Will my relationship with Chun Gu be irreparably damaged because of this? What if Chun Gu feels deceived and never speaks to me again? That would be a tremendous loss for me. At that moment, two tiny figures suddenly appeared in Kuan's mind. The little angel on the left, with wings, anxiously exclaimed, Hurry, go stop your sister. We clearly agreed to invite him over for just a meal. How can we deceive him like this? Such behavior is utterly inconsiderate. Kuan instinctively nodded in agreement with the angel's words. However, before he could act, the little devil on the right, sporting tiny horns, shouted loudly, Don't listen to its nonsense. How is this considered deceit? This is merely a benevolent fib. It's meant to elevate your friendship. Besides, look, your own sister is willing to send herself to him. You've already shown sufficient sincerity. Hearing this, Kuan hesitated for a moment, then seemed to resolve himself, murmuring, That does seem to hold some truth. My sister, despite her many flaws, is quite commendable overall. Tianyi. This time it's not that I'm unwilling to help you. It's truly for the sake of enhancing our relationship, drawing us closer. So I must impose upon you a little. I hope you won't hold it against me after a fierce internal struggle and self-conflict. Gu Chen finally made up his mind. At this moment, he appeared remarkably composed, his steps firm as he walked towards Ling's room. Upon reaching the door, he cautiously pressed his ear against it, attempting to eavesdrop on the happenings within. He mused to himself, I wonder how Gu will react. It's so intriguing and anticipatory. Just moments ago, Ling had stepped through the door and quickly turned to lock it behind her. With swift agility, she tossed Gu Chen onto the bed and, following that, leaned down, her entire weight pressing upon him. The sudden turn of events caught Gu Chen off guard. He struggled desperately to free himself from Ling's hold, but it was all in vain. Sister Ling, please calm down. Impulsiveness is a devil. Gu Chen, while calling out loudly, struggled to escape from Ling's grasp. However, Ling showed no intention of relenting. Instead, she forcefully pushed Gu Chen back onto the bed. Shout, Chen, I must confess, I have been overwhelmed with a sense of urgency lately. For some inexplicable reason, a multitude of women have suddenly appeared around you. I worry that before you even graduate, you might be whisked away by some unscrupulous woman. Whatever shall I do? As she spoke, Ling extended her finger, gently lifting Gu Chen's chin, compelling him to meet her gaze. Gu Chen found himself captivated by Ling, whose presence radiated a unique allure characteristic of mature women, one that young girls could not possibly rival. In that moment, he felt somewhat dazed, a blush gradually creeping onto his cheeks. Sister Ling, I assure you, I am absolutely not interested in dating at the moment. Gu Chen's eyes widened, his expression earnest as he looked directly at Ling, seemingly intent on conveying his resolve straight to her heart. At that instant, his only thought was to implore this elder sister to restrain her own impulses and not to allow him to succumb to her wishes, for that would spell disaster. A shiver ran down his spine at the thought, and a hint of terror flickered across his face. Yet, it seemed Ling had not heard his protestations at all. She leaned closer, her body resembling a blossoming flower, drawing nearer to Gu Chen. With a soft, alluring voice, she called out, Xiao Qinshan, why not yield to your sister? I simply cannot resist any longer. I'm a normal woman too, and I truly need you. In a state of panic, Gu Chen hastily extended his hands, attempting to block Ling's advancing lips while urgently exclaiming, Sister Ling, if you have needs, you can always seek out male models. They will surely satisfy you. To his dismay, Ling seemed unfazed by his words, gracefully and swiftly securing Gu Chen's hands, then effortlessly pulling them over his head. At that moment, her gaze was filled with an intoxicating allure, akin to a leopard poised to pounce on its prey, leaving him with no avenue of escape. Witnessing this scene, Gu Chen felt a wave of despair wash over him. Internally, he lamented, Oh no, this situation mirrors the last one perfectly. But how is it that Sister Ling, who clearly hasn't been drinking this time, is still so forward? Just as Gu Chen grappled with his bewilderment, Ling leaned in closer, whispering softly in his ear, Those random men outside, they are like old buses. How could they ever be compared to my dear Xiao Chen? I, for one, prefer to drive my own pristine luxury vehicle. With that, Ling's robust figure inched closer to Gu Chen once more. Her movements were gentle yet teasing, as if deliberately stirring the strings of his heart. Sister Ling. Upon witnessing the scene, Gu Chen could not help but be taken aback, his voice resonating with astonishment and trepidation as he shouted out. Hearing Gu Chen's exclamation, Ling paused momentarily, her approach halted, her enchanting eyes fixated on Gu Chen as she gently inquired, What is it? Has it caused you discomfort? Gu Chen gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling with fervor. He endeavored to steady his frayed nerves before stammering a response. No, it's just... Could we possibly discuss this further? I truly despise this feeling of being coerced. Ling, upon hearing this, furrowed her delicate brows, though she was not particularly surprised by Gu Chen's reaction. After a brief moment of hesitation, she suddenly broke into a radiant smile, akin to the blossoming of spring flowers. With her lips parting softly, she spoke in a gentle tone, Well, that might be feasible. However, I do have a slight condition. As she spoke, She playfully tapped the tip of Gu Chen's nose with her finger, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Gu Chen widened his eyes. Anxiety etched across his face as he cautiously asked, What condition? As long as it isn't too outrageous, I believe I can comply. Chapter 89. The comfort of a sister's embrace without hesitation. Ling reached into Gu Chen's pants pocket, swiftly extracting his phone and placing it before him, subtly nodding for him to unlock the screen. Gu Chen, with a face full of suspicion, furrowed his brow in confusion and asked, Sister Ling, what are you up to? A mischievous smile danced on Ling's lips as she playfully replied, Aren't you the one negotiating terms with me? Therefore, I require the password to your phone so that I can register my fingerprint. I promise not to touch you tonight. As she spoke, her graceful form leaned against Gu Chen, one delicate hand audaciously gliding across his handsome visage. It was as though any hint of resistance from him would result in her luscious red lips crashing against his face like a tempest. Faced with Ling's assertive demeanor, Gu Chen, despite his myriad of reluctances, realized he was utterly powerless to resist. With a resigned sigh, he acquiesced, saying, All right then. He obediently picked up the phone, unlocked it, and, per Ling's request, registered her fingerprint with ease. However, the moment the fingerprint was successfully recorded, Ling's reflexes were lightning quick as she snatched the phone from his grasp, swiftly adjusting her position. She tightly embraced Gu Chen's head while her other hand adeptly activated the camera. With a crisp click, the moment of their affectionate embrace was immortalized. After capturing the photograph, Ling stood up, satisfaction radiating from her as she sauntered to a nearby seat. Sister Ling, what on earth are you doing? Gu Chen's face flushed crimson, feeling as though he had nearly suffocated from the suddenness of it all. Yet, Ling remained silent, her focus entirely on the phone screen, her fingers dancing rapidly across it. She skillfully navigated to Gu Chen's moments page and, after a moment's contemplation, began to compose a message. I feel so secure in her embrace. Moi. Without hesitation, she pressed the send button, setting it to be visible to all. Having completed her task, Ling nonchalantly tucked Gu Chen's phone into her pocket. Sister Ling, what did you just do with my phone? A wave of ominous premonition surged within Gu Chen, an inexplicable sense of anxiety enveloping him entirely. However, in response to his frantic inquiry, Ling casually replied, Oh, it's nothing. Just checking if you had any hidden study materials. But from now on, I will be keeping your phone for the next hour. You should hurry and take a shower. I will have Kun bring you some clean clothes shortly. At these words, Gu Chen's eyes widened in alarm as he exclaimed, No way, Sister Ling. What if you do something reckless? But before he could finish, Ling had already issued a mildly threatening, This seemingly simple word carries an infinite sense of threat, as if the moment one dares to resist, they might be stripped bare in an instant. Alas, one must lower their head beneath the eaves. Gu Chen let out a silent sigh, contemplating that within another's territory, it would be prudent to adhere to the established rules. Otherwise, should he inadvertently provoke this formidable sister, he might find even his own safety compromised. With a heart full of reluctance, he had no choice but to nod in acquiescence, saying, all right, just hurry and take your shower. Ling playfully urged, then turned her attention back to her phone, ignoring Gu Chen entirely. Meanwhile, at the door, Kun was filled with perplexity, muttering to himself, Why is there not a single sound? The soundproofing of this door is rather exceptional. After contemplating various possibilities, he surmised that perhaps he had simply chosen the wrong position, leading to his inability to hear anything. Determined, Kun decided to shift his posture and location, attempting to discover the optimal angle to catch the sound from within. He alternated between tiptoeing close to the door crack and crouching down to press his ear against the bottom of the door. Just then, the previously closed door swung open unexpectedly. Caught off guard, Kun, with his body pressed against the door, lost his balance and stumbled forward, landing awkwardly on the ground. When he finally managed to rise and looked up at the person who had opened the door, his face flushed crimson, filled with embarrassment. For standing before him was none other than the irate Gu Chen. Kun forced himself to appear calm, mustering a strained smile as he stammered, "Chun. Brother Chun, what a coincidence you are here too?" In such an awkward situation, he wished he could find a hole to burrow into. Gazing at the individual who had lured him back and was now eavesdropping at the door, Gu Chen felt a surge of unnameable anger rising within him. He had often heard the adage to guard against fire, theft, and close friends. Now, it seemed that wisdom rang true. He had never expected that his closest companion would engage in such antics. Oh, wait. According to current parlance, this was indeed his bestie. In that moment, Gu Chen deeply realized that such so-called best friends often betray one at the most critical junctures. While those who call each other brothers might be somewhat more reliable, ultimately, one must rely on oneself. After all, the human heart is inscrutable. One can never fully comprehend the true thoughts of others. Gu Chen pointed at Kuan, saying, "Are you trying to elevate our relationship from classmates to brothers-in-law?" "Brother Chun, I was wrong." Kuan Ling incessantly changed all of Gu Chen's wallpapers, including his social media backgrounds and lock screen, to that recently captured photograph. Finally, satisfied, she placed Gu Chen's phone aside. "A few young children dare to compete with me for a man. Let us see if they possess the capability to do so." Chapter 90, I possess a peculiar quirk. Whenever fear seizes me, I find myself yearning for a kiss. At this moment, within the confines of a towering edifice, in a conference room adorned with opulence, a well-tailored gentleman rose abruptly. With unwavering confidence, he articulated his insights and perspectives regarding a particular project. Surveying his surroundings, one could observe the board members of the subsidiary, all clad in impeccably tailored suits, seated around the conference table. Each displayed a focused demeanor, attentively absorbing the gentleman's discourse, occasionally nodding in agreement or contemplation. As the gentleman concluded his remarks, a hushed murmur permeated the previously tranquil atmosphere of the room. The directors engaged in discreet conversations, exchanging their thoughts and opinions on the proposal. However, positioned directly before this assembly was a woman, Zhao Ying. At this moment, Zhao Ying elegantly crossed her legs, one delicate, alabaster hand gently grasping a document, while the other rested naturally on the armrest of her chair. She exuded an aura of formidable presence that commanded attention. Particularly striking were her captivating eyes, which sparkled with intelligence, seemingly capable of discerning the innermost thoughts of everyone present. Just as Zhao Ying was poised to finalize her decision on the proposal, her phone, resting nearby, suddenly erupted into vigorous vibrations. This interruption shattered the prevailing ambience of the conference room, drawing the collective gaze of all present toward Zhao Ying. Initially, she furrowed her brow slightly, but soon regained her composure. Raising her hand, she addressed the attendees softly. "I apologize, everyone. I need to check a message." With that, she lowered her gaze to the incessantly vibrating screen of her phone. As she perused the message, several directors exchanged hushed remarks. "Hey, who do you think is Zhao's top priority?" "I have no idea. Perhaps it's her crush? Who would have thought our Zhao is a romantic at heart? What's so surprising? Someone as extraordinary as Zhao must value relationships. After all, there's little she cannot achieve." "True, but I imagine her romantic endeavors will be quite successful. After all, which man could resist a woman as flawless as her?" "Exactly. If I were that man, I'd feel utterly blissful." Bang! Just as the directors continued their discreet chatter, Zhao Ying suddenly struck the table with a fist, producing a resounding noise. Instantly, the directors fell silent, fearing their previous comments had displeased her. Upon glancing at Zhao Ying, they indeed discerned her face was ablaze with anger. Damn it! As a few directors contemplated rising to apologize, Zhao Ying swiftly picked up her phone and initiated a call. Wasn't she angry with us?" A few individuals exchanged glances, understanding each other silently without uttering a word. The reason for Zhao Ying's anger was quite simple. She had seen a post from Gu Chen, and the background of his social media had been changed to a photograph of him with Kuan Ling. She was aware that this was undoubtedly the scheming of that older woman, a blatant declaration of her claim. Observing Gu Chen's passive demeanor in the photograph, Zhao Ying realized it could not have been his choice. Thus, Gu Chen's current predicament was becoming increasingly precarious. The incessant ringing of the phone continued. Yet there was no response. As time ticked away, Zhao Ying's anxiety grew, her grip on the phone tightening. With no one answering the call, she felt herself on the verge of madness. In her desperation, she wished she could send out a search party throughout the city to locate her beloved man. Finally, after 2 minutes, a clear sound indicated the call had been answered. However, it was not Gu Chen's voice that greeted her. Oh, isn't this the eldest daughter of the Zhao family? What brings you to call our little Chun so late? Kuan-Ling's tone brimmed with mockery and derision, revealing her lack of respect for Zhao Ying. Upon hearing such flippant words, Zhao Ying's fury ignited instantly. She widened her eyes and shouted into the phone, "Where's Gu Chen? Have him answer the call immediately." Her voice reverberated throughout the conference room, silencing the ongoing discussions as everyone fell into a hushed stillness. The woman on the other end of the line seemed unfazed by Zhao Ying's wrath. Instead, she chuckled lightly and replied nonchalantly, "Should keep your voice down, or you'll wake little Chun. He is quite exhausted and sleeping soundly beside me." Unable to contain her inner turmoil any longer, Zhao Ying sprang to her feet, her hands trembling with rage. "You old woman, don't get too arrogant. How dare you touch my man, Gu Chen? Do you truly believe I am powerless against you?" Yet, in the face of such a situation, Kuan-Ling remained remarkably composed, a hint of disdain evident on her beautiful face. She tilted her head slightly, a smirk playing on her lips, and in a tone laden with sarcasm, she delicately said, "Oh dear, I'm so frightened. However, I have a peculiar quirk. When I feel scared, I just want to kiss someone." Before her words could fully settle, Kuan-Ling playfully raised her fair, delicate hand, kissing it tenderly as if to a lover while making enticing sounds. At that moment, Zhao Ying on the other end was seething with rage, her entire being seemingly consumed by fury. She could not fathom that her beloved man was being so brazenly toyed with by another woman. With her eyes wide open, she glared at the phone, her chest heaving violently with indignation. Just as she prepared to unleash her anger upon Kuan-Ling, the woman's voice rang out once again from the other end of the line. Having concluded her words, and without waiting for Zhao Ying's response, Kuan-Ling decisively hung up the phone. In that instant, Zhao Ying found herself enveloped in a haze of emptiness, standing as though her very soul had been cast adrift. After a considerable pause, she gradually regained her senses, awakening as if from a dream. "No, this is absolutely unacceptable. How could my beloved allow another woman to tarnish his purity? His first time must solely belong to me, Zhao Ying." With this thought igniting her resolve, Zhao Ying abruptly rose and strode purposefully towards the door. Simultaneously, she turned to the busy individuals still engaged in the conference room and declared loudly, "The meeting is adjourned." Without a backward glance, she dashed out, leaving a room full of bewildered board members in her wake. Could it be? Such a magnificent woman as President Zhao could be betrayed? What nonsense are you spouting? Be careful, or you may lose your very life. Is this for real? What sort of woman would dare to vie for President Zhao's man? And what is so remarkable about this man? Are we really just going to abandon our multi-billion-dollar meeting like this? Chapter 91. Why should I be your boyfriend despite our differences? Having just emerged from a refreshing shower, Gu Chen, clad in a pristine white short-sleeved pajama set, strode into Kuan-Ling's room. As he dried his damp hair with a towel, he inquired, "Sister Kuan-Ling, did someone call for me just now?" At that moment, Gu Chen's wet strands clung to his forehead and the sides of his face, droplets cascading from the tips of his hair, falling onto his fair skin like lustrous pearls. The loose-fitting white pajamas, now slightly translucent from moisture, subtly revealed the contours of his physique, imbuing him with an extraordinary allure. To Kuan-Ling's eyes, this appearance seemed to evoke a tantalizing spectacle of wet seduction. Kuan-Ling found herself momentarily entranced, her gaze fixed on Gu Chen, her mouth slightly agape as if she had forgotten to close it. Sister Kuan-Ling, why are you silent?" Noticing her lack of response, Gu Chen stepped closer, waving his hand before her. It was only then that Kuan-Ling snapped back to reality, hurriedly wiping away the drool that nearly escaped her lips, stammering, "Ah, no, it was just a nuisance call." "Oh, that's good." Gu Chen nodded, extending his right hand, An hour has passed. It's time to return my phone, don't you think? Ling hesitated for a moment before responding, all right. She slowly picked up Gu Chen's phone, preparing to hand it to him. However, just as the phone was about to reach his hand, Ling suddenly stood up, embraced Gu Chen tightly, and playfully exclaimed, "Little Chun Chun, your hair is so what you might catch a cold. Let me help you dry it." Caught in her embrace, Gu Chen felt as though destiny had him firmly in its grasp once more. Is tonight truly destined to be my first time? He thought, overwhelmed. Ling's warm body pressed against him so closely that he could distinctly feel her gentle breath whispering near his ear. This breath carried a hint of insatiable desire, greedily savoring the unique essence he emanated. In a flurry of confusion, Gu Chen trembled as he opened his phone, intending to see what Ling had done with it. However, as the screen illuminated, he was greeted by a series of conspicuous missed calls. Upon closer inspection, he realized they were all from Zhao Ying, with several attempts clearly made in rapid succession. The most alarming of all was the last call, which had indeed been answered. Oh no, why is she calling at this moment? He was further startled upon noticing that his once unremarkable screensaver had transformed into an intimate photograph of himself and Ling. As he scrolled through his moments, he stumbled upon a sweet caption paired with a photo of the two of them together. At that moment, Gu Chen's mind erupted in a cacophony of panic. It was over, completely finished. That madwoman had undoubtedly seen everything and given her temperament. It was impossible to predict the chaos that would ensue. With this thought consuming him, Gu Chen could no longer afford to consider anything else. He urgently needed to explain the situation to Zhao Ying before it spiraled out of control. As he dialed her number, the phone barely rang for a few seconds before the familiar sound of Zhao Ying's voice came through. "Hello, where are you right now?" Gu Chen inquired, his tone betraying an undercurrent of urgency. Upon hearing Gu Chen's voice, which was so familiar to her, Zhao Ying's previously restless heart found a semblance of calm. "Why is that old woman with you? Where are you?" "I'm coming to get you right now," Zhao Ying exclaimed from inside her car. "I'm fine. Sister Ling hasn't done anything to me, so please don't be so agitated," Gu Chen hurriedly clarified. "You're saying nothing happened?" Just a moment ago, even Zhao Ying's emotions surged once more, her words tumbling over one another in a frenzy. "Do you believe everything she says? Have you lost your mind? Can't you see the bigger picture?" Gu Chen couldn't help but scold her. Zhao Ying was momentarily taken aback by his reprimand, as if someone had pressed the pause button on her thoughts. After a brief silence, she inhaled deeply, striving to regain her composure. In truth, she was well aware that she typically wasn't this impulsive or irritable. However, whenever matters concerning Gu Chen arose, her usual pride in her rationality and poise evaporated in an instant. "I can't seem to stay calm whenever it involves you. I just then." Ling swiftly snatched the phone from Gu Chen's hand, her movements so quick that he barely had time to react. Interrupting Zhao Ying, she spoke with a hint of petulance and authority. "Little Chun Chun must behave. When you're with your sister, you cannot be on the phone with other women." As soon as she finished speaking, her delicate fingers pressed the button to end the call with a decisive finality. Zhao Ying, infuriated by the abrupt termination, glared at her now darkened phone, her teeth clenched as she muttered, "That damned old woman. I will not let her off the hook. One day, she will know my strength." Yet, in that moment, all she could do was vent her frustration at the phone, feeling utterly powerless. The driver, sensing the commotion from the back seat, cautiously turned to inquire, "Miss, should we still go there?" Though Zhao Ying's anger simmered within her, after several deep breaths, she managed to suppress her fury and replied slowly, "Forget it. Let us just head home." With that, she leaned back in her seat, closed her eyes, and endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Ling hung up, a soft and sweet smile blooming on her face. She gently lifted Gu Chen as one would a child, carefully placing him upon the table. Then, she picked up a hairdryer and delicately began to dry his hair. However, Gu Chen felt as restless as an ant on a hot skillet, enduring a profound inner turmoil. Seizing the moment, while Ling was engrossed in tending to his hair, he swiftly deleted the social media post she had just shared. After completing this task, He raised his head and earnestly inquired of Kuan Ling, who was attentively drying her own hair. Sister Kuan Ling, may I ask you something? You see, my family's circumstances are not favorable, and we come from disparate backgrounds, making marriage an impossibility. You are well aware of this truth. Thus, why do you still wish for me to be your boyfriend? I truly cannot comprehend. Chapter 92. Marrying? I only take a wife. Little Chen Chen, what do you think attracts them to you? Kunling inquired softly, expertly maneuvering the hairdryer through Gu Chen's hair, as if she had rehearsed this act countless times. Gu Chen tilted his head slightly, contemplating before he replied, I believe it might be the allure of novelty. After all, I am somewhat industrious for a boy, and my appearance is rather striking. Moreover, I represent a type they have never encountered before. For these young ladies, who have always had everything at their fingertips, winning me over may provide them with a unique sense of accomplishment. His tone grew increasingly subdued, as if these reasons were indeed the true basis of their affection. Kunling paused her actions, nodding thoughtfully, before resuming her task of drying his hair. After a moment, she spoke again. Indeed, I share your sentiment. They are merely indulging in a fleeting whim. Once the novelty wears off, they might very well cast you aside. Thus, little Chen Chen, you must remain vigilant and not be swayed by the sweet nothings of these ill-intentioned women. With that, Kunling fixed her gaze intently on Gu Chen, solemnly affirming her point. Gu Chen, taken aback, turned to her. Sister, how can you nod in agreement? Do you not share the same thoughts as they do? Yet, you are different. I genuinely wish to marry you. Kunling gently set the hairdryer down, a tender and sweet smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Gu Chen with affection. However, he appeared unmoved by her heartfelt declaration, expressionless as he rose and turned to leave. Just as he was about to step out of the room, he suddenly turned back, playfully making a face at Kunling. Hee, but I have no intention of marrying. I only take a wife. Who wants to get married? With that proclamation, he slammed the door to Kunling's room behind him. Left inside, Kunling paused in surprise before shaking her head in resignation, a bittersweet smile crossing her face. Ah, this foolish little brother. Well, he should understand that discussing marriage with those wealthy young ladies is utterly impractical. This is for the best. At least he won't have to worry about it before graduation. With this thought, Kunling felt a wave of relief wash over her. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, having successfully escaped Kunling's room, made his way directly to Kuan's room. Upon entering, without hesitation, he stepped onto Kuan's large bed. Startled by the commotion, Kuan looked up from his phone, bewildered as he stammered. Chun Gu, how did you get out? Didn't my sister keep you there to war her bed? It is worth noting that just a few days ago, Kunling had resolutely declared that today, without fail, she would ensure that Gu Chen remained obediently in his room to warm his bed. Upon hearing this, Gu Chen immediately dashed to the door in a flurry, swiftly locking it behind him. Once he completed this task, he let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, you mentioned it. I had indeed forgotten. With that, he leaped onto the bed, comfortably settling down. If you dare to sneak out tonight, you will be in serious trouble tomorrow. Gu Chen pointed his finger threateningly at Kuan, simultaneously raising his fist, which resembled a large bun. Witnessing this scene, Kuan promptly raised both hands, earnestly declaring, Understood, Gu, I would never dare. Fine then, let us quickly turn off the lights and sleep. No sooner had he spoken than there was a sharp sound, and the entire room was engulfed in darkness. At that very moment, as the lights extinguished, Kuan swiftly lunged towards Gu Chen, clinging tightly to him, his voice tinged with a whimper. Gu, why did you suddenly turn off the lights? I'm so afraid of the dark. Startled by Kuan's sudden action, Gu Chen quickly regained his composure and, somewhat exasperated, replied, If the lights remain on, it will be too glaring. I'm right here, aren't I? What is there for a grown man like you to be afraid of? With that, he prepared to lie down and rest. However, to his surprise, Kuan continued to cling to his arm, unwilling to let go. Seeing this, Gu Chen let out a long sigh. Oh well, it's all the same with the lights off. He then contemplated that he must have a serious conversation with those few girls. After all, a relationship with them seemed impossible. It was essential to clarify things, maintaining a certain distance. Otherwise, this entanglement could not only bring him trouble, but also hinder those girls. With this thought in mind, Gu Chen resolved to wait until tomorrow or find an opportune moment to speak with them. Hey, Chingu, which girl do you actually like? Can you share with me? After the lights were turned off, Kuan cautiously inquired to ascertain whether Gu Chen had fallen asleep. They're all quite nice, but I feel unworthy of them. I believe it's best to clarify things with them tomorrow or at a suitable opportunity. I can hardly endure this internal conflict any longer. Huh, give me some response. Just after Gu Chen finished speaking, a sound of breathing emanated from Kuan. Wow, he fell asleep instantly. Impressive. Then I shall sleep as well. After all, it's better to clarify certain matters. The following morning, a gentle rain fell. Gu Chen, with sleepy eyes, opened them only to feel an overwhelming weight upon him. To his astonishment, Kuan had half of his body resting on him. How desperately insecure can this guy be? Is it necessary to sleep so close? Gu Chen complained. He cautiously shifted his body, attempting to free himself from Kuan's unyielding grasp. After some effort, he finally succeeded in liberating himself from Kuan's relentless hold. Gu Chen casually picked up his phone resting beside the pillow, and, after unlocking the screen, he nonchalantly opened the class group chat. Several new messages emerged, capturing his attention. Among them was a notification that read, "Dear classmates, due to the formidable typhoon haughty making landfall, we anticipate several consecutive days of heavy rainfall. For safety reasons, the school has decided to cancel this sports meeting with a new date to be announced. Please spread the word. Thank you." Upon reading this message, Gu Chen was initially taken aback, but a glimmer of delight soon appeared on his face. This is splendid. He had been worried about not being able to complete the 1,500-meter race, and now he was relieved to avoid it entirely. With this thought, he set down his phone, intending to indulge in a brief slumber. However, he suddenly remembered that there were still a few more messages to check, prompting him to look again. What? Evening gown? Is such formality really necessary? Chapter 93. It's time to draw the line. Gu Chen's phone screen illuminated, revealing a striking message from Zhaoying. "Let us go, make evening dresses after class today." A wave of resignation washed over Gu Chen as he read the message. Just last night, he had resolved to keep his distance from them. Yet here he was, obliged to join in the endeavor of creating evening dresses today. However, he had no choice. He owed them a favor. Having made a promise, he knew he had to honor it. With that thought, Gu Chen replied to Zhaoying with a simple, "Okay." At this moment, he glanced at the still sleeping Kuan beside him, feeling reluctant to wake him. After all, who would want to be disturbed while enjoying a peaceful slumber? Thus, Gu Chen quietly rose from bed and hastily completed his morning routine. Once he was ready, he opened the door and stepped outside. As soon as he opened the door, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Could it be that Sister Kuan had risen early to prepare breakfast? Gu Chen mused to himself, following the scent. To his astonishment, he beheld two diminutive uncles clad in aprons, busily preparing breakfast in the kitchen. They appeared to be the housekeepers hired to assist. Noticing Gu Chen's presence, the two uncles immediately greeted him with warm smiles, saying, "Good morning, sir. Breakfast is ready. You may come and enjoy it." "Oh, thank you, uncles. I shall wait, Kuan." Gu Chen replied politely, instinctively glancing at his phone. It seemed the hour was late, almost time to depart for school. After he roused Kuan from his slumber, Gu Chen stepped out of the room once more. Just then, the door to Kuan room swung open at the perfect moment. "Good morning, Sister Kuan." Gu Chen managed a smile, waving at her. "Good morning." Kuan responded with a smile. However, in the next instant, she sprang forward, pinning Gu Chen against the wall in a classic wall slam pose. Her body pressed against him as she leaned closer, whispering softly in his ear, "Little Chen, how about a morning kiss?" This sudden advance jolted Gu Chen awake, his demeanor shifting to one of alertness. His eyes widened in disbelief, and he flailed his hands, pushing gently against Kuan cheek as he stammered, Kuan, please, not so early. There are two uncles watching us." Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, the two uncles, who had been idly chatting, intuitively turned away in unison, feigning ignorance of the unfolding scene. Seeing this, Kuan Ling's lips curved into a satisfied smile as she nodded gently. At that moment, Gu Chen thought to himself, "Goodness, this is too much. These two old fellows are setting me up. Now that it seems no one is watching, can we have that kiss?" Kuan Ling inquired with a mischievous grin. "Absolutely not." Gu Chen unhesitatingly declined Kuan Ling's request and, taking advantage of her momentary distraction, swiftly slipped away from under her arm. "Oh, you mischievous boy. What's wrong with playing with your sister early in the morning? I wouldn't really kiss you," Kuan Ling called out playfully, watching Gu Chen's retreating figure. Just as she turned away, Kuan was imitating her previous actions with a cheeky grin on his face, chanting, "Xiao Chan Shun, how about a morning kiss?" "Ha ha, this is hilarious, sis." This scene caused Kuan Ling's eyes to widen in disbelief, with a few dark lines seemingly appearing on her forehead. She never anticipated that Kuan would dare to tease her, and a surge of indignation welled up within her. Hey, sis, I was wrong. Go easy on me." At Jinghai No. 1 High School, Gu Chen had just settled into his seat when he noticed Hua Ting slumped over her desk, her arms tightly wrapped around herself, her once delicate features now marred by a look of grievance. He took his seat and inquired, "What's wrong? Why the long face?" Hearing his voice, Hua Ting slowly lifted her head, her large, watery eyes fixed intently on him, filled with sorrow. Biting her lip, she asked, "Chen Shun, were you last night?" Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then scratched his head and replied, "Oh, I stayed over at Kuan's house." However, Hua Ting clearly did not believe him, raising her voice in protest, "You're lying." Faced with her skepticism, Gu Chen appeared somewhat helpless. "I'm not lying. I really was at Kuan's." At that moment, Hua Ting's expression darkened as if a thought had struck her. She angrily questioned, "Then who was that woman hugging you yesterday? You both looked so close." Gu Chen quickly waved his hands in clarification. "That was Kuan's sister, and also my landlord." After hearing Gu Chen's explanation, Hua Ting's initially tense features gradually softened, and a hint of relief emerged in her smile. She gently bit her lip and said softly, "Well, all right, but you must be more careful in the future. Don't let yourself be fooled again, or else I will." However, before she could finish her sentence, Gu Chen abruptly interrupted her. With a slight furrow in his brow and a somewhat evasive gaze, he slowly spoke, "Well, have you ever considered that there can be no outcome for us, given the vast disparity in our family circumstances?" As he spoke, he unconsciously lowered his head, seemingly unable to meet Hua Ting's gaze at that moment. Hua Ting was taken aback by his words, her body trembling slightly. She opened her mouth, eager to retort, "Aye." But before she could express her thoughts, Gu Chen once again interrupted her. "Let's remain merely ordinary friends. There's truly no necessity for us to pursue a deeper connection. You are undoubtedly aware of the myriad of pragmatic issues at play. Perhaps you are simply unable to relinquish that persistent obsession." At this juncture, Gu Chen paused momentarily, inhaling deeply before continuing, "I trust that in the days to come, you shall encounter a boy far superior and more suited to you than I know." "It is not like that, Chen Shun, Hua Ting fervently sought to convey her feelings to Gu Chen, yet her voice emerged feeble, tinged with a hint of desperation. However, Gu Chen remained unmoved. Instead, he raised a finger to his lips, signaling for silence, and lowered his voice to say, "Sure, class is in session." Upon hearing this, Hua Ting felt as if all her energy had drained away, leaning wearily against the back of her chair. The flicker of hope ignited by Gu Chen's explanation was extinguished in an instant, leaving her staring vacantly ahead, murmuring to herself, "Is it because of that fellow's sister that Chen now wishes to draw a line between us?" Chapter 94. A little classroom on love time passed, second by second, as silence enveloped the room, unbroken by any utterance. At last, the bell signaling the end of class rang in the evening. Gu Chen slowly rose from his seat and gently patted Hua Ting's shoulder, a touch that made her shiver slightly. "I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow." Gu Chen's voice was deep and gentle, like a soft breeze brushing against Hua Ting's ear. With that, he turned and walked toward the classroom door. Hua Ting watched Gu Chen's retreating figure, her heart a tumult of emotions. She silently raised her hand and waved, whispering, "See you tomorrow." Once Gu Chen had completely vanished from her sight, Hua Ting let her arms drop limply, feeling as though she had lost all support, collapsing into her chair. At that moment, a familiar yet irritating voice pierced her thoughts. "Oh, what's this, you pitiful woman? Have you suffered a heartbreak? Why are you so listless all day?" Gu Chen swaggered over, a mocking grin plastered on his face. Hua Ting had no inclination to engage in banter with him. Her gaze was vacant, as if her soul had departed. Upon hearing Gu Chen's words, she merely cast him a disinterested glance and asked distractedly, "Does Chen really like your sister?" Gu Chen was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter, the sound echoing harshly in the empty classroom. "Well, who would have thought that you, an arrogant little minx, would ever experience insecurity?" He taunted. Throughout their acquaintance, Hua Ting had never refrained from retorting Gu Chen's jibes. Yet, this time, she remained silent, as she genuinely could not comprehend how Gu Chen, who had seemed perfectly fine yesterday, could today wish to distance himself, relegating their relationship to mere friends. The only possibility that occupied her mind was that Gu Chen had developed feelings for Gu Chen's sister. As for the disparity in their backgrounds, Hua Ting dismissed that as inconsequential. As long as Gu Chen was willing to be with her, she could overcome any obstacle. She perceived this solely as an excuse Gu Chen had devised to maintain his distance. Having returned, she felt that no one in the Hua family could prevent her from being with Gu Chen. If they truly could not accept him, then she would sever ties with the Hua family and forge her own path. As Hua Ting contemplated this, Gu Chen, observing his former rival's despondency, found the taunting increasingly dull and remarked, "For my male intuition, I say Chen doesn't fancy my sister." At this revelation, a spark seemed to reignite in Hua Ting's eyes. "Are you serious?" she exclaimed, gripping Gu Chen's hand with excitement. "Absolutely not." Gu Chen hastily shook off her grasp. He had no desire to be touched by this unpleasant woman. "That is splendid. So, if I find an opportunity to express my feelings to Chen, perhaps he won't keep his distance anymore. Is this girl a bit delusional?" Hua Ting disregarded all reservations and stood up, exclaiming with fervor, "It's rare for you to act human. I'll treat you to a meal next time. I find myself at a loss for words. Gu Chen is presently unwell, and I must exercise patience with her. Anger would only mar my beauty and etch wrinkles upon my visage." At this very moment, Gu Chen and Zhao Ying have arrived at the foot of the teaching building. The gentle drizzle from the sky continues to fall incessantly, as if it shall never cease. Standing side by side, a sudden thought flitted through Zhao Ying's mind. If she refrained from producing her umbrella, might she share the same umbrella with her beloved? Resolute in her decision, Zhao Ying swiftly stowed her umbrella within her backpack. However, Gu Chen remained oblivious to her subtle maneuvers. He simply unfurled his umbrella and proceeded toward the school gate. At that moment, Zhao Ying called out from behind, "Hey, aren't you going to wait for me?" Gu Chen halted, turning to see Zhao Ying standing there, looking rather foolish. A surge of irritation welled up within him, and he retorted, "Seriously? On a rainy day, you didn't even bring an umbrella. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up." Instead of feeling angered by Gu Chen's mildly reproachful words, Zhao Ying's lips curled into a sly smile. She quickly jogged over to his side, unabashedly snatching the umbrella from his grasp, while simultaneously linking her arm through his left one, resting it upon her right. With a facade of composure, she declared, "I'm taller. It's easier for you to hit my head with the umbrella. Let me, as the lady, take charge." Gu Chen thought to himself, "Is she trying to deceive me? She's holding my arm so naturally. One might think it belongs to her. She must have watched plenty of romantic lessons." Just then, a commotion arose from behind, as several girls, witnessing this scene, hurried toward Zhao Ying. "Sister Ying, why didn't you bring an umbrella today? How fortuitous to share one with your husband. Indeed, even as you head home, you two haven't forgotten to shower us with your love. Are you concerned we might return home unsatisfied? Where do you plan to take your husband tonight? Don't forget, we have class tomorrow. Be sure not to stay out too late." Faced with the playful teasing of her close friends, Zhao Ying feigned annoyance, exclaiming, "Oh, go away. Stop causing a ruckus." As she spoke, she discreetly glanced at Gu Chen, eager to discern his reaction. Though it appeared that Zhao Ying was attempting to dismiss her friends, Her heart was brimming with joy. To her surprise, her beloved showed no signs of displeasure at their playful banter. After all, in the realm of male thought, a lack of protest often signifies agreement, and silence is a tacit acceptance. Before long, Zhao Ying and Gu Chen boarded their car together. As Zhao Ying waved farewell to her close friends, she playfully raised her eyebrows at them, as if hinting that their earlier performance had been quite remarkable. Once the vehicle was in motion, Gu Chen remarked, "When will you teach me? Where did you acquire such skills? I could use them to charm girls." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying displayed no hint of embarrassment. Instead, a subtle smile graced her lips, revealing a playful expression. Gently, she extended her right hand and raised Gu Chen's chin, compelling him to gaze up at her. With a teasing tone, she inquired, "I can teach you, but whom do you intend to captivate with these skills?" Chapter 95. Has the overbearing Xiao taken his medicine today? Under Zhao Ying's unwavering gaze, if this had occurred a few days prior, Gu Chen would have undoubtedly succumbed to temptation. However, following the profound self-reflection he underwent last night, he now remained as tranquil as a placid lake. A hint of a confident smile graced his lips as he remarked, "Am I to believe that the skills I have acquired are solely for charming other women? Well, my beloved Qingxue." Before he could finish his sentence, Gu Chen deftly brushed aside Zhao Ying's hand that had been gripping his chin. Initially taken aback by his words, Zhao Ying soon broke into laughter. "Flirting with my little sister? That is no problem at all." With that, she leaned back against the car seat. Her long, fair arms began to stretch leisurely to the sides. One hand gently rested on Gu Chen's shoulder, while the other, ostensibly to alleviate any awkwardness, picked up her phone to peruse a guide. Yet, her gaze frequently wandered back to Gu Chen, igniting a spark of curiosity within him. Gu Chen chose not to argue or resist Zhao Ying's advances, for he understood that reasoning with a woman afflicted by the overbearing CEO syndrome was futile. Thus, he resolved to indulge her whims, knowing that in a few days she would no longer have the opportunity to embrace him so freely. As he observed Zhao Ying, so relaxed with her phone in hand, seemingly engrossed in the screen, yet intermittently stealing glances at him, Gu Chen felt it was all rather contrived. This piqued his interest. Was she genuinely focused on her phone? Leaning in closer, he caught a glimpse of the words displayed on the screen, leaving him utterly dumbfounded. To his astonishment, the screen boldly proclaimed, "How to approach a man during a date without appearing awkward." Upon noticing Gu Chen sneaking a look at her phone, Zhao Ying was initially startled. However, she quickly regained her composure, her lips curling into a playful smirk as she teased, "What's this? Is the little man inspecting my phone?" Without hesitation, she extended her phone towards him, displaying it openly. Although Zhao Ying maintained a facade of nonchalance, internally, she was reveling in delight. "It seems my little man was concerned I might be secretly chatting with another man, prompting him to check my phone. Since he cares so much, I must provide him with ample reassurance." A glint of cunning danced in her eyes. Gu Chen, on the other hand, was utterly perplexed. How could it get any more awkward? Who consults a dating guide during a date? The thought process of these wealthy individuals is truly perplexing. He was at a loss for words. Not wishing to linger on the matter, he furrowed his brow and gently pushed Zhao Ying's phone away. Fearing further inquiries, he hastily redirected the conversation. "How long have we been on the road? When can we expect to reach our destination?" Just as Gu Chen's voice faded, the driver, seated at the wheel, felt a sudden jolt of alarm. It was imperative to recognize that the man before him was the one favored by the future head of the Zhao family. If there came a day when this man truly wed into the Zhao clan, given Zhao Ying's temperament, it was certain that she would be utterly obedient to Gu Chen post-marriage. Contemplating this, the driver realized that this man could transform into the patriarch of the Zhao family, thereby becoming his absolute superior. With this thought in mind, the driver unhesitatingly pressed the accelerator to the floor. The engine roared to life, and with a swift lurch, the vehicle surged forward. "Miss, please brace yourself and your gentleman. We are almost there," the driver shouted. However, before he could finish, Gu Chen could not help but exclaim, "Wait you." As the driver pressed down on the gas, Gu Chen felt his body lurch backward, soon overwhelmed by a powerful sensation of being pushed against his seat. Before long, The vehicle came to a steady halt at their destination. Dazed, Gu Chen opened the car door and stumbled out. The excessive speed made him feel as though his stomach was in turmoil, threatening to expel the breakfast he had consumed that morning. In stark contrast, Zhao Ying appeared remarkably composed. She stepped out of the car, her demeanor unruffled, casting an appreciative glance at the driver. This driver clearly understood the nuances of her expectations. For Zhao Ying, any request made by her beloved man must be fulfilled without question. Once Gu Chen had somewhat regained his composure and looked up, he was taken aback. Before him stood the imposing Dihao Plaza, the very place they had visited last time. Confused, he turned to Zhao Ying and inquired, "I thought we were going to your home for a fitting. I didn't expect we would end up here." Hearing this, a subtle smile graced Zhao Ying's lips as she replied softly, "Oh, so you wish to accompany me home for a fitting? No problem. Let us go." With that, she began to walk back toward the car. Wait, don't take me seriously. I was merely jesting. If we truly went to your house, wouldn't you devour me whole?" Gu Chen exclaimed, shivering slightly. His thoughts were crystal clear. If they were to go to her home, it would be akin to a lamb entering the lion's den, an invitation to disaster. After all, it was her residence, and once inside, she could do as she pleased. In contrast, remaining in this bustling public space felt significantly safer and more reliable. Although this establishment was also part of her domain, the presence of bystanders offered some degree of security. With this realization, Gu Chen shook his head, conceding that this audacious individual truly dared. "All right, let's hurry inside," Zhao Ying declared, attempting to grasp Gu Chen's hand. Observing her intent to take advantage of him, Gu Chen promptly withdrew his hand. "We must observe propriety, after all," he retorted. In the confines of the vehicle, Gu Chen found himself devoid of any opportunity for negotiation. It would be rather excessive to seek advantage after disembarking. "Very well, I shall heed your words." Zhao Ying, without further ado, stepped into the shopping mall. Gu Chen mused, Has this fellow just taken his medication? Remarkably, he is not exhibiting any erratic behavior. However, when Gu Chen turned his gaze to the side, he understood why Zhao Ying hastily entered. It turned out that she had spotted Shangguan Li and Su Guangyao. "Hey, Li, could that possibly be Gu Chen?" Su Guangyao remarked as he lightly tapped Shangguan Li's shoulder, indicating the direction. "What are the odds of encountering him repeatedly?" Shangguan Li retorted disdainfully. Yet, upon directing his attention to where Su Guangyao had indicated, he gasped in astonishment. Goodness. Chapter 96. A heated argument. What does he come here for? Shangguan Li inquired with a puzzled expression towards Su Guangyao beside him. Who knows? Just ignore him and keep your distance to avoid bad luck. With that, Su Guangyao grasped Shangguan Li's arm and hurried towards another door. From a distance, Gu Chen observed the disdainful expressions on their faces. He felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him, but soon found solace in the situation. Oh well, I suppose it makes sense for that guy to steer clear of them. Gu Chen muttered to himself, then turned to quickly catch up with Zhao Ying, who was a short distance ahead. No wonder you left early. You must have spotted them. Gu Chen chuckled lightly, nudging Zhao Ying's shoulder playfully as he teased her. Zhao Ying paused momentarily, her face suddenly becoming a touch awkward. Well, let us go check out the styles of the dresses and take some measurements. It was evident that she was quite reluctant to mention Shangguan Li in front of Gu Chen. Noticing Zhao Ying's unusual demeanor, Gu Chen pondered inwardly. There's a juicy story here. What could possibly have unsettled her? His curiosity was piqued. What is going on? Do tell. Oh, it's nothing. You needn't worry. Observing Zhao Ying's recent actions and words, an idea surfaced in Gu Chen's mind. Could it be that I've been designated as a protective little husband? Oh. Meanwhile, Su Guangyao was discussing Zhao Ying's birthday party next week with Shangguan Li. So what do you think? Any particular style in mind for the dress? Concern laced Su Guangyao's words. However, Shangguan Li appeared somewhat distracted, gently shaking his head as he replied, Not yet. Sensing this, Su Guangyao curiously pressed on. What is the matter? Is something bothering you? After a moment of hesitation, Shangguan Li spoke. I messaged my uncle last night to ask if Ying has settled on a male companion for her birthday party next week, but my uncle said. As he spoke, Shangguan Li's voice trembled, and he choked momentarily. What did he say? Don't keep me in suspense. Su Wangia Uget. Shang Wanli took a moment to collect himself, then continued. My uncle mentioned that he was unsure whether Ying had a partner, adding that she has grown up and is increasingly headstrong with her own opinions. I told him that if she hasn't found anyone, she can count on me. Upon hearing this, Su Guangyao nodded. That seems quite normal. Shang Wanli slightly inclined his head, yet the worry on his face remained, and he continued. Indeed. But the issue lies in the fact that up to this point, there's been no indication from Ying that she intends to invite me as her partner. With that, he let out a deep sigh, as if burdened by a heavy stone resting upon his heart. Are you concerned that Zhao Ying might bring that person along? Su Guangyao subtly referred to Gu Chen. Upon hearing this, Shang Wanli was momentarily taken aback, before gently nodding and admitting, indeed. I'm somewhat worried about this. Observing her reaction, Su Guangyao quickly smiled and reassured her, Oh, do not fret. You must understand that occasion will be attended by numerous noble families. Even if Zhao Ying is the legitimate eldest daughter of the Zhao family, how could her family matriarch possibly consent to her appearing with a man of no social standing at such a significant event? After listening to Su Guangyao's words, Shang Wanli felt a bit more at ease, yet still uncertain. She inquired, Do you truly believe that? Su Guangyao confidently patted his chest and replied, Of course. Just consider the relationship between your families, combined with your own attributes and lineage. It is undoubtedly you who will be the focal point. So, stop worrying unnecessarily and hurry to select a few beautiful outfits to ensure you dazzle everyone that day. As he spoke, he took Shang Wanli's hand and strode purposefully upstairs. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying was preoccupied with thoughts, her mind replaying the events of the previous night. Upon returning home after receiving a call from Gu Chen, she was met with her father Zhao Tiany's earnest counsel. Zhao Tiany sat upright on the sofa, his expression grave as he addressed Zhao Ying. Why not let Lili accompany you this time? After all, those attending this banquet are distinguished families. If you bring Gu Chen, I fear even your grandmother might disapprove. Hearing this, Zhao Ying furrowed her brow and retorted, What if I insist on bringing Gu Chen? Is this my 18th birthday celebration or merely a social gathering for you? Unfazed by his daughter's challenge, Zhao Tiany answered solemnly, You have grown up. You must consider the greater picture in all matters. While your usual impulsiveness may be tolerated, this time is different. Your mother and grandmother will be present, and the reputation of our entire family rests upon you. So, it would be best to bring Li as your companion. Zhao Ying, her anger intensifying, boldly countered, But I want to bring Gu Chen. He excels in every aspect. How does he fall short compared to Shang Wanli? Is it merely because of his humble background? Witnessing his daughter's stubbornness, Zhao Tiany trembled with anger. He could hardly believe that she was so oblivious to the weight of the situation. Is this what they call a rebellious phase, where even a father's words fall on deaf ears? You are aware of his lack of privilege, yet you still wish to bring him? The prosperity of our family is not solely due to our own strengths. It is equally reliant on forging alliances through marriage to consolidate power and expand resources. As the future heir of the Zhao family, do you not comprehend this? Zhao Tiany exclaimed in frustration. However, his words did little to sway Zhao Ying. Unable to contain the fury surging within her, she shouted at Zhao Tian, I am bewildered. Throughout my life, I have been compelled to adhere to your directives, never once following my own heart. If even this time I must be manipulated by you, I would rather forfeit this position of heir. Before her words could fully dissipate, a sharp sound echoed through the air as a resounding slap struck Zhao Ying's face. Instantly, a vivid red mark blossomed upon her fair complexion. You truly wish to drive me to the brink of despair. Zhao Tian trembled with rage, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhao Ying, nearly rendered speechless by his fury. After a brief moment, he abruptly turned and exited the room without a backward glance. Watching her father's retreating figure, a bittersweet and rigid smile crept upon Zhao Ying's lips. She murmured to herself, Well then, do as you please. If I am destined to live my life as a mere puppet, it would be far better to embrace death. With that, she slowly approached the floor-to-ceiling window, her gaze vacant as she stared out at the dazzling lights of the entire Jinghai city. Just as Zhao Ying was lost in her reflections of the previous night, a series of shouts jolted her back to reality. Zhao Ying, Zhao Ying. Chapter 97. Please call me Detective Gu Chen. What happened? Zhao Ying blinked in a daze, and upon hearing Gu Chen's call, she abruptly turned around, her face still bearing traces of confusion. Gu Chen shook his head and said, "Please wait for me a moment. I'm going to purchase a phone watch." With that, he turned and walked toward the nearby children's watch store. As Gu Chen approached the shop, a sudden thought surged his mind. He must buy a phone watch for Gu Qingxue. After all, he often spent nights away from home, and sometimes it was difficult to contact her. A phone watch would certainly make things more convenient and provide him with peace of mind. Upon entering the store, an enthusiastic male salesperson greeted him with a beaming smile, inquiring, "Welcome, young man. What can I assist you with today?" Gu Chen surveyed the surroundings, his gaze landing on the various innovative and colorful phone watches, and then he candidly asked, "Could you recommend a few high-quality phone watches for me?" The salesperson, upon hearing this, immediately pointed to a watch in the display case and excitedly introduced, "This one absolutely meets your requirements. It is our store's latest bestseller, the Young Talent phone watch." Gu Chen responded, "What is this Young Talent?" The salesperson continued, "Not only can it make calls, but it also supports online payment functions. It's fireproof, waterproof, and resistant to corrosion. It is exceptionally durable. Most importantly, it originally cost 1,888 yuan, but we are currently running a promotion, and you can take it home for just 888 yuan. Isn't that a fantastic deal?" Gu Chen thought, "Has this guy just returned from a live stream sales event?" At that moment, Zhao Ying appeared behind Gu Chen. When the salesperson inadvertently caught sight of her, his previously animated chatter abruptly ceased. He swiftly turned around, exchanging glances with other staff members, who all diverted their attention to the computer screen. "Why did you stop introducing?" Gu Chen noticed the salesperson's suddenly peculiar expression and the similarly strange reactions from the surrounding employees, which piqued his curiosity. Following the salesperson's gaze, he looked toward the front desk computer. To his astonishment, the computer screen clearly displayed Zhao Ying's exceptionally clear face, and beneath the photograph were several striking words. "Big Boss." Gu Chen's eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape. His mind flooded with a barrage of question marks and exclamation points. What on earth is this? Just as Gu Chen was left speechless in shock, a well-dressed manager, radiating warmth and smiles, swiftly approached him. She enthusiastically said, "Congratulations, sir. You are incredibly fortunate to be our store's 10,000th customer since its opening. As a special reward, we have prepared the latest phone watch for you, with an additional preloaded balance of 10,000 yuan in call credits." As the manager spoke, she unhesitatingly handed the exquisitely packaged smartwatch to Gu Chen. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Gu Chen found himself in a state of bewilderment. "Do I appear foolish to you?" he retorted, instinctively extending his hand to accept the watch, staring blankly at the smiling manager who was slightly bowing in a gesture of respect. At that moment, he was utterly at a loss as to how to react. "Since it has already been purchased, let us make haste," Zhao Ying urged, pulling the still-dazed Gu Chen towards the store exit. Once the two had departed, the manager finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. She raised her hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat that had emerged on her forehead, her heart still racing with anxiety as she patted her chest. At this juncture, the male attendant, who had been silent until now, could no longer contain his curiosity and quietly inquired of the manager, "Could it be that the person we just encountered was truly the owner of our company?" Upon hearing this, the manager's expression shifted to one of certainty as she nodded vigorously in affirmation. Based on the unique aura he exuded, there is no doubt he must be our esteemed owner. Recalling the formidable presence she had felt when in close proximity to the owner, the manager was still somewhat shaken. We are truly fortunate." Thankfully, the lobby manager had previously sent us the owner's photograph to keep us alert. Otherwise, we might have faced a scenario akin to that of the clothing store last time. The shop was shut down, and it seemed those few individuals had vanished without a trace. The male attendant remarked, his voice laced with trepidation. Upon hearing this, the manager's countenance paled instantly. In a flurry of panic, She turned to the attendant, gesturing frantically for him to be silent, her face filled with terror as she admonished him in a hushed tone. "Shoo, you must not speak of this. If anyone overhears and spreads the word, we shall find ourselves in dire straits." Realizing his misstep, the male attendant sheepishly scratched his head and replied with an awkward smile, "Understood, manager. I will be mindful." Throughout their journey, the two remained silent. Gu Chen quietly tucked away the watch. While observing Zhao Ying's troubled expression, a suspicion began to form in his mind. The scheming frog has been probing your intentions. Before encountering Shangwan Li, Zhao Ying had been lively. However, upon meeting him, she seemed distracted, indicating that there was indeed something troubling her, likely related to Shangwan Li. Given recent events, it was clear that the Zhao family had insisted on having Shangwan Li accompany Zhao Ying to the upcoming birthday banquet. Yet, Zhao Ying had sought out Gu Chen for assistance. Facing significant opposition from her family and presenting various ultimatums concerning her potential departure from the Zhao family if her wishes were not met. This predicament explained her current state. Gu Chen couldn't help but commend his own astute deductions, chuckling to himself. "Ha ha, please call me Detective Gu Chen." Upon hearing the sudden burst of laughter, Zhao Ying cast a perplexed glance at Gu Chen. What is so ridiculous? Gu Chen, initially taken aback, quickly comprehended the situation. He helplessly shook his head and, with a wry smile, remarked, "It's not ridiculous. Oh dear, what a coincidence this is." Noticing Zhao Ying's continued confusion, Gu Chen hastily waved his hand and said, "Let's not dwell on that. Well, there is something I wish to discuss with you." At this point, he paused momentarily, seemingly gathering his thoughts, before finally directing his gaze toward Zhao Ying. "Please, go ahead." Chapter 98. Has the Zhao family been abandoned? Last night, Gu Chen felt compelled to confide in Zhao Ying regarding his thoughts. However, at that pivotal moment, a sudden ring of a phone interrupted him. It was Zhao Ying's mobile phone. She glanced down at the screen displaying the caller's name, her body tensing slightly as a look of surprise crossed her face. She then lifted her gaze, her eyes slowly turning towards Gu Chen. Observing her reaction, Gu Chen encouraged her, "Go ahead. It's not something urgent for me." After receiving Gu Chen's consent, Zhao Ying pressed the answer button and brought the phone to her ear, her tone somewhat frosty as she inquired, "What do you want?" "If there is nothing, I'll hang up." On the other end, a stern and authoritative female voice responded immediately, "Have you become a little too carefree while I've been away, Ying?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ying furrowed her brows but maintained her composure, replying, "If you have something to say, just say it. I'm currently out." The caller seemed unfazed by Zhao Ying's impatience and continued, "I've arranged your partner for your birthday banquet. It's Li Li. As for that boy you mentioned, I disapprove. Do you not care about my decision at all?" Zhao Ying's hands clenched in anger, her knuckles turning pale from the strain. "Your decision?" A cold laugh resonated from the phone, initially laced with scorn, but swiftly transformed into a serious tone, as if shrouded in a layer of frost. "Is it because I've been away that your father has spoiled you? You need to understand that I am the head of the Zhao family, and you, merely the daughter of Zhao Ning Shuang." There was a slight pause before the voice continued with an undeniable authority. "If you wish to inherit our Zhao family legacy, you must obediently follow my arrangements. Otherwise, the discussion is over." Indeed, Zhao Ying's mother also bears the Zhao surname. It is a matriarchal society, a detail I established from the beginning, not a trap. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Ying gradually turned to face Gu Chen, her gaze locking onto him. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of resolve welled up within her. Throughout her life, she had always obeyed her mother, who had been exceedingly strict, never daring to defy her. Yet today, she resolved to no longer retreat, to bravely pursue all that she desired. If she lacked the courage to seek even a hint of true love, she felt her existence as a strong woman would be in vain. With this thought, Zhao Ying raised her voice and declared, "Whoever in the Zhao family wishes to stay can do so. I for one am done." After uttering these words, Zhao Ying felt a wave of relief wash over her, as if a heavy burden that had long weighed upon her heart had suddenly lifted, leaving her feeling more liberated than ever before. Meanwhile, a thunderous roar erupted from the other end of the line. "You insolent girl, dare to repeat that? Yet before Zhao Ningfang could continue her tirade, the line went dead. Zhao Ning had unexpectedly hung up. Staring at the disconnected phone in her hand, Zhao Ningfang stood frozen in place. Initially, her face was contorted with rage, veins bulging on her forehead, but soon her expression softened, gradually unfurling from its fury, the corners of her mouth even lifting slightly to reveal a hint of smile. Zhao Qianni, who had been observing from the sidelines, looked at her disdainfully and remarked, "What is there to smile about? Look how smitten our daughter is. Abandoning her home for someone else, and you still find joy in this?" He chuckled, "Ah, she truly is my daughter, just like her mother in her youth. I can rest easy knowing the Zhao family will be in her hands. She isn't blinded by self-interest, but has chosen love instead. How much genuine affection can one find in this world? Only someone with passion and courage, unafraid of any pressure, deserves to lead the Zhao family. If Zhao Ning were to capitulate under her mother's threats today, then she is unworthy of the family head position." Thus, Zhao Ningfang laughed joyously, her face aglow with pride. As she spoke, she excitedly opened her arms and embraced Zhao Qianni, planting a fervent kiss on him. However, Zhao Qianni pushed her away with an expression of distaste, grumbling, "Get off me." Seeing this, Zhao Ningfang threw a minor tantrum. "You ungrateful wretch. Remember, I severed ties with my mother, not uttering a word, even with a knife to my throat, just to bring you home, and now you won't even allow a kiss?" With that, she feigned another attempt to wrap her arms around him. Zhao Qianni quickly blocked her, his expression serious as he cautioned, "Stop fooling around, be sensible. Do you think our mother would agree to him attending Ying's birthday party?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Ningfang pouted and dismissively replied, "How should I know? She can handle her own matters. I don't want to get beaten up for it. After all, she is our only beloved granddaughter, cherished since childhood. If I were to intervene, I might end up with a broken leg." "Haha, true enough. But if we're putting on a show, let us do it right." "So you mean—" At that moment, having hung up the phone, Zhao Ning let out a sigh of relief and turned to Gu Chen, asking, "What were you about to say?" What could Gu Chen possibly say now? Here was a person who was abandoning the comfortable life of a wealthy heir for him. It would be utterly shameful to let her down. If he were to mention any disparity between their families now, she was on the verge of leaving the Zhao family, starting anew. Thus, that excuse would no longer hold water. For a moment, Gu Chen was at a loss for words, stammering without a coherent reply. "I know what you wish to say, but doesn't it seem that you no longer have a reason to reject me?" Zhao Ning spoke softly, maintaining a respectful distance from Gu Chen. After contemplating for an extended period, Gu Chen certainly had more than one reason in mind. However, witnessing Zhao Ning in such a manner genuinely stirred a flicker of emotion within him. Perhaps this feeling was not a romantic attraction, but rather an admiration for Zhao Ying's actions. At this moment, Gu Chen was carefully organizing his thoughts, and after a brief pause, he said, "For now, I must decline your offer. Let us discuss this again after graduation. In the meantime, let's spend time together. I will take care of you. You will take care of me?" "What a jest," Zhao Ning retorted, feeling that she had not yet reached the point of needing a man's support. She glanced at her phone and, within moments, exclaimed, "Are you telling me that the money I earned myself has been frozen?" Zhao Ning. Chapter 99, An Awkward Encounter. "It seems I need not try on the evening gown anymore," Gu Chen thought, a bittersweet smile playing on his lips as he gazed at Zhao Ning, who exuded an air of domineering authority. An indescribable feeling stirred within him. "All right," Zhao Ning replied, followed by a soft sigh. "Then I shall take you to experience the life of the less fortunate for a few days. However, I suspect this arrangement will soon come to an end." Gu Chen endeavored to keep his tone light. After all, they had developed a semblance of affection over the past few days, and soon, they might not even be able to remain friends. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ning lifted her gaze, her eyes fixed intently on Gu Chen. She opened her mouth, poised to utter the words that had long been trapped in her heart. "In truth, I really yet," as she met Gu Chen's gaze, which had begun to shift. The words were forcibly swallowed back. She understood all too well that this matter could not be rushed. Despite her willingness to forsake everything for Gu Chen, including the wealth and status bestowed upon her by the Zhao family. She recognized that if she truly wished to be with her beloved, time was essential. Perhaps the day she ascended to the position of head of her family would be the moment when no one could stand in the way of their union. With this thought, Zhao Ying ultimately repressed the unfinished sentiment. Meanwhile, Gu Chen, as if sensing a change in the atmosphere, swiftly turned his head away, forcing a smile as he said, "Enough of this. Who can predict the future? Let's focus on living well in the present." In truth, confronted with such an awkward situation, Gu Chen, a quintessentially straightforward man, found himself at a loss for how to respond. Just as the tension thickened, a voice called out from behind them, "Hey, isn't that sistering? What brings you here?" Su Guangya et Gulim. Behind him stood Shangwan Li, who dare not meet Zhao Ying's gaze. He cautiously peeked around Su Guangyao, but when he realized Zhao Ying was looking in their direction, he hastily lowered his head. Upon hearing the voice, Zhao Ying's previously amiable expression vanished in an instant, as if covered by a layer of frost. She turned with a blank face, her icy stare directed at Su Guangyao and Shangwan Li, her tone harsh as she said, "Must I report my whereabouts to you?" "Of course not." Su Guangyao quickly waved his hands in explanation, though his eyes involuntarily darted to Gu Chen beside him. He continued, "I was merely curious. Wanted to ask where you intend to take him." Gu Chen listened quietly to Su Guangyao's rather thoughtless inquiry, unable to suppress an internal monologue. "Come on, my good man. She has clearly stated that she need not inform you of her destination, and yet you insist on prying into where she intends to take me. Isn't that rather futile?" Zhao Ying's beautiful eyes rolled slightly, first giving him a disdainful glance, followed by a hint of helplessness. Subsequently, she reached out and grasped Gu Chen's arm, silently passing by both Shangwan Li and Su Guangyao. As she observed Zhao Ying's departing figure, an unnameable fury surged within Su Guangyao, yet he understood that he had no means to confront Zhao Ying. Thus, he could only suppress his anger and turn to Shangwan Li to voice his grievances. "Li, look at this. Is this reasonable?" I greeted her with good intentions, and she just walked away without a word. You really need to discipline her properly in the future. Upon hearing Su Guangyao's complaints, Shangwan Li's already gloomy mood was further dampened. He sighed deeply and said, "Alas, she doesn't like me. She favors Gu Chen." His gaze dimmed, as if all vitality had been drained from him. Observing Shangwan Li's despondency, Su Guangyao quickly offered words of comfort and suggestions. "Don't be like that. Zhao Ying is still young. Girls often act on impulse. This is merely a fleeting whim of youth. Once she calms down, she will undoubtedly choose to be with you in the end. Therefore, you should seize the opportunity and assert your claim to Gu Chen." With that, Su Guangyao unceremoniously grasped Shangwan Li's hand and urged, "Come on, let's hurry and see where they are headed." However, Shangwan Li appeared hesitant, freeing himself from Su Guangyao's grip and questioned, but aren't we supposed to buy the formal attire?" Su Guangyao, both exasperated and amused, responded anxiously, "Oh dear, what are we buying formal attire for now? Our home might be robbed. Who are we dressing up for?" Upon arriving at the entrance of the Dihao Plaza, Zhao Ying's personal female driver hurriedly approached her, an expression of concern etched upon her face. The reason was evident. It was likely that the driver had received certain directives from others, forbidding her from transporting Zhao Ying any further. Yet, as the driver drew nearer, her initially hesitant demeanor transformed into one of determination. Taking a deep breath, as if resolute, she said, "Miss, please get into the car." Hearing this, Zhao Ying raised an eyebrow, a smile playing on her lips as she retorted, "You must have received the notice, haven't you? How dare you still take me?" To Zhao Ying's inquiry, the driver paused momentarily before responding with unwavering conviction. "You have always treated me kindly, Mississippi. My elderly family member is gravely ill and urgently needs funds, which I cannot procure alone, as you have covered all expenses. I am not one to forsake loyalty for profit. Even if I am dismissed by my family this time, I would willingly serve you, miss, and rise again." Listening to the driver's heartfelt declaration, Zhao Ying felt a warmth swell within her. A smile of appreciation graced her lips as she gently patted the driver's shoulder. Nodding in satisfaction, "Rest assured, I'm not at that point yet. Your kindness is acknowledged. You may return for now. Upon hearing this, the female driver opened her mouth, intending to say something further, yet ultimately swallowed her words. After a moment of silence, she slowly remarked, "Miss, should you require anything, do not hesitate to command me. I am at your service." Just as Zhao Ying wished to utter more, Gu Chen grasped Zhao Ying and began to depart. "Oscar owes you both a couple of little golden statuettes. Let's hurry. If we delay any longer, my toes shall surely suffer." Gu Chen added, two women chattering incessantly. One might think they were rehearsing a drama. Is it not awkward? If you can maintain this charade, I can hardly bear to witness it. Are we not taking a taxi? You are now a pauper. One need have a beggar for a taxi. We shall take the bus. What is a bus? Chapter 100. Am I the first woman to hold your hand? The two stood before the bus station, with Gu Chen preoccupied by the route signs, eager to ascertain which bus would lead him home. Meanwhile, Zhao Ying scrutinized the bus stop with an air of authority. The number 7 bus was due in 5 minutes. After confirming, Gu Chen turned his gaze towards the approaching bus. "Why are so many people waiting here?" Zhao Ying inquired, poking Gu Chen. Her voice, though at a normal volume, carried through the air, drawing the attention of those nearby. As onlookers turned their gazes toward the pair, they regarded them with amusement. However, a few young men recognized Zhao Ying's designer attire, instantly discerning that she was a wealthy individual seeking a taste of ordinary life. Feeling the weight of so many eyes upon them, Gu Chen couldn't help but reflect, I truly cannot fathom the lives of the affluent. Nevertheless, he patiently explained, of course, we are waiting for the bus. Are you not quite with it today? Being called foolish by her own companion left Zhao Ying momentarily speechless. Today, she was not the imperious CEO she often portrayed. In this moment, she yearned to experience the everyday life that Gu Chen embraced. Not far off, Su Guangyao and Shang Wanli hurriedly emerged, their eyes wide as they searched for Zhao Ying's private car, only to find it absent. With no other option, they approached the bodyguard stationed at the entrance, anxiously inquiring, "Have you seen Zhao Ying?" Upon receiving a clear response, they wasted no time and sprinted towards a nearby bus station. As fate would have it, just as they arrived, they spotted Zhao Ying and Gu Chen preparing to board the bus. Without a second thought, Su Guangyao and Shang Wanli dashed forward and hopped on the bus. Disregarding any hesitation, Zhao Ying, newly aboard, was momentarily taken aback by the crowded bus. "Hurry up! Why are you just standing there?" Gu Chen exclaimed, gripping her hand and leading her towards the rear of the bus. Once they reached their destination, Gu Chen turned to Zhao Ying and advised, "Don't crowd the entrance. Many people tend to linger there, making it difficult to disembark." Zhao Ying remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Gu Chen. It was then that he realized he had yet to release her hand, and he slowly attempted to withdraw it. However, she was unwilling to let go. How could she relinquish the hand that had been offered so willingly by her companion? "No, men and women should keep their distance. You ought to let go," Gu Chen remarked, exasperation evident on his face as he regarded Zhao Ying, who clung to his hand. Yet, she seemed oblivious to his protest, tightening her grip instead. Tilting her head slightly, her enchanting eyes locked onto his as she queried, "Am I the first girl to hold your hand?" Gu Chen found himself momentarily at a loss for words, intending to retort when suddenly, a fierce argument erupted in the distance. He instinctively glanced past Zhao Ying and looked ahead, only to see Su Guangyao vehemently arguing with the bus driver, their faces flushed with anger. "You two young men are dressed so appropriately. How can you ride the bus without paying? I've been watching you for ages. Do you think you can ride for free?" The driver glared furiously, pointing at Shang Wanli and Su Guangyao while berating them. Upon hearing these words, Su Guangyao was instantly incensed, defiantly retorting, "What payment?" No one said anything about paying. He felt profoundly insulted. As a distinguished scion of a wealthy family, how could he possibly shirk such a trivial fare? The stares of the surrounding passengers made him acutely aware of his loss of dignity, as if everyone believed him to be a penniless freeloader. "Have you never taken a bus before? Don't you know you need to pay $1 to board?" The driver's voice rose in pitch, his frustration evident. Su Guangyao, growing increasingly impatient, shook his head and exclaimed, "Why are you shouting over $1?" The driver, looking at this young man, chose to let it go, considering the fair a gift from him. Evading payment? To him, as a wealthy young master, that was a tremendous disgrace. He could not tolerate the humiliation of losing face over such a minor issue. Therefore, Su Guangyao unhesitatingly retrieved his bank card from his pocket and forcefully pressed it against the card reader. The device emitted a beep, but immediately followed by the chilling notification, "Invalid card." Su Guangyao frowned, assuming he and T swiped it correctly, and pressed the card firmly against the reader once more. Again, the device beeped, but the result was the same, "Invalid card." By this point, Su Guangyao was seething with rage, his eyes wide as he glared at the card reader, shouting furiously, "What a piece of junk! It doesn't even recognize a bank card." His voice echoed in the cramped bus, drawing the attention of other passengers. Just as he was about to explode with anger, Shang Wanli hurriedly tried to calm him down, saying, "Calm down, take a deep breath." An elderly man sitting nearby could no longer bear the scene. Slowly, he stood up, leisurely pulled out a compassion card from his pocket, and placed it on the card reader. Instantly, a prompt sounded, "Beep. Transaction successful." Su Guangyao and Shang Wanli were momentarily stunned, their eyes wide with surprise as they looked at the old man. Shang Wanli was the first to react, quickly smiling and thanking the elder. "Thank you, sir. We're sorry. It's our first time on this bus, and we're not familiar with the rules." The old man smiled and waved his hand, indicating it was nothing to worry about, before returning to his seat. Standing at the back and witnessing the entire exchange, Zhao Ying couldn't help but smirk, her expression betraying her disdain. At that moment, Gu Chen could no longer restrain himself and remarked, "How can you look down on them? If it weren't for me just now, you'd be just like them." In response to Gu Chen's admonition, Zhao Ying remained unfazed. Instead, she proudly replied, "My little man knows how to handle it." Having spoken, she triumphantly raised the hands that were tightly intertwined at that moment. Witnessing Zhao Ying's brazen display, Gu Chen's fury was instantly ignited. Without uttering a word, he swiftly extended his other hand, aiming directly at Zhao Ying's armpit. In an instant, Zhao Ying released her grip as if electrified, exclaiming loudly, "How can you be so uncivilized?" At that moment, Gu Chen, feeling indifferent toward Zhao Ying, simply responded with a silent gesture of disdain. "Zhao Ying," retorted I, "my own little man, if I can't provoke you, can I not endure? I shall endure." Gu Chen glanced at his phone to assess his earnings over the past few days, and it gave him a sense of clarity. 50,000 yuan should suffice, right? If not, let this fool perish. What a wasteful being. 50,000 isn't enough for her to squander over a few days. Oh,